The war on the Eastern Front has drawn to a close, and the young knight, Griffith, has narrowly escaped the clutches of death and madness. The capital of the world unfolds before him, adorned with distant neon lights, while the whispers of intricate conspiracies linger in the air, casting a shadow over all that is gentle and beautiful, rendering it a mere illusion. Before him lies an irresistible temptation, coupled with an insurmountable, transparent barrier. This is a realm woven with swords and sorcery, love and betrayal, souls and steel. Who am I? Where am I? His vision gradually expands, revealing a wooden table upon which rests a sharp lance, a small round shield, a sword, a dagger, and a mace. Leaning against the edge of the table are a bow and a quiver brimming with arrows. The ground beneath his feet is solid and hard, and the black iron boots, greaves, and spurs he wears are forged with a menacing and sinister design. What am I doing? Griffith the squire. Hey, second squad leader, wake up. The pitch of the voice rises slightly, accompanied by a sharp rap on his shoulder armor. What? The squire, named Griffith, vaguely recognizes this as his name, yet it feels incomplete. A tumult of disordered memories swirls within him, rendering his identity elusive. What? Standing beside him is a tall, radiant young woman clad in exquisitely crafted golden armor, her finely shaped eyebrows arching in curiosity. What? Why what? Griffith's senses sharpen slightly as he instinctively touches his breastplate, then grasps his weapons to don them. I feel a bit dizzy. It's beyond mere dizziness, you know? The girl shakes her head, her fiery red hair tied in a ponytail, swaying behind her. Come to your senses, grab your weapon, and prepare for battle. Before Griffith can respond, the girl thrusts a black iron helmet into his arms and, raising her right hand, delivers two swift slaps to his face, each resounding sharply. With the sting of the blows, Griffith, now laden with an array of weapons, follows the red-haired girl out of the tent. Second Assault Squad Leader Valkyrie, take your men to the right flank, concealed behind the infantry on the slope, commands an officer draped in a crimson woolen cloak as he rides past them. Orders received, replies Valkyrie, nodding, as she leads the somewhat bewildered Griffith towards two warhorses. Griffith's body moves almost of its own accord, as naturally as if he were merely eating or sleeping, as he mounts the imposing black steed before him. The horse, too, is adorned with a black visage and armor, its forehead crowned with sharp horns, resembling a fearsome beast lurking in the shadows, silently awaiting its rider to grasp the reins and follow Valkyrie and her mount at a brisk pace. Though I am uncertain of what has transpired, everything seems to unfold with a certain inevitability. A gentle breeze weaves through the gaps in the visor, carrying with it a faintly peculiar scent into his nostrils. His previously muddled mind begins to clear as he traverses through the bustling camp. The white tents are systematically arranged along the straight road, with each intersection marked by the name of the nearby squadron and the direction ahead. Towering wooden structures, standing 5 to 6 meters high, feature soldiers waving green and red flags, signaling the passage of troops. Infantry clad in bronze and iron armor stand in impeccable formation, gripping long spears and large shields, with short swords hanging at their waists, their expressions composed as they traverse the straight path. Their helmets are adorned with vibrant red, bright yellow, and white feathers, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a colorful ocean in motion. Griffith follows Valkyrie through the encampment, occasionally joined by fully armored cavalry, until they reach the exit on one side of the camp. From there, they gallop down a slope for a considerable distance, finally coming to a halt in a vast, flat clearing. Dozens of young cavalry, similar in age to Griffith, salute the red-haired knight from their mounts, with a few beaming smiles directed at Griffith. Prepare for battle. Valkyrie gestures to the side. Have the priests arrived? Novice Sister Krista is in position. The herald informed us that the high priest is with the infantry and cannot make it in time. Very well, Valkyrie nods. Krista, come forward and bless the front line of the squad. The rest may be omitted. A petite, golden-haired girl weaves through the crowd, reaching the front of the ranks. Dressed in a shimmering silver chainmail over a blue robe, she cradles a book nearly as large as her upper body, softly chanting blessings as clear as a mountain stream. Standing in the front row, Griffith suddenly finds himself enveloped in a warm glow, feeling both himself and his steed take on an ethereal lightness. How wondrous! What is this power? Elegance of the wind, protection, fully bestowed. The blonde girl completes her task and nods at the squad leader, taking a gentle breath as her emerald-like eyes gaze in Griffith's direction. Is she looking at me? Hey, Griffith, once this battle is over, I intend to visit Yalan with Krista. A tall, brown-haired cavalryman nudges Griffith with his elbow, a grin spreading across his face as he gestures animatedly. Once I've earned enough merit to be promoted, I shall confess my feelings to Krista. 502nd Armored Cavalry Division, advance. A thunderous roar echoes from atop the slope, followed by a chorus of shouts and slogans, the heavy and rhythmic sound of hooves approaching. Simultaneously, fireballs streak across the sky, trailing long flames as they soar toward the unseen horizon. A red flag appears on the slope near the cavalry, waving vigorously in their direction. Armored cavalry, forward! Valkyrie dons her golden helmet, lowers her visor, and, raising her golden lance, leaps ahead. The armored cavalry follows closely behind, enveloping the bewildered Griffith as they jog in four columns from their concealed position toward the opposite slope. Griffith's gaze rises along the curve of the slope, gradually revealing the full expanse of the battlefield. Thousands of infantrymen arrange themselves in a formidable formation, standing in neat rows and columns. Their large, square shields formed a wall-like line, as smooth and straight as a knife slicing through butter. The immense battle array stretched for miles, advancing forward under the guidance of fluttering banners. At the forefront, a horizontal line proudly bore a standard encircled with pure golden laurel, its mere sight instilling a surge of courage. Like giants from a tale, colossal trebuchets loomed in the rear, launching fireballs resembling meteorites. Hundreds of these fiery projectiles soared through the sky, igniting towering flames upon their descent. An invisible shockwave radiated from the point of explosion, sweeping away nearby trees and obscured figures. Some cavalry units, unlike Griffith and his armored steeds, dismounted as they approached the enemy, drawing forth powerful bows and javelins to unleash a torrent of death upon their foes. As their front line crumbled under the assault of arrows, another cavalry squad surged forward, aiming for the breach in the battle line. Following closely, monstrous beasts, as large as bison and resembling wolves, charged from behind the enemy line, ridden by humanoid figures, colliding violently with the charging cavalry, creating a cacophony of roars and screams. Fortune smiles upon us today. Galona shouted from Griffith's right, just a horse's width apart. The wolf cavalry is few, it would be splendid if no one intercepts us. The armored cavalry swiftly traversed a significant portion of the battlefield, and Griffith could no longer see large units of infantry nearby. Hundreds of archers clad in light leather armor gathered not far from the center, skillfully knocking arrows from their quivers and unleashing a relentless rain of projectiles. The arrows, like a swarm of locusts, blotted out the sun, and as they struck the ground, anguished cries emanated from the opposite ranks. While Griffith urged his steed forward, he observed the archers volley when suddenly, Valkyrie shouted from the far right, "Long-range defense." The knights around him promptly raised their small metallic shields at an angle, crouching low beside their horses. No sooner had she spoken than a torrential downpour of arrows descended upon them. Behind the shield, Griffith heard the rapid thud of arrows striking the metal, akin to a summer storm battering a rooftop. The archers on their side, not far away, cried out in distress. Those who had been firing rapidly fell like autumn wheat, a vast swath collapsing in an instant. Valkyrie led her cavalry onward, unwavering, as they maneuvered to the right, encircling the battlefield. The heavily armored cavalry indifferently separated from the sparse line of archers, pressing deeper into the fray. Hurrah! A thunderous cheer startled Griffith and his mount, as two masses of troops collided in the center of the battlefield, with several figures soaring into the air. Squad, halt! Valkyrie raised her lance once more, and the cavalry promptly reined in their mounts. Meanwhile, several ranks of cavalry rushed from nearby, converging like streams merging into a river, forming a dense formation. Form ranks. Prepare for the assault. A commander clad in a crimson battle robe galloped to the forefront of the formation, brandishing his sword toward the distant throng of dark figures. The cavalry swiftly transitioned from a column to a line. It was then that Griffith noticed a petite figure encroaching from his right flank. Could this be Krista, the one who had just bestowed her blessings upon us? This slender maiden was fully armored, wielding a saber, her demeanor calm as she sat astride her steed. She turned slightly, catching Griffith's gaze and offering him a gentle smile. Close formation. The officers and knights relayed the command in succession. The young knights, clad in iron, removed their visors and drew closer together, emitting low, beast-like growls as they fixated on the front line. The general in the red robe pointed his sword forward and began to jog, a radiant light akin to a rainbow emanating from his blade, enveloping him and the knights beside him. Armored cavalry, advance. Hundreds of armored knights commenced a brisk run, surging towards the enemy's flank like a wall crashing down. From above, it appeared as a shimmering tide of cold light, thundering towards the shore. Along the way, numerous scattered creatures and warriors lunged at this colossal wave, only to be engulfed and vanished without a trace. In the front ranks, the galloping cavalry wielded lances, while those behind gripped sabers and mace, maintaining a seamless line as they surged forward. "Align with me," the general in red shouted, the 1,000-strong formation seeming like an extension of his limbs. "For Balon! Victory to Balon! Victory!" The cavalry brigade charged forth. Cow, 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 cow. The mass of dark figures ahead stirred restlessly. Through the gaps in his swaying helmet, Griffith glimpsed countless black humanoid forms, resembling a festering anthill, collapsing before the cavalry and scattering in all directions. Boom! The cavalry line crashed through the enemy's defenses like a flood, producing a deafening roar. Griffith cleaved a creature's skull with his weapon, immediately trampling several more beneath his steed's iron hoofs. It was only then that he truly discerned the enemy's visage. They were beings slightly shorter than humans, with dark green skin. They possessed limbs akin to those of humans, yet their sharp tusks jutted from their lips, and their ears resembled those of a donkey. These foes were clad in bizarre black and gray armor, wielding machetes, wooden shields, or spears. Halforks! Griffith felt his recently clarified mind descend back into chaos, a tumult of conflicting information swirling within. Howling halforks, marble columns engulfed in flames, collapsed ruins, and the looming, distorted shadows emerging from the rolling waves of fire. A torrent of images coalesced in his mind, as if a phantasmal vision materialized, with the hands of the clock ticking down toward an inevitable conclusion. A shadow emerged from the depths of his consciousness, slowly turning around. Griffith instinctively sensed the profound significance of this figure, almost forgetting he was on the battlefield, straining to discern the true form of this shadow. Roar. Suddenly, a colossal creature, towering at 4 to 5 meters, emerged ahead. Its physique was immensely robust, adorned with muscles resembling solid rock, as it swung a massive log menacingly towards the second squad leader. In the midst of his efforts to discern the mysterious figure's true identity, Griffith was suddenly hurled from his steed, spiraling uncontrollably before crashing onto the ground. The intense ringing in his ears was maddening as Griffith, dazed and disoriented, managed to rise. He beheld a heavily armored cavalryman, armed with a lance, collide forcefully with the very giant that had just sent him flying, both tumbling into the muddy earth. The cavalry formation had vanished, replaced by the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams. "Yeah!" A shrill voice pierced the air from behind, prompting Griffith to swiftly turn around, only to find 2 raggedly dressed Halfork warriors, brandishing crude swords and wooden shields, lunging towards him. Instinctively, the novice knight thrust his right hand forward, his broken lance piercing the throat of one Halfork. At that moment, the other Halfork lunged, aiming a vicious strike at Griffith's head. Clang! Griffith deftly evaded, the blade striking his shoulder armor and ricocheting away. Drawing a dagger from his side, he plunged it into the eye of the astonished Halfork. The 2 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground almost simultaneously, dark blood splattering from the gaps in their face masks, dousing Griffith's eyes and mouth. He was immediately overcome with nausea, forcing himself to blink as he drew his longsword, searching for his next adversary. Griffith, Krista, and another injured cavalryman rushed towards him. Both had lost their mounts, their bodies smeared with dirt and blood, wielding sabers or the remnants of broken lances. The battalion has breached the line and pushed through. What shall we do? Krista's helmet had been lost during her fall, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. She pointed toward the flank of the battlefield, informing the two, a group of halferks is advancing towards us. We shall hold our ground here, Griffith declared, picking up a shield from the ground and raising his longsword high. Gather around me. In the muddy terrain nearby, several dismounted cavalrymen were groggily rising, two of whom immediately sprinted towards the calling Griffith. The others converged, forming a small defensive formation. There was no time left for regrouping or retreating. A frenzied horde of halferks, originally dispatched to reinforce this section of the line, found their path obstructed before they could arrive. The human cavalry's charge had obliterated the defenses, leaving the remaining 2 squads of foot soldiers as their prime targets. 5 infantrymen quickly formed a protective circle, their backs pressed together, wielding whatever weapons and shields they could scavenge. Wagaga! One halferk, the swiftest among them, leaped over its companions and swung an axe at Griffith. Before the axe could descend, Griffith retaliated with a thrust of his sword, piercing through its chest. Boom! Several halferks came crashing towards Griffith and the cavalryman beside him, their collision with the shields producing a deafening roar. Before they could engage in combat, the halferks behind surged forward, compressing their companions in the fray. Rusty knives and axes waved threateningly before him, and seizing the opportunity, Griffith thrust his sword through a gap, piercing the belly of one halferk. The creature let out a horrific scream, grasping the blade that had impaled it, convulsing in agony. Amidst the throng, no matter how forcefully Griffith pulled, his longsword remained lodged within the halferk. The shrieking creature was jostled by its comrades and Griffith's shield, spewing forth blood like a crushed orange. A spear suddenly lunged from the crowd, striking the throat of a cavalryman beside Griffith. The towering warrior fell without uttering a sound, collapsing onto the back of the girl, Krista. The lifeless soldier clutched his shield tightly, maintaining a semblance of standing amidst the chaotic crowd. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the assailing halferks retreated a few steps. 3 fallen cavalrymen and dozens of halferk warriors lay strewn across the ground, forming a gruesome tapestry of corpses. In the distance, another small squad of cavalry had also been engulfed by the tumult. Griffith, uncertain of how many weapons he had switched, now wielded a crude axe he had scavenged from who knows where, standing back to back with the novice nun, vigilant. The panting halferk soldiers wiped the sweat from their brows, glaring at the pair a short distance away. Krista discarded her half-broken saber and swiftly removed a hefty tome from her waist, binding it with silver chains adorned with 4 gleaming spikes. The sacred book, once used to bless the cavalry, had transformed into a terrifying shield bristling with sharp teeth. With the shield in hand, the golden-haired girl gently rested her head on Griffith's shoulder. Together, they stood in silence, awaiting their final fate. Victory! A resounding battle cry erupted from an unknown location on the battlefield. A battalion of infantry had breached the enemy lines, charging towards their position under the command of a resolute leader. The halferks, who had been besieging the cavalry, faltered. Some shouted threats against Griffith and his companion, while others began to turn and flee. Grant me courage, O holy light. Bestow upon me your protection. O holy light, cast fear upon my enemies. Griffith heard the soft prayers of the girl behind him. Suddenly, Krista swung the chained tome around her, sweeping it towards their adversaries. Griffith instinctively ducked, and a flash of silver cleaved a bloody path through the surrounding halferks. The slender girl wielded the book, now transformed into a weapon, with unexpected strength, twirling amidst the halferk ranks. The once assertive halferk horde scattered in panic. Do not halt. Press the attack. A few infantrymen had breached the defensive line and reached Griffith's side. The leading sergeant leaned close to his visor, shouting, "Follow us onward." Before the sergeant could finish his sentence, a violent tremor emanated from beneath their feet. A hand, broader than that of a giant, erupted from the ground, crushing the sergeant in a single blow. Byman! Byman! The infantry, caught off guard by the monstrous appearance, erupted into a chorus of terrified shouts and descended into frantic retreat. Amidst their cries, a giant, towering like a hill, emerged from the earth. Its skin, as formidable as bronze, glistened in the chaos, crowned by a colossal horn, with a single, wheel-like eye surveying the battlefield. It turned to the surrounding infantry and cavalry, unleashing a devastating strike. "What is this?" Griffith screamed internally. He quickly recognized the legendary beast reputed to hunt dragons. As his vision was engulfed by the black shadow, the trial of war could not prepare him for such an abrupt sight. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to hear the sound of dice rolling. Suddenly, Griffith felt as if a fissure had split open in his skull, unleashing a torrent of chaos, malevolence, fear, and rage. His reason was slipping away. The legendary monster had appeared without warning. Its terrifying strength unleashed a powerful shockwave, and Griffith was thrown to the ground like a blade of grass in a tempest. Most of his comrades succumbed to fear and madness, some scattering in all directions, while others charged at the beast with their pikes, but the sharp tips shattered against its body as if they had struck a fortress wall. The monstrous creature swung its wall-like arm, and the disordered infantry brigade was met with a cacophony of cracking bones. Soldiers struck by the blows were sent soaring into the air, only to crash down in disarray. To Griffith, the sound was as dense as hail striking the ground, and terror and nausea surged from his stomach. So horrifying. Am I dreaming? My ribs are broken. It hurts. Damn, it hurts. Griffith trembled uncontrollably. His armor was of no use against the bowman's sweep. It merely brushed against him, shattering his insides. Griffith spat blood, desperately clawing at the mud, striving to escape the battlefield. In this moment of despair, a brilliant golden light appeared before him. "Griffith, hold on, I'm coming." Krista, with her flowing golden hair, rushed towards him, chanting a healing incantation. A warm, soothing energy enveloped Griffith's body, making him feel as if he were submerged in comforting water, safe and serene. All he could see was Krista's radiant visage and her shimmering golden locks. "Ah, is this the goddess?" Slap! A gust of wind swept past, and the novice nun who had just been before him vanished without a trace. "Krista!" Griffith heard Gallona's familiar yet terrified cry, and then he beheld the shattered remnants of the novice nun's body scattered across the ground. The severed head rolled to his feet, those blue eyes still gazing at him. A sudden jolt struck Griffith's heart, as if something crucial had shattered within him. The behemoth kicked at the cavalry charging to its aid, and 3 or 4 unsuspecting horsemen were instantly reduced to a mangled mass of flesh. Gallona deftly evaded a strike and leaped from his steed, hurtling toward the creature's blind spot along its arm. Just a few more steps, and he could pierce the beast's singular eye. I must divert its attention. Griffith nearly ground his teeth in desperation, summoning every ounce of strength. He rose, grasped a throwing spear, and hurled it at the colossal creature. Thud! The spear shattered against its wall-like chest. The behemoth raised its left hand and struck down heavily, and Gallona, charging with determination, was instantly reduced to a pulp, as if he were a mere mosquito. Ugh! Griffith watched in horror as the valiant Gallona was obliterated, stumbling back in terror. Fear engulfed him completely. The novice knight, his face a mask of despair, staggered several paces before collapsing onto the ground. Krista's head lay quietly beside him, the beautiful light in her eyes extinguished. Ugh! Griffith heaved, as if he were about to expel his very insides, unable to contain himself. No, this cannot be. How can humanity possibly triumph over such a monster? Chapter 2. A New World. Hey, soldier. Wake up. You've arrived. When Griffith awoke from his nightmare, he found himself drenched in sweat, seated on the wooden deck with a bulging pack slung over his shoulder. A scruffy sailor patted him on the back, saying, "Welcome to Ismail. What is the matter with you? Sweating so much? Come on, disembark and enjoy a few days of leisure. Nothing heals the wounds of the battlefield better than ale and women. Indulge yourself for a couple of days, and you'll forget that damned east." As he regained consciousness, the battle had already concluded. In the distance, the fortress was making its final preparations, the legion's dual-layered walls firmly encircling the Orcish war stronghold. Though his injuries were healing rapidly, Griffith felt as if his entire body had been shattered. The will and strength to continue fighting had vanished. Every moment spent in the barracks was a tormenting ordeal. Before he could gather his resolve, a sudden deployment order extracted him from the final assault. The Eastern Legion, which had cared for him for 2 years, hastily arranged his belongings and placed him aboard a sailing vessel bound for the capital. Thus began Griffith's rear service duty. The gentle sea breeze caressed his face, and white seagulls glided low over the ship's railing. From the nearby tranquil harbor town came the reassuring sounds of lively laughter. "I'm not dead," Griffith mused, feeling the area where he had once broken several ribs. He hoisted his pack and descended the ship's ladder slowly. Now clad in leather armor with a layer of chainmail beneath, he wore a longsword and 2 daggers at his waist, along with iron bracers and greaves. His left hand clutched a black iron helmet while his right grasped the strap of his pack. Hereby certifying, Griffith Branton, Enchanter Pathway Sequence 9 Novice, Extraordinary Candidate. The apprentice knight recalled something and rummaged through the depths of his bag, uncovering a carefully stored missive. To the 2nd Squad Leader of the 502nd Cavalry Regiment. Novice Knight Griffith Branton, you are to arrive in Bayallen before July 10th and submit your report to Captain Heinz Wilhelm of the Reserve Military Command. Your military affiliation will transfer to Count Lamore on that day, and you are to enter the Military Command Department of the Higher Magic Academy, Homenwarts, under the identity of Chatorl on August 30th. This must not be mistaken. The transfer and enrollment processes will be facilitated by the Lamore estate, while matters concerning the extraordinary will be handled by the relevant local authorities. Army Department Reserve Military Command, June 20th, 1443 of the Second Era. Griffith felt his mind gradually awaken, dispelling the haze that had clouded his thoughts. His awareness began to sharpen, akin to surfacing from the depths. He became acutely aware of the insects scurrying in a nearby corner and the gazes of pedestrians in the distance. Today was June 30th. After resting here for a day or two, he would proceed north along the western route of the Eastern Avenue toward his destination, the capital of the kingdom, Bayallen. Due to the disruptions caused by the half-orc raider fleet and the escort system, the nearest voyage to the royal capital will not set sail until mid-July. To meet the deadline, the only option is to travel overland, a lengthy journey indeed. In any case, I shall first indulge in a meal and rest. Griffith strolled through the town for a while, selecting a quaint tavern that appeared to offer a pleasant ambience and reasonable prices. He cautiously opened his pocket and retrieved the most exquisite gold coin he possessed. The coin, which danced at the fingertips of the squire, was the kingdom's primary currency, the gold florin. When the kingdom's currency was stable, each gold florin was equivalent to 20 silver coins. The silver coin bore the royal coat of arms featuring a lion, known as the silver pound. Each silver pound could be exchanged for 20 sous, a silver coin with a small amount of silver content, or 100 stings, copper coins. A single sou could purchase a loaf of bread at this establishment, while half a pound of meat would cost 6 sous. And a plate of vegetables and apples, or a small bowl of honey, would require 3 sous. What would you like to eat, Sir Squire? A graceful and lovely girl approached, her apron indicating her role as a waitress, her high heels producing a delightful sound. With a sweet smile, she suggested, "How about our specialty lamb chops? How did you know I was a squire?" Griffiths inquired, astonished that she could discern his identity at a glance. "One becomes familiar with such things with experience," she replied, unceremoniously taking a seat beside him and gently inhaling his scent. The boy, freshly returned from the battlefield, felt his face flush crimson. "Impressive. Are the townsfolk also perceptive?" Griffiths nodded in admiration. "Indeed. Then I shall have a portion of the specialty lamb chops. I highly recommend them." The girl leaned closer, almost brushing against the squire's face. "Do not mind the price. Once you finish, I will suggest a local job that could earn you a bit of coin." The sweet fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, and Griffiths obediently ordered 2 large pieces of bread, a pound of meat, and a plate of vegetables, hesitating slightly before adding a serving of honey. "That totals 20 sous." He mused, realizing this meal would consume nearly 1/35 of his wealth. "All right, 1B set." The waitress lightly turned to the counter and called, "Also, bring me a bounty quest for adventurers." As it was not yet mealtime, the tavern was sparsely populated. After the waitress brought the food, she sat across from Griffiths, watching him eat with a cheerful smile. The dark bread was dry and coarse, suggesting the proprietor had added sawdust to the mix. The chunks of meat still bore unshorn hide, and the vegetables appeared to be hastily chopped leaves from some unknown tree along with irregularly cut radishes and apples. Nevertheless, having often consumed such fare at the front lines, Griffiths ate without any objection. To his surprise, the small dish of honey shimmered with a golden hue and a delicate aroma that was utterly tantalizing, standing in stark contrast to the quality of the other dishes. "Do you not have sweets at the front?" he inquired. Everyone wears a similar expression. The waitress observed Griffith as he spread honey on his bread, eagerly stuffing it into his mouth, revealing a visage of pure satisfaction. "Yes, It could be said that Griffith's cheeks were stuffed to the brim, reminiscent of a squirrel preparing for winter. The road ahead was fraught with difficulties, including the threat of half-orc marauders, and resupplying was often a challenge. One could not expect too much. It was no easy task, indeed. The waitress extended her seemingly strong little hand, gently pushing a document toward the squire. "What is this?" Griffith inquired, gnawing on a lamb chop while shoving greens into his mouth, stealing a glance at the papers on the table. A bounty. A band of goblin bandits had attacked the village of Manisa, stealing livestock and abducting a woman. Any adventurer who slays the goblins would be rewarded. An additional bounty would be granted for the rescue of the kidnapped woman. Such taverns in small towns typically provided information regarding temporary employment and bounty tasks for passing travelers, allowing them to earn a living for a short while. Before Griffith could pose a question, a young swordsman approached from a corner of the tavern. "Waitress, my companions and I have decided to take on this task." The young swordsman appeared to be around 15 years of age, with a youthful face barely sprouting a few sparse hairs. He donned a set of modest leather armor, and from his slender frame, it was evident he did not wear chainmail beneath. A long sword, somewhat disproportionate to his stature, hung at his waist alongside a dagger. Had this young man not enlisted but instead chosen to be a freelancer here? Griffith scrutinized the youthful lad before him, deducing from his naive demeanor that he had yet to taste the battlefield. In the king's direct territories, eligible citizens who refuse military service are barred from working in the city and inheriting property. Nevertheless, many young individuals retreat into the forests, unwilling to serve. To make ends meet, numerous among them become mercenaries or adventurers. Such vocations bear no entry requirements and can, at times, offer considerable rewards. Griffith, clad in chainmail and leather armor, felt a sense of resolve and thought it prudent to accept a few tasks to earn some travel funds. He spoke amiably to the young man. "Greetings, I am Griffith Branton, a 2nd Squadron leader of the Assault Cavalry, passing through this town on duty. If you require assistance, we do not need any help." Before the young swordsman could respond, a girl, taller than him, nearly leaped up. She was well-proportioned and strikingly attractive, especially for her age, possessing a rather alluring figure. "Huh?" Griffith noticed that the girl wore iron gauntlets, which were adorned with spikes and dagger-like short blades. A martial artist. Indeed, the ranks of Baalin's army included numerous female warriors and spellcasters, many of whom had fought alongside Griffith. Yet, the attire of this young girl felt unfamiliar to him. He scrutinized the group of youths and realized that neither the swordsman nor the martial artist bore any insignia indicating their allegiance. "Just goblins?" The young swordsman scoffed. "My swordsmanship is the best in the village. I can take them down in an instant. By the way, I am Andy Duca. Should there be any oversight, I shall be here." The martial artist lady interjected. "Who might you be? How shall I address you, mercenaries?" The inquisitive apprentice knight inquired while seated and dining. "To which brigade or family do you belong?" At that moment, 2 more individuals approached, a tall boy with a bare torso wielding a massive axe, and a girl clad in the attire of a nun dressed in black. The apprentice nun was as slender as a matchstick, unarmored save for a short staff. She clutched the holy emblem tightly against her chest, watching the unfamiliar apprentice knight with vigilance. Beside her, the tall boy rested the enormous axe on his shoulder, its blade inscribed with the crooked letters spelling Badu, presumably his name. The local inhabitants certainly possessed peculiar gear, an intriguing sight indeed. Griffith, observing the eager expressions of the 4, could not refrain from rising to interject. "This is a group of monsters poised to assault the village. I recommend seeking assistance from the local militia or gathering additional allies. Concentrating our forces could mitigate losses. At the very least, we ought to ascertain the enemy's strength and composition." The apprentice knight felt that this group was rather hasty, as the bounty offered no information about the adversaries. Strength and composition. The youthful companions exchanged glances, suppressing laughter that was nearly uncontrollable. "Please, do not act so." The young swordsman Andy cautioned his comrades against mockery and turned to address the apprentice knight. "Our customs here differ from those of your military. Customs? You 4 appear to be novices." Griffith found himself momentarily taken aback by their words, pondering how to dissuade them without bruising their pride. "Indeed, we are free adventurers, not a military force," declared the stoutest among the quartet, hefting the fearsome double-bladed battle axe with conviction. "Each goblin's head is worth a silver piece. The more of us there are, the less there is to share. 1 head, 1 silver piece. Quite enticing." Griffith felt a stir of excitement. "All right, everyone, let us hasten. If we delay, Other adventurers may very well clear out the goblin lair. Ulan exclaimed anxiously, stamping his foot. I urgently require funds. Hearing their companion's words, the young swordsman and the axe-wielder nodded at Griffith before stepping out together. The apprentice nun recalled her upbringing and the importance of etiquette halfway out, quickly turning to bow slightly to Griffith before dashing away. Chapter 3. The first task, the hostess arranged a simple certificate for the adventuring party as she watched them leave the tavern, then turned to Griffith, inquiring, Will you assist them? The plea for help from Manisa village came in urgently, and they appear to be the only team taking on the task. I have heard that goblins are rather weak. Although I have never encountered them, they should be able to handle this situation adequately. The strength of individuals does not determine victory in battle, Griffith replied, shaking his head. It is wisdom and organization that prevail. Oh, the hostess elongated her tone in agreement. Goblins are indeed rare creatures. Griffith pondered while chewing on the hard bread. The Eastern Front is rife with various demons and foreign beings, yet goblins have seldom been seen. Izmir, located at the heart of the shipping routes, has had its surrounding demons eradicated for decades. How did the goblin colonies infiltrate the very core of human territory? As Griffith finished his meal and contemplated his strategy, several well-dressed gentlemen descended from the tavern's second floor. The foremost gentleman glanced at the hastily rising hostess before directing his gaze towards Griffith. Are you a knight of the kingdom's army? I am Griffith Brandon, a squire under the command of Count Lamore, the second son of the Brandon Border Knights, and a second-tier squad leader. Griffith introduced himself with a bow, earnestly presenting his full titles. I recently served in the Eastern Legion and have been dispatched to the royal capital. The gentlemen who had come down from the tavern appeared to be in good spirits, their well-fitted coats impeccably tailored. Among them were two middle-aged men following closely behind, one wielding a long sword and the other carrying papers and an abacus for calculations. Second-tier squad leader? A robust man among them scrutinized Griffith with curiosity. The accountant-like figure approached, asking, Is the rank of the guard and assault cavalry equivalent to that of a sergeant in the National Defense Force? Indeed, sir. Do you possess a warhorse? Inquired one gentleman. Currently, I do not. Griffith seemed to hear the clinking of silver coins, yet he questioned with a hint of perplexity, Your Excellency, the mayor. I trust you are aware that I am not under the command of the local civil authority. Furthermore, there are many young and valiant adventurers present, are there not? Outside the tavern's glass windows, a young swordsman and his companions could be seen heading towards the northern gate of the town, equipped with simple gear. The mayor visibly bit his lip, but those are goblins. Although they have been less active in recent years, I have witnessed their atrocities firsthand. How could your children, not yet fully grown, stand a chance against them? Your reaction is rather intense. Is there a shadow left by goblins? Griffith inclined his head slightly. The mayor halted mid-sentence, realizing the squire before him had raised his right hand, lightly rubbing his 3 fingers. The black iron gauntlet made a crisp sound as the fingers gently clashed together. Let us discuss the remuneration, gentlemen of the locality. It is time to address the matter of reward. Several gentlemen from the town exchanged glances, and one, bearing a substantial notebook, approached the mayor and handed him a bulging pouch. Griffith lowered his gaze, shook his head. The advance payment of 10 silver coins was not accepted by the squire, who gestured dismissively, saying, Surely, your honor, you do not believe that 5 armed villagers can contend with a single-foot knight? Why don't you go and take it? Shouted the gentleman with the notebook and pouch. 10 silver coins would sustain me for a week. Since leaving the front lines, I am without my accustomed weapons and armor. Griffith stated earnestly, and 10 silver coins are insufficient for me to procure adequate equipment. I would have to supplement it from my own funds. Gentlemen, if there are not enough supplies, I shall not proceed. Surely you do not think that I, fully armed, cannot dispatch 8 goblins? The town officials ultimately acquiesced to the squire's reasonable terms. Upon receiving the funds, Griffith did not set off immediately. Instead, he ventured to the town's armory to purchase a rudimentary 2-meter spear, a hand axe, and 3 daggers. He then proceeded to the tavern to acquire a bundle of jerky and some dark bread. This meager armament and provisions consumed a full gold florin, depleting not only his advance, but also significantly diminishing his savings. Now clad in dual-layered armor consisting of chainmail and leather, with black iron gauntlets and greaves adorning his limbs, a helmet upon his head, and equipped with a longsword, axe, 5 daggers, and a substandard short spear, Griffith assessed his condition, lacking an iron shield, breastplate, and steed. The spear's balance was also problematic. He estimated that he could muster only a third of his usual combat prowess. according to available intelligence. There were 2 goblin locations near Manisa village, a goblin nest concealed within the mountains and a goblin force poised to assault the village. This band of goblins had attacked the village multiple times in recent days, abducting several villagers along with cattle and sheep. The local militia had observed an increasing presence of goblins gathering in the nearby forest, and human remains had been discovered at the forest's edge, prompting a hasty appeal for aid to the town last night. Beyond this, both the town and the village were woefully uninformed, lacking knowledge of the goblins' numbers, their equipment, or their types, yet a palpable sense of imminent threat loomed. The scant information regarding the goblins was relayed by the mayor, who described these creatures as possessing slightly less strength than adolescent humans, yet being quite agile with excellent night vision, able to navigate effortlessly in darkness, though severely hindered under sunlight. Griffith's allies comprised villagers, adventurers hastening to provide support, and armed civilians. The town's militia was mobilizing and arming themselves, but they would not reach Manisa village until the following day at the earliest. The 4 adventurers he had encountered earlier had been assigned the task of exterminating the goblins, but it was unlikely they would proceed to Manisa village to offer assistance, opting instead for a direct assault on the nest. The goblin lair might conceal some plundered treasures, potentially yielding quicker rewards than merely slaying goblins. Should luck favor them, they might rescue some surviving captives, whose families would pay a substantial reward. The potential rewards of delving into the nest far surpass those of engaging in skirmishes with goblins. However, being encircled by a horde of monsters tenfold one's own size in a narrow and unfamiliar territory seems tantamount to certain demise. Is it that this adventuring party lacks a proper understanding of goblins, or are the creatures truly as feeble as they appear? For individuals dare to venture into the mountains. Griffith found himself utterly perplexed by the rationale of this peaceful world. Yet, this does not imply that he would lower his guard. The size and individual strength of an opponent do not solely dictate the outcome of a battle. It was still before noon, and should he press on diligently, Griffith could reach Manisa village before sunset. He could also opt to accompany the sluggish militia, yet that would likely necessitate an overnight stay in the wilderness. Camping at night alongside an irregular and questionable fighting force, while possibly facing an enemy adept in nocturnal combat, rendered that option decidedly unappealing. After contemplating the scant intelligence available, Griffith promptly set forth on his journey to Manisa village. Chapter 4. The assault on Manisa village. Fully armed, Griffith traversed the flat country path, crossing streams and hills. For him, such marches had become a familiar routine over the past 2 years. According to his plan, he merely needed to march 30 miles along decent roads to arrive before dusk, all while maintaining a state of readiness for combat. The previously encountered quartet of adventurers moved with great haste, as though they were not heading into battle but rather rushing to procure free apples. Despite their dubious appearance, Griffith felt compelled to hasten his reunion with his allies. Eliminating the option of camping in the wilderness with the militia, he could only attempt to persuade the adventurers to hold their ground in the village for the night, awaiting the main militia force the following day to eliminate the nest. 2 hours after departing the town, the indistinct figures of the adventurers appeared ahead on the road. At this pace, reaching Manisa village before sunset seemed assured. The road into the mountains began to twist and narrow, dense foliage obscuring the slopes on either side. Griffith instantly grew alert. In such a place, ambush was nearly unavoidable. At that moment, a faint scent of blood wafted from the front, accompanied by distant cries of anguish. The adventurers soon sensed the situation, hastily arming themselves and rushing forward. Soon, the sounds of battle and furious shouts erupted as the foremost adventurers engaged in combat. The clamor of fighting and shouting subsided swiftly, and by the time Griffith arrived, he found a damaged cart halted at the edge of the road. The driver and the pack horse lay lifeless, their bellies pierced by sharp weapons. The 4 adventurers surrounded the cart. A slight novice nun was treating a man with a wounded leg, while Bard wielded his large axe, severing the heads from several green corpses strewn about, muttering, 1 silver, 2 silvers. You're late. These are our spoils. Miss Ulan, the martial artist, noticed Griffith approaching and immediately adopted a stern expression. Yes, I know, the novice knight replied obediently, nodding at her before sidestepping to inspect the scene. This Mr. Isis was ambushed by goblins while driving through here. The driver was slain, and the young swordsman Andy, wiping blood from his long sword, pointed to the corpses on the ground, saying, Fortunately, we arrived in time to kill 4. 6 managed to escape. Oh, by the way, this is Griffith. the novice knight of the Eastern Army. Following the direction of the young swordsman's finger, Griffith beheld 4 decapitated diminutive corpses, dark blood oozing from the wounds. "Greetings, novice knight," said a middle-aged man seated on the ground, enduring his pain. "I am Isis, an apprentice mage, sent here by the esteemed mage to investigate the situation, but alas." The novice nun hurriedly offered her apologies. Her prayers lacked finesse, resulting in a minor mishap while tending to the wound, which caused an otherwise superficial cut to tear further. "Greetings, esteemed apprentice mage," Griffith acknowledged with a nod of his helmet, continuing to scrutinize the battlefield. The coachman's abdomen was brutally sliced open, his intestines protruding. His face contorted in a grimace of agony. Dried blood and shattered entrails were strewn haphazardly across the grassy verge. "Mr. Aces, when were you ambushed?" Aces replied while bandaging his wounds. "Approximately half an hour ago, for diminutive monsters suddenly emerged from the woods and slaughtered the coachman. I could only defend myself with a wooden stick from atop the cart, fortunate that their short stature prevented them from climbing up. We remained in a stalemate for a while. Then, 2 of them began to tear at the coachman's belly while the other 2 continued to assault me, inflicting a gash on my thigh. That's when we made our escape." The martial artist girl declared triumphantly. To our surprise, they had reinforcements. As 6 more sprang forth from the forest, but we easily drove them away. "Why would they choose to attack in broad daylight?" Griffith mused, glancing up at the sun, which still blazed fiercely in the early afternoon. "Who knows?" Andy shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, Badu interjected, "By continuing our journey, we could reach the village before nightfall. Or should we pursue their lair? The goblins we encountered earlier were injured. Their blood could lead us to their nest." "Slow down," Griffith quickly interjected. "Let us proceed to Manisa village. It would be more prudent to regroup with the town's militia tomorrow before assaulting their den." The members of the adventuring party began to contemplate this, with the martial artist girl resolutely advocating for a direct assault on the goblin's lair, while the other 2 displayed signs of hesitation. Upon hearing her proposal, the adventurers found themselves in unison. The martial artist girl deemed it a splendid idea. "Mr. Apprentice Knight, would you join us?" Aces inquired respectfully. "No, I must hasten to Manisa village for support. It is unnecessary. The 4 of us are sufficient." Griffith and the martial artist girl voiced their agreement almost simultaneously. The young swordsman Andy visibly relaxed at this. I know, the martial artist girl said, waving her hand impatiently. Her companion Badu began to dig a grave for the coachman's remains, while Andy assisted the mage's apprentice, leading him deeper into the woods. Thankfully, we caught up, cackling echoes. The apprentice knight, having left the front lines without a steed to ride, jogged towards the village, vigilantly observing his surroundings. In the distance, figures were pouring out of the village gates, brandishing an assortment of weapons and waving them frantically. However, they seemed reluctant to venture far from the village entrance, merely waving their arms and shouting. This won't do. Griffith, now less than 200 paces from the village, cast aside his burden and, gripping his short gun tightly, lunged towards the assailants pursuing the villagers. The distance between the two parties rapidly diminished. In the dim light, the apprentice knight beheld dozens of diminutive creatures, hardly taller than children. They possessed pointed ears and their skin was a vivid green, clad in tattered, filthy rags wrapped around their waists, wielding wooden clubs, knives, and short guns. Goblins. These creatures shrieked as they lunged at the captured villagers, knocking them to the ground with a single blow, only to be followed by a swarm of their kind, raining blows upon the fallen with an assortment of weapons. Occasionally, a few women were ensnared, their hair and garments clutched by the goblins as they dragged them away. The goblins remained oblivious to Griffith's stealthy approach from behind. Yet, once the battle commenced, it would only be a matter of time before they took notice. It was imperative to dismantle their organization swiftly. Griffith charged forward, hands gripping his firearm, striking sideways with precision. The inferior short gun delivered a powerful blow, cracking open the skulls of two goblins, splattering crimson and ivory fluids in all directions. The women, who had been crying out for help, suddenly found their captor's grip vanished, followed by a thud. Without so much as a glance at his fallen foes or the rescued women, Griffith pressed onward with determination. The goblins scattered across the field like sesame seeds on a pancake. Griffith brandished his short gun, piercing left and right, causing goblins to fall like wheat before an autumn wind. Some of the fallen creatures, though not immediately deceased, writhed on the ground, emitting chilling cries. Amidst the cacophony of the field, the goblin squad, caught off guard from behind, failed to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Disintegrating like pudding thrown to the ground as most abandoned their prey, glancing around in trepidation. Griffith remained calm, engaging in battle while advancing, targeting the more robust goblin warriors or those still clutching the village women. Among his enemies were those cunning and brutal, brandishing sharp blades in retaliation. Yet against Griffith's long weaponry, these creatures stood no chance and were swiftly dispatched. A green figure suddenly leaped from the underbrush, lunging at Griffith from the side. The apprentice knight instinctively thrust his weapon, impaling it mid-air. Almost simultaneously, a force struck his helmet heavily. Griffith staggered, reaching back to seize a goblin wielding a hammer. Such coordination! Was it mere coincidence? The apprentice knight slammed the goblin down to the ground, raising his iron boot to crush its skull. Cackling, 3 more goblins charged forth, suddenly dispersing from a distance of 4 to 5 meters. One advanced head-on, while 2 flanked from either side. By the heavens, this was no coincidence. Griffith loosened his grip, and before the short gun could hit the ground, he drew a dagger and hurled it towards the goblin on the right, then leaped sideways, unsheathing another dagger to throw at the goblin approaching from the left. Ack! The 2 creatures shrieked in agony. Meanwhile, the frontline enemy had closed in, thrusting a bone knife with great force towards Griffith's chest. Griffith raised his hand to block, sparks flying as the blade scraped against his sturdy gauntlet. Without allowing the astonished adversaries a moment to react, Griffith swiftly seized the goblin's arm and forcefully slammed it to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the creature's head shattered against a stone. They exhibited a rudimentary ability to coordinate. Someone had trained these beings. Having dispatched nearly 15 of them, he contemplated the 15 silver coins that awaited him. Griffith surveyed the scattered corpses across the field with satisfaction. Ensuring no living foes remained before he extracted his axe, methodically severing the heads of the diminutive monsters and placing them into a satchel. These filthy, savage creatures possessed nothing but their battered weapons and tattered rags around their waists. A gathering of villagers congregated at the entrance of Manisa village, comforting their fortunate neighbors who had escaped while casting wide-eyed glances at the apprentice knight as he strode through the gates toward the village. With a short spear slung over his shoulder and clad in double-layered armor, Griffith advanced with measured strides, the sound of his iron boots crunching over the gravel resonating in the air. The shaken villagers instinctively retreated to the sides, as if caught in the undertow of a tumultuous tide. Chapter 5. The first encounter. Pray, hold your step, sir. A robust man clad in chain mail hesitated before Griffiths. I am the captain of the militia. May I inquire your name? Griffiths Branton, squire and second in command of the junior squad, Griffiths replied, his countenance serene as he nodded at the militia captain. Where might I find the village chief? I am the village chief. The brave squire was met by a gray-haired elder who emerged from the crowd, his face still reflecting panic and anxiety as he surveyed his newfound allies. The chief scrutinized Griffith's armor and equipment, his gaze eventually resting on the blue satin ribbon at his collar. The recent victory over the goblins had not gone unnoticed, and the chief looked up at Griffiths with a mixture of respect and gratitude. Thank you for saving us, truly. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Indeed, squire, the chief continued, the village youths have discovered their trail. We have armed ourselves and await reinforcements from the town. The town's militia will not arrive until tomorrow. It will be challenging to secure additional aid tonight, Griffith stated. Please rally the village's young men to prepare defensive fortifications. I hereby request command of this battle in my capacity as an officer of the Royal Army. Furthermore, I require weapons and provisions. The chief readily acquiesced, leading the squire to a grand manor situated in the center of the village. Grateful villagers flocked to express their thanks, offering Griffiths 2 large loaves of bread, milk, and some smoked meat. A dozen villagers armed with wooden spears, hammers, and axes gathered outside the house, their expressions tense as they peered inside. After a long day, Griffiths accepted the food, devouring the smoked meat in 2 bites before sitting down in the chief's quarters with the sweet milk and bread. As he ate, he sketched a simple outline with charcoal and handed it to the chief. What is this? The chief and the militia captain examined the concise sketch before looking back at the squire. Following the thwarted attack, the goblins will likely remain dormant for a few hours before nightfall. That will be the true moment of peril, Griffith said gravely. We must complete these tasks along the village's entrance road within 2 hours. The undertaking is not extensive, but it concerns the lives of every individual in this village. I require the cooperation of all adults and children to execute this without delay. Engineering is indeed a proud tradition of the Balon army, Griffiths gestured on the paper, briefly elucidating the project's essentials. Is merely erecting wooden walls and earthen mounds truly effective? Our village's perimeter is not formidable, the militia captain questioned, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The essence of defense does not lie solely in these wooden barriers. They are merely a component of my strategy, Griffiths replied, hastily consuming his meal. What lies at the core of your strategy? The chief interjected eagerly. Griffiths raised his right hand and struck his sturdy chest, the gauntlet clanking against his armor with a dull thud. As the militia captain stepped outside after reviewing the sketch. A sudden gasp arose from the villagers gathered outside the dwelling. Before anyone could clarify the cause of the commotion, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman appeared at the entrance. She was clad in intricately adorned silver light armor, draped in a dark green half-cloak. At her slender yet resilient waist hung a short sword and a dagger, while silver ornaments adorned her black knee-high boots. A finely crafted recurved bow, made of purple sandalwood, rested on her back, its string taut against the frame. As she lifted her hood, two pointed ears emerged from her smooth, cascading black hair, inciting even more agitation among the villagers. An elf? Why would an elf come to our humble abode? The villagers murmured in astonishment. As a mysterious and powerful race, elves occasionally appeared in the grand cities of the kingdom for trade, but they seldom ventured into smaller towns, let alone quaint villages. Esteemed lady, how may I be of service? The village chief abandoned Griffiths and approached the beautiful elf with clasped hands. Please, simply call me Galadriel, although our lifespans exceed yours. I am far from old. The elven archer flicked her hair, reminiscent of a flowing waterfall, and appraised the village chief with her enchanting gaze, then glanced at Griffiths, who was bloodied and consuming food in the background, and smiled. Gentlemen, I have come to this region on a mission, and I must inform you that over 200 goblins are gathering in the forest, preparing to attack. That is truly wonderful. Oh, wait, that's not good. Beautiful elf. The town informed us that reinforcements would arrive. We did not anticipate that mere goblins would trouble someone as noble as yourself. The chief rambled on in gratitude. Mere goblins? Do not underestimate their danger, Galadriel replied, looking down at the chief, who was a head shorter than herself, with a serious demeanor. Moreover, I am not here to assist in dealing with the goblins. Griffith sat at the dining table, observing the exchange between the elf and the village chief. The fair maiden's expression was grave, yet her tone betrayed an undeniable excitement and joy, akin to a fawn trying to maintain a proud stance while frolicking in the woods. Her every movement exuded elegance and an aura of comfort. Griffiths found himself entranced by the elven maiden, a twinge of jealousy stirring within him for the chief's privilege to converse with her. In summary, I require a clean little room to rest, along with fresh drinking water. Milk and oats, cooked, please. I shall compensate you with your currency for these provisions. Galadriel concluded her dialogue with the chief. Oh, young soldier, could you wash yourself and join me shortly? Me? Griffiths instinctively pointed to his own face. Yes, you. After tending to himself with well water and scrupulously cleaning his armor, Griffiths scrutinized a water vat, inspecting it closely. The sharply defined face of the 17-year-old boy bore little resemblance to youthful innocence. His short black hair, slightly tousled, though not handsome, was at least tidy. Are you an extraordinary being? A clear voice rang out from behind, startling the novice knight. I witnessed your battle just now. There is a subtle aura of power about you. You must still be a candidate for an extraordinary being at sequence 9. Galadriel perched on a nearby eave, her long, straight legs crossed, tilting her head to observe the novice knight as he looked about. What is the most formidable creature you have faced? Griffith pondered. I have endured the jabs of trolls, taken blows from ogres, and had my ribs broken by a bison. Is that not merely a series of beatings? Galadriel laughed, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. How are you still alive after having your ribs broken by a bison? The winds merely grazed me. Griffith murmured. In this world, madness can be more terrifying than death. Occasionally, my hands tremble, and I suffer nightmares. He spoke softly, devoid of any experiences of losing control. The elf was a noble, adorned with numerous enchanted items. I tracked the goblins for a while and confirmed that they will launch an attack tonight. Galadriel declared as she walked toward the village entrance with the novice knight. I need to search for their lair. Protecting this village is not my task. In truth, I alone could not withstand hundreds of goblins. Once they strike, I will look for an opportunity to depart. Why does everyone think of going to the lair? Griffith gazed incredulously at the elf. There are some militia in the village, and I am here as well. With your assistance, It is not unrealistic to defend against over 200 goblins using the village walls. It is not just goblin imps, Galadia replied as she approached the wooden gate. In a horde of this size, goblin shamans and goblin warriors will emerge, representing their higher-tier units. Once they join the fray, those wooden planks will not hold. Please wait. If the enemy truly possesses such strength, would it not be too perilous to venture deeper into their lair? Griffith inquired incredulously. With the village's presence and your ability to draw their attention, the number of defenders in their lair will not be substantial. I am confident in infiltrating to complete my task and escaping. Thus, I hope you can endure as long as possible, Galadia asserted. What do you think? Are you afraid? I could consider taking you to assault the lair instead of remaining here to meet your demise. Your chances of surviving alone in the pitch-black night are nearly zero. That is rather unpalatable to hear. Griffith turned to face Galadia, stepping closer and locking eyes with her. The elf met the novice knight's gaze without fear. At that moment, Griffith realized he had two choices. 1. Request to accompany Galadia in leaving. 2. Stand his ground in the village. Why was this elf speaking to him in such a manner? Deep within, Griffith unhesitatingly dismissed the elf's proposal. If the enemy truly possesses such a formidable scale, their departure would signify the village's imminent demise, leaving it vulnerable to a complete annihilation by the goblins. Such a test is utterly unappealing, Miss Galadia, Griffith remarked, shaking his head. I cannot idly stand by while this village faces destruction at the hands of goblins. Such an occurrence is unprecedented, and I will not allow it to transpire before my eyes. Should there be formidable goblins among the attackers, let them witness the valor of the Eagle Banner soldiers. Where, pray tell, do you summon the Eagle Banner from? Can you contend with a high-ranking goblin accompanied by multiple subordinates? Galadia's eyes widened in disbelief. She shook her head slightly, stating, however, mere courage will not suffice to hold the line. I require intelligence, Griffith insisted. Please share your insights regarding the goblins. Very well. Galadia sighed, sketching the outline of a goblin in the dirt with a twig, elaborating as she illustrated. Goblins are ferocious, yet cowardly creatures. The common imp or warrior stands only slightly taller than a human child, though they possess greater strength. Most of them are quite agile. She then drew a goblin towering 3 times higher. This is a goblin warrior, a rare high-ranking goblin akin to a goblin shaman. The former possesses strength and endurance comparable to that of human warriors, while the latter excels in strategy and toxic magic. How proficient are they in their spellcasting? Griffith inquired, diligently jotting notes as he listened. Spellcasters who can secure cover during combat are particularly challenging to deal with if they pose a significant threat. They must be prioritized for elimination. Their magical abilities are rather mediocre, their affinity for magic is weak, and their spells are neither swift nor precise. However, they are quite adept at using poison. She sketched a diminutive shaman, explaining that within goblin society, the shaman functions more as a spiritual leader and advisor, rather than one who hurls fireballs from afar. Is there anything else? Griffith pressed. Goblin heroes, Galadia pondered, unsure of how to depict such a figure. Ultimately drawing a creature even larger than the goblin warrior, endowed with unique combat skills or abilities. This is no extraordinary foe we can confront, if we encounter one. It would be prudent to flee. What are the villagers doing? While the two conversed, the villagers had already begun gathering timber and building materials per Griffith's earlier instructions. Griffith briefly outlined his defensive strategy, assuring that with torches lit after sunset, the villagers could complete their work swiftly. After listening to the novice knight's simple plan, Galadia fell into deep thought. My Lord Ranger, may I inquire if there is anything amiss with our actions? The village chief, overseeing the construction, couldn't help but approach with his query. Nothing at all. Continue your efforts, Galadia replied, arms crossed. You are progressing quite swiftly. The chief clearly held the elf in high regard. Buoyed by Galadia's endorsement of Griffith's proposal, he promptly rallied the village's youth to exert even greater effort. The construction is rather uncomplicated. It is likely to be completed swiftly. The elf observed the villagers diligently at work and continued to address the apprentice knight, stating that goblins possess a remarkable capacity for learning. Individuals that survive in battle quickly share their experiences with their kin. Their paramount objective is the proliferation and sustenance of their population. If they can plunder sufficient resources, they will not expend excessive effort on robust defenses. At least, that was the record from over a decade ago. Over a decade ago? Indeed, it was approximately 17 years ago, Galadia pondered, recalling that the massacre of villages by goblins was not an unheard of occurrence. They once wreaked havoc across the eastern continent, ultimately subdued by the Allied forces. Their kind was erased from the map and had not resurfaced until recently. However, given the passage of time, the goblins appearing now may not belong to the same lineage as those of yesteryears. There could be variances in their behaviors. Then, Griffith nodded in surprise and inquired, "What is a notebook?" "It is nothing," Galadia replied, "but after repelling the attack, you must assist me in reaching the goblin lair." Chapter 6. The night battle amidst the obsidian foliage. A rustling sound emerged, and a small, pointed-eared head peeked out. It surveyed the distant village gates, astonished to find them unguarded. Cackles erupted from the thicket as dozens of goblins leaped forth, brandishing an assortment of weapons and ropes as they stealthily approached the village. The towering walls, standing over 2 meters high, lay devoid of sentinels, allowing the goblins to scale them with their ropes. Yet, with the gate unprotected, would it not be wiser to simply push it open and surge inside? After all, scaling the walls posed a significant challenge for the diminutive goblins. The stealthy goblins cautiously gathered before the gate, eager to devise a means to pry open the wooden door. With a sudden creak, one goblin inadvertently nudged the door, and to their astonishment, the sturdy wooden planks swung ajar. Elated cackles echoed as they beckoned their comrades from the rear and rushed into the village. From the distant brush, a horde of goblins erupted, charging towards the unsuspecting village entrance. "They are coming. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Galadia turned to Griffith, gesturing towards the unfolding scene. "Victory lies in adhering to our previously established tactics," Griffith replied succinctly, his resolve evident as he brandished his spear and strode forth from concealment. As the goblins breached the entrance, they discovered 2-meter-high wooden and earthen walls flanking them, filling the gaps between houses and leaving only a path ahead. This band of small creatures hastily navigated the corridor formed by the low walls, soon encountering a corner. The assailants crept forward, poised to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting humans. Just as the lead goblin rounded the corner, it halted abruptly, startling its companions. A spear pierced through the goblin's eye socket, embedding deeply into its skull. Griffith tightened his grip on the spear, swiftly redirecting it to thrust at the adjacent goblin. The sudden ambush sent the goblins into a frenzy, shrieking as they charged towards the squire. Griffith felt as though he had been caught in a hailstorm, pain radiating from multiple impacts across his body. Galadia watched in astonishment as a swarm of small creatures overwhelmed the tall squire, nearly engulfing him like a cluster of grapes. The goblins struck at Griffith with daggers, cleavers, and hammers, piercing his leather armor and becoming lodged in his chainmail. Casting aside his spear, Griffith drew a dagger and dispatched 2 of his assailants, then unsheathed his longsword, sweeping it horizontally to dispatch 2 more goblins like peeling potatoes. With the immediate area cleared, Griffith discerned the encroaching goblin marauders in the darkness. He remained unperturbed about his layered armor's integrity, methodically slicing down his foes while skillfully retreating. As more goblins rushed forth, shrieking, they soon realized that the armored human had retreated into a defensive position among 2 rows of sharp wooden stakes, calmly dispatching each goblin that attempted to close in. Taking advantage of the wooden fence for cover, Griffith momentarily set aside his concerns about flanking attacks. Although the fence was low and surmountable, the goblins rushed forward in a hasty skirmish, relentlessly charging at him. "Give me the shield," he called, extending his hand to the left rear, and a wooden round shield, edged with iron, was promptly handed to him. The apprentice knight took the shield and positioned it defensively before him, crouching low as he thrust his longsword forward. 7 or 8 young villagers brandished wooden spears, fiercely jabbing at the approaching creatures from behind the fence. The longsword and wooden spears became instruments of death, swiftly toppling the oncoming goblins. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the unarmored goblins could not breach the defenses of a heavily armored foot knight. The most ferocious of the goblins charged headlong into the line, only to be slain by the blade, causing those behind to hesitate in terror at the sight of their fallen kin. Unwilling to scale the sharp fence, they cowered before Griffith. "Knight, a large group is approaching from behind," called a watchful villager from atop a roof. "They are streaming through the gate." Upon hearing this, Griffith shielded himself with the shield and motioned for his longsword to be passed back. "Apply oil." A nimble young boy nervously wiped the blood from the blade with a cloth, while another villager coated it with oil. "Ignite." A torch was handed over, and flames enveloped the longsword. Feeling the heat radiate, Griffith brandished his shield and sword and charged forward. The armored figure of the towering human lunged ahead, his sword ablaze. illuminating his fearsome visage like a demon risen from hell. The goblins, startled by the sight, instinctively recoiled, colliding with their advancing comrades behind them. The goblins in the rear, hastily armed with knives and spears, were caught off guard, injuring several of their own in the chaos. Griffith surged forward, cleaving through one goblin's skull with a single stroke, then swinging his shield to strike another. The goblin let out a scream as it toppled backward. "Advance!" Griffith shouted. "Follow me. Drive them out." The villagers behind the fence, inspired by the apprentice knight's indomitable spirit, surged forward, spears raised. An elven archer nimbly leaped across the rooftops, drawing his bow toward the path leading to the gate, seeking a target. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed as a robust goblin chief was pierced through the forehead. Before the other goblins could react, another chief was decapitated, the dark liquid splattering his comrades. The previously boisterous goblin leaders fell silent, staring in terror into the encroaching darkness. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, piercing the throats of two goblins and pinning them to the ground. In an instant, the darkness erupted into flames. A towering, fearsome figure brandished a blazing sword, resembling a demon emerging from the annals of legend. Surrounding him, a multitude of ignited goblins, bloodied and shrieking, were mercilessly slaughtered in a state of utter panic. Prioritizing the assault on the warriors of the enemy, Galadia recited Griffith's second command. Realizing that this was how warfare was conducted in the East, just as the goblins crowded towards the village's main entrance in a desperate bid for escape. A few villagers approached the wooden door along the walls, securing it shut, and hastily threw down thick wooden planks to barricade the exit. A trap. Even the rudimentary minds of the goblins comprehended their dire predicament, and instead of retaliating against Griffith and the villagers in pursuit, they frantically began to smash the planks obstructing their escape. Occasionally, a few stronger goblins attempted to counterattack, but they were swiftly dispatched by Griffith's blade and Galadia's arrows. The remaining goblins, paralyzed by fear, manically attempted to carve a hole through the planks with their weapons, then surged en masse towards their only avenue of escape. What transpired? From the thicket several hundred meters away, a goblin adorned with feathers and skulls rose, gazing at the main entrance drowned in screams. "Shaman, the door is blocked," a clever goblin pointed out, indicating the barricaded entrance. "I see that," the shaman exclaimed, "but what is happening inside?" No sooner had he spoken than a diminutive goblin squeezed through the gap in the doorway, sprinting barehanded towards the shaman's hiding place. Before the shaman could decide whether to offer assistance, an arrow sliced through the darkness, striking the fleeing goblin in the nape of the neck. The unfortunate creature collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Another goblin emerged through the breach, having barely taken a few steps before being pinned down. The main entrance erupted with even more anguished cries as a third goblin attempted to escape the shadows. Yet, before it could fully emerge, a powerful force seized its calf, dragging it back into the darkness. "Help!" The goblin shrieked, desperately waving its arms towards the distant shaman, before vanishing into the inky void. With a final scream, silence fell upon the village's entrance, leaving only the ominous hole in the planks to gaze menacingly in the direction of the goblin shaman. What to do? We must retreat. Surely, retreat is the sensible course now. The goblin shaman was drenched in perspiration, anxious at the thought that half of his dispatched subordinates had seemingly vanished within this inconsequential village, as though devoured by a fearsome beast without a trace. However, retreating would mean failing his mission. Would they return? Galadia crouched over the low wall, peering into the dark expanse beyond. "It is possible," Griffith replied, treading cautiously over the fallen bodies as he looked up at the elf above. "Why do you think so many goblins would attack the village?" "Why? Surely it is to pillage livestock, grain, and captives?" Galadia tilted her head in inquiry. "What purpose do these low-tier monsters serve? If that is the case, it would be for the best." Griffith extinguished the flames upon his blade and addressed the villagers behind him, seize their weapons, and behead them, then arrange their heads properly. Chapter 7. The sudden change. What shall we do? Are you merely going to stand by and not attempt to engage once more? Griffith lurked in the shadows, observing the stillness enveloping the village. The goblins, possessing remarkable night vision, would likely choose to scale the walls rather than assault the main entrance after their initial attack had faltered. Yet, with over 100 goblins already slain, what compelling reason remained for those outside the walls to launch another assault? The marauding group, driven by the desire to plunder livestock, grain, and captives, would undoubtedly retreat rather than risk the survival of their remaining kin. The preservation of their tribe is the foremost instinct of any living creature. What? How could this be? This is indeed perplexing. The goblins' relentless tactics would only serve to inflict casualties upon both the village and themselves. What purpose does this serve? Have they reached a point where the annihilation of their tribe is inevitable without seizing the village? Or is their number so vast that they can afford to disregard the deaths of hundreds? They are even crafting ladders. Griffith, perched atop the wall, was taken aback by the goblins' swift maneuvers. In an instant, several had scaled the earthen barrier and entered the inner sanctum. Do not act yet. Wait until they have entered further, Griffith cautioned, restraining the eager militia with a gesture. His strategy was to launch an offensive once half of the goblins had infiltrated the village. Surprisingly, those who had crossed the wall did not immediately engage. They stood still, seemingly awaiting a signal. With the assistance of elven archery, even goblin warriors would not pose a challenge. Griffith glanced at his exquisite recurve bow, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. At that moment, numerous dark objects were hurled over the wall. The goblins seized the items and congregated at the corner. Before Griffith could comprehend the situation, several flaming torches were tossed over the earthworks. The goblins quickly picked them up, igniting the objects in their hands. To his astonishment, all the items thrown were torches. The goblins, unexpectedly wielding weapons in one hand and torches in the other, let out howls as they scattered to set fire to the houses in the village. Stop! The militia sprang into action, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the enemy. Do not disperse, Griffith shouted urgently, urging them to maintain their formation with shields aligned. Yet, no one heeded his call. Their focus was solely on the houses igniting. Eliminate them. The captain of the militia from Manisa village rallied his comrades, brandishing his shield and iron sword as he led the charge. The previous skirmish had clearly demonstrated the goblins' lack of combat prowess. In one-on-one encounters, they were no match for an adult male. The captain swung his iron sword, cleaving a goblin in two, then mimicked Griffith's earlier stance, using his shield to deliver a crushing blow to another enemy, splattering its brain matter and blood. This is no trouble. I am formidable. These little monsters stand no chance against me. The captain, witnessing the goblin's brain matter mingled with blood, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Watch your feet. Before the captain could grasp the warning, a diminutive goblin leapt from below, its dagger plunging into his abdomen. Griffith rushed forward to assist, thrusting his sword into the goblin and bringing it down. However, the militia captain staggered and collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently among the corpses of the goblins. There was no hope left. As Griffith counterattacked, he retreated to the safety of a wall. Above him, Galadia relentlessly loosed arrows, felling the goblins that surged in like cockroaches. More and more goblins joined the fray, climbing over the barricades to join the chaotic melee. The newly arrived goblins bore no torches. The earlier arson appeared to be merely a tactical maneuver. As the goblins hurled their torches towards the distant houses, a dozen militia men at the earthen wall were besieged from all sides in the dim light. From time to time, someone would have their tendons severed or their knees shattered, falling to the ground only to be mercilessly beaten to death. Griffith's plan for a counteroffensive had collapsed. Gather around me. Back against the wall, the squire knight shouted, desperately attempting to salvage the crumbling morale of the Manisa militia. Yet, the villagers quickly succumbed to panic amidst the fierce battle. As they sensed enemies darting about and witnessed their comrades falling injured around them, many militiamen abandoned their weapons, unsure of where to flee. In the tumult, the bloodthirsty goblins grew increasingly frenzied. After toppling a villager, they would swarm upon the victim, cheering as they bludgeoned them with sticks and stones. Some particularly brutal ones even began to gnaw on the flesh of their victims. In the village, the goblins fought chaotically, with only a few directing their wrath towards Griffith. However, as the battle raged on, it was only a matter of time before the goblins would notice the squire knight in the open ground and overwhelm him with sheer numbers. No, we cannot flee. Otherwise, this village is doomed. We must run faster, or we are finished. Galada leaped down from the rooftop, standing beside the squire knight. The houses in the village were too far apart to allow her to leap from rooftop to rooftop. Then let us shift our offensive. Griffith turned and dashed towards two surrounded militiamen. Several villagers had already fallen by their side, and had they not been encircled, they would have undoubtedly fled. Terrified, the villagers were persuaded in an instant, following Griffith towards another chaotic skirmish. There, 3 battered militiamen were being beset by 7 or 8 goblins. Leave this to me. Galadia drew her 2 slightly curved silver blades, her form flashing as she appeared behind the goblins, whirling her twin daggers. 3 or 4 goblins toppled like saplings before a storm. Before the remaining goblins could react, Griffith arrived and dispatched them. This sudden display drew the attention of most goblins engaged in the melee. Upon seeing 7 individuals gathered in one spot, they screeched and surged towards them from all directions. "Retreat into that alley. I will cover you." Griffith, now with 5 militiamen in tow, held his shield against the goblin onslaught, providing cover as they retreated into a narrow alley. Unexpectedly, this retreat became uncontrollable. Among the militia members recently rescued, 3 abandoned their weapons and vanished into thin air, flailing their arms in panic. The remaining 2 wore expressions of sheer terror, hesitantly obeying Griffith's commands. "Do not flee. This is your village. Where can you escape?" Anxiously, Galadia maintained a 2-meter distance from Griffith to shield his right side, delivering a lethal strike against the encroaching goblins. The silver blade danced through the air, conjuring a rain of crimson, as beautiful as a waltz beneath falling cherry blossoms. For a fleeting moment, Griffith was entranced by Galadia's graceful swordplay, nearly lost in the enchanting scene. This effect seemed to extend beyond Griffith. The goblins attempting to surround Galadia appeared dazed, their movements sluggish. Griffith retreated to an alley, accompanied by the 2 militia members who had not fled. This narrow passage, formed by the earthen walls of several courtyards, allowed only 2 to pass side by side, providing temporary respite from the goblin onslaught. Positioned firmly, Griffith faced the direction from which the goblins charged, as a horde, having tasted human blood, surged towards the young knight like a formidable wave. These goblins, stacked upon one another, stared with their blood-red eyes, baring sharp teeth and emitting a cacophony of unsettling howls. There were too many. Galadia was taken aback by the overwhelming tide of enemies. The 2 militia members beside her, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror and turned to flee. "To the rooftops, Griffith!" shouted the elven archer. "We cannot hold them back." No. Griffith was the last to retreat to the alley's entrance, raising his shield to block the impending assault. He lifted his right hand to press against his helmet's visor and turned to the pale-faced elven girl, declaring, "Victory is assured." As Galadia gazed in horror, the black visor descended. His confident and resolute visage morphed into that of a cold, monstrous figure. Through the iron seams, his blade-like gaze was as eerie and malevolent as a blood-soaked crimson moon. The young knight slightly shifted his stance, taking a step back to the left, leaving a narrow gap. His longsword was angled toward the right, the likely breach point for the goblins. Bang! A goblin collided with Griffith's shield in the narrow passage, producing a dull thud. The young knight's sword struck like lightning, dispatching the enemy with a single blow. The swarming creatures rushed from beneath the shield and through the gap on the left. One goblin stumbled into his greaves and fell, but before it could rise, a heavy iron boot crushed down, collapsing its chest. Griffith nudged to the left, squeezing the goblin attempting to slip through the gap into a bloody pulp. Completing this sequence of movements, Griffith stepped back and thrust his sword, vanquishing another assailant from the right. A throng of goblins, trampling over their fallen comrades, leaped forward with frenzied cries. At this moment, Griffith had completed his retreat, and a goblin leaped onto the blade of his sword. A stone hurtled through the air, striking the black iron helmet with a resounding thud, nearly bouncing off and hitting Galadia behind him. The elf observed as the apprentice knight stumbled from the blow but quickly steadied himself, wielding his sword downward to impale a goblin attempting to worm its way through. The apprentice knight, with his shield and broad shoulders, blocked a significant portion of the alley. He hardly swung his sword in attack, opting instead to retreat while continuously thrusting at the goblins trying to slip through the gaps. To the hordes of goblins, this towering human, though fierce, presented vulnerabilities at his feet and left side, while a considerable opening lingered on his right, where 2 goblins could easily squeeze in. With a little more push, they believed they could bring him down. Griffith fought while retreating, bending slightly as his shield effectively obstructed the goblins' path, forcing these diminutive creatures to crawl beneath it to enter. His right hand maintained a rapid succession of thrusts. Each time his blade pierced the unprotected body of a goblin, he would step back slightly, not seeking immediate kills, but leaving behind enemies who bled profusely and screamed in agony. Occasionally, goblins managed to squeeze through, striking Griffith's leather armor or iron gauntlets with their crude weapons. Yet, such attacks failed to penetrate the double-layered defense, and the unarmored goblins were swiftly met with the knight's counterattacks. As the wounded fell continuously to the ground, the narrow path became littered with struggling, wailing goblins. They cried out, grasping their comrades' limbs, pleading for assistance. Thus, amidst the cacophony of goblin howls mingled with an eerie sound, Their assaults grew increasingly difficult due to the multitude of injured scattered across the ground. When Griffith's sword pierced the goblins' emaciated bodies, a squelching sound echoed. And as the battle progressed, this strange noise persisted, reminiscent of an old saw cutting through wood. Galadia stood transfixed by the scene before her, several times attempting to assist, but finding herself at a loss. The apprentice knight remained steadfast like a rock amidst a tempest, unyielding to the relentless onslaught. He maintained a mechanical, yet slightly twisted posture, executing swift, minimal movements to reap the lives of his foes. His attacks resembled a millstone, continuously receiving fresh life, only to yield a succession of shattered limbs and pools of thick blood. As more goblins were drawn to the fray, they traversed over the fallen or grievously injured, their feet sinking into the blood-soaked ground. After a laborious struggle to reach their enemy, they would lunge forward, only to be felled by a single sword stroke. Or they would attempt to squeeze between the shield and the ground or walls, only to have their skulls crushed, their brains splattering the earth. Occasionally, one or two goblins managed to reach Griffith's side, flailing their weapons in disarray against the armored human. Unfazed, Griffith absorbed their attacks with his dual-layered armor, simultaneously striking them down before continuing to retreat a step further. Though the goblins wield various weapons, their inferior swords, axes, and daggers struggled to penetrate the double-layered defense of leather and chain mail under the protection of shields. In a matter of minutes, Griffith has sustained only minor injuries. He retreats over 20 paces into the alley, leaving behind a trail of fallen goblins. Above these fallen creatures looms a chaotic throng of goblins. Reinforcements trample over the dying, shrieking as they jostle towards the novice knight. Suddenly, this crowded assembly halts. The ferocity and madness in the eyes of the goblins, once fierce, are now replaced with terror as they gaze at the path paved with corpses and the armored humans blocking their way. Since earlier, goblins have been pouring into this area, fueled by momentum and flesh, their living kin standing amidst the carnage of dismembered bodies and pools of blood. A breath escapes from the black iron visor, causing the goblins to instinctively shrink back in apprehension. Hurrah! Griffith briefly gathers his strength and, with a powerful thrust of his shield, charges forward, immediately following up with a piercing strike to the right. Two goblins collapse in response, and those behind them fall like a line of toppled dominoes. The congestion in the alley begins to waver, the dense formation collapsing like a rotting beam. The advancing horde collectively turns to flee, retreating in the direction from which they came. The multitude of corpses and darkened blood, once merely an inconvenience during their assault, now presents a deadly chasm. The goblins' short legs become ensnared by the remnants of their kin, rendering them nearly immobile. Griffith discards his shield, drawing forth his axe and longsword, and begins to cleave through the throng. Two arcs of glimmering steel sweep across the necks of the goblins, toppling them one by one. Bodies pile upon one another, mingling with pus and brain matter. The goblin brigade collapses entirely, fleeing towards the alley's exit. Many are tripped by the bodies on the ground, while those behind step upon their heads and chests in a desperate attempt to surge forward. The goblin beneath the foot of his kin struggles in agony, striving to push away his brethren to escape the pain and suffocation, inadvertently causing even more goblins to fall, forming a towering wall of flesh in an instant. The goblin shaman witnesses this calamity unfold from just outside the alley, paralyzed by fear alongside its fortunate subordinates. As Griffith emerges atop the mound of bodies, those goblins yet to engage in battle are left in a state of shock, collapsing to the ground in terror. Who else? Griffith stands atop the heap, panting, his voice hoarse as he calls out. Beneath him, a few fortunate goblins desperately attempt to free themselves from the pile of corpses. No sooner has he spoken than the novice knight raises his iron boot and stomps down, a goblin attempting to emerge from the heap expelling its innards, dying instantly. Who else? Is it you? Griffith raised his bloodied longsword, pointing it menacingly at a paralyzed goblin, his crimson gaze piercing through the darkness of its mask and fixating upon the diminutive creature. It is you again, he declared, lifting his axe and hurling it towards the astonished shaman. In an instant, a flash of crimson light erupted, cleaving the goblin shaman's head in twain. The remaining goblins, as if propelled by springs, leapt from the ground and raced frantically towards the earthen walls of the village. Chapter 8. The terror incident in Manisa village at last. The situation had collapsed. If there were still strength left, it would have been possible to capture the shaman alive and extract intelligence without resorting to killing. The recent battle was utterly nonsensical. Griffith was nearly too fatigued to grasp his longsword. With a tinge of regret, he turned away, casting his gaze towards the helpless elves behind the pile of corpses. Galadia's already pale face now appeared as white as paper. She stared at the red and black stains smeared across the goblin carcasses, then at the array of grotesque and fearsome faces, each one spilling their innards, before she spun around to lean against the earthen wall and retched. As midnight descended upon the small village enveloped by mountains, the blood of the deceased villagers and goblins had dried beneath the silvery moonlight. The lifeless heads, twisted and contorted, glaringly scrutinized the realm of the living. Griffith finally extricated himself from the debilitating exhaustion of battle, trudging through the blood-soaked ground, holding his battered long sword and short axe. The intensity of the fight had masked his fatigue, but now, in repose, every muscle in his body ached. Although Griffith had engaged in numerous skirmishes before, they had always been under the protection of comrades, alternating between defense and attack. Experiences like tonight, where he had to endure the onslaught from start to finish, were rare, typically encountered only during reconnaissance missions. His past experiences urged him to find a place to rest immediately. Otherwise, he risked losing consciousness against the wall. The villagers, still engulfed in their sorrow, desperately gathered the shattered remains towards the small square in the center of the village. The fortunate survivor, the village chief, was leading a group to dismantle the ropes the goblins had left on the walls, reinforcing the wooden door at the front. The corpses piled in the alleys remained unattended. If another band of goblins were to arrive now, we would be unable to withstand it. Exhausted, Griffith sought a corner with a clear view and sat down once more, removing his helmet and letting out a hearty laugh. At that moment, a gentle breeze, carrying a faint fragrance, brushed against him. An elf, concealed in the darkness, bent down to observe him. "What is so amusing?" she inquired. "I am laughing at the goblins' crude ignorance," Griffith replied. "If they had left a squad to breach the front gate, how could we have possibly withstood their assault?" The elf tilted her head, choosing not to engage in his banter. Just then, the tranquility of the village was shattered once again. The villagers clearing the front gate dropped their tools and fled in terror. "Help!" Cries erupted from the village entrance. Peering through the damaged village gate, Griffith discerned a small group emerging from the forest, stumbling as they approached the entrance. These figures did not resemble demons, which offered Griffith a measure of relief. As they drew closer, he recognized them as the young swordsman Andy and his companions, along with the apprentice mage, Mr. Aces. They were all stained with blood, and the massive axe-wielder, Badu, bore severe wounds to his abdomen, having lost his great axe. In a desperate attempt to save me, Badu was pierced in the abdomen by a goblin's short sword. The face of the novice nun was streaked with tears, mingling with the blood. My healing prayer had evidently succeeded, yet for reasons unknown. Griffith hurriedly instructed the villagers to lay Badu down in a safe place. By the flickering torchlight, the novice knight observed that the condition of the wound was dire. Pus and blood flowed from his mouth, and the pupils in his eyes had faded. "I will try to heal him, perhaps." Mr. Aces was unharmed, though thoroughly exhausted. "Please find me a quiet room." "Are you a doctor?" "Splendid. We have many injured in need of treatment," the village chief interjected, not waiting for Mr. Aces' response. "Boys, clear out a few rooms. I am the novice nun Pacifica." The frail girl raised her staff. "I can help too." The villagers promptly arranged for the young adventurers, eagerly directing them to the injured. In the depths of such a profound night, finding solace in the company of others offered a sense of comfort. Once the village gate was hastily barricaded, Griffith found the busy novice nun and gently inquired about the situation. As they spoke, she covered her mouth and began to weep softly. "I prayed to the merciful Earth Mother, and she bestowed her generous grace. Badu's wound began to heal. He even smiled, assuring us that he was fine. Yet, mere minutes later, he screamed in agony, reaching into his abdomen and pulling out his intestines. The goblin's weapon was poisoned. Griffith surmised the situation and then asked, "Have you attempted to administer an antidote?" "We have." Mr. Aces took over the explanation. "I administered an antidote comprised of honeysuckle, calming herb, cold dew maple breath, and squee. It is a common panacea, effective against the poisons derived from the excrement of fiends and toxic plants." The apprentice mage produced his potion for Griffith to smell. Yet, both the healing magic and the antidote proved ineffective. Griffith realized he had ventured into the realm of his ignorance. He instructed the village chief to leave some villagers on watch for the night, then climbed atop a building and sought a flat spot to lie down. The dry straw of the rooftop pricked through the seams of his armor, causing discomfort. The damaged leather and chainmail bore several twisted protrusions, making rest nearly impossible. Under such circumstances, slumber was not only elusive but also fraught with insecurity. However, if he did not sleep now, his weary body would not withstand it, and his mind could not maintain clarity. If possible, Griffith wished to alternate watch with Galadia, but the elf had vanished without a trace since the adventurer's arrival. He was reluctant to rest near an unknown group of adventurers. He attempted to chew on some jerky, but it was bitter in his mouth, a sign of excessive physical and mental exertion necessitating urgent rest. He dared not remove his armor and thus succumbed to a disoriented slumber upon the rooftop. By the break of dawn, when the reinforcements from the town arrived, safety would be assured. This thought lingered in the heart of the apprentice knight. It was uncertain how long he had slept in a daze when Griffith suddenly opened his eyes and sat upright, a vague sensation of unease pricking at his nerves. The village lay shrouded in darkness, and the crimson moon above had inexplicably transformed into a shade of emerald green, casting an insidious glow. There was no sign of human activity in the vicinity. A jolt of alarm coursed through Griffith, prompting him to hasten towards the sentry at the front gate from the rooftop and low wall. In the dim light, he beheld two villagers, wooden spears in hand, soundly asleep upon the roof. "Awake!" Griffith exclaimed, rapping their heads with the hilt of his sword and admonishing them sternly. The villagers jolted awake. Terror etched across their faces as they stared at the apprentice knight, slowly processing his presence. "What has happened, my lord? Have the goblins arrived?" "No, but should they come, you two fools wouldn't stand a chance," Griffith chastised softly. "Stay alert. We shall be safe by morning. I will scout the vicinity to see if anyone can relieve you." In this pitch-black realm, the apprentice knight could barely discern the path ahead, frequently pausing to survey his surroundings with trepidation. In the summer village, even the incessant chirping of insects was conspicuously absent, as if all living beings had fled to the distant shadows. A faint summer breeze brushed against his face, carrying an unsettling chill that seeped into his bones. The further he ventured, the more his anxiety mounted. Accustomed to the fervent heat and vitality of the barracks, the stark unfamiliarity of this mountain village made every corner and shadow seem to harbor lurking monsters. Not long ago, his elven comrades had fought alongside him, now vanished without a trace, like phantoms that had never existed. Griffith felt a creeping dread. The perilous encounters with goblins paled in comparison to the eerie strangeness of this darkness. At that moment, a foul odor invaded his nostrils, accompanied by hurried whispers in the gloom. A flicker of light appeared around the corner, where several villagers had gathered. "What is happening?" Griffith sensed foreboding and immediately leapt down from the wall. The villagers were startled, but once they recognized the assisting apprentice knight, one of them spoke up. The deceased Robelos was the brother of the village chief. His wife sent us to gather him and several other bodies to the cool cellar. We intended to place them in the small shed over there, but upon our return, we discovered one body missing. We were inquiring if anyone had moved it. What time is it now? Griffith's countenance darkened as he pressed urgently. How long until dawn? 1 o'clock at midnight. 3.5 hours remain until daybreak. Inform the village chief and have everyone arm themselves, Griffith commanded. Light torches and rouse the others. Quickly, the villagers hurried away, and Griffith turned to dash towards the small dwelling where the adventuring party rested. The young individuals were placed in an unoccupied cabin not far from the main entrance of the village, and discovering them was no challenge. The squire, wielding both a long sword and an axe, approached the cabin with purposeful strides, opting not to knock, but instead delivering a forceful kick to the door. Inside, startled cries echoed as the martial artist Ulan and the novice nun scrambled from their makeshift beds. "Where are the swordsman Andy and Mr. Aces?" Griffith inquired, followed by a directive to arm themselves. The two girls, seemingly roused from a deep slumber, pointed dumbly toward the inner room, explaining that Mr. Aces had tended to Badoo's wounds before attending to the villagers, while Andy remained inside to care for Badoo. Griffith nodded in understanding and promptly advanced into the inner chamber. At that moment, a night breeze wafted in, gentle as silk against the skin, yet carrying an indescribable stench of blood. This foul odor seeped through the cracks of the wooden door, reminiscent of a room filled with the decaying remains of rodents. Griffith's face paled instantly, and he instinctively raised his sword. Suddenly, the door was violently thrust open, and a massive shadow lunged toward the squire. "Ah!" The two girls screamed in unison. Before Griffith could discern what was approaching, the shadow lunged at him like a bear. He thrust his sword into the creature's neck, but at that moment, a colossal claw swept towards him. Griffith quickly defended himself with the axe in his left hand, only to be hurled against the wall. Thud! The squire, clad in double-layered armor, crashed heavily against the earthen wall, causing the entire cabin to tremble. Dazed yet resolute, Griffith swiftly thrust his sword forward. The enormous shadow charged at him, colliding with the razor-sharp tip of the blade. A strange sensation, akin to piercing rotting wood, coursed through the sword as the shadow writhed momentarily before falling still, much like a pinned specimen. It was then that Griffith beheld the true form of the shadow. The contorted visage bore a haunting resemblance to Badu, though his mouth and nose had rotted away, exposing ghastly gums and nasal bones. His once bronzed body had turned a putrid black, resembling a corpse that had lain buried for days, grotesque and decayed. The hands that clutched the axe had become deformed, with talon-like nails extending outward, one even embedded in Griffith's shoulder armor. The two girls stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that their companion had transformed into such a horror. Griffith pushed aside the decaying body, discovering that the stench emanated most foully from Badu's abdomen, where the corruption seemed to have spread throughout his form. This was a corpse that should have long since perished. How could it still attack me? Griffith felt a wave of astonishment and dizziness wash over him in the face of this unbelievable sight, but years of combat had fortified his resolve, enabling him to regain his composure swiftly. No matter how terrifying, it paled in comparison to the behemoth. Without a moment to spare, the squire drew his sword and ventured further into the inner room. The darkened floor appeared to harbor a pool of liquid. Griffith ignited the small oil lamp on the table outside, casting its flickering light within. This diminutive room housed a filthy little bed. Scattered across the floor were fragments of bones and shattered entrails, with dark blood oozing outward. At the foot of the bed lay a round object. Griffith cautiously circled around to illuminate it with the firelight, revealing the head of the young swordsman, Andy. His neck bore the marks of savage bites, his skull torn from his body and discarded here, forming the last remnants of his existence in this world, mingling with the scattered bones and severed limbs. How could this happen? Griffith pressed his forehead and stepped back against the wall, only to be startled by a piercing scream nearby. The sound was nothing short of inhuman. Ulan and the novice nun, upon witnessing their companions' dismembered remains, clawed at their own cheeks in a frenzy of screams. Their eyes were bloodshot, contorted beyond human recognition, oblivious to the crimson trails carved by their own nails. Hours earlier, their comrades had transformed into walking corpses, having devoured another companion. Faced with such a scene, the two girls teetered on the brink of madness. "Follow me," Griffith shouted to them. Yet, they remained utterly unresponsive, ensnared in the throes of abject terror. The novice knight shook her head and fled toward the door. The village had descended into chaos. The air filled with a cacophony of anguished cries intermingled with a strange, guttural roar, rendering the source of the monstrous sound unidentifiable. Chapter 9. The living corpse in the dim glow of the flickering firelight, a frenzied figure could be discerned as it slipped through the small window of the farmhouse. A harrowing scream immediately erupted from within. The darkness echoed with a rustling sound, reminiscent of both a human and an unrecognizable beast. Griffith felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to leap onto the nearby rooftop. Just as he ascended, he caught sight of a silhouette darting through the shadows, and instinctively reached out to grasp it. However, his attempt was in vain. His wrist was seized, twisting and pulling his body upwards, sending him crashing onto the rooftop. Griffith had never encountered such a grappling technique. He scrambled to regain his balance, but clad in heavy armor, he was flung off, crashing through the roof with a resounding thud, accompanied by a cascade of straw and timber. The lithe figure also lost its footing but remained composed, executing a graceful somersault midair and landing deftly on the back of the novice knight. The impact of the fall and the pressure on his abdomen nearly caused Griffith to expel his stomach's contents. Before he could recover from the disorienting tumble, the figure atop him twisted his wrist and seized his sword, directing its point menacingly at his throat. The cold blade rendered the air around them almost suffocating. "Oh, when did you manage to get beneath me?" The dilapidated cottage fell into an eerie silence. As Griffith opened his eyes, he found Galadriel, her face solemn, pointing her sword at him under the pale green moonlight. "Get up. The living corpses are coming to feast on our brains." The elf stepped off Griffith's abdomen, exclaiming that after the goblins, the corpses had descended upon this village, seemingly a breeding ground for malevolent deities. An adventurer had succumbed to this morbid plague, and several villagers had vanished at midnight. Struggling to rise despite the pain in his stomach, Griffith hurriedly inquired, "Where have you been?" "I found a place to hide and rest," the elf casually replied, adding, "Let me clarify. Should you suspect the beautiful and elegant elf of being involved in such nefarious dealings, you will find yourself dangling from the treetops. Griffith sighed and shook his head. I merely intended to suggest that if we take turns keeping watch while resting, we might avert this calamity. The elf shook her head emphatically, dismissing his proposal. We have only known each other for a few hours. Suddenly, Griffith felt that conversations with Galadriel seemed endless. In such chaotic circumstances, standing in the sightless, dilapidated farmhouse, their back and forth felt utterly nonsensical. He swallowed his thoughts and turned to exit the house. As he pushed open the wooden door, a shadow suddenly squeezed through the crack, baring its teeth as it lunged at his outstretched wrist. Clang! The creature's sharp teeth shattered against the iron gauntlet. Galadriel, startled, jumped back a few paces. Griffith felt a searing pain in his wrist, akin to a dagger's stab. He raised his axe in his left hand and swung it forcefully at the shadow. The shadow's head received a heavy blow, bursting open like a watermelon, and it collapsed on the spot. Leave this place, Griffith shouted. The elf immediately followed suit, and together they dashed towards the exit. Beast-like shadows were prowling through the village. They still bore human outlines, yet their forelimbs had swollen and elongated, often running on all fours like wolves. Their teeth and claws had morphed into sharp, serrated edges and dagger-like forms, enabling them to effortlessly scale rooftops and walls. These creatures were a blend of humans and goblins. Initially appearing sporadically, they soon descended upon the village in droves, launching an organized assault. The squire and the elf soon realized that remaining exposed was perilous. The lurking creatures in the darkness could leap from the shadows at any moment, and it seemed that the only safe refuge lay in fleeing the village and seeking shelter in the woods. Galadriel swiftly scanned the trees, seemingly contemplating their escape route. After a moment, she hurriedly remarked, "We cannot go out. Tonight's moon is the verdant moon, and the demons in the forest will be particularly fierce." As they ran, covering each other, they easily dispatched the occasional demon they encountered. However, it wasn't long before the throngs of monsters began to take notice of their presence, howling as they gave chase. This way, Galadriel, with keen vision in the darkness, grasped the squire, who almost missed the village chief's large house, and pulled him towards the nearby wall. "Quick, open the door." Clambering over the wall, Griffith immediately pounded on the wooden door of the house. The village chief, peering out at the sight of the two, hurriedly opened the door and welcomed them inside. The spacious interior was already filled with several individuals, including the village chief's family. The martial artist Miss Ulan, the novice nun, Mr. Aces, and 5 villagers. "By the gods, it is a relief to see you safe," the chief exclaimed, approaching them with joy and shaking their hands. "We must secure the entrances and await dawn." Galadriel swiftly evaded the chief's grasp. Before anyone could respond, Ulan voiced her dissatisfaction. "Had it not been for waiting for you, we would have already barricaded this door." Before Ulan could further express her frustration, heavy pounding echoed from outside, intermingled with terrifying howls. A throng of living corpses surged against the door, attempting to break in. The villagers fell into chaos as Griffith drew his sword, prying open the door just enough to thrust outward before the elf could intervene. The blade met flesh with a visceral sensation, and simultaneously, a powerful force threatened to burst through the door. Griffith braced himself against it, stabbing wildly with his sword. The blood and gore of the undead splattered everywhere. Minutes later, silence descended outside. Corpses piled one upon another, forming a low wall against the door. Griffith felt his strength waning and quickly retreated to close the door. Inside the house, calm restored as the onlookers regarded the bloodied squire with a myriad of expressions. At last, the village chief spoke. "Perhaps we should barricade the door and wait until dawn to discuss matters further." With only a few hours remaining until daybreak, the chief's suggestion was indeed sensible. Mr. Aces also expressed his thoughts, pointing towards the chimney of the house, which I felt should be sealed as well. "Very well." Griffith, thoroughly fatigued, nodded and seated himself on the ground. The villagers hurriedly gathered, using tables and chairs to barricade the door. Outside, a cacophony of roars echoed, leaving us uncertain of how many beings had already been transformed into the undead. Those sheltered within the house dared not light any lamps, silently taking their seats. Aces tended to the injured, while Ulan and the novice nun, Pacifica, sat together, and the chief huddled with the villagers. Thus, we sat in solemn silence, awaiting dawn. Griffith positioned himself not far from the elves. As a rank 9 extraordinary being, his stamina exceeded that of ordinary men. Yet enduring such relentless combat without respite was utterly disheartening. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate period, he was roused from his stupor. The faint sound of gnawing pierced the darkness, reminiscent of a mouse nibbling at the corner of a table, amplifying the eerie ambience of the stillness. Indistinct whispers, as if recounting tales or casting curses, permeated the air. This sound seemed to be an ancient secret language, devoid of comprehensible meaning. Awaken! A clear whisper brushed against his ear, and Griffith felt a gentle pat on his arm, accompanied by a delicate scent of woodland grass dancing at his nostrils. Raising his head, he discovered Galadriel kneeling beside him, grasping his arm. "Follow me, but quietly." Obediently, the novice knight rose and followed the elf to the kitchen near the living room. Galadriel cautiously examined the corners and beneath the table, closing the door softly as she murmured, "We are in grave danger. It seems the undead from the entire village have congregated around us, surrounding our shelter." "What?" Griffith's eyes widened in shock. "Does this mean all the villagers have perished, leaving only us?" "Not quite," she replied, her perceptive gaze revealing her concern. "I sense over 100 humanoid creatures moving outside. Judging by their footsteps, they appear to be a mix of some villagers and goblins. The undead should lack intelligence, driven only by the instinct to devour and kill. I suspect someone is controlling these reanimated corpses. Who could it be? What is their objective?" Griffith blurted out, only to immediately ponder his own answer. "Is the target you? Surely not you, nor those adventurers or villagers, right? The resurrection of the dead into the undead requires forbidden dark magic or a sealing artifact. Even senior mages of the Arcane Council find it challenging to achieve." The elf hesitated before continuing, "I came to this village guided by prophecy. I must depart from my kin to investigate alone in order to uncover a clue critical to my ascension in rank. This operation was meant to remain confidential." Griffith spoke earnestly. "If we operate under such an assumption, it becomes comprehensible. To hunt down an elven ranger, one must possess sufficient manpower. Given the current circumstances, the mastermind behind this has incurred considerable costs. The notion of conjuring goblins and undead within the heartland of humanity is unprecedented. If the intention were merely to annihilate a village or two, the expense would be ludicrous compared to the gains. I find it difficult to escape through the chimney." Galada bit her lip, her expression turning serious. "Oh, there's one more thing." "What is it?" "Exercise caution around those adventurers." The elf raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. "Did you hear that?" The faint sound of gnawing. "That girl, dressed as a martial artist, has lost her mind." The sound of gnawing, reminiscent of a mouse, echoed through the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. Intermingled with it was the unsettling crunch of bones being shattered. "Are you certain?" Griffith inquired. "She may merely be startled. Your human reason is so fragile, easily shattered under the weight of the unknown and fear. It is not uncommon for individuals to become pawns of dark deities," Galadriel stated solemnly. "I have heard of a once valiant prince who, after witnessing his people turned into undead by a plague, succumbed to irreversible madness, slaughtering an entire city and ultimately betraying his own father. In the end, he became a minion of a cult. He may have had no other choice," Griffith countered, shaking his head. "That is not the crux of the matter. As long as the undead do not break in, we can hold out until dawn. Dawn may not necessarily be effective against them. They are not the pathetic bloodkin." Galadriel shook her head. "I have a theory. The puppeteer controlling these goblins and undead is right here in this very house." "How can that be?" Griffith quickly glanced towards the individuals in the living room. "What makes you say so?" "Quite simply," Galadriel tapped his head lightly. "Since the undead appeared, I have been constantly moving. With so many farmhouses in the village, the fact that these monsters could surround us with such precision indicates that the mastermind is acutely aware of my movements." At that moment, a heart-wrenching groan interrupted their conversation. The occupants in the living room jolted awake. The martial artist, Ulan, emitted strange sounds from her throat. Then, she rose unsteadily and staggered towards the door, muttering unintelligible phrases. "Ulan, what's wrong?" the novice nun asked in alarm. Immediately, she witnessed her companion frantically pushing aside the furniture blocking the entrance. "Stop her!" Mr. Aces shouted in panic. "Yes, trying to let the undead in." Galadriel swiftly drew her bow, aiming an arrow at the frenzied Ulan. "Cease at once!" The novice nun, Pacifica, exclaimed in shock, quickly positioning herself in front of her companion. "What are you doing? Stop this at once!" The village chief and the townsfolk were stunned, bewildered by the scene before them after awakening from their drowsy slumber. They were at a loss as to how to respond. Bang! The arrow was launched from a powerful bow, and at such a distance, even the most formidable barriers could not impede the prowess of the elf's archery. Galadriel pierced through Alan's shoulder, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. No, the novice nun screamed upon witnessing her companion's injury, striking at the elf with her wooden staff. Yet, before her weapon could descend, a strong hand grasped her wrist, effortlessly rendering her unconscious. At that moment, a cacophony of scratching sounds erupted from outside the house. Hundreds of undead emitted low, terrifying growls as they began to assault the doors, windows, and walls of the grand abode. They are outside. They are trying to break in. Panic-stricken villagers let out wretched cries, hastening towards the elf, who appeared the most formidable. Amidst the chaos, Griffith suddenly changed direction, lunging towards the crowd where AC stood. "Well," the apprentice mage exclaimed before being flung aside, crashing heavily against the wall. "Will you allow me to snap your neck, or will you cease the undead outside?" The novice knight asked coldly. What did you say? I don't understand." AC struggled desperately, trying to shake off the grip on her arm. "It was you who deliberately sought aid along the necessary path, dispersing our forces and luring some of our reinforcements into a trap," Griffith replied swiftly. "The goblins and the undead are not formidable. They stand no chance against organized adventurers and villagers. You know Galadia's precise location. That is the reason for the undead siege here. She is your prey. Isn't it that pugilist?" AC shouted. "She is the one who intends to let those monsters in. Perhaps, but you all arouse suspicion." A cruel glint flickered in Griffith's piercing gaze. "Eliminating all of you would resolve the matter." In a sudden fit of frantic struggle, AC's eyes gleamed with malice as her right hand lunged towards Griffith's arm. Thud! An arrow pierced through his wrist, nailing it to the wall. A small knife smeared with a verdant liquid fell from AC's grasp. Outside, the undead were on the verge of dismantling the wooden door and small window, with decayed arms penetrating through the shattered crevices. "For the last time, stop the undead," Griffith commanded coldly, his grip tightening around AC's throat, ready to snap her neck at any moment. The pale-faced apprentice mage suddenly curled the corners of his mouth upwards and then bit down hard on something, chewing vigorously. "Don't let him poison himself." Galadia reacted instantly. In a flash, Griffith seized AC's chin and twisted it with force. The apprentice screamed as his jaw dislocated. Spies and conspirators from various races often concealed poison within their teeth. Once captured, a swift bite on a false tooth could spare them from impending agony through the release of lethal toxins. As a member of the Eastern Legion, Griffith had participated in numerous captures and interrogations of spies. Dislocating their jaws was the only effective method. However, possessing abundant experience does not guarantee timely intervention in every instance. A sudden pallor washed over AC's visage, transforming it into a sickly hue, while froth began to cascade from the corners of his mouth. The potency of his poison was so lethal that it took effect instantaneously. Galadriel rushed forward to assess the condition of the apprentice mage, casting a sorrowful glance towards Griffith. Meanwhile, the tumult outside abruptly subsided, as the howling undead ceased their assault. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, dispersing in various directions. Chapter 10. Blood-taxed lifeless corpses lay scattered across the village, motionless and devoid of vitality. Galadia leaned in, observing intently for a moment, yet could sense no surge of power or magic. These reanimated monstrosities were utterly bereft of life. Terrified villagers, paralyzed by fear, only emerged from their homes when the village chief rang a gong, compelling them to witness the horrific scene before them. Griffith, with dark circles under his eyes, removed his helmet and rested against a wall. During the previous night's battle, he had discovered that the decapitated goblins did not revive, remaining as they were, lifeless on the ground. At dawn, he had resolutely taken it upon himself to sever the heads of over 100 foes, stacking them upon a small cart. His forehead bore the mark of a stone's impact during the fight. Despite wearing armor, he had sustained a grievous wound. Dried blood caked one side of his face, and his right hand, chest, and shoulder were riddled with injuries. Though his double-layered armor had shielded him from fatal blows, it had nonetheless left him with a myriad of wounds and bruises. "Stay still, let me take a look." After confirming there were no new enemies, Galadia approached the apprentice knight, assisting him in loosening his tattered leather armor before removing the chainmail to inspect his injuries. "I'll apply some ointment. Just remain still." The elf retrieved a green salve and applied it to Griffith's wounds. A wave of soothing coolness washed over him, but just as he intended to commend her, the sensation transformed into a searing pain. "Ah, it hurts. Why does it sting so much?" Griffith winced, questioning why the elf's secret remedy wasn't as pleasant as consuming pudding. "Who told you that?" she retorted, her fingers gliding gently along the edges of his wounds. "You are indeed battered, despite wearing 2 layers of armor." You still bear so many bruises and cuts. Armor is not infallible. I have heard that magical shields can provide comprehensive defense. Griffith felt her delicate, cool fingers trailing across his skin, sending his thoughts awry. Embarrassed, he stammered, "Will you continue searching for their lairs? Look, look!" Suddenly, excited shouts erupted from the militia at the village's earthen wall. An armed contingent approached from the distant road, composed of dozens of civilians wielding spears and wooden shields, led by a warrior clad in leather armor. Upon seeing this group, the village chief rushed forward, grasping the warrior's hand with fervor. "We have awaited your arrival. What has transpired in the village? Where have the monsters gone?" The warrior surveyed the extensive bloodstains on the ground with astonishment. "We were ambushed by goblins last night, injuring several individuals. They were driven away, but many perished in the village. We owe our survival to these two." The chief gestured to Griffith and Galadia, who stood nearby, where more than 200 goblin heads lay stacked, leaving the warrior and militia in a state of shock. "I am the captain of the Izmir militia, a warrior of the Aiden family. Are you a soldier of the Eastern Legion? Well done." The warrior cast a glance at Griffith, nodding in satisfaction. "And who might this be? An elf? I never anticipated to trouble the esteemed ranger." Galadriel gently acknowledged the warrior with a nod, then patted Griffith on the shoulder before turning towards a nearby cabin, saying, "I shall take a moment to rest. Please inform me when we are ready to depart." A few hours later, Griffith and Galadriel, accompanied by dozens of militia members, departed from the village of Manisa, advancing towards the hills. The suspicious Ulan was confined within a house, attended to by an apprentice nun. Galadriel had already ascertained the location of the goblin nest, but even without that knowledge, they would have been able to find it. A handful of goblins had escaped the village during last night's battle, and intermittent trails of blood extended from the village into the depths of the forest. Upon entering the woods, one could occasionally spot the lifeless bodies of a couple of severely wounded goblins. The tracks and bloodstains were numerous, suggesting that these creatures had not scattered in their flight. "They remain organized," Griffith remarked grimly. "Have you noticed? Even after sustaining such heavy losses last night, they were still able to regroup and flee. We eliminated their shaman during last night's combat," Galadriel, leading the way as a scout, remarked, checking for any traps set by goblins. "In such circumstances, their ability to move towards the nest indicates the presence of other superior beings there." "Goblin warriors?" inquired the militia leader. "I have heard the instructors mention them. They are a particularly formidable breed of goblin, and caution is advised if encountered. Yet, this seems illogical. With such combat prowess, they should have remained behind to defend the nest rather than engage in last night's battle." "Indeed," Galadriel pondered, tilting her head in confusion. "However, a nest would not typically harbor two shamans, which adds to the strangeness. Goblins are generally indifferent towards treasures and their lairs." Griffith contemplated this, stating, "This suggests, from another perspective, that the goblins' objective is you. Beyond the plan to besiege the village, it is not inconceivable that they anticipated your direct approach to the nest, thus leaving a portion of their forces in reserve." The elf's gaze flickered momentarily, enveloped in silence. After walking for a while, the militia captain recalled something and inquired of the two, "Before my departure, I heard that some adventurers had taken on a task. What is their situation?" Griffith briefly summarized the status of the adventuring party. Following the events of the previous night, Ulan was detained in the village, under the care of the apprentice nun. The remains of her companions had been collected, awaiting the arrival of local station mages and official authorities for investigation. Upon hearing this, the militia captain merely sighed softly, finding little to say. The conflict along the Eastern Front had persisted for a full 5 years. In the eastern provinces, closest to the battlefield, citizens who refuse military service or labor will forfeit their inheritance rights and eligibility for public office. Healthy young adults of suitable age, wishing to evade conscription into the grinding machine of the Eastern Front, have no choice but to flee their homeland and become adventurers. In relative terms, adventurers undertake tasks of varying difficulty according to their strength, ranging from exterminating colossal rats in the sewers to repelling monsters that attack villages. The assessment of task difficulty is, in fact, quite challenging. The official organizations that issue these quests can only describe the capabilities of the monsters based on reports from villagers and merchants. It is not uncommon for adventurer teams to suffer casualties during combat. Your world is indeed fraught with peril. During a moment of respite, Galadia sat beneath a large tree. Observing the weary militia, she remarked that novice humans receive only a few years of combat training, lacking adequate knowledge and equipment, and when faced with formidable opponents, they cannot escape swiftly. Indeed, Griffith nodded. If it were not for your numbers, you would have long succumbed to extinction, lining up to meet your demise. The elven girl gently massaged her ankle, lamenting their disregard for life. Should they not become adventurers, most would merely end up as farmers or auxiliary soldiers in the army. As Griffith inspected his gear, he continued, "Our war in the East has persisted for several years. This region, close to the front lines, serves as a vital source of supplies and auxiliary troops. The locals toil to pay taxes and make a living from the meager yields of their land. While the life of an adventurer is perilous, the rewards can procure many valuable items locally. You seem quite aware of this. Have you ever considered becoming an adventurer?" Galadia inquired as she hugged her long legs, resting her head on her knees while gazing at the apprentice knight beside her. "I am the second son of a feudal lord, with no claim to inheritance. However, I have attended a national school and received systematic combat training," Griffith replied, shaking his head. "At the age of 12, I was conscripted into a free officer school for youths. By 15, I was dispatched to the battlefield as a Shadowrar, a member of the Young Guard." "Yes," Galadia nodded, "I am aware of this. If no member of the family serves the kingdom or the army across generations, the entire family risks losing its lands and titles, a form of taxation that does not involve currency. What do they call it in the human tongue?" Griffith reclined against the tree trunk, tilting his head back as he softly responded, "Blood tax." Chapter 11. The Goblin Behemoth at the entrance of a cave strewn with gravel. Galadriel came to a halt. "This is the place." Griffith peered inside. It was an ordinary cave, with a winding tunnel tall enough for several individuals to walk side by side, extending into the unseen depths. "Spread out and check for any other exits," Griffith commanded. "Those with shields come down with me. The rest remain here." The elf bit her lip, mustering her courage to declare, "I wish to accompany you." According to prior arrangements, half of the militia followed their captain to secure the rear, while Griffith and Galadriel provided mutual cover as they advanced into the dark passage. In this narrow cavern, even greater forces could not fully exert their might. An unbearable stench grew increasingly potent, causing Griffith to worry that the torches might ignite an explosion or induce asphyxiation in this place. Suddenly, a few militia members cried out. Before them, in the gloom, eyes of varying sizes glimmered, surveying the intruding humans with malicious intent. "Goblins," Griffith gestured, and 4 militia armed with wooden shields stepped forward to form a solid defensive line. "Prepare for battle," shouted the squire, who had no intention of concealing their presence from the outset. "Galadriel, act now." The elf ignited a feathered arrow and shot it towards the eyes lurking in the darkness. A scream and the sound of a body collapsing followed immediately. The bright flames engulfed the goblin's corpse, illuminating the path ahead. Cackling, the goblin guards surged forth, charging at the shielded line. Galadriel unleashed a dazzling barrage of arrows amidst the throng. Her rate of fire was astonishing, a relentless stream of arrows and the twang of her bowstring producing a sound akin to tearing fabric. The flames coalesced into a line, sweeping across the advancing foes. Griffith was taken aback. In the previous night's battle, Galadriel's archery had been impressive, yet it had not reached such extraordinary levels. Despite her slender and delicate wrists and arms, the explosive power and sustained pace of her barrage surpassed even the strongest among the ranks. Not even the robust veterans, masters of archery, could rival her. Was this the prowess of an extraordinary ranger? Her relentless onslaught felled a dozen foes, clearing the shadows that had rushed forward. The flames and the oil on the arrows ignited the slain goblins, illuminating the dark cave with clarity. Griffith placed a hand on the shoulder of the frontline militia. "Advance." The company stepped over the fallen goblins and ventured deeper into the cavern. As they rounded a corner, a dozen more monsters suddenly lunged from the darkness. "Steady!" Cackling, the goblins collided with the wooden shield line. The militia, unable to discern the situation ahead, could only perceive the flailing of weapons from a multitude of small creatures. "Attack! Eliminate them!" Griffith led the charge, thrusting his spear downwards from above the shield, instantly pinning one of the creatures to the ground. The militia in the rear closely followed, persistently thrusting through the gaps or over the shields with great force. In an instant, the goblins congested before the shields were decimated. "Replace." At Griffith's command, the second row of militia took advantage of the battle's lull to swap places with the first row, the replaced soldiers retreating unscathed. Their faces relaxed as they moved back to drink water and rest. What a cunning tactic! Ever since Galadia had loosed a volley of arrows, she had not had another opportunity to strike. Last night and now, your strategy rendered the goblins utterly ineffective. Is this the extent of the warfare experience gleaned from the front lines? Had those goblins rushed together, they might have been overwhelmed by a single rain of arrows. Griffith fired a shot into a corpse on the ground, calmly stating, "After clearing this path, the human militia reached a larger circular cavern. It was quite spacious. No longer a passage that could be blocked by just 4 militia. Light it up." Galadia and the militia in the rear hurled torches and piles of straw forward, illuminating the vast cave before them, revealing its full extent. Ugh! The moment they comprehended the scene ahead, several militia members began to vomit. Within this expansive cavern lay 4 or 5 incomplete human skeletons scattered across the ground, still adorned with tattered strips of cloth. 3 young women lay naked, crushed to the ground, their bodies marred by bruises and bites, repulsive filth smeared everywhere. These grotesque, lecherous goblins dared to. Galadia clenched her silver teeth, trembling with rage. Beside her, the militia, after regurgitating their disgust, were equally incensed, breathing heavily as they prepared to charge forward. Griffith anxiously scanned the scene, astonished to find that there were only about 50 ordinary goblins present. "Steady, do not move." Realizing the dire situation, Griffith commanded, "Everyone, hold your positions, do not disperse." Yet the fury and humiliation had clouded the minds of those present, each one itching for revenge. Just then, a naked goblin suddenly lifted the lower half of the woman before it, its sharp claws digging into her flesh. Ah! The already feeble girl let out a scream. "Damn it!" Griffith grabbed Galadia's hand, preventing her from rushing in. Around him, the furious militia roared, surging forward in a disorganized frenzy toward the small creature. "Stop! It's a trap!" Griffith shouted in vain. His cries only served to alert Galadia. Before the militia could traverse half the cavern, the soft ground suddenly collapsed beneath them. Whoa! 3 or 4 militia members plunged into a pit filled with sharp stakes, meeting instant death. The remaining men were thrown into disarray. At that moment, the 50-some goblins surged forth, attacking the scattered militia with a chaotic array of weapons. Galadia hastily drew her bow, felling several of the strongest and swiftest goblins, only to immediately attract a throng of enemies encroaching from all directions. "Fall back, retreat into the corridor." Griffith discarded his spear, raising his round shield in defense while drawing his sword to strike. In the dimly lit cavern, the long sword was cumbersome to wield, yet he patiently sought opportunities to thrust, each strike capable of slaying a goblin. The beleaguered militia gradually succumbed, with the remaining few cornered, fighting desperately for survival. "Hold on a little longer," Galadriel called out, whistling as she ran, summoning aid from the militia outside. However, instead of reinforcements, cries of anguish and shouts, accompanied by the clashing of weapons, echoed from beyond. Griffith and Galadriel fought while retreating, taking considerable time to reach the cave's entrance, beneath the dense canopy where sunlight could not penetrate. The main force of the militia had already disintegrated. Bodies lay sprawled in disarray, and the remaining few were divided into groups, resisting in despair. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a formidable, colossal creature brandishing a thick tree trunk lunged toward them. Instinctively, they dodged aside, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow. Before them stood a 3-meter-tall green-skinned creature. Unlike the typical repugnant goblins, its face was brutishly coarse, and its body was as stout as a barrel. The club in its hand was a broken tree trunk, smeared with flesh, blood, and bone. "A goblin giant!" Galadriel exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and panic. This was a variant of goblin, more powerful and of higher status than goblin warriors or shamans. No wonder the shamans led the attack last night. This giant was the ruler of the goblin horde. With a crack, the goblin giant crushed the head of a human soldier it had seized, the skull bursting like a smashed watermelon. The headless corpse fell to the ground, twitching slightly. Only then did Griffith recognize this unfortunate soul as the warrior from House Aiden. A throng of over 30 goblins trailed behind the giant, some assailing the remaining militia, while others leered hungrily at the slender form of the elf. With a roar, the goblin giant swung its massive club in a sweeping motion. Its assault was as unstoppable as a tempest. The squire and elven archer were blasted back by the ferocious winds without even being struck. Seizing the moment, Galadriel loosed 2 arrows, their sharp tips embedding deeply in the giant's chest like nails into a fortress wall. Yet the giant barely flinched. Its robust physique and layers of fat served as formidable armor. If I were to fall into the hands of such a creature, could I possibly escape now? Galadriel gazed at the terrifying beast, her heart racing, her grip on the bough slick with sweat. She glanced up at the treetops, realizing they were far beyond her reach. and then cast a pale look at the squire beside her. Griffith knelt, his gaze fixed on the goblin giant, slowly lowering his shield. Breathing calmly, as if in serene contemplation. The elf's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her, this human soldier clad in crude chainmail appeared immune to fear, as tranquil as a cold stone. As Galadiah and Griffith rose, he sprinted toward the goblin ogre, aiming for its head. In an instant, Galadiah unleashed 3 arrows with lightning speed. The ogre raised its hand to block. 2 arrows struck its arms while another pierced its throat. However, the robust body exhibited no reaction to the arrow lodged in its throat as it swung its club towards the humans. Time seemed to slow. Griffith, accelerating in the moment the arrows hit, pounced beneath the enemy's feet as the ogre lifted its weapon. The apprentice knight knelt, arching his body backward to slide his longsword between the ogre's legs. The blade sliced through flesh, and before the crimson and yellow fluids could gush forth, Griffith had already maneuvered behind the ogre, pushing off the ground to leap sideways. With a howl, the goblin ogre fell to its knees, its face contorted in agony. Before its knees could touch the ground, Griffith adjusted his stance mid-air, driving his sword down into the ogre's broad shoulder. The goblin ogre did not even have time to scream as the sword pierced its unprotected flesh, causing it to spew blood and collapse. Galadiah, who had just contemplated escaping to the treetops, struggled to comprehend the swift turn of events. The militia and goblins present were equally astonished, unable to grasp what had transpired as the ogre's formidable body fell to the ground. Griffith withdrew his sword, casting a cold glare at the bewildered goblins. And with a swift motion, 2 heads flew from their bodies. The goblins, caught off guard, erupted into chaos. Those attacking the militia and those eyeing Galadiah simultaneously screamed in terror, fleeing in disarray. Had they won? Galadiah could scarcely believe her eyes. Goblin ogres were exceedingly rare and formidable creatures, possessing incredible strength and vitality that could challenge even great knights and elite rangers. How could it have been dispatched so easily? Stunned, Galadiah and the militia quickly followed suit. Scattered goblins began to emerge from the cave, apparently confident in their ambush plan, moving leisurely. Yet, upon seeing the fallen ogre and the approaching Griffith, their demeanor changed. The apprentice knight swung his shield, crushing a goblin's skull, stomped another to death, and felled 2 more with his sword as they attempted to flee. The slower goblins fell victim to the advancing knight, while the others pushed and shoved each other in their frantic escape deeper into the cave. Galadiah and the militia struggled to keep pace with Griffith's assault. By the time they reached the cave, it had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Driven by exhilaration, Griffith pursued the fleeing goblins, relentlessly dispatching those who dared to halt and retaliate. Ignoring their desperate pleas for mercy, he continued his ruthless rampage amidst the chaos. In the end, not only did he save the desperate remnants of the militia, but he also drove the remaining goblins in the cave into a state of disarray. "Raise your shields," Griffith called out to the assembled militia, urging them to corner their foes. The goblins, already decimated, found themselves encircled from all sides. Despite their greater numbers, their clumped formation rendered them ineffective, forcing them back into a tight corner. A few desperate goblins attempted to seize the captured girls as hostages, but they were swiftly eliminated by Galadiah's longbow. Cooing like doves, the last remaining goblins, now weaponless, huddled together, wide-eyed with terror as they gazed at the humans surrounding them, emitting pitiful sounds of supplication. Galadiah pointed at the cowering goblins. "Can we extract anything from them?" Griffith lowered his shield and unsheathed another longsword from his waist. "No, they lack higher intelligence. Ordinary goblins can follow the commands of their betters, but possess no capacity for language. They are driven solely by instinct, survival, sustenance, violence, and procreation. Even the most potent mind control magic would yield only fragmented and chaotic memories." As she spoke, Galadiah retrieved potions to tend to the grievously wounded girls, making their surrender all the more challenging. "Then they are of no use," Griffith declared, pushing past the militia to stand before the terrified goblins, dual swords in hand. "You possess no concept of remorse, do you? That simplifies matters." Chapter 12. Journey companions. 2 days have elapsed since the gruesome battle that transpired in the depths of the mountains. The casualties among the militia of the villages and towns have been substantial. This is no mere goblin incursion. Furthermore, the unsettling phenomenon of the deceased rising again classifies this incident as one of grave concern, warranting inclusion in the catalog of dark magic cases to be reported to the Magical Association. Official extraordinary agents have now arrived and will take over the investigation of the events. This morning, Griffith is required to present an in-person report at the town hall. Beside the pond lies his freshly cleaned armor. The damaged chainmail has been minimally repaired by the townsfolk. However, the outer leather armor has suffered significant damage, and its makeshift repairs render it even more unsightly. Griffith has reluctantly paid an additional 7 silver coins for the cobbler to apply a coat of black paint to the leather armor. After settling the costs for repairs, paint, lodging, and meals, a mere 3 silver coins remain in his already meager purse, insufficient even for travel expenses. Life after leaving the battlefield is proving to be anything but easy. Griffith cannot help but feel anxious, eagerly anticipating the disbursement of the reward for the mission from the town. "Good morning," Galadia cheerfully calls out from the doorway, her head peeking out to greet the apprentice knight standing in the courtyard, basking in the warmth of the morning sun. "Did you sleep well last night? The mayor should have calculated the rewards by now." I'll set off shortly," replies the apprentice knight, clad in a simple shirt, as he lifts a bucket to pour water into the cistern. "By the way, how did your task go? What magical item required the elves' personal investigation? What was the purpose of the attackers employing such rare creatures as goblins and undead to hunt you? It seems you brought back nothing from the goblin lair well." "It was all right," the elf responds mysteriously, observing Griffith as he sets down the bucket and picks up an axe to chop wood. "What are you doing?" "As you can see, I'm chopping wood." Griffith tilts his head. "Then why on earth are you chopping wood so early in the morning?" Galadia surveys the now tidy courtyard, the filled cistern, and the pile of chopped wood. "Why are you helping the landlady with sweeping, chopping wood? And fetching water? Did we not pay for our stay? This shouldn't be our responsibility." As Galadia approaches Griffith, her long black hair cascading as she walks, she muses. "I've figured it out. You must be a brownie in disguise. What on earth is that?" "That would be the snail girl." "What is that?" "In the rescue of the villages and the eradication of the goblins, a total of 30 to 40 militia members were slain, including Captain Izmir and Captain Manisa. Among them, 10 fell to the hands of the goblin ogres. Most of the goblin heads are credited to Griffith, resulting in a total reward of 14 gold florins and 10 silver coins. This is for the 146 goblins, 1 goblin shaman, and 1 goblin ogre he has dispatched. The bounty for the goblins amounts to 7 gold florins and 6 silver coins. The goblin shaman netted 2 gold coins, and the reward for the ogre was 5 gold coins. The town's accountant observed as the apprentice knight tallied 2 bounties, then silently departed, leaving Griffith and an investigator seated across from one another. The investigator appeared to be of modest rank and advanced in years. Generally, cases involving dark magic necessitate the collaboration of at least 2 investigators. However, for reasons unknown, only one had arrived. "Do you have anything further to add?" The investigator inquired leisurely, perusing a detailed report. Following the conclusion of the battle, Griffith meticulously contemplated the sequence of events. To hunt down the solitary Galadriel, employing a cadre of exceptional individuals for an ambush would be the most efficacious strategy. Nonetheless, divination and augury often unveil such conspicuous signs. Moreover, given that elves are favored by the moon goddess, they are likely to detect any ordinary ambush with their keen intuition. "Wait, what am I doing?" After a brief moment, Griffith suddenly recognized his malevolent thoughts and hastily quelled them. The mere thought of the elf's graceful and enchanting silhouette rendered his previous musings utterly absurd. He instinctively adjusted his collar and sat up straight. The investigator remained oblivious, continuing to leaf through the report. "I believe it is essential to conduct a thorough investigation into the social relations of the wizard apprentice, Aces. He lacks the capability to conjure goblins and zombies," Griffith said, regaining his composure. "Additionally, I request an inquiry into the information regarding Miss Galadriel. Even if she is the true target, the casualties in this incident were all human." "Very well," the investigator replied noncommittally. "We will investigate, but our manpower is limited. Numerous malevolent entities are infiltrating the interior from the east." Griffith promptly responded, "I shall travel north along the Eastern Highway. Please issue a bulletin for assistance to the extraordinary individuals along the way." "I understand," the investigator said, expressionless as he closed the report. "You may disperse now, second-tier squad leader." With the bounty received from the town, Griffith made his way to a local tavern, where he had arranged to meet with the elf to discuss the distribution of the reward. The heavy pouch of coins bore a familiar weight. During his time along the Eastern Front, Griffith had experienced a few bountiful harvests, yet had been unable to save any funds. Various costly fortifying potions and herbs, personal weapons and armor, contraband, and a myriad of other expenses swiftly drained the soldiers' wallets. "Take your share," Griffith said, sliding the gleaming gold and silver coins before the elf. "Fortunately, due to your archery skills, victory against the goblin giant was made possible. We shall split it evenly. It is unreasonable for a human non-magic officer to have slain so many goblins, let alone a goblin giant. Something feels amiss. My weapons and armor are nearly destroyed." "The losses are significant," Griffith lamented at the thought of his expenditures. "Let us not dwell on your damaged equipment." Galadriel shook her head. "What do you intend to do after visiting Yelan?" "To report to Count Lamor. I am Shatoril, preparing to commence my studies at Hogwarts this autumn." Griffith, with a cheerful demeanor, recounted the gold and silver coins once more. "If you need to journey elsewhere, I can accompany you." Hogwarts, greetings, my fellow scholar." Galadriel exclaimed joyously, raising her brows. "I too shall be enrolling this autumn. We can travel together. Well then, I must attend to some matters. See you outside the town shortly. Do remember to hire a carriage." What a delightful coincidence. As he observed the elf donning a cloak and departing the tavern, Griffith's spirits soared even higher. Such a splendid occurrence seemed almost unbelievable. Izmir, a bustling harbor town, serves as a hub for ships and merchants from all directions. Here, they trade goods, replenish supplies, and then embark on their journeys anew. However, today, Izmir is particularly lively. Vibrant ribbons adorn the storefronts, and shopkeepers and staff appeared in their finest attire. The town, rather than being cast in shadows due to the casualties from the goblin skirmishes, had transformed overnight into a spectacle of brightness. "Young knight, how splendid it is that you are well." A familiar, melodious voice echoed as the tall figure of the waitress, who previously introduced Griffith to his task, weaved through the crowd of patrons, serving them large mugs of ale. Upon noticing Griffith seated by the window, she joyfully approached him. Before Griffith could express his gratitude for her concern, the tavern owner bellowed from across the bar, "Tina, quickly serve drinks to those gentlemen at that table. Coming." The waitress beamed like a blossoming flower, tugging at Griffith's arm and gesturing towards the large barrel at the bar. "Why not join us for a while? Today, the ale is half price." Just as Griffith began to voice his query, a resounding horn echoed from outside the tavern, followed by a second call. With the third blast of the horn, a tidal wave of cheers swept through the city. The Eastern Legion, Atana, has achieved a resounding victory. The war is over. The royal army shall soon return in triumph. Waves of jubilant shouts filled the air. The patrons within the tavern erupted in cheers, raising their cups in mutual celebration. The war had indeed come to an end. The sacrifices of Krista, Galona, and many familiar friends were still fresh in his mind. Yet, in the days since departing the front lines, he continued to grapple with goblins and the undead amidst the bloodshed. "How wonderful!" Tina exclaimed, caught in the exuberance of the atmosphere, as she stood on her tiptoes gazing out at the jubilant crowd. "I plan to visit Bayalan to find my cousin. He owns a small tavern there. And after the war, the end of food rationing will surely bring in good business." "Is that so?" Griffith was taken aback to learn that this girl intended to journey to the distant capital, a route fraught with peril if undertaken alone. Long live the king. Hail the great Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus and the invincible Eastern Legion. The patrons of the tavern erupted in cheers, leaping onto tables and raising their goblets in a raucous display of revelry. The jubilant shouts momentarily drowned out Tina's voice. Chapter 13. Doubts can you drive? Galadriel tossed her belongings onto the rented cart's cargo shelf, then leapt up herself, spreading a blanket to lie comfortably before turning to observe the busy apprentice knight at the front of the horses. "Indeed, I once disguised myself alongside my companions as a cart driver transporting provisions to lure half-orc ambushers," Griffith replied, patting the cargo shelf. "I donned my chainmail beneath a burlap coat, while the others concealed themselves in the very spot where you now recline, armed with crossbows, covered by straw and burlap sacks." "What a cunning trick," the elven girl remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. Griffith was pressed for time and could not afford to wait for the scheduled ferry like other patrons. He had rented a cart from a merchant in Izmir, paying a fee that allowed him to use the cart until its return at another town near the strait to the north. Galadriel seemed indifferent to everything, as long as it meant she would not have to continue residing in the farmhouse. The two traveled northward along the land route, heading towards the capital, Bayalan. News of victory in the war had reached this place. It was said that a messenger galloped through the town, proclaiming the tidings of triumph, only to rush onward to the neighboring towns. Joyous townsfolk sang and danced in the streets, while numerous vendors displayed their colorful wares for sale. At the bustling city gate, Griffith and Galadia noticed a notice posted by the roadside. The Magical Association and the church, no longer needing to send young men to war, were recruiting new members, inviting youths aged 12 to 17 to apply. Don't you want to give it a try? The elven ranger shook her head, addressing the apprentice knight. Cast off that rigid armor and don a robe for a dignified life. Then you needn't eat charred bread in the wilderness anymore. My affinity for magic is rather ordinary, and under the influence of bloodlust, it is challenging to form spells, Griffith replied, shaking his head. Even if accepted, I would likely only serve as a helper. Isn't being a helper a good thing? Galadia quipped, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Many great wizards have emerged from humble beginnings, starting as helpers or nominal apprentices. Through their own effort and serendipity, they have discovered tomes or treasures hidden in garbage heaps, dusty libraries, or caves beneath waterfalls, turning their fortunes around and defeating foes against all odds. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? Is that the tale of some hero? Griffith asked, astonished as he looked at his companion. How do you not know? Lucian, Linlay, a whole bunch of them. Who are they? You are utterly uninformed. Galadia shook her head. Surely there are novels in human libraries? The literature at the Officer Academy leans towards military science and engineering, with only occasional historical texts, Griffith sighed. On the battlefield, one mostly reads regulations, military reports, or perhaps finds a couple of letters among the corpses. Apologies, it was my fault. Galadia quickly waved her hand, urging him not to speak further as the atmosphere grew heavy, nearly bringing her to tears. The elf smiled faintly, remarking, only you humans would behave this way, as breakers of the High Magic Academy's code. Speaking of which, how fortuitous that we encountered each other. A squire knight with practical combat experience from the east, of appropriate age, it is not surprising that you were chosen to become a shot-aller. Izmir is also situated on the eastern trade route. Galadia appeared to ponder something, but quickly dismissed the thought. She scanned the bustling shops along the street and tugged at her companion's sleeve. Come, let's eat at that place. You have the money, so do treat me to something nice. The inn here, like the taverns in Izmir, was modestly furnished, yet filled with citizens celebrating their victory. Is your marketing strategy uniformly trained? Everyone seems to say the same thing. Griffith thought of Miss Tina from Izmir, shaking his head with a smile. Isn't a job introduction necessary? It's quite easy to earn money. Would you like to stay at the inn? The innkeeper's disappointment was evident as she continued. Recently, several travelers have gone missing in the wilderness, and the mayor is urgently seeking to enhance patrols. Griffith politely declined the innkeeper's offer, settling himself on a wooden chair, ordering 2 large pieces of bread, some meat, and a plate of vegetables, hesitating briefly before adding a dish of honey. Another 20 so. It takes the head of a goblin to exchange for such a meal, so this is what a peaceful life entails. I have heard that the great nobles of the capital can spend hundreds of silver on a single meal. By the gods, wouldn't that head overflow a table? The squire knight rolled various peculiar thoughts in his mind, taking a bite of the dry meat patty. Galadia sat across from Griffith, glancing at the food on the table and then at him. Aren't you going to eat? The squire knight pushed a large piece of bread forward. The beautiful and delicate elf furrowed her finely shaped brows, letting out a soft sigh. With all that bounty you received, this is what you offer me. This bread is so hard it seems to have been sawed from wood. I shall deduct 5 points. This was indeed an inland town in the east, where the war had just concluded, leaving no fresh catch and limited transport. One cannot demand too much. The closer we are to the capital, the better our meals will be. Griffith quickly scooped a generous spoonful of honey and handed it over. I promise, when we reach Baylon, I will treat you to something exquisite. Ah, this honey is quite delightful, the elf exclaimed, taking a taste of the golden nectar, her eyes instantly sparkling with joy. Before her, the squire knight unfurled a sheet of letter paper, dipping his quill into ink and swiftly writing. What are you writing? Galadia inquired, as she enjoyed the honey, moving the plate of vegetables closer to herself. I am making an appointment to visit my instructor at the officer school. He has been transferred to the Reserve Military Command. I intend to remind him about the goblins that appeared during the recent attack and suggest he dispatch the local station troops to conduct a search, Griffith replied. Furthermore, we must pause here for a moment. The town's sheriff has received orders to investigate the apprentice of the sorcerer Aces and may bring me some news shortly. Are you concerned that Aces' accomplices might attack us? It is indeed a possibility, the elven ranger inquired solemnly. Why such particular attention to the goblins? As they are quite repulsive. However, To eradicate them, even the foot soldiers need not be deployed. Relatively speaking, the reanimated corpses are far more sinister and perilous. The undead lack their own kin and organization, and even sustaining themselves for an extended period proves challenging, rendering them temporarily insignificant, Griffith remarked. Yet these goblins possess intelligence and a societal structure of their own. This small piece of parchment shall be conveyed to Bayer Lawn through the town's ravens. On this letter, the squire has scribbled densely with words. Esteemed Master Hines, just days before penning this letter, I participated in a battle against goblin marauders in the village of Manisa, located to the north of the port city of Izmir, where I also encountered reanimated corpses. You are surely familiar with these vile creatures. I shall not elaborate further. Following our victory, my comrades and I ventured deep into the goblins' lair in the forest, hoping to rescue the villagers taken captive. There, I beheld sights that would make even the battlefield pale in comparison. The goblins, scarcely larger than children, captured the women and livestock of the village, indiscriminately mating and producing offspring of various grotesque forms. The atrocities witnessed on the scene were revolting. According to my findings, should the mother be in the appropriate state for conception, these abominations require merely 3 days from mating to birthing. Equally shocking was the goblins' resilience to their surroundings. Despite their grotesque and fragile nature, they exhibit no discernment when it comes to food. I dare say that even during the harshest times on the eastern battlefield, the provisions and encampments I enjoyed were 1,000 times superior to the goblin nest. The goblins can consume carrion, tree bark, and even certain excrements. Survivors have recounted that after some mothers give birth to goblin young, the adult goblins will kill the mothers for sustenance. The horrifying scenes left all present in sheer shock. From the tranquil western straits to the bloody eastern front, I have never encountered creatures more repulsive than these. This tribe possesses an alarming reproductive capacity, if left unchecked. The East, and indeed the entire kingdom, could descend into calamity. I also noted several perplexing aspects regarding the goblins' methods of attack on villages. These beings launch senseless assaults even after suffering defeat in battle, a behavior that contradicts their survival circumstances and racial characteristics. Their offensives against the villages appear more as tests of tactics rather than attacks aimed at survival. Regrettably, due to the demise of the higher-ranking members within their population, I am unable to gather further intelligence. I will submit a detailed report regarding their assaults in conjunction with the emergence of the undead. Esteemed Master, this terrifying incident has left me profoundly perplexed and anxious. I suspect a deeper conspiracy is at play, one that has not garnered the attention of the local authorities. As a soldier, I earnestly implore you to exert your influence from the capital to conduct a thorough eradication and investigation of the local goblin population. This faction currently lacks significant strength, and the station troops in the east still possess the capacity to act. Should we let this opportunity slip by, we may face exorbitant sacrifices. With utmost respect, I remain your student, Griffith Branton. Upon completing the letter, Griffith calculated the date and attached a note regarding a scheduled visit. Then carefully secured it. I must visit the town hall to dispatch this correspondence, the squire inquired, where information on Aces could possibly be obtained. Should the authorities have uncovered any intelligence regarding him? In the office of the town hall, Griffith observed as the clerk retrieved a document. The investigation concerning Aces had been concluded, Second Lieutenant. The efficiency of the staff attending to them was surprisingly high. So swiftly, both Griffith and the elf found it hard to believe. Had they managed to ascertain his social connections? Naturally, for Aces is the apprentice of the local station mage, Lord Rudius, who fled 2 years prior after stealing rare and extraordinary materials. The clerk perused the appendices of the document, revealing that even during his flight, Aces had continuously slandered the respectable station mage. According to recent records, he had been active in Baylon, yet the authorities had not apprehended him. Galadia leafed through the case files, gently tapping a blue crystal at her collar. Her lively eyes, seemingly capable of speech, flickered with an unusual coldness and vigilance. The clerk adjusted his collar and edged closer to the edge of his chair. Has the investigation bureau inquired about Lord Rudius? Griffith asked. They have, and not just once. The clerk replied, handing over a document heavily redacted in black. An investigator came yesterday to review this file. You may have a look, though I doubt it will yield anything of significance. Griffith unfolded the document, and Galadia leaned in to peer over his shoulder. Investigation record regarding the accusation by Aces. Apprentice mage against Lord Rudius. Summary. Investigator. Inspector Balin of the Eastern District, Junior Inspector Ongru. Classification, Ordinary. For the local bureau's archival reference. The following outlines the accusations and findings of the investigation. Aces, human, male, an apprentice mage of mediocre talent, has not undertaken studies at a higher institution. In December 1441, he reported to the local bureau, accusing Lord Rudias of conducting forbidden research in black magic, specifically regarding information erasure. After an investigation by the 71st Bureau, no evidence substantiating the accusations against Lord Rudias was found. No residual traces of dark magic were detected within the mage's tower. Lord Rudias counter-accused Aces of stealing extraordinary materials and research results. The 71st Bureau also conducted an inquiry into this, during which Aces went missing, and the station mage did not elaborate on the details of the stolen materials and research. The esteemed information erasure personally attended to hear and investigate the accusations, finding no residual traces of dark magic. The investigation was subsequently terminated, with investigators documenting and reporting their findings to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Note: the case files pertaining to this investigation have been classified, and access to these files requires an application to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Chapter 14. Dinner and Cocoa Crisps. Is Inspector Boron and trainee Inspector Anglo here? Griffith inquired hopelessly after reviewing the records. The two who had departed from the village traversed fields and hills, eventually resting by a stream as dusk settled. The area had become increasingly populated. Yet finding a place to dine and lodge along the journey was no simple task. What is this? Don't you already possess a shield? Galadio inquired with curiosity, observing Griffith as he retrieved a round object the size of a shield from his pack, tossing it onto the cart with a resounding thud. Our dinner consists of another piece of black bread, made from flour mixed with oats, barley, and various legumes, baked to perfection. Ah, yes, and bran. It is designed for preservation, albeit rather tough, Griffith remarked, setting up a small stove over the campfire and beginning to laboriously slice the shield-like loaf. The communal oven was utilized by citizens who baked such loaves every few days. So it turns out like this? Are you certain this is edible? The elf shook her head. Even a goblin's knife would struggle to cut through it. Indeed, it is quite hard. There are tales of thieves breaking into farmers' homes only to perish beneath the weight of a housewife's black bread, or couples, during quarrels, wielding bread as a weapon. Such occurrences are not uncommon, Griffith chuckled, breaking off a piece of the black bread and placing it into the pot to soften, making it more palatable. How can you endure such misery? The elf exclaimed, banging her bowl. Why must I eat this every day? The two were on the verge of an argument. After a brief silence, Galadia gazed at the bread, meat, and vegetables boiling in the water, then turned to retrieve a small package which she placed on her long, straight legs, smiling brightly at the trainee knight who was cooking. Sensing her gaze, Griffith looked up and asked, So, how do you manage your adventures in the wild? Food and rest must pose quite the challenge? Not at all. Just a few days ago, I had companions, Galadia replied. However, I could no longer tolerate their personalities. And for various other reasons, I decided to go solo. Such a decision may not serve you well in the long run. Even the mightiest heroes have their blind spots. Griffith said earnestly. Even the most detestable of companions are still companions. I know, Galadia exclaimed, pulling out a small piece from her package and offering it to him. Here, try this delightful treat. It's our secret delicacy from the fairies. Griffith, having only seen such things in books, eagerly accepted the offering, discovering it to be two small, crispy cakes filled with something. Go on, give it a taste. Just a few pieces will fill you up, although the rules dictate that I shouldn't share with you humans. Griffith gently took a bite. The golden pastry emitted a faint fragrance, and the filling was soft and smooth, sweet, yet rich in flavor. Delicious. What is this? Griffith exclaimed, his eyes widening as he broke open the crisp. Inside, he found a layer of black substance. Curiously, he licked a bit, reveling in the rich taste that surpassed even honey, accompanied by a delightful sense of satisfaction. Ha! You are simply adorable. Garadia observed Griffith devouring the biscuits with the same delight one might experience while watching a ginger cat savoring dried fish, licking his fingers with unabashed pleasure. These delectable morsels, crafted primarily from cocoa beans, had been pressed, fermented, and roasted with various other ingredients, resulting in a rich and sweet flavor that was truly remarkable. How delicious they were. Griffith licked the melted cocoa from his hands, and from the shattered archipelago to the eastern plains, he had never tasted anything quite like it. Not for you. Geradia exclaimed, securing the small bundle on her lap. This is my reserve. If you consume it all, I shall be left to subsist on your unnameable soup. In truth, the soup was not as dreadful as she claimed, especially since it contained jerky and tomatoes. Griffith, adding a small piece of cheese purchased in town to the pot, released a particularly enticing aroma. In this ongoing war, the kingdom had seized several provinces in the southern continent, a vast and fertile land with an abundance of unheard-of resources. After the conflict, life for everyone would surely prosper. Jerky, tomatoes, and cheese certainly cost a pretty penny, Geradia mused, inhaling the fragrant air. This soup doesn't seem half bad. I never expected you, a mere soldier, to concern yourself with matters of the southern continent. Isn't that a distant land far beyond the shattered archipelago? A humble position is not a reason for limited perspective, Griffith replied, as he ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Perhaps one day, that distant world will become a part of your own story, will it not? Geradia accepted the steaming bowl, taking a spoonful of the soft bread to dip into the soup. Well, how is it? It's acceptable. The two enjoyed a leisurely dinner as Geradia spread a blanket on the soft grass, settling comfortably. Not far from the elven girl, Griffith sat by the campfire, engrossed in a book he had purchased in town. Do you enjoy reading so much? Yes, my mind craves books as a sword requires a whetstone. Wise words indeed. Geradia praised genuinely, as it sounded like the maxim of a great figure. Flattered by her admiration, Griffith closed the book and retrieved a stack of paper from his pack. What is this? The curious elf inquired. A sketchbook. It is said to provide relaxation, Griffith explained cautiously, unfolding the pages, which had been a free gift with his book purchase, something he had time to peruse during the day. Curious, Geradia leaned in closer. This is not how it should be, the elven girl exclaimed, her delicate brows almost knitting together, her long pointed ears perked up. Griffith gazed for a moment, and rather than achieving tranquility, his heart raced as he boldly scrutinized the beauty, figure, and grace of his companion. Geradia delivered a playful punch, snatching the sketchbook away. Not like this, all right. No more looking. You lewd rascal. With a swift motion, she seized the drawing paper from Griffith's hands and, taking out a charcoal pencil, began to sketch furiously on the back of a page. Slander. This is sheer madness. It must be said that this elven maiden is truly multifaceted. In but a moment, a breathtaking painting materializes before Griffith. A heavily armored elven warrior wields dual-bladed long knives, arranged in a straight line akin to a formidable phalanx, gazing with a cold yet resolute demeanor at the oncoming horde of orcs. In the foreground of the artwork, a strikingly handsome and stalwart elven general roars as he brandishes his sharp sword. His portrayal embodies a harmonious blend of grace, discipline, and valor, leaving no doubt that he is a hero destined for the annals of history. Look, look, Geradia exclaimed, with their sturdy armor and great shields. These defenders exhibit unparalleled combat skills, steadfast in the ancient alliance with humanity, leading their warriors on the front lines, their powerful battle cries echoing wisdom. A nemesis to evil, truly a quintessential elven figure. And behold your kind, Geradia continued, striking Griffith's sketchbook. The elven woman depicted therein was adorned in scanty attire, striving to showcase her alluring physique and delicate beauty, clad in garments reminiscent of intimate wear, wielding feeble and ostentatious magic, embodying inexplicable racism, an ostentatious yet feudal queen. Her expression lost, a mere accessory to the victors, an utterly false representation of an elf. That is more like it. Could you return those human sketches to me? Geradia paused, then rolled up the sketchbook and aimed a playful strike at the apprentice knight's head. With the sketchbook no longer in hand, Griffith turned his attention to a book. Suddenly, a question struck him. Do you truly remain ageless and immortal? How could it be that Geradia, leaning against a tree trunk, gazed into the fire, pondering the existence of such eternal beings? Ordinary elves live for around 300 years, while the powerful and noble among them may reach 600. He had heard of a supreme archmage who lived for a millennium, yet he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Such vitality rivals that of dragons, does it not? Griffith mused, turning to appreciate the elegant lines of his companion's long legs. Then your reproductive rate must be quite slow. Otherwise, the world would be teeming with elves. Is that true? If you become a great hero, the elven realm will undoubtedly welcome you. Until then, you cannot verify such claims, Geradia remarked, wrapping herself snugly in a blanket. For someone like you, even at home and Watts, becoming a spellcaster is unlikely. Witchers follow a different path of training. You will have to choose between the church's paladins and the military's disablers, correct? Griffith gazed at the elven girl with curious, naive eyes, then shook his head in bewilderment. They hardly discussed extraordinary training at the officer academy. 6 months ago, the Legion conducted an evaluation, placing me at the rank of a novice in the disabler pathway. Sequence 9. The Count's estate will consider these matters. Ah, Galadia nodded. So you are a prospective candidate for both paladin and disabler. The path of the paladin does not squander spiritual energy. Your sovereign will likely choose this for you, following the same trajectory of growth as the renowned human hero, Roland. This name resonates with me. Griffith became instantly exhilarated upon hearing Roland's name. This illustrious hero once served as an apprentice knight within a legion. Fate bestowed upon him the opportunity to ascend the stage of his era and alongside his companions. He dismantled the nefarious schemes of dark sorcery during the infamous usurpers' war over a decade ago. Dragon Slayer, Sword of the Kingdom, Vanguard of the Holy Light, cherished friend of both elves and earth spirits. Kings of various races generously conferred upon him esteemed titles, while bards, academies, and armies extolled his monumental achievements. The region where the two now find themselves lies at the western fringe of the eastern provinces, merely a few days' journey from the thriving heart of the kingdom. No longer considered a remote area. Nonetheless, they remain vigilant. When camping outdoors, they will certainly arrange for rotating watch. In this vicinity, beasts such as wolves have been thoroughly eradicated. A small contingent is stationed locally, and under a stringent patrol system, no variety of monstrous creatures can find refuge. Griffith perked up his ears, leaving no suspicious sound in the darkness unchecked. The crackling of the fire before him occasionally broke the silence, interspersed with the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. In the darkness, there seemed to be no ominous aura or sound. Chapter 15. The Modest Research of the Guardian Mage Rudius. Part 1. In the stillness of the night, a myriad of thoughts swirled through Griffith's mind. If the goblins and the undead were indeed creations of Aces, what could be the motive behind the hunting of Galadia? Who orchestrated this scheme? Were there accomplices involved? The elven lady, who had fallen into slumber by the campfire, what was her true identity? What had compelled her to venture here alone? The revelation that she, like him, had attended Homenwarts and spent several years there together was astonishing. Were the events of the past few days mere coincidences or the machinations of some unseen force? Why was he the chosen one? Perhaps some answers lay within the realm of Bayerlawn, where the instructor Hines at the Reserve Command would provide assistance. At that moment, faint footsteps and the rustling of bushes approached from the distance, drawing nearer to Griffith and his companions. The apprentice knight immediately crouched down, raising his shield towards the source of the sound, while gently shaking the still sleeping Galadia awake. Something was amiss. "Good evening, dear traveler." A voice called out as a figure emerged from the trees, lifting their hood to reveal an aged face adorned with gray hair. "I am Rudius, the Guardian Mage. My humble mage tower is nearby. Though modest, it offers a more comfortable shelter than sleeping in the wild. If you do not mind, would you care to join me for a drink?" "Good evening, esteemed mage," replied a vigilant Griffith alongside the still drowsy Galadia, resembling two elementary school students. "Rudius." It is indeed Rudius, the Guardian Mage once followed by Aces, who had been accused of engaging in dark magic research. Griffith thought, astonished that he had just encountered the very figure he had read about earlier that day. "Thank you for your kind offer, Guardian Mage," Galadia said, gently caressing the blue crystal pendant around her neck, casting a serene glance at Griffith. How delightful it would be to rest upon a bed. The Guardian Mage's tower was nestled within the woods adjacent to the roadside. The gray stone walls and roof appeared quite humble, and a small courtyard outside the living room was adorned with peach trees and flowers. The atmosphere here was tranquil and gentle. One would hardly suspect that this was a residence governing extraordinary events, were it not for the towering spire. Griffith immediately recalled the records indicating that no traces of dark magic had been detected. In fact, the place exuded minimal magical fluctuations, resembling a rustic noble's abode. The presence of a noble elf gracing his humble dwelling was indeed an honor. The Guardian Mage beamed as he bowed to Galadia. "I sense a formidable power. You must be an extraordinary being of Sequence 8, am I correct? And you, a Sequence 9 breaker of magic, I presume?" Rudius invited both to sit at the long table in the living room and kindly inquired of the apprentice knight. "Might you aspire to ascend to Sequence 8 as a barrier breaker, followed by the troublesome path of the magic breaker?" Having answered the question, Griffith lowered his gaze to the tea laid out on the table. A solitary tea leaf floated in a chipped cup, masquerading as a beverage. The simple wooden table bore a few dishes of food, yet no servants were in sight to attend to them. Please hold on a moment. The Sentinel Mage turned and entered the kitchen, returning with 2 bowls of soup to offer to his guests. Have you dined yet? If you don't mind, you might sample my culinary skills. Griffith glanced at the food on the table. In the large bowl, the soup was adorned with a few leaves of vegetables, and a bare fish head stood upright in the broth, its wide eyes staring up at the ceiling. Even if they had not dined, neither of the two could possibly swallow this dish. Galadia gently pushed the fish head into the soup, placing a wilted vegetable leaf over its unblinking eyes. And with a forced smile inquired, Master Mage, how did you find us? Their campsite was situated on a hillside away from the main road, not far from the Mage's Tower. Though my Mage Tower may be humble, it is surrounded by a camp of Sentinel Mages, Rudius replied with a smile. Aside from the expensive yet impractical teleportation circles, the requisite extraordinary monitoring arrays are also inscribed in the nearby area. The moment you arrived, I sensed your presence. Camping in the wild is hardly fitting for someone of your beauty and nobility, so I took the liberty of extending an invitation. Please, do not take offense. Come, taste my cooking. Galadia nodded slightly, refraining from engaging in further pleasantries with the mage. Griffith observed the mage drinking soup with his head lowered, then surveyed the unadorned living room. Although Griffith was merely at the lowest tier of the extraordinary, his prolonged training and combat experience had honed his keen intuition. This mage tower appeared too ordinary. There must be something amiss. Sentinel mages are not just ordinary mages. They hold a specific administrative position exclusive to spellcasters. They are often the highest authority among extraordinary beings in a region. While it is difficult to find powerful mages to serve in many remote areas, the annual inspections and evaluations by the Magical Council and the Kingdom remain rigorous. If they fail to present sufficient research outcomes, they may face reprimands from officials or even have their positions revoked in favor of others. How had Rudius, in such a position, managed to pass the annual review with seemingly no magical disturbances or residues? What research have you been engaged in recently, Your Excellency? Galadia posed the question that Griffith was concerned about. The annual review must not be easy, I presume? Familiars are magical creatures bred to serve as biological servants, which could range from owls and bats to rabbits, cats, dogs, or other beings. Griffith turned to his companion, their eyes meeting as they both thought of a particular kind of creature. It is well known that there are various types of power in this world. Rudius leisurely elaborated. Through the configuration of magic, we can harness magical energy. Extraordinary beings possess unique abilities corresponding to their tiers, enabling them to wield powers akin to spells without the need for magical configurations, and they remain impervious to the disruptions of spell breakers. The Sentinel Mage glanced at Griffith before continuing. Moreover, divine favor can grant rare powers through prayer, similar to magic yet lacking in systematic coherence. Among these, the blessings of holy light are the most prevalent, albeit hypocritical. Most intriguing are the ineffable powers of the ancient gods, sublime forces that create life. Galadia gradually set down her knife and fork. Despite the divergence in ideology and origins, the mages have always held the Church of the Holy Light in high esteem. An open contempt for the light is a rare occurrence. However, the concerns regarding Rudius extend beyond mere ideology. His words confirmed that this mage stationed in a remote region was delving into some forbidden powers. Griffith stood up from his seat, taking 2 steps back, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Although they had only recently entered the Mage Tower, the conversation had already become untenable. So, Your Excellency, are you prepared to introduce us to those intriguing powers? Galadia mused, rubbing her forehead as her gaze shifted to a side door. It led to the basement, from which a brutal and sanguinary aura was seeping. Something lay hidden within, poised to emerge at any moment. Will you not indulge in a taste of my soup? Rudius lamented, just a sip, and we could avoid many unpleasant and bloody experiences. How did you discover it? My potion should be colorless and tasteless. I simply cannot bring myself to drink it, Griffith replied, casting a glance at the unpalatable fish soup. Very well, allow me to introduce my rather insignificant work, Rudius declared as he snapped his fingers. The highly tense Griffith jumped, drawing his long sword and shielding himself with his round shield. Galadia nimbly darted aside, drawing her longbow and concealing herself behind him. The Mage Tower, which had been tranquil moments ago, was suddenly filled with a surge of malevolence. A chaotic and distorted creature burst forth from the small door adjacent to the living room. Behold, the perfect amalgamation of orc and elf blood, a strong orc. Rudius exclaimed, extending his hand. You must have never encountered such a study before. With thunderous footsteps, a figure over 2 meters tall strode through the side door. This robust creature bore the bronzed skin of an orc, his physique well-proportioned and athletic, with pointed ears revealing a hint of elven lineage. Yet, his face was grotesque, savage, and his blood-red eyes swept over Galadia's visage, instantly reflecting a lecherous and greedy expression. Indeed, it is quite the challenge to cultivate an elf as the progenitor. And merely combining with a goblin has yielded rather unimpressive traits, Rudius remarked, his expression one of pride, akin to a chef presenting his culinary creations. A goblin. Griffith immediately grasped why there were no traces of magical energy in the mage tower. Rudius's research had not harnessed the power of magic, but had instead utilized the propagation of magical life to create new beings. Galadia bit her lip, a radiant arrow shooting towards the strong orc's heart. Huh. This giant absorbed the blow with his bare torso, merely swaying slightly under the elf's close-range strike. The arrow embedded itself in his thick flesh but failed to deliver a fatal wound. The strong orc promptly grasped the arrow shaft and advanced with heavy steps. Galadia swiftly loosed another arrow, this time targeting the strong orc's left eye. In a flash, the strong orc raised his left hand, the sharp arrow piercing his wrist but failing to strike a vital point. What incredible speed! Griffith marveled in astonishment. This creature not only withstands Galadia's onslaught with sheer physicality, but his movements can even intercept arrows shot from a close distance. This is no foe that a novice knight or an elf could contend with. Retreat. Griffith hastily raised his round shield as the powerful orc struck relentlessly. Griffith scarcely perceived the enemy's actions before his shield and the bones of his left forearm were shattered, sending him hurtling back, colliding with the swiftly retreating elf. The two crashed against the wall behind them, both collapsing to the ground. Isn't it breathtaking? Rudius rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement, proclaiming that the offspring born from the union of goblins and elves were too feeble. Yet they inherited a modicum of precious primal essence. By reinforcing it with robust orc genetics, I have birthed a new orc, even stronger and more agile. Struggling to rise. Griffith was swiftly seized by the powerful orc and flung aside. With eyes blazing crimson, the formidable orc grasped Galadia's long, dark hair and forcefully slammed her against the wall. The elf's delicate visage was battered, blood splattering as it flowed from her forehead and the corners of her eyes, obscuring half of her face. Oh, Rudius gasped in shock, realizing that such an orc, after mating with an elf, could yield offspring possessing their respective advantages, becoming taller, swifter, stronger, and more beautiful. Galadia struggled to reach for a pendant at her waist. The powerful orc swiftly seized her slender fingers, twisting them with brutal force. Ah! The chilling sound of cracking bones and her screams ignited Griffith's fury. He drew 2 daggers from his waist and hurled them at the enemy. Astonishingly, the orc did not flinch, absorbing the assault upon his back. I apologize for neglecting to mention, the mage cheerfully remarked, that my orc possesses the frenzied traits of his kind. Non-fatal blows merely invigorate his physique, rendering him even more ferocious. TSK. The little elf's body cannot endure such punishment. As if to validate the mage's words, the powerful orc slammed the battered Galadia against the ground, then proceeded to tear at her exquisite light armor and blouse. Several radiant glimmers flickered upon Galadia's form as protective magic began to offer defense. However, under the immense force, it shattered within moments. Griffith pivoted and lunged toward the station mage, swinging his sword aimed at the mage's head. Unleash Fire Sphere Formation 12. Shape, Sphere, Overlay, Cast. The station mage swiftly twirled his wand, reciting the preordained incantation to initiate a spell, Fireball. A blazing fireball erupted from the wand's tip. Griffith quickly ducked. The scorching flames grazed his shoulder, striking the powerful orc's back directly. Boom! The orc was sent flying by the blow, crashing through the wall and into the flowerbed of the courtyard. Did you do that on purpose? Rudius tilted his head, gazing at the gaping hole. Griffith remained silent, raising his hand to throw his sword at the mage. Futile. The mere attack of Sequence 9 is utterly inadequate against the noble mage. Before Rudius could recite another incantation, he swiftly tore open a talisman upon his person, conjuring a preordained blue shield spell that deflected the sword. As the words left his lips, Griffith had already lunged toward the mage, darting around to Rudius's left side, and before his opponent could utter a spell, he delivered a powerful punch. Rudius was immediately sent reeling backward, his mind ringing with a cacophony, as white teeth mingled with blood erupted from his mouth. Griffith seized the mage by the collar, yanking him forward, and landed a solid uppercut to his chin. Rudius was propelled into the air, crashing onto his writing desk. In the instant of his descent, a silver luminescence enveloped Rudius, triggering an automatic rapid casting that formed an invisible wall to obstruct the aspiring knight. This exemplified the might of the mage tower. While the casting of spells may be disrupted or interrupted, engaging in combat with a mage on their preordained ground places one at a distinct disadvantage. Griffith withdrew his formidable axe and aimed a powerful strike at the shield. Futile. My dear soldier, Rudius retorted as he regained his composure. This level of force is insufficient to breach my shield. How about this? Since you are unable to accomplish anything, why not join me in admiring the splendid spectacle of the mighty orc and the elf? It is, indeed, quite wild. The formidable orc, having been sent flying by the fireball, had now risen to his feet. He appeared invigorated, his robust legs firmly planted on the exquisite lawn, as though the earlier assault had merely been a trifling scratch. In his grasp, he clutched a tattered piece of cloth, a remnant of the elf's attire that he had torn asunder during their confrontation, which had come away with him as he was hurled through the air. Chapter 16. The Small Research of the Guardian Mage Rudius. Part 2. A tall and graceful silhouette emerged from the crumbling wall, her long hair cascading as she made her way toward the garden. Galadia's upper garment was torn, exposing her porcelain shoulders, while blood trickled down her forehead and stained her left cheek and shoulder. Dazed from substantial blood loss, she extracted a vial of crimson, glistening liquid from her waist and downed it in one swift motion, wiping the blood from her lips. She cast the crystal vial aside and fixed her indifferent gaze upon the formidable orc before her. Once lively and beautiful, her eyes now glinted with a cold light, sharp as a blade directed at her foe. She parted her cherry lips and softly intoned words of confrontation. I recognized the creature before me as a natural enemy. Her left eye, unbeknownst to her, had transformed into a radiant ruby, so captivating that a mere glance seemed to ensnare the soul. Ah, an elf, how delightful. The wild orc's gaze roamed over Galadia's exposed shoulders, surveying her with evident satisfaction as he pronounced, others, female, feeble. You, quite impressive. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the orc's legs suddenly bent, launching him toward the elven ranger like a bolt of lightning. Thud. The airborne orc came crashing down to the ground, ensnared by a dense thicket of thorns that had inexplicably sprouted from the pristine lawn, tightly binding his feet. What is this? Rudius exclaimed in astonishment from within the confines of the room. Weeds. The orc shouted, attempting to tear at the thorns ensnaring his feet, but his hands, as if intoxicated, refused to obey his command, failing to grasp anything after several desperate attempts. What kind of spell is this? No. Why is there no incantation or mantra? Rudius yelled, disregarding the assault on his shield by Griffith. This isn't magic? Under Griffith's relentless assault, the transparent shield began to show signs of shattering. Galadia paid no heed to the mage's cries. Beside her, a grand tree lowered its branches, reverently lifting the fallen longbow and presenting it to the elf. The elven ranger expertly strung the bow, tightening the string with practiced hands as she gracefully approached the orc. I know. I understand. Rudius shouted, ignoring the damage to his shield. You are a higher form of elf, a favored one blessed by the gods. Not someone to be compared to before. Orc, seize her. Quickly, grasp the thread of evolutionary life. The orc finally broke free from the thorns, leaping to pounce on the elf. However, this time, his attack met with empty air. Although he lunged towards the elf who was within arm's reach, he inexplicably grasped only the void. Your aim seems lacking, Galadia remarked as she deftly ensnared the orc's neck with the bowstring, swiftly mounting his back and tightening the string. Arc! Arc! The orc let out a beastly howl, thrashing wildly. He swung his arms backward in a frantic attempt to seize her, his robust form bouncing across the grass. Yet, the taut bowstring constricted around his throat. The more he struggled, the more he felt as though his lungs were about to burst. The formidable creature, endowed with extraordinary strength and speed, found itself ensnared in a suffocating grip, unable to resist. My masterpiece. Rudius watched in despair as his creation gradually lost its vitality, collapsing to the ground while lamenting in anguish. No. The shield abruptly failed, and the mage leapt like a spring towards the courtyard, only to collide with Griffith's descending axe, resulting in a grim dismemberment. Griffith gazed at his bloodied axe and then at the rolling head of the mage, silently retrieving a blanket and limping forward to drape it over Galadia. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "Indeed, I was careless," she replied, her face smeared with blood and her once elegant attire now tattered. However, her wounds had begun to clot and heal. "I placed too much faith in divination." "Divination? What did it reveal?" "Before accepting the invitation, I had foreseen the degree of danger and its outcome," Galadia said, lifting her bloodied head to smile at the apprentice knight. "Can you guess what the result was?" "What was it?" "Forgive me," Griffith said, feeling a pang of shame. "Why apologize?" The elf raised a delicate eyebrow. "Had you not drawn that fireball, I would have been utterly at a loss. The ferocious orc nearly crushed me." Griffith was astonished to notice that Galadia's left eye appeared stained red from the blood trickling down her forehead. Yet upon closer inspection, the shimmering brilliance of her gaze surpassed that of the most exquisite gems, and their brief eye contact instilled in him a sense of being drawn into a whirlpool of helplessness. "Quickly, let us tidy up," the elf urged, wrapping herself in the blanket and turning away. As the captivating crimson light vanished, Griffith immediately broke free from his daze. Could it be the Eye of Magic? Griffith had never witnessed such an ability, though he had heard whispers of it. The Eye of Magic possessed unique, extraordinary powers, allowing the wielder to invoke spells without incantation. Each was exceedingly precious and rare. Was this the reason Galadia had been attacked? "These are mana restoration potions and mental enhancement elixirs. We shall divide them as spoils," Galadia remarked, peering at the items before retrieving a vial of red potion and handing it to Griffith. "You should also prepare some healing potions. Although they are quite costly by human standards, they can prove vital in life or death situations." "How costly?" Griffith, nursing multiple broken bones and racked with pain, drank it without hesitation. 8 gold florins per vial. "This one is a gift," Galadia said, one hand clutching her blanket while the other patted the apprentice knight's head. "Hurry and recover. I have sent a regional distress signal to the local extraordinary humans using magical artifacts. Nearby mages and station knights will soon come to our aid. Before they arrive, let us search the mage's tower. There may be other victims, as well as traps and minions." The warmth of the red healing potion spread throughout Griffith's body. He noticed his wounds rapidly clotting, and the broken bones healing swiftly, the pain dissipating significantly. The mage stationed here seems to have expended an excessive amount of resources in nurturing formidable orcs, leaving his tower in a state of utter destitution. The furnishings are exceedingly sparse, and even the essential spellcasting materials are a rarity. Within the dry and pristine laboratory, Griffith discovered shelves brimming with books, an array of flasks, test tubes, and experimental apparatus. These are the instruments of alchemy. Galadriel lifted a jar of semi-finished concoction to her nose. It appeared that Rudius, while cultivating monsters, had not neglected the fundamental skills of a mage. Titles such as Intermediate Alchemy and Introduction to Magical Creature Configuration were among the tomes she perused, all of which were commonplace print editions found in most magical academies. The true treasures lay in the handwritten experimental records and notes. For instance, that particular volume. Following Galadriel's, Griffith's gaze fell upon a black notebook resting upon the central desk of the laboratory. Notes on potion brewing, author unknown. Chapter 17, Balon on the surface. This appeared to be an ordinary mage's notebook, lacking intricate silver edges or any signs of energy flow. As Griffith reached out toward the black cover, Galadia's eyes widened with caution. She glanced between the notebook and the apprentice knight. A powerful mage, when recording notes, infused a portion of their mental energy into the pages. Over time, even commonplace pages could transform into vessels of mystery, potentially preserving fragments of the author's consciousness. This mage lacks strength, Galadia mused, blinking at him before glancing back at the notebook. Moreover, reinforcements of mages and knights could arrive at any moment. Griffith immediately extended his hand, and as his fingers made contact with the cool cover, nothing happened. Phew. The beautiful elf exhaled in relief, releasing her grip on the short dagger at her waist. "I almost forgot to mention, if things go awry, I can swiftly chop off your hand." Neatly and succinctly inscribed on the title page were elegant words, akin to reading a letter from a pen pal. "To you, a century hence, as you peruse this notebook. What differences exist between your era and mine? Allow me to boldly speculate. Has magic permeated every household in your time? Has the fireball spell replaced coal for cooking and warmth? Do carriages soar through the skies, no longer colliding with pedestrians? Have humans set foot on the moon? Have the elves lifted the restrictions on our entry? Has the world eradicated poverty, war, and illness? Alas, None of these have come to pass. The world a century later may disappoint you. Galadiah had sidled up, almost resting her weight on Griffith's shoulder, her delicate ears and long black hair brushing against him, eliciting a tingling sensation within his heart. In my era, the study of magic is fraught with peril, the author of the notes continued, recounting how young apprentices often became crippled due to uncontrolled magical energy or succumbed to the dangerous consciousness lurking in the shadows, descending into madness. In the beginning, my friends tore their own bodies apart in frenzied agony, a nightmare of countless flesh buds and eyes that haunted my dreams. However, the teachings of Homenvorts gradually unveiled the essence of magic to me, and I found myself deeply captivated by this potent and enigmatic force. Though magic is rife with danger, I firmly believe that this power will transform our world, ultimately liberating us from the constraints of our corporeal forms, allowing us to voyage toward the boundless ocean of stars. This notebook chronicles my insights gained from my studies, as well as the reflections born from my encounters with harrowing visions. May imagination reshape the world. Galadiah slightly lifted herself. Thumbing through the subsequent notes, the accessible sections contained insights into magical learning, while most pages remained obscured. Rudius, while concocting monsters, had likely placed the notebook on the desk, drawing inspiration from it. My goodness, I cannot fathom how one could pen such words and yet commit such dreadful acts. In conclusion, this artifact belongs to me. Griffith carefully stowed his notes into his backpack, and together we ventured into the basement. The two resolute individuals forcefully pried open room after room within the mage's tower, ultimately making their way toward the subterranean chamber. Along the way, they encountered little of value. "Be cautious," Galadiah whispered, grasping Griffith's arm tightly, nearly pressing herself against his back. "The room ahead is the last one." With a sword in one hand and a torch in the other, Griffith burst through the wooden door before him. Galadiah, bow drawn, followed closely behind. The basement proved to be remarkably dry and far more orderly than anticipated. The room was furnished with several stone cabinets and tables. Against the cold stone wall, the two discovered a naked woman locked at the foot of the wall. "She is an elf," Galadiah exclaimed, instantly recognizing the victim's pointed ears. Griffith retrieved a key from a nearby table and freed the imprisoned elf. Upon examining the rescued elf's condition, Galadiah noted her weakness. She could barely articulate her words and could only manage to swallow the potion offered to her with great difficulty. Griffith opened one of the stone cabinets, illuminating its contents with the torchlight. The enormous cabinet was filled with desiccated limbs and bones, appearing as if they had been preserved for centuries. Among the remains lay those of humans, orcs, and goblins. After a cursory examination, Griffith closed the cabinet, deducing it contained the subjects of the experiments previously mentioned by Rudius, as well as the missing travelers. "Indeed," Galadiah nodded, assisting the elven woman to lie down on the ground. "I require some blankets and clothing." Just as Griffith was about to acquiesce, a sudden noise echoed from above, the sound of a door swinging open, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps. "We are the guarding knights. Miss Galadiah, are you there?" A resounding voice reverberated throughout the building. "Accompanying us is Lord Valornis the Mage." A palpable aura of power descended upon them. Griffith felt an imposing presence descending the staircase. A young mage clad in a light blue robe, exuding an air of solemnity, appeared before them. As a spellcaster, he was surrounded by a shimmering shield of light, nonchalantly leading the way ahead of two heavily armored warriors. Upon shifting his gaze, he spotted the elf and the apprentice knight, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Grand Mage, it has been a while. This is my companion, Griffith Branton, apprentice knight. Thanks to him, Rudius's scheme has been thwarted." Wrapped in a blanket, Galadiah offered a slight bow to the Grand Mage with an expression of calm composure. "It is good to see you unharmed. Rest assured, we will take care of the situation from here. Once you arrive in Baylon, the embassy will receive our detailed report." Valornis spoke courteously to the elf, then nodded to the knights and attendants following closely behind. "Thoroughly search this place. We must provide the elves with an explanation for this scandal." The title of Grand Mage denotes a practitioner of the 7th tier of spellcasting. It was unexpected for such a figure to arrive with reinforcements so swiftly. Griffith respectfully bowed to Valornis. "What a repugnant fellow," mused a retainer accompanying Solorian as he disdainfully inspected the state of the basement. "I had thought Rudius merely eccentric, yet I never imagined he had so thoroughly succumbed to depravity. On the path to enlightenment, one must tread carefully, for a moment's inattention can lead one astray." Valonos gently pried open a stone sarcophagus filled with bones before slowly closing it again. We must take heed from this. The extraordinary individuals following Valonos conducted their investigations with meticulous precision. Their path bore the unmistakable signs of a dog's tongue, as hidden compartments and secret chambers were successively uncovered. Galadia watched with wide eyes, having believed that she and Griffith had thoroughly plundered the place, only to discover that the Mage Tower still held numerous concealed documents and items revealed by the extraordinary individuals, prompting her to tilt her head and sigh. Suddenly, Valonos turned to Griffith and inquired, "Griffith Branton, are you a vassal of Count Lammer? You must prepare diligently for the course in alchemy," he said with a smile. "You are to enroll at Homenworth's, are you not? My mentor, the esteemed Archmage Solorian, will occasionally instruct you. He is quite rigorous. Anticipate it well." At the dawn of the Second Era, the ancestors of Baelon constructed the city walls from stone slabs on the peninsula nestled between the Shattered Sea and the Tranquil Sea, fashioning a marble metropolis. Under the fading light of the sunset over the strait, the vast city was enveloped in a golden glow. To the west, a grand avenue, wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side, led toward the boundless mountains, while to the east lay the expansive eastern provinces, with snow-capped peaks in the kingdom of dwarfs. The inner city walls towered over 12 meters high and measured 5 meters thick, built from finely cut limestone, while the interior was composed of lime and crushed brick pressed into mortar, leaving only shallow marks even when struck by a sword. The walls were adorned with hundreds of protruding towers, with the lower level providing direct access to the city's south circular road, and the upper level connecting to the battlements. 20 meters beyond the inner wall stood the slightly shorter outer wall, which rose 9 meters and had a base thickness of 2 meters, similarly fortified with numerous watchtowers. The city's majestic walls, towers, and battlements gleamed like gold under the sun. From the Strait of the Interstice, the 7 peaks beyond the walls appeared as a dream adorned with marble, bathed in sacred white light. Is this the city I am sworn to defend? After departing from Ridius's Mage Tower, Griffith and the elf were escorted to the seaside, where they boarded a vessel and crossed the strait in just half a day. Upon first beholding the colossal city from sea level, Griffith was overwhelmed with astonishment. Nearby, several travelers from distant lands lay prostrate on the deck, weeping towards the golden royal city beneath the setting sun. "Indeed, it is truly magnificent," Galadia murmured softly, though somewhat rough around the edges. "The architectural prowess of your kind is commendable. If given the chance, I shall take you to see my homeland." The sailing vessel docked at the harbor beneath the city walls. The vast harbor and the nearby monumental walls seem somewhat incongruous. The area is thronged with bustling crowds, the lingering stench of fish pervading the air, while pigeons flit between the white and red rooftops. Deep within the narrow, winding streets behind the harbor, a weighty darkness looms, as if an ancient beast resides beneath the towering walls, imparting an aura of mystery and gloom. Griffith gazes into the shadowy streets beyond the dock, seemingly being gradually consumed by the darkness within. Within that obscurity, his faint inspiration appears to stir, hinting at something enigmatic, though he cannot quite articulate what it is. "Come with me." Galadriel firmly grasped the dazed squire. "You need a new set of clothes. Your leather armor is no longer suitable. It will make you the subject of ridicule among those haughty Baelons." The elf skillfully maneuvered Griffith through the throngs of people, leading him to a square outside the harbor where she hailed a light carriage to the St. Romulus Emporium in the upper city. The driver cracked his whip, and the carriage surged into the bustling ring road. Griffith found his eyes overwhelmed. After leaving the harbor, the gentle incline was adorned with elegant residences and lively shops. The broad avenue, wide enough for 16 carriages to travel side by side, was in constant motion, making it necessary for pedestrians to cross via elevated walkways. As they ascended, Griffith even glimpsed hundreds of pigs and cattle being herded like a tide along a designated path towards the city center. The carriage transported them through the harbor and lower city, ascending into the upper district built upon the hills. Here, the landscape transformed dramatically. The previously raucous and crowded thoroughfares vanished in an instant. Vines draped from the terraces of street-side buildings, and leisurely strollers ambled beneath towering sycamores, creating a world entirely distinct from that which had just been left behind. The St. Romulus Emporium, constructed of pristine white marble, dwarfed any fortress Griffith had previously seen. Elegantly attired patrons moved gracefully within its confines. "This is the upper district, where your patron, House Lammer, resides," Galadriel announced as she and Griffith alighted from the carriage. "Let us first procure your new attire." "I can manage on my own. It's no trouble," the novice knight remarked, feeling particularly out of place in this new environment. That will not do. Galadriel firmly rejected Griffith's assertion, nudging him towards a shop. If I'm not around, they will take advantage of you. A few strikingly handsome young men and women stood respectfully at the entrance of the shop, their brows furrowing at the sight of the plainly dressed Griffith. Just then, Galadriel emerged from behind the squire's broad shoulders. The shop attendants instantly brightened, approaching with eager politeness, bestowing their utmost respect upon the beautiful elf. Find him a coat, boots, a shirt, and cuffs, primarily in red and black, Galadriel casually instructed. Disregarding his preferences, the price should be around 10 gold florins, 200 silver. Griffith was taken aback, for this amounted to 2 months' worth of his salary. The shop attendants promptly seized the apprentice knight, and 2 imposing gentlemen escorted him into the fitting room, swiftly disrobing him. He was a shot oral, preferring not to indulge in overly ostentatious styles. Galadriel, arms crossed, observed the flustered Griffith as he was pushed about, ordering 2 sets of shirts, one to be tailored for immediate wear, while the other would be delivered to the Lamore estate the following day. This name commanded profound respect from the attendants, who regarded Griffith with a newfound warmth. The chosen ensemble comprised a crisp white shirt, embellished with silver cufflinks, paired with black trousers, leather boots, and a tailored long coat, its design both dignified and refreshingly airy. Delicate red embellishments traced comfortable lines on the coat, artfully accentuating the physique and strength of the apprentice knight. This is splendid, Galadriel declared, rising to circle around him. This shall suffice. I need not worry about them denying you a place at the dinner table. Griffith felt as though he had been whirled about in a dream, having spent all his money merely to be released. Then let us bid farewell here. Galadriel waved, turning gracefully to venture towards another shop. I must procure some items and then report to the embassy. We shall meet again in the near future. Is the near future defined by the elf's temporal dimension? Griffith inquired hastily. No, truly a near future. The elven maiden waved her hand dismissively. This is what the remarkable art of prophecy has revealed to me. Chapter 18. The Earl of Rammer's Manor. The Baelon Preparatory Command is situated in the southeastern part of the upper city, sharing a seafront pentagonal fortress with the Ministry of War and the General Staff. Every returning shot oral must come here to complete their personnel duties. Griffith made his way there, his pockets containing only a few coins insufficient for a carriage ride, and he felt too embarrassed to ask the elves for money. Galadia seemed to have forgotten his impoverished state. Today is the 8th of July, in the year 1443 of the Fourth Era, and ample time remains before the deadline for his task. Due to the uncertainty of his arrival time, Griffith's appointment with Captain Hines of the 502nd A Cavalry Squadron was imprecise. Navigating through the grand pillars, the aspiring knight found himself at a loss at the bustling entrance. Beneath the magnificent ceiling, the polished marble gleamed brightly enough to reflect one's visage. The central floor of the hall was adorned with exquisite tiles forming a resplendent eagle emblem. Do not block the path, soldier. A senior officer clad in a white helmet observed the aimlessly wandering aspirant and approached him, instructing him to proceed to the secretary's desk. Griffith strained to maintain a dignified posture to avoid slipping on the floor and, with a tense expression, approached the secretary's desk. Griffith Branton, second lieutenant of the 502nd A Cavalry Squadron, requests an audience with Captain Hines, the A Cavalry Director. After a brief moment, he was guided through a dim corridor to a secluded office. Captain Hines William, the former dean of the Young Officer Academy, was diligently penning notes amidst a mountain of documents. Upon hearing footsteps, he glanced up, a smile gracing his face as he rose. I hear you have not forgotten to fight for the kingdom's peace even during your rear service. That's commendable. Griffith immediately stood tall, striking his chest with his right hand. Victory to Baelon. Victory to Baelon, Captain Hines echoed, raising his arm. In a few hours, you shall be under the auspices of the Rammer family, and for the next 4 years, the kingdom need not pay you a salary, provided the Rammer family finds you of some use. Indeed, loyalty above all, Hines chuckled, a hint of mockery in his smile. The Earl is one of the most esteemed figures in this kingdom. I see you are well prepared to leave a lasting impression on him. I have procured a brand new coat, shirt, and boots, Griffith thought, reflecting on the considerable sum he had spent. Quite right, the A Cavalry Director, recently transferred to the capital, adjusted his cravat. Life in Baelon is entirely different from the provinces. However, you young ones adapt more swiftly than I. The Earl has children around your age. I hope you can befriend them rather than pursue anything else. Upon encountering the enemy, we shall prevail, Your Excellency, Griffith replied, sounding somewhat like a nervous student. Yet, he himself felt there were flaws in the tactics of that battle. Upon reflection, he realized that a frontal assault against Mong was unwise. Those fools do not understand the A cavalry, Hines nodded. Mobility, defense, and charge. The cavalry unit must embody a delicate equilibrium among these three elements, skillfully selecting the battlefield and relying on effective defenses to showcase their assault capabilities, rather than recklessly charging at an invincible mythical creature like the infantry would. You are perfectly capable of launching an attack on other orc infantry, leaving that lumbering target to the artillery as crossbows. Fortunately, Maximilian managed to regain composure after suffering a direct blow. Otherwise, all of you young ones would have been turned into. A chill ran through Griffith's heart. Director Hines promptly noticed the sorrow etched on his studentess face and swiftly redirected the conversation. I am preparing to reorganize the tactical structure of the cavalry. We will augment the existing framework by integrating armored archers to accompany your maneuvers. In instances where you must assault a fortified spear formation, it is inevitable that you will collaborate with the archers to execute an offensive, breaking through with close-quarters combat under the protection of ranged cover. However, the archers' rate of fire and firepower do not confer any advantage over infantry archers, and as their numbers increase, it becomes more difficult to maneuver, obstructing the path of the cavalry. Griffith pondered this briefly and found it challenging to command, simply articulating his insights. Director Hines replied, "That is indeed the case. Archers cannot be organized or engage in battle as they have in the past. Their composition and equipment are still under experimentation. If you have any ideas, feel free to write to me." Griffith Branton, you are a thoughtful young man. You must understand that the capital is no safer than the East. It harbors a completely different breed of evil and conspiracy. In the coming years, I hope you will contribute meaningfully without falling prey to the unknown. The words of the cavalry director were sincere. Griffith recognized this as his teacher's unique way of expressing concern and nodded earnestly. Very well. We have matters to discuss on our way to the Lamore estate. Director Hines removed his coat from the hanger and strode toward the exit. I will accompany you. A carriage awaited them outside the General Staff headquarters. The pair swiftly climbed into the carriage, racing toward the Lamore estate. Aside from your minor skirmish, have you made any other discoveries? As soon as Hines settled into his seat, he inquired. I am aware of the goblins and the zombies. Speak of something else. An intriguing focal point, Hines nodded with interest. The grain supplied from the southern provinces has significantly alleviated the supply pressures, and the Senate is preparing new legislation to encourage grain trade. Were it not for Cornelius's expeditionary force securing that area, your eastern legions would have long since faltered due to logistical strain. Branton, do you know the true strategic objective of the General Staff in this war? Our offensive has been advancing along the coastline. However, the genuine aim is not merely to capture the Orcish land fortresses, but to seize their ports and mitigate threats to southern trade routes. Is the Kingdom's true intention to conquer the South? Griffith ventured a hypothesis. Initially, I believe the coastal advance was to maintain logistical stability, but that does not account for why capturing the Atana fortress would conclude the war. Indeed, you are correct. The victory at the Atana battle was not as initially heralded, suggesting a decisive confrontation with the orcs. The capture of the fortress signifies the loss of the last significant port threatening the south for their navy, compelling the Marauder fleet to retreat to the distant east to regroup, a process that will take several years before they can emerge again. Director Heinz Wilhelm smiled as he remarked, "Well done, Griffith. Although your rank is merely that of a junior sergeant, your perception far surpasses that of those common soldiers and officers. Once you enter the academy, do remember to take up the profound art of logistics." The path from the Reserve Army Command to the Lamore estate was smooth and serene, devoid of any unpleasant scents or noises, save for the delightful scenery. The carriage glided along the beautiful streets, arriving before an opulent mansion, from which Director Hines sprang down with the vigor of youth. "Come now, Junior Sergeant, this is yet another battlefield for you." Well-dressed servants greeted them courteously as they traversed the exquisite courtyard, leading to a spacious and luxurious parlor where they could rest momentarily. The crystalline chandelier cast a soft and beautiful light, while each piece of furniture was designed with impeccable taste. A faint aroma of incense wafted through the cool interior, enveloping them in unparalleled comfort. Towering windows offered a panoramic view of the exquisite garden, banishing any sense of oppression or tedium beyond the parlor's confines. While they awaited in the lounge, the servants presented exquisite pastries and fruits, so delicate that one hesitated to indulge. This place, far surpassing the reserve army command in beauty, left Griffith momentarily awestruck. "Do not be so astonished," the captain of the flag remarked. "Where has the steadfastness of a legionary soldier gone? Those seemingly respectful servants will undoubtedly find ways to mock you in private. You are but the second son of a border knight, an officer with little coin in his pocket, and a mere high steward in an earl's household. Once I depart, they will eagerly approach you, offering advice on how to present yourself decently in the capital, only to lead you into a scandalous folly. Soon, the servants returned to announce that the earl was prepared to meet them. This was the Earl of Lamore, one of the king's most trusted and favored direct vassals. "Oh, the second son of Sir Brandon? You bear a striking resemblance. It seems the Legion has fed you well," the earl indicated towards a nearby sofa, inviting the captain and his young companion to sit. "I have reviewed your resume. I had initially intended to place you alongside my eldest son, but alas, his aspirations lie in the study of history rather than in politics or the military. My daughter has just turned 16 and is set to commence her first year at Homenwath this autumn. The prophecy of Ilyavash suggests that a squire would make for an excellent companion for her. Ilyavash. This goddess's prophecy is held in mutual esteem and recognition by both humans and elves. It is likely she has set Galadia forth to venture into the forest alone." "It is my honor, my lord Earl," Griffith exclaimed, springing up as if propelled by a spring, having awaited this acknowledgement. The earl nodded, gesturing for Griffith to resume his seat, then turned to the captain. "The army command at Homenwath is a commendable place, though many believe it to be overly comfortable. What is your opinion?" Captain Hines, with his silver-streaked hair and solemn demeanor, remarked, "Perhaps the military academy is a commendable choice. However, for an aspiring youth, the experiences offered by a comprehensive magical institution hold far greater value than mere military skills." "Indeed, you speak the truth," the count replied as he settled into his chair at the desk, picking up a nearby quill. "This way, I shall have fewer concerns regarding the secrets of home wars." The demeanor of these young individuals proves quite effective in restraining such mysteries. While Griffith pondered this, Count Lamore swiftly penned a letter, sealing it before handing it to the captain. "Then let us conclude today's matters. Henceforth, allow the second lieutenant to acclimate to life in Baelon." After bidding farewell to the captain, the count escorted the apprentice knight to the library on the first floor. During this period before enrollment, "You may peruse the books here and join us for dinner. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for someone of my humble stature to partake in the banquet?" Before Griffith could express his gratitude, the count interjected, "How many shirts do you possess?" "Two," Griffith replied, feeling a surge of anxiety at the thought of such a nobleman taking interest in such trivial matters. "Excellent," the count commanded briskly. "Go to the steward to collect this quarter's salary, and then procure 20 more." Chapter 19. Miss Rammer and the Dinner. Griffith, recently promoted to the rank of a secondary squad leader, enjoys an annual salary of 200 silver coins, amounting to a monthly income of 100 silver coins. As a member of the extraordinary rank 9, he is also entitled to a monthly stipend of 10 silver coins from the government. While on the battlefield, the majority of his salary is devoted to purchasing and maintaining his personal gear, with the remainder spent on procuring costly food and daily necessities in the resource-scarce war zones. His well-worn leather armor and repeatedly mended chainmail are the fruits of his long-standing efforts. This explains why Griffith left the army with little money in his pockets. Since the day he departed from the Legion, the kingdom ceased to provide him with a salary. He is to receive his wages from the Rammer estate until he completes his studies and resumes his service to the nation. Should the kingdom require his presence on the battlefield, the Rammer family is still obliged to pay his salary and supply him with equipment. Nonetheless, Griffith himself can earn additional task allowances and rewards from the army. The butler of the count is a tall, slender man, exuding a warm demeanor, and appears to be in his 50s. Dressed impeccably in a black tailcoat, he stands as still as a statue when not in motion. Beside him stands a formidable-looking middle-aged man, scrutinizing Griffith with a discerning gaze. "Mr. Wood, what do you make of this young man?" The butler presented a single-lensed crystal monocle to the middle-aged gentleman, who is the newly selected Shitterel, as previously mentioned. Without undergoing enhancement, he possesses a physique of 12, strength of 14, agility of 12, perception of 11, and spirit of 10. His attributes are well-balanced, and he exhibits a robust vitality. With a magical resistance of level 4, a commendable figure for a novice, Mr. Wood remarked, removing the crystal lens as he addressed the apprentice knight. "I am Sir Wood Woods, the captain of the Count's Guard and commander of the Rammer household's forces. If you continue to strive and do not meet an untimely end on the battlefield, you may one day succeed me. Why can my abilities be quantified numerically? Griffith, suppressing his curiosity about the crystal lens, solemnly saluted Sir Wood. Yes, my Lord Knight. Very well, let us discuss the matter at hand. I am Ashford, the butler of the Rammer estate. The Count has informed me, Mr. Griffith. The black-clad butler elegantly retrieved a box from the cabinet, devoid of any trace of the captain's elegance, revealing its contents, gold coins, silver coins in equal parts, and the remainder comprising notes from the central bank of the kingdom. What do you think? The bounty earned by the apprentice knight from goblins has largely been spent on fine attire or consumed during his travels. He finds himself in dire straits and fails to comprehend the butler's words. Notes? I apologize, sir, but I am not well acquainted with this. Paper money is equivalent to gold and silver, the butler explained with a smile. If you intend to commission shirts or visit respectable restaurants and shops, these notes will spare you some inconvenience with the merchants. The gentlemen of Balon are not accustomed to carrying a clattering pouch of metallic coins. It is simply not genteel. The small green paper you now behold holds considerable significance in the fabric of this city. Griffith, with a heart full of joy, accepted the bag of money and extracted a stack of exquisitely printed green notes, imbued with the fragrant aroma of fresh ink, adorned with the crown of King Bayerlon and intricate numerals. Clutching the bag tightly, Griffith's lips curled into a smile. Now, follow the servant at the door to your room and tidy yourself. Ashford gestured towards the entrance. As an apprentice knight, you are expected to dine with the Count's family. You have half an hour to prepare. This was the banquet for which Galadia had requested my attire. Griffith's nerves tightened instantly. If the elves placed such importance on it, there must be a significant reason behind it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, upon entering the dining hall, Griffith discovered a slender, pallid young man seated alone. His golden hair was meticulously styled, and he held a cup of red tea. Upon noticing the arrival of the apprentice knight, he stood with delight, smiling as he greeted. Good evening. I am Nolan de Lamore, and you must be the new arrival, Chatorel. We shall discuss the East later. I am quite intrigued by the reports from there. Ah, the Count's eldest son. Should I not pay him my respects first? Griffith quickly recognized the situation and earnestly acknowledged his request. Before Griffith could introduce himself further, the hosts and guests of the Count's household arrived. The Countess, a strikingly beautiful and dignified blonde woman, possessed an elegant stature, almost matching the height of the tall apprentice knight when adorned in her heels. The Countess greeted each guest in attendance, merely nodding at the new apprentice knight. Among the seated guests were several scholars, legislators, and renowned merchants, who naturally settled into their respective places at the modest banquet. The long dining table was draped with a pristine white cloth, adorned with exquisite porcelain and gleaming silver candlesticks. Before each guest lay an enticing appetizer and an array of cutlery in various styles. Troublingly, Griffith realized he had not received any such training. He was uncertain which spoon to use for his soup. Several servants stood nearby like statues. Griffith felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, sensing discerning eyes assessing him from behind, tinged with both scrutiny and amusement. What do they observe in me? Why has the meal not yet been served? Once everyone was seated, a young girl hurried into the dining hall and took a seat opposite the apprentice knight. Her hair was a radiant golden hue, reminiscent of the dawn, and her elegant long dress accentuated her delicate figure. The girl appeared to be no more than 16, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed the newcomer clad in a black coat with red patterns. A fitted black coat, devoid of any ecclesiastical insignia. Is this individual prepared to challenge someone from my household to a duel? The girl was profoundly intrigued by this new arrival, and Griffith's upright posture and reasonably handsome countenance further fueled her curiosity. Good evening, Miss Sonia. Several guests present warmly greeted the tardy countess's daughter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sonia elegantly lifted her skirt, offering a delicate smile to all, rather than the familiar faces surrounding her. Sonia was more intrigued by the unfamiliar young man seated across from her. A mere glance before taking her seat had already revealed much about him. His movements appeared somewhat stiff and reserved, his gaze seemingly fixated on the tableware, perhaps contemplating which spoon to use for his soup. His dark hair complemented his austere demeanor quite well. However, this was not the moment for Miss Sonia de Liam-Lou to indulge her curiosity. She had her own discourse to deliver. I apologize for my tardiness. Sonia quickly deduced Griffith's identity, multitasking as she spoke. Griffith hastily offered a rigid smile to the girl opposite him, nodding like a marionette as a form of greeting. Fortunately, None of the attendees seemed to notice his awkward demeanor. The voice of the blonde girl was sweet and melodious, akin to smooth jade, soothing to the ears. If she were to ask him for a favor, Griffith felt certain he would not be able to refuse. "Are you once again engrossed in those perilous books?" Lady de la Imla said with a hint of reproach. "Once you arrive at Homenworths, by the gods, if you cause any more trouble, it won't just be a matter of making headlines." "I won't, Mother," Sonia whispered, lowering her head as if to conceal her little secret. "I am merely preparing for my lessons. This is the second son of Sir Branton, the Squire Griffith Branton, second squad leader," the Count casually introduced to the gathering. "Your Majesty, aside from wheat and minerals, my territory will finally produce some unique specialties this year." "Hey, I guessed it right. Can I get a round of applause?" Sonia finally dared to boldly gaze at the boy across from her, excitedly tapping her toes. Griffith hurriedly rose, saluting all present. "Mr. Squire will join us when classes commence in September," the Count continued. "A dear friend of mine hopes that he can make significant contributions in command, law, and administration, bringing a breath of fresh air to this family, drawing from his experiences at the officer school and the Eastern Front, or from future studies. After all, as you know, my territory in the Odessa region can encounter both floods and droughts in fair weather, quite miraculous. This is His Honor Judge Arthur Layton of the Supreme Court." The Count's eldest son, the kind-hearted and handsome Nolan, introduced Griffith. "Wow, the Supreme Court," Griffith thought. "If I were to extol this splendid banquet as our hope for peace, that would be utterly foolish. Esteemed Judge, many of our legion's auxiliaries hail from the eastern provinces. In times of dire conflict, the provinces imposed heavy taxes upon the farmers. After some consideration, Griffith spoke succinctly, within the bounds of everyone's patience, stating that in pursuit of the Church's blessings and protection, the auxiliaries from the eastern provinces endeavored to relinquish their lands to the Church. However, the laws of the kingdom do not permit such actions. The auxiliaries therefore gifted their lands to friends, requesting that the majority of the produce be delivered to the Church. It is noteworthy that Church lands are exempt from taxation, and the royal government explicitly prohibits the transfer or gifting of real estate to the Church, remarked Judge Arthur Layton, slightly astonished. As the citizens of the eastern provinces attempted to circumvent the king's codified laws, I observed a slight distinction in the situation described by the Squire, Your Honor. Count Raymore interjected with keen interest, speaking rapidly. "After the eastern citizens bestow their lands to friends, the proceeds go to the Church. In such circumstances, does this still equate to a transfer that requires a charter? This inquiry merits examination." The Chief Justice did not press the Squire for deeper questions, but rather nodded approvingly at Griffith, suggesting that the Supreme Court would soon receive an appeal regarding the case. Several guests in attendance displayed expressions of surprise. This newcomer, at the very least, is a perceptive one. It appeared that the Count was also intrigued by the topic, prompting Judge Arthur Layton to pose further questions, thus enlivening the dinner. Was this engaging topic serendipitous? Or had the Squire from the borders prepared in advance to leave a favorable impression? She endeavored to restrain herself from puffing her cheeks, pondering whether this astute soldier would, under paternal directives, monitor and report back on her antics while enjoying herself with friends at Homenworth. The divination suggested that our compatibility should be decent, otherwise he would not have been chosen. "Ah, what is he doing? This sautéd veal is exquisite." Griffith remained blissfully unaware of the girl's gaze, wholly absorbed in his meal. Before he could finish, the servers arrived with the next course, clearing away the barely touched plates of the other guests. Griffith hastily speared the remaining morsels of meat, shoving them into his mouth with glee as he watched the servers present him with a platter of salmon. Across the long table, Sonia stared wide-eyed at his impeccably clean plate. The banquet at the Countess' estate lasted a full hour and a half. The attendees seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of conversation, discussing topics ranging from diplomatic missions to the newly discovered flora of the southern provinces, with the Count offering insights before each topic concluded. "I can no longer eat." Initially, Griffith counted the number of courses served and mentally critiqued which was the most delectable, finishing every dish without fail. However, it wasn't long before he felt utterly stuffed. The Squire, with a belly full of food, leaned slightly to see if he could make room within his stomach. He found little to discuss with the noble guests and felt increasingly uncomfortable. Miss Sonia, seated before Griffith, raised her crystal-clear wine glass with a smile and sipped the fragrant fruit wine. "Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon." Count Lamore nodded to the guests still indulging in their desserts before turning to leave the dining hall. After over an hour of conversation, The guests gradually bid farewell to the Countess. Griffith, his throat constricted by the food, stood up rigidly, making a conscious effort to avoid leaning on the table or the walls. Under the amused gaze of Sonia, he ambled out, trailing behind the crowd. Chapter 20. The lawbreaker Griffith's chamber resided in the highest attic of the Earl's mansion, a modest bedroom furnished solely with a bed, a desk, and a chair. Outside the window, the slanted rooftops and the garden of the inner courtyard unfolded. His belongings and weapons had been delivered and were tucked away in the crevice beneath the bed. After ascending the stairs, the novice knight, having digested a morsel of food, collapsed onto the bed. Once the sound of the guests' horses faded away, the silvery moonlight bathed the pristine bedding, enveloping the room in tranquil silence. Since departing from the bustling military camp, Griffith had been journeying alongside Galatea. It had been an eternity since he had savored the solitude of a room to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck Griffith's mind. Every morsel of food from the other guests had remained uneaten, merely nibbled. A realization dawned upon him. Was this some form of etiquette at the dining table? How foolish it would be to have consumed all the food. Why had no one alerted him? Such a delightful dinner left uneaten would indeed be a dreadful waste. Alas, he felt so bloated that sleep eluded him. Griffith rolled about on the bed, donned his attire once more, and ventured downstairs, hoping to find a broom to tidy the room and aid his digestion. The labyrinthine estate rendered him disoriented, and after several turns, he found himself lost, standing bewildered before an ornate door inscribed with elegant lettering, "The Library." Carefully pushing the grand door open, the novice knight was astounded by the Earl's astounding collection of books, with vast, double-decked shelves stacked high, accompanied by sliding ladders and tracks for easy retrieval. Griffith trembled with excitement. These books could be perused without cost. He caressed the exquisite bindings as he strolled, momentarily unsure of which tome to select. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stirred near a desk, transforming into a humanoid form. A mutated being. Griffith had never anticipated encountering a creature lurking in the shadows within the Earl's mansion. His heart skipped a beat, and his hand instinctively rested upon his sword. As the shadow unfurled, a pale yet handsome visage emerged. At that moment, Griffith discerned that the figure by the desk was merely a young man, of a similar age to himself. Clad in black attire, the candle beside him had extinguished, rendering him as still as a wooden statue. "Good evening," the novice knight croaked. "I am Griffith Branton, second squad leader and the Earl's squire." "Good evening, Sir Novice Knight," the young man in the shadows replied, rising slowly and appraising Griffith. "I am Armand Solon, a novice monk from the Monastery of Truth, the members of the Holy Light Church." Griffith instantly relaxed. Many novice monks and nuns from the Holy Light Church served in the military and were his dear friends. Solon, like Griffith, wore black clothing, yet his was even more unadorned, devoid of decorative patterns and lines, and when curled up, he appeared as a mere silhouette. "What brings you here?" Griffith cast a glance at the open books sprawled across the table. Homework, perhaps? Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Griffith's impeccably tailored coat, the sword at his waist, and the polished boots upon his feet. Although his expression was calm and undisturbed, the intensity of his gaze radiated an undeniable fervor. "Indeed." Griffith nodded. "We have individuals like you in our regiment, my good friend. Have you ever served in the military?" "No," came the casual reply. Soren, the apprentice knight, stood tall yet appeared rather slender. His complexion was so pale, it evoked concern that he might faint at any moment. Nonetheless, he possessed striking handsomeness, with eyes that were captivating, an allure that aligned with the aesthetic of a grand city. Griffith unconsciously turned his head to catch a glimpse of his own reflection in the window. His sharp features resembled those of a rigid stone, his overall demeanor rather pedestrian. "Are you interested in mysticism, Chatorel?" Soren inquired, his gaze fixated on the apprentice knight's sword and boots, his eyes almost yearning to reach out and touch them. He spoke in a mechanical manner, as if wound like a toy. "If you are preparing for the courses at Homenwarts, I could recommend a reading list. That would be most appreciated." Griffith observed as the apprentice knight retrieved a hardcover tome and a pamphlet from the bookshelf, immediately captivated by their contents. These books chronicled the establishment of Baelon, the origins of the Lamor family, and modern history, as well as an introduction to magic and extraordinary traits, information he had never encountered before. The apprentice knight promptly placed his sword on the table and began perusing a pamphlet. It was a quarterly publication detailing the black market and underground dealings of Baelon on Taysok Street in the lower district of Baelon. Centuries of refuse and remains lay buried beneath the dirt and rubble, where plague and sin thrived upon the accursed land. The presence of chaotic malevolence lingered, severely disrupting the effectiveness of detection and tracking spells. This lengthy street in the southern part of the city had become a haven for smugglers and cultists. A plethora of contraband from the east and south was traded there. Upon reading this, Griffith's thoughts were stirred. Magical items could easily be disrupted by the tumult of bloodlust and malice on the battlefield, rendering them unreliable amidst a grand melee. However, they proved exceptionally effective in smaller skirmishes. Even a mage, seemingly powerless, could conjure a shield with a mere flick of their wand, capable of withstanding Griffith's assault in a one-on-one confrontation. Whenever this notion crossed his mind, Griffith felt compelled to procure some magical artifacts for himself. Yet, the production and trade of such treasures required registration, reserved solely for the nobility and select extraordinary individuals. Given Griffith's station, possessing most types of these items was illegal. To acquire them, one would have to venture into the black market. Griffith swiftly skimmed through the information regarding Taysok Street before setting the pamphlet aside and retrieving a tome on the modern history of mysticism. It contained precious knowledge concerning various extraordinary pathways. As he opened the section on the path of the lawbreaker, he discovered it remained filled with incomplete information. The Lawbreaker Path, Sequence 9, bore the title New Recruit. The extraordinary individuals of this sequence may attain advancement through prolonged physical training, complemented by essential grammatical and mathematical knowledge. Once they ascend to the status of the extraordinary, new recruits are endowed with a robust physique, remarkable strength, agility, and endurance, along with the ability to channel the mental energy required for certain magical artifacts. New recruits may irrevocably choose to advance along one of three paths: the Spellbreaker, the Paladin, or the Demon Hunter. This is the state of Griffith. After 2 years on the battlefield, official assessments indicate that he is irreversibly progressing toward the next echelon of the Spellbreaker path. Unlike the Paladin and Demon Hunter, the higher-order knowledge of the Spellbreaker path has been lost to the annals of time. If no measures are taken, Griffith may very well stagnate at Sequence 7. Sequence 8, known as the Barrier Breaker, allows its extraordinary members to weaken the magical effects that directly impact the body, and they possess a certain probability of dispelling illusions, as well as resisting fear, charm, and other mental spells. Furthermore, during the advancement process, extraordinary individuals may acquire one or two distinct extraordinary abilities. Sequence 7, the Spellbreaker, represents the zenith of the known Spellbreaker path. Extraordinary individuals in this sequence wield formidable resistance against directly applied magic and can significantly disrupt casting activities within close proximity. However, they cannot nullify the effects of indirect magic. Advancement in this sequence necessitates extensive practical combat experience. A decisive and exhilarating battle serves as the best catalyst, and some hold the belief that bloodshed is an essential rite for their elevation. Although Sequence 7, the Spellbreaker, is sufficient to serve as the core of an army, the materials, knowledge, and rituals required for further advancement have been lost since the First Era, leading to a disadvantage for Spellbreaker officers when confronting formidable foes. Chapter 21. The Pearl of Balon. Why has the high sequence information of the path of the Lawbreaker been lost? Spellcasters, paladins, assassins, demon hunters. Nearly all known extraordinary traits that can be absorbed by humanity possess the potential to ascend to Sequence 4. Although the knowledge and conditions for high sequence advancement are seldom inscribed in texts, it is peculiar that only the Lawbreaker lacks any clues regarding high sequences. What transpired during the First Era? Griffith inquired of Soren, who was idly caressing the sword of a squire, taking a moment to respond. That is the history of the Forbidden, known to no one. It is best left unexplored. Come now, it was merely over 1,000 years ago. Perhaps a few elves from that era still live, Griffith lamented, continuing to peruse the tome. According to the general principles of mysticism, sequences 9 to 7 are referred to as the extraordinary. Higher forms of life are also classified as extraordinary, yet to distinguish them, they are occasionally honored with the title of the transcendent in certain contexts. Beings that reach this echelon possess an understanding and application of mystical power that far surpasses that of the extraordinary. It is said that Valkyrie, a commander within the army, has already broken through the bottleneck of Sequence 7, being merely a few years older than a squire. Other transcendent beings of equivalent rank are renowned figures of great stature. One of the requirements for a formal professorship at Homenvorts is purportedly the ascension to Sequence 6. The most powerful and enigmatic among the transcendent is Sequence 4. wielding nearly demigod-like mystical powers. Their numbers are scarce, and their names are unknown to the public. It is worth mentioning that the advancement and traits of the extraordinary are a significant area of study within mysticism, with numerous fervent researchers meeting their demise in failed experiments each year, and tragically, some transforming into monsters or true madmen. The illustrations within the book depict some unfortunate souls, their forms distorted and chaotic. As an extraordinary, Griffith felt a chill merely from gazing at these writhing, coiling shadows and quickly turned the page. Wait a moment. Given the plethora of fearless individuals willing to dedicate themselves to mysticism, why does my path to advancement remain so obscure? Surely, even with lives sacrificed, results should have emerged. Mysticism is truly captivating. As a scholar of Toralar, he remained unaware of the myriad challenges and tasks that awaited him each day, and thus needed to seize the opportunity to rest for a while. During lunch, Professor Hines, the training director for the reserve cavalry, once again visited the estate of Count Lamore, engaging in discussions regarding various proposals within the council. After the meeting, the director summoned his student to ascertain whether he had survived the first meal at the Grand Noble estate. I heard you delivered an impressive speech and, without a hint of common sense, devoured all the dishes? You glutton! Professor Hines exclaimed rapidly, completely disregarding Griffith's astonished expression. Do not be surprised. In this place, there are no secrets. The events of last night have already reached my ears. If it were possible, I would hope they would allow me to dine on 20 servings of stew at the street-side tavern for dinner. Griffith murmured to the captain, remarking that the intricacies of the place were overwhelming, and that dinner was more nerve-wracking than facing the assault of the half-orc battalion. 20 sous? Why do you require so much? The captain replied, half amused and half exasperated. Those aspiring to enter the esteemed academy as Schataler are lined up for such an opportunity. Numerous judges and scholars have diligently served the Earl over the years, all to ensure that their young successors might have a chance like yours. At that moment, a faint sound echoed through the air. Nolan and Miss Sonia appeared at the library door. Nolan held a substantial collection of tomes on spells and potion making, seemingly preparing his sister for her upcoming studies. Good day, Captain. The Earl's eldest son greeted them with a smile. Beside him, the Earl's daughter gracefully lifted her skirt in a subtle gesture as she hurriedly greeted the two, snatching a book from the shelf before swiftly departing, leaving no room for conversation. Indeed, this boy possesses a fair amount of pride. Perhaps he won't complicate my grand designs, Sonia thought, gliding out of the study. Her spirits lifted, albeit aware of her excessive appetite. Had they overheard? The two who had been conversing moments ago now felt a touch of awkwardness. Director Hines wore an expression of embarrassment, exchanging a few casual words before excusing himself, leaving Griffith and the Earl's eldest son in a silent stare-off. Good afternoon, Squire, Nolan greeted, his complexion as pale as the previous night, with dark circles under his eyes resembling a bear from the distant eastern mountains, hinting that he had stayed up late. He smiled and gestured to the seat across from him, inviting Griffith to sit. I had intended to ask you last night. What does it feel like to swing a longsword and sever a head? Do you relish that sensation? Nolan inquired thoughtfully, his curiosity piqued. Griffith, recently acquainted with the life of a Balon, found himself at a loss for words. Are you content with this world? Nolan posed a question Griffith had never contemplated. Griffith shook his head. We have potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, and a myriad of high-yield crops to sustain millions and countless livestock. We also possess flax, silk, rubber, iron ore, and precious metals, making our lives more dignified than the capricious baboons in the trees. Nolan smiled, gazing into the eyes of the newly acquainted squire, presenting a question he had never considered. Sir Squire, do you not find this world to be extraordinarily splendid? Perfectly splendid. Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. We revel in this marvelous world, taking for granted the many wonders, much like canaries in a gilded cage. Nolan seized a fragrant pear and took a hearty bite. Join me tonight at the ball hosted by Duke Meyer, the king's favorite. I shall show you what the heart of the world truly resembles. As evening fell, an elegantly understated carriage, exuding an air of nobility, transported Nolan and Griffith to Duke Meyer's estate. Although they had already experienced the opulence of the Earl's residence, the Duke's abode was exquisite to the point that even the smallest stone left the young squire utterly astonished. The white fine sand stretched from the grand entrance to the magnificent foyer, producing a delightful rustling sound as the carriage glided over it. Exquisite and rare plants from around the globe are artfully arranged throughout the courtyard, with flower pots meticulously buried underground, leaving no trace. Behold, this is the new jewel of Baelon. Miss Lavelle shines the brightest this spring, up until today. Observe her expression, so curious as she takes a step back. That priceless smile. Oh, gods above. A multitude of guests has gathered in the hall. As Griffiths passed among them, he noticed their eyes sparkling, brimming with enchantment and admiration. What are they discussing? Griffiths inquired softly. Nolan glanced at him with an odd expression. My sister, in the center of the dance floor. The newly 16-year-old Miss Sonia de Lamore was formally introduced to Baelin's social circle. As Griffiths's gaze traversed the layered crowd and fell upon the golden-haired maiden, it was as if he beheld dawn breaking through the mist. Even the opulent crystal chandeliers of the ducal estate seemed to lose their luster. The young lady wore a gown adorned with star-like crystals, revealing her fair, rounded shoulders, her tall figure exuding both charm and a hint of shy reserve as she danced. Without uttering a word, her azure eyes spoke volumes, occasionally lowering as if to convey the devotion and sweetness one might receive if they were her beloved. Griffiths Branton, a squire, was savoring the splendid view when a footman approached and whispered in his ear, "A young lady requests your presence in the lounge on the second floor." Uncertain of what awaited him, Griffiths obediently followed the footman upstairs. A few maids busily announced his arrival. The melodious sound of Griffiths's voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, captured the attention of the squire, revealing a familiar figure. Among cascading black hair adorned with exquisite pointed ears stood Galadia, looking radiant. "Do you find me beautiful?" After just a few days apart, she had shed her ranger's attire and cloak, donning a gown that bared her shoulders, beckoning him. "My companion has been called away. Might you join me for a little while?" "Of course. Is that even a question?" As the elven maiden rose, Griffiths felt as though he might float away. The expertly tailored gown accentuated her tall, perfect curves, while the delicate embellishments ensured that her elegance remained intact. Her lively eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and vivacity. "Do you think I should style my hair up?" Galadia twirled before a mirror that reached her height. "Like this." "Splendid," Griffiths struggled to utter, the effort akin to charging with a lance. "Humph." The elven maiden's lips curled slightly, her chin raised just a fraction. "It is my fault. I should not trouble a novice at the ball. You can dance, can't you?" "What? Are you serious?" Griffiths felt his heart leap. If it involved wielding twin swords amidst a horde of orcs, he would excel, but dancing was a skill he had only attempted 6 times. Goodness, 6 times. How many? Galadia, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment. "Have you truly been fighting valiantly to protect our homeland? Each time we celebrated a triumphant battle, we would gather together." Griffith raised his arm, allowing his long-absent elven dance partner to take hold of him. A novice nun from the Church of the Holy Light possessed remarkable musical talent and had imparted some knowledge to me. The novice nun, Krista. Dancing with her was considered one of the greatest accolades for many young knights after the war. "Oh," Galadia pouted, obediently closing her mouth as she slowly walked alongside Griffith towards the grand hall, deciding not to inquire further. After a moment of silence, the two proceeded down the corridor, the atmosphere growing palpably awkward. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Galadia leaned closer to the young knight's shoulder and whispered, "Did she reject you? Or perhaps she turned you down? Please tell me." Chapter 22. The Canaanite elf Galadriel Valanoe, the daughter of the Canaanite governor, Farilas Valanoe. Canaan is the realm of the elves. The brief yet astonishing introduction from the attendant nearly caused Griffith to tumble down the grand staircase. He was aware of Galadriel's extraordinary lineage, yet he was taken aback to discover she was the daughter of the current ruler of the Elven Kingdom. It would have been unusual to traverse this path without encountering attacks or assassination attempts. Griffith could hardly believe he had arrived in Baelon. The noble guests, having completed their dance, turned their astonished and respectful gazes towards Galadriel, poised at the top of the staircase. Even such a simple announcement was enough for those present to grasp the elevated status of the elven maiden. As Galadriel linked her arm with Griffith's, he felt the weight of numerous piercing eyes directed towards him. Hardly anyone in the ballroom recognized him, but the pale blue ribbon at his collar hinted at his rank as a squire and officer. Being the dance partner of such a distinguished lady was not merely inappropriate. It was utterly scandalous. Griffith sensed that he was on the verge of being ridiculed by the social elite. But then, so what? The second lieutenant suddenly realized that the vast majority of those present had no connection to him. Even the least esteemed guests were far more noble. For these aristocrats, lingering their gaze on Griffith for too long was absurd. With this thought, Griffith felt a wave of relief wash over him. He maintained the proper decorum. escorting the esteemed elven lady to the center of the dance floor as if besieging a fortress. The next song commenced. Miss Sonia, the center of attention, suddenly noticed that half of the gazes upon her had vanished. Nearly 90% of them were now fixed on Galadriel, while the remaining 10% stubbornly scrutinized Griffith. Not bad. Galadriel, with her sparkling eyes, stifled a laugh, thinking to herself that he had yet to step on her toes. She stood close to the squire, allowing him to rest his hand on her waist. The elegance of the elven form was simply exquisite. Griffith found himself struggling to maintain his composure amidst this social siege, and he quietly remarked, "Your previous adventures in the wilderness were far too perilous. TSK. You worry about that." Even after being roasted over the fire, Galadriel's lips curled into a smile. "Do you know? Even if I were to roll on the ground or dance on the table with you, what could they possibly do to me? Exile me, or slander me in obscurity. I shall do as I please." The squire was rendered speechless by his partner's words. "So, why should we adhere to rules imposed by others? Surrendering ourselves to the tyranny of social etiquette?" Galadriel declared lightly as she danced. "Everyone has become a puppet of a creature called decency, losing their true selves while reveling in it. As a free spirit, should I not follow my heart in choosing my partners and my way of life?" It sounded so reasonable. Griffith could not help but nod in agreement repeatedly. Observing his foolish demeanor, Galadriel felt a twinge of regret. Yet, my spontaneity has its limits. I must soon assume my other identity. Can you manage alone? I once found myself injured in rolling into a ditch, subsisting on a mixture of blood and muddy water for 4 or 5 hours, while Griffith remained unperturbed. There is refreshing peach juice available on the table here. Griffith's honor, however, lasted only until the conclusion of this dance, simultaneously liberating him from a burdensome predicament. In the ensuing moments, Galadriel, accompanied by the elven ambassador to Yolanda, was introduced to various dignitaries, while Griffith was relegated to a corner, much like an unwanted sheep on a farm. Given his status, even if those present were interested in him, navigating the current situation proved challenging. Thus, Griffith found himself wandering alone in solitude. Nevertheless, he felt no discontent. The edges of the grand hall were adorned with long tables, elegantly laid out with an array of chocolate cakes, waffles, tiramisu, puddings, yogurt ice creams, and countless unfamiliar delicacies, rising like distant snowy peaks from the Far East. The colorful confections resembled a rainbow upon a silver sea, captivating the eyes of the aspiring knight more than the fairest of maidens at the ball. Restrain yourself. Griffith battled the overwhelming urge to carry off the entire silver platter, instead indulging at what he deemed a leisurely pace, savoring plate after plate of sweets. "Do you have a penchant for desserts?" A foreign voice resounded from behind Griffith, startling him to the point of nearly choking on his cake. "I am Issues de Closrel, the current Viscount of Closrel, along with a plethora of titles. Just call me Issues." The speaker was a slender boy with silver hair, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. "This autumn, I am fortunate enough to enroll alongside Miss Sonia. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Your Excellency." Griffith quickly set his cake aside and bowed to the young Viscount. "May I assist you in any way?" "Indeed. How fares it over there?" Issues inquired, his gaze brimming with curiosity. "I too have a Shataler accompanying me for enrollment. They are said to be celebrating a victory and have yet to arrive at Bealanda. I have an abundance of questions with no one to pose them to." "That sounds splendid." Issues accepted 2 glasses of cocktails from a servant and offered one to Griffith. "I have heard that on the eastern battlefield, armored cavalry was deployed en masse, launching concerted assaults against the enemy. I am utterly fascinated. The terrain there is expansive, allowing for the formation of cavalry units." Griffith nodded in agreement. "What a magnificent sight that must be," Issues exclaimed dreamily, though many have deemed it heretical. "The theory I previously encountered posits that to fully harness the combat and defensive capabilities of armored cavalry, it requires a knight of considerable rank clad in enchanted heavy armor, leading a retinue of foot soldiers to methodically dismantle the enemy's defenses from all sides. Indeed, such a notion exists. For the great knights possess remarkable martial prowess and the ability to wield numerous formidable extraordinary abilities," Griffith remarked. "However, their numbers. The knights of the realm stand united at the center." Issues produced a tome from his cloak as if performing a magic trick. Behold, the silvery sheen, the captivating lines, and the majestic lance." The Viscount caressed the image of a valiant heavy knight depicted in the tome with an expression of admiration and longing. "That was the renowned Judgment Knight, Tiberius." A chill suddenly coursed through Griffith, prompting him to nearly take a step back. "Do you hold Lord Tiberius in high regard?" Huh, who cares about that mere facade? Issues exclaimed, look at this full armor and the barding, the lance and the knight's shield. This embodies beauty, order, and strength. Indeed, captivating, Griffith nodded, yet it is overly cumbersome, limiting mobility. I have heard that the tactical approach of knights leading infantry is derived from the elves. Their forests do not permit the unfolding of large-scale assaults. The Elven Kingdom has long been plagued by the guerrilla warfare of northern trolls, thereby evolving into a unique squad-based cooperative strategy. Griffith recalled the perspectives of his mentor, Heinz. The director of cavalry had criticized the elves for engaging solely in policing warfare, lacking understanding of formal combat. However, the instructor's views were not universally accepted. After all, the martial technology and magic of human cavalry were taught by the elves, leaving profound imprints on tactical heritage. The strategy of powerful knights or other strong warriors leading infantry assaults indeed proved remarkably effective on certain battlefields, while the cavalry swarm tactics of the East remain relatively obscure. Issues grew increasingly animated. The Eastern practice of forming large-scale assaults with apprentice knights and lower-tier cavalry is sheer heresy. The essence of warfare should rightly be epitomized by such majestic knights. Issues, are you once again espousing your tedious hobby? A stunning maiden with waist-length golden hair approached, interrupting the excitable Viscount's discourse. Another offspring of the noble lineage of Schottauer. Griffith immediately bowed to the beautiful noblewoman. She was as lovely as Sonia, yet lacked that soft, submissive allure. Her long, light golden hair cascaded beside her slender and upright waist, while her exquisite gown and gleaming jewels could not conceal the spirited vigor in her gaze. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, Griffith felt a spark of inspiration stir within him. Unlike others, Fiona's aura seemed to intertwine with diverse qualities, yet he could not discern them. Apprentice Knight, I noticed you seem quite familiar with that elven maiden, Fiona inquired casually, as though she were merely making an observation. Entirely indifferent. As Griffith articulated each word, he noticed Fiona's eyes growing ever brighter, ultimately sparkling like the night sky. How delightful! The solitary and beautiful ranger encounters a brave young knight in an adventure. Fiona was already lost in her reverie. She gazed at Griffith with a look that could easily mislead Issues, silently reflecting, upon closer inspection, this squire possesses a rather handsome visage. He must be a brave and reliable companion in adventures. When shall I have my own tale of adventure? On the opposite side of the ballroom, Sonia was encircled by a throng of admirers. Whether in her own home or attending social gatherings, she had grown accustomed to being the center of attention, yet often found it quite tedious. However, tonight was different. Sonia was utterly astonished that Galadia would select a squire as her dance partner. Believing herself incapable of such a feat, the daughter of the Rammer family, momentarily lost in thought amidst a cluster of friends, suddenly recalled something. She wished to extricate herself from the crowd, but found it impossible, so she waved to one of her family's vassals, instructing him to bring the squire over. Griffith promptly approached Sonia. With a curious expression, she inquired, "How did you come to know Miss Galadia?" Griffith reiterated what he had just said, but faltered mid-sentence. He noticed the sapphire-like eyes of the golden-haired maiden suddenly radiating vibrant hues, and the fleeting gloom that had lingered moments before dissipated entirely. The escapades of knights and elves. The distant and perilous wilderness. Was this not the stuff of stories? Sonia nearly rose onto her toes, grasping the squire's arm, her azure eyes twinkling with anticipation, and then, for the first time, Sonia realized how swiftly time passed at the ball. Griffith's small tale of adventure captivated her, and Issues and Fiona, already familiar to her, joined in. As the ball reached its midway point, weary guests began to disperse in clusters. Boys and girls preparing for autumn enrollment monopolized a large sofa, engaged in lively conversation. "I have a shutterel on its way. It will arrive shortly," Issues, a member of Sonia's circle, remarked. "With Griffith and Fiona, your numbers will suffice." What are they discussing? Griffith, passing by the sofa to retrieve dessert, couldn't help but eavesdrop. Galadia had been whisked away by her kin, failing to bid him farewell. Is that truly permissible? Fiona questioned hesitantly. Perhaps we should bring along the household guards. Then we will be reported immediately. Do you not know who pays the guards' wages? They answer solely to your parents and my guardian, Issues replied, his brow furrowing. However, shutterels are different. Issues, with silver hair, tapped his fingers against the armrest of the sofa. They are new arrivals, unfamiliar with everything. As long as we request confidentiality, they will comply. I concur, Sonia nodded. This is our final opportunity before enrollment in September. The actions of the shutterals are also quite legitimate. That does not sound like a mysterious blessing. Griffith retreated a few steps from the dessert table. Griffith, we require your assistance. Sonia's melodious voice, imbued with irresistible charm, halted the squire. We must keep this a secret. Chapter 23. The astonishing Marvel House. A few days later, the list of reference books for Homenwarts was delivered to the Rammer estate. From noble students to ordinary scholars, including the special shutterals, all were required to procure their course materials at Homenwarts Industrial Campus in Bayerlawn. Most of the freshmen pursued magical studies, necessitating the completion of at least 20 compulsory and elective courses each semester. This endeavor proved to be quite costly, as each new book could sustain an ordinary person for at least a week. Some professors even revised a new textbook annually. Homenwarts' main campus was established in a small town in the northern province of Bayerlawn, with only a portion of its institutions and industries remaining within the city limits. The school's motto, "All are born equal," was inscribed at the entrance of Campus Road, which represented Homenwarts' presence in Bayerlawn. Without special permission, neither male nor female servants were permitted entry. Apart from shopkeepers, ordinary non-enchanters were also barred from entering. From the moment the offspring of nobility, who considered themselves more equal than the average person, stepped into this realm of Homenwarts, they found themselves reliant solely on their own abilities. Just like the prestigious magical academy they were about to attend, in a place where social classes were significantly diminished, these scions of nobility faced academic pressure, with no possibility of cheating, concerns about their social environment, no one orbiting around them, and even the management of daily affairs, dressing appropriately, transformed into unprecedented challenges. For many young ladies, the daunting task of transporting textbooks as heavy as bricks to the delivery center became a serious concern. However, the noble youths possessed their own solutions, the shutteral cavalry. Only those from truly illustrious families could select qualified shutterals and afford their services. Decades ago, a highborn individual who had suffered bullying during his student years suggested to the principal that those who had made significant contributions to the kingdom's safety and prosperity be incorporated into the newly established academy's military command program. Each selected young officer, after serving 2 years on the front lines, became eligible to apply to this comprehensive institution. They attended compulsory classes alongside other students while concurrently pursuing advanced military command studies. Initially, the erudite principal failed to discern the true intent of this initiative. After all, from the perspectives of diversity, education, and societal needs, it was a remarkable proposal. It was not until he recognized that the robust, loyal, and unwavering shutteral youths were all fiercely devoted vassals to their lords that the reality became apparent. In this environment, where social class was diminished and the values of learning, athleticism, and appearance were elevated, the shutterals rapidly garnered immense admiration from both professors and students, resulting in the formation of small circles centered around the noble offspring and their shutterals. By the time the board of trustees at Homenwarts became aware of this situation, it was already too late to intervene. Some trustees deemed it a brilliant notion, vigorously obstructing any reform proposals and sending their own offspring and vassals into the academy. In addition to the voluminous textbooks, a wand held particular significance for a freshman in the magical studies program. For spellcasters, if one wishes to bypass the cumbersome configurations and incantations, it is imperative to possess a wand and predefined commands. The presence of a staff would be even more advantageous. When casting spells, the preordained instructions can significantly reduce the time required for incantation, enabling the invocation of spells with merely a few simple phrases. In scenarios where the power levels are relatively comparable, seizing or neutralizing an opponent's wand or staff can place one in an assured position of victory. It is said that 2 esteemed demigod mages once found themselves in a duel, repeatedly contending over each other's wands. Due to their remarkable magical resistance and robust defensive measures, the confrontation devolved into a spectacle akin to 2 ruffians brawling with sticks. Introduction to Magic, Fundamentals of Alchemy, Basic Spells. Yes, I am well versed in all. Potionology Laboratory. Sonia joyfully retrieved a beautifully bound new book from the shelf and handed it to Griffith, who was trailing behind her. Griffith, aren't you taking your own books? Is it too heavy for you? The apprentice knight wobbled behind the golden-haired girl, clutching a stack of professional textbooks and reference materials that towered above him. My elective courses differ somewhat, Miss Sonia. Moreover, the new books are rather costly for my stipend. I shall visit the second-hand bookstore later. Sonia had not anticipated this dilemma. I can cover the cost. "Thank you for your kindness, miss," Griffith replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, the customs of Rotaler dictate that utilizing the Lord's funds disrupts one's financial planning, which is also a requisite lesson for us. Fine, Sonia said, her gem-like eyes slightly downcast. Then please refrain from calling me miss. Just call me Sonia. In a few days, we shall be classmates. The second-hand bookstore. Griffith wandered through the bustling streets and, after several turns, finally located his destination. The three-story gray building was crammed with an array of books, lacking even a staircase, relying solely on a small ladder employed by the shopkeeper to ascend and descend. Introduction to Magic. General Mysticism. Griffith initially relayed his required course titles to the proprietor, followed by his specialized texts: Elementary Infantry Command Theory, Standard Encampment, Introduction to Standard Staff. No need. I am quite familiar with my needs. Just then, the shop door swung open, and a whirlwind of boys and girls burst into the bookstore. Look, only 2 silver coins. Leading the charge were 2 identical tall boys, speaking in unison with the same tone. The remaining funds can procure a plethora of bizarre-flavored beans. Do not forget to leave us a little as a reward. The twin brothers exclaimed in a lively and exuberant manner. Quickly, procure a brand new set of textbooks for Lord Aaron. They must not be tattered old books. Preferably, they should come with notes. Aaron, the shopkeeper gasped. Aaron Lindless? My heavens. You resemble your father remarkably from his youth. As the conversation unfolded, Aaron had already entered the bookstore. Though clad in a modest coat, his soft, delicate golden hair shimmered with the hues of sunlight, and his skin was smooth and refined, reminiscent of a young maiden. His prominent nose and handsome profile could rival the stars of the theater, yet it was his striking crimson eyes that captivated, imbued with an almost mesmerizing power. By the gods, how could I be so fortunate? Exclaimed the antiquarian bookseller with a tone of sheer delight. I shall grant you an 80% discount. Who is this individual? He seems rather renowned. Griffith leaned against the bookshelf to avoid being jostled by his exuberant classmates. Aaron Lundless, son of Dren Lundless, don't you know? A tall youth emerged from behind the bookshelf, proclaiming triumphantly, "Victory to Bayerland," clad in a tailored coat with a sword at his side. He possessed a robust physique and sharp features that bore a fierce aspect, yet there was a sense of restrained power within him. Lana, Griffith joyfully patted his chest. Are you also a member of the Shadaller? Count Charlong. Have you encountered Miss Fiona de Charlong? Lana towered over Griffith by a considerable margin, a formidable cavalryman and berserker within the regiment. However, he now appeared quite gentle, even cradling a stack of textbooks. I have met Miss Charlong. We are scheduled to convene shortly, Griffith replied. It seems they have some activity for us to partake in. Lana handed the pile of books to the bookseller to settle the bill, nodding. It appears so. Fiona requested that I bring weapons along. Speaking of Aaron, he was the only one to survive the obliteration of records 15 years ago, despite being merely 1 year old at the time. It is unfathomable how he managed it. He must harbor many secrets. We should remain vigilant during our time at Homenwarts. Furthermore, Aaron signifies the blessing of the holy light, and his family name Lundless translates to the victorious. Given their history, it is evident that their lineage enjoys the favor of the deities. An intriguing name. You possess knowledge of the etymology of these names, Griffith remarked, truly erudite. Unable to resist, Griffith's gaze wandered to the subject of their discussion. Those crimson eyes seemed to exude boundless strength, ensnaring the attention of all nearby. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze met Griffith's. In that fleeting moment of connection, Griffith felt a prickling shock and an overwhelming mental resonance. Curiosity, caution, and a myriad of strange emotions intertwined, compelling him to gaze intently at the golden-haired boy with the fiery eyes. Aaron was likewise observing him. Come now, Lana said, patting the shoulder of the apprentice knight. Interrupting his reverie, we must join the ladies. After procuring textbooks and essential tools, the group gathered at the entrance of the CAF. Sonia retrieved her wand and cast a simple pathfinding spell, leading everyone into the shadowy alley behind Academy Street. One could not have anticipated such a dim and profound atmosphere here. For a fleeting moment, Griffith questioned whether he had become lost in the labyrinth of dreams. The grandeur of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the domain of Balon was astonishing. Behind the bustling streets lined with shops, there lay an expanse of dilapidated houses and narrow alleys. We haven't taken a wrong turn, have we? Fiona inquired uncertainly. Not at all. Sonia replied confidently as she led the way. The place we are headed to is in the Alley of Curves, said to be as ancient as the walls of Balon. Only the extraordinary can find it using specific spells or items. All right, Fiona murmured, biting her lip as she followed behind Rana. The surrounding silence and darkness deepened, and Griffith felt as though he was experiencing hallucinations, sensing that some creature was stealthily traversing the darkness within reach, or that whispers lingered in the air. He attempted to calm his mind to listen or perceive these strange sounds, but feeble inspiration left him in ignorance. The remarkably peculiar house. How could such a decrepit structure remain in the domain of Hogwarts? What were we doing here? Griffith longed to ask a myriad of questions, yet he hesitated, uncertain of their appropriateness. He glanced curiously at Aegeus, who stood beside the blonde squire, Moira, only to find the latter equally perplexed. Miss Fiona noticed their confusion. Aegeus's father, the previous viscount, had perished during an expedition to the south. Their family's patriarch had guarded a secret for generations, which Aegeus had heard his father speak of in his childhood, an important weapon against dark magic. Griffith, Rana, and Moira collectively shook their heads. "We have come for this," Sonia said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Although it may not be a necessary rite for you squires, it can enhance your mental fortitude, which is beneficial for learning and memory." The three aspiring knights fell into silence, sensing something amiss. Could this mansion be an unregulated artifact? Rana suddenly realized that activating an artifact without official sanction was illegal, wasn't it? Right? Fiona quickly turned her head away. This could be dangerous. Griffith felt a tremendous weight pressing upon his heart. The artifact might harbor unknown negative effects that would require extensive testing before it could be deemed practical. With their talents, even without the aid of this artifact, they could successfully complete the promotion ceremony, rendering any risk unnecessary. Moira agreed, adding that since this artifact was unregistered, it might conceal cultists or dark forces. Griffith and the others were correct, but if that were the case, my mental fortitude would have to develop gradually, and my practical spellcasting after the term began could be fraught with challenges. Sonia gently bit her lip, casting an inquiring glance at Fiona. What if I were to delay in my ascension to scholar and fail to cast the new spells I've learned? How embarrassing that would be. Fiona imagined the mortification of the spellcasting class, feeling a wave of shame wash over her as she unconsciously glanced at Sonia. Yes, indeed. Sonia has finally made up her mind. There are no extraordinary spells or items that cannot be discovered here, so there is no need to worry about being used as a stronghold by nefarious individuals. Chapter 24. The Reawakening of Forgotten Memories. Gasping for breath, Griffith concealed himself behind a circular iron shield. Before him stood a robust green-skinned orc, bare-chested and wielding a warhammer, its crimson eyes fixated on him. A pure-blood orc squad leader. I did not anticipate such a formidable opponent. On the battlefield, strewn with ash and ruin, 3 armored cavalrymen lay moaning on the ground. Mere moments ago, Griffith's squad had encountered a band of foes amidst the chaos of battle. Although they had swiftly vanquished half-orc warriors with their long spears and heavy armor, they were ultimately overpowered by the orc warrior leading the charge. Krista and 2 other cavalrymen were injured and incapacitated, leaving Griffith as the sole standing defender, positioned 20 paces from the orc, where combat was imminent. The orc, a being of greater stature and strength than a half-orc, was fewer in number, yet exceedingly perilous. Griffith had to confront this formidable adversary and his weapon alone. He cast a glance at the shattered shield of another cavalryman on the ground, convinced that such armor would offer no protection against the impending devastation. That warhammer, I cannot withstand its might. Griffith scrutinized his formidable foe, his mind racing with calculations. With a thunderous roar, the orc charged towards the iron-clad adversary. Griffith too surged forward, hurling his heavy shield at the approaching beast. Clang! The spinning shield was struck aside by the warhammer, and the orc warrior, displaying an unimaginable agility, raised the dreadful weapon once more, aiming a crushing blow at the novice knight's head. Griffith dropped to one knee, arching his body backward to the limit of his capabilities, sliding forward with the momentum of the charge just in time to evade the howling warhammer, and swung his longsword in retaliation. Astonishingly, the orc emitted a cry of agony. The blade sliced through its lower torso, unleashing a torrent of blood and flesh. The grievously wounded orc collapsed to the ground. This was my secret weapon, reserved for dire straits. Griffith swiftly regained his footing, twisting his wrist to drive the blade into the orc's shoulder joint with all his strength. Griffith! 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 100 armored cavalrymen resounded in a rhythmic thump against their breastplates. Rejoice, warriors! The banner captain raised his arm in triumph, declaring that with today's battle, we have cleared the path to Anata, and victory lies within our grasp. Hurrah! Hundreds and thousands of warriors echoed in unison. How is your leg? Not well? I need to rest, Krista said, pointing towards a distant campfire. Can you fetch me a cane? A long spear will suffice. I do not wish to miss tonight's feast. Then, I beg your pardon, Griffith bent down to lift the novice nun into his arms, making his way towards the celebration. You are so light. You must eat more. Quick, put me down. Someone will see us. Krista's face flushed with anxiety as she gently hit the novice knight's breastplate. I am merely escorting you to Valkyrie. Even if someone does see us, it matters not, Griffith said with a slight tilt of his head and a smile. Should we be seen, it would merely be Galona and the others coming to give me a thrashing, and it would not trouble you in the slightest. The apprentice knight cradled the young maiden as they traversed the now desolate campsite, making their way toward the distant flickering flames of merriment. Griffith. Krista nestled closely like a kitten adapting to its new home. Once our service period concludes, what do you wish to pursue? Well, they will likely have each of us fill out a preference form at that time. Come on, tell me. I suppose I shall report to the Raymore family in Baylon to apply for the Army Command Department. Griffith adjusted his hold, lifting the girl slightly so she could rest her head on his shoulder. Once I become an officer, my salary will significantly increase. Oh, then we. Krista believed he had finished speaking, but was interrupted by his words, barely audible as she was about to reveal the thoughts she had long buried. If I were to become a staff officer, the likelihood of remaining in the capital is high, Griffith mused. I envision purchasing a house by the strait, where I can gaze upon the sea and hear the waves during dinner. At night, the entire starry sky would belong to me. It must be in the Emile district. Krista cheered with joy. Why there? There's a hillside facing the strait, not too remote, yet surely not exorbitantly priced. Krista gazed at the apprentice knight with her sparkling blue eyes. And it's close to the Holy Light Chapel I intend to attend. That sounds splendid, Griffith remarked with longing. I shall hide the key beneath the peach tree at the entrance. You may come whenever your duties conclude. Ha! Who said I would enter through the front door? Beneath the tranquil starry sky, the two laughed joyously together. Griffith, Krista clasped her hands to her chest, as if her heart might leap forth if she did not. There's something I speak. Today is a day of victory. And I've received a promotion and raise. I can grant you one modest request. Really? Then I shall say it. The name Griffith seems somewhat fierce to me. I rather like it. May I call you Greffy? Summoning her courage, Krista inquired. Ah, of course, why not? Griffith nodded. The Valkyries sometimes call me that. Did you not know? What? They? Who are they? Why is it plural? How can this be? Krista tightened her grip around the mace at her waist, appearing ready to charge into the distant festivities. Looks like you've been preempted, the apprentice knight observed the mace, wondering whose skull it might shatter. You may opt for another request. Laughter and revelry echoed from ahead. After navigating through a grove, they would soon join the celebrations of victory. Wait, Krista, having no time to hesitate, reached out to embrace the neck of the apprentice knight, lifting herself up. Krista. The apprentice knight's words were halted by her action. Is this residence reading our thoughts? Griffith gently brushed his fingers across his lips, shook his head forcefully, and turned to gaze aside. Sonia stood transfixed in the center of the room, as if turned to stone, and at that moment, she seemed to awaken. I am fine. But someone has entered this old mansion, and their malice is unmistakably clear. Sonia raised her head. We may all be in danger. We must quickly regroup. Follow me. Griffith gestured towards a staircase at the side. First, we shall rendezvous with Miss Fiona, and then with issues. The two departed the room, and soon found Fiona and her squire, Lana. Fiona hurriedly inquired, Did you feel that? A distinct will, not belonging to any of us. Just intruded here. For today's event, both Lana and Griffith were fully armed. They exchanged glances and moved forward, shielding their lord as they advanced towards Issues. To achieve optimal magical results, Issues and Miura had chosen a room on the opposite side of the corridor for their ritual. Before Griffith could reach there, they heard the unmistakable sounds of a struggle and furious roars. Boom! The Squire Miura burst through a door, having crashed through it. The slender Viscount Issues lay unconscious in his arms. Prepare for battle, Lana shouted fiercely, leaping forward with her sword unsheathed without consulting Griffith. Their adversary was a grotesque man, resembling a toad. His skin was a ghastly gray, his bulging eyes protruding, and a massive tongue spilled from his mouth, dripping with saliva. Sonia, taken aback, retreated alongside Fiona. Do not stray too far from us, Griffith warned, casting a wary glance at the two girls as they moved back. Holding her sword, Lana challenged, Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Why? The toad-like man grotesquely rolled his bulging eyes, surveying the three Shatoral blocking his path. I am Gelros, the executioner of the Cook Gang. I heard that several young and beautiful noble lords and ladies were here to frolic, and I thought to capture them and sell them. Ha ha ha. A blonde noble beauty can fetch a handsome price. Just a lowly trafficker? Miura, having delivered the unconscious issues to safety, returned to the forefront. Hey, Gelros, this is not your sewer. Will you not surrender upon seeing our swords? Just 3 guards. Ha ha ha. Gelros crouched low, slowly crawling on all fours, scrutinizing the 3 squires before him. You must not be aware of Lord Gelros's special abilities. What abilities? Magic? Lana whispered, if that is the case. The 3 of us can completely suppress him. We must ensure Miss Fiona and the others remain unharmed. Sonia, propped against a corner with the unconscious issues, overheard the exchange between the strange man and the squire, and urgently warned, be careful. Special abilities are not magic. Not magic? Is this a unique ability possessed by the extraordinary? Prior to this, Griffith had never encountered any special powers beyond magic on the battlefield. For warriors of their caliber, abilities that are complex and cannot synchronize with the army are merely a matter of a lance thrust. If one strike proves insufficient, they shall strike again. In an instant, the 3 apprentice knights found themselves bewildered. They had yet to experience special abilities in such a brawl-like environment. Prepare to receive Lord Gelos's power. Suddenly, the toad like Gellos opened his mouth, unleashing a large splatter of thick, white viscous liquid towards the 3 Shotorals. What is this substance? With their lord behind them, there was no way to evade. They could only instinctively use their swords and arm guards to shield themselves from the oncoming liquid. This viscous material solidified rapidly in the air, becoming as hard as rock in the blink of an eye. Griffith and his companions were caught off guard, their hands instantly immobilized. Gotcha. But that's not all. Gellos continued to expel mouthfuls of the goo, trapping the feet of the 3 apprentice knights as well. Griffith was utterly astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary ability, one that was neither magic nor influenced by bloodlust, executed with such remarkable efficiency. The 3 of them struggled in vain, like insects encased in wax, unable to escape the rigid, hardened substance. How does it feel? You stand no chance against me, Gellos. Gellos approached the 3 immobilized individuals, surveying his handiwork, his round eyes then shifting towards Sonia. I shall take these lovely ladies with me. What exquisite beauties. Sonia and Fiona both took a step back in alarm. Fiona, run. Ashamed, Rana shouted, his thunderous voice nearly deafening Griffith. Get out and call for help. Fiona quickly turned and dashed towards the door. Before she could reach it, a massive glob of white goo erupted, sealing the door shut. You cannot escape. Gellos leered as he advanced, scrutinizing Sonia. Oh, are you not running, my dear? Are you too frightened to move? I could give you a little massage. Griffith struggled desperately in the stone-like solidified liquid. Today's encounter filled him with shame. He had never imagined he would falter in such a scuffle. Now, with his limbs immobilized, he could only watch helplessly as Gellos approached Sonia. Gellos eyed the petite beauty before him with lewd intent, seemingly pleased with his fortune. I wonder. Sonia suddenly tilted her head. You surely cannot easily reverse the solid state of this liquid, can you? That puts my mind at ease. She tossed her golden hair, her azure eyes gazing at Gellos with a hint of disdain. If your plan is to abduct me, then using this to control my movements is rather unsuitable. And what of it? Gellos said, reaching out his hand towards the girl. At that moment, Sonia suddenly appeared at his side, nimbly grasping his arm and pulling him forward. Gelros immediately lost his balance. Before he could react, Sonia lifted his arm upward. The diminutive Gelros stumbled, and before he could regain his footing, his arm was already being forcibly bent backward. Thud! Gelros felt the world spin around him, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had been thrown to the ground. Instantly, he began to writhe like a fish out of water. Although Sonia's delicate arms could not restrain Gelros' struggles, she swiftly raised her knee and pressed it against his abdomen. Ugh! The impact left Gelros dazed, and he opened his mouth, expelling a glob of viscous fluid that struck Sonia's right hand, quickly congealing into a sizable mass. Huh, you startled me, but what can you do? Gelros sneered at the noble girl kneeling beside him, but his words faltered in his throat. With an expression of curiosity, Sonia waved the rapidly solidifying substance. Her entire right hand had transformed into a large white mallet. Quite heavy, Sonia swung her right hand down, aiming for Garros's face. Smack. Chapter 25. The aroma of conspiracy. Griffith and his companions waited a considerable time before freeing themselves from the grasp of the viscous substance. Had it not been for Griffith's intervention, the mortified Rana and Miura would have immediately reduced the battered Giros, whose mouth was a mosaic of shattered teeth, to a mere pulp. We must ascertain what he knows, Griffith remarked. How could a mere street thug be aware of our whereabouts? Yet, he was no ordinary street thug. Sonia observed the white solid before her transform into powder, recognizing it as the extraordinary ability unique to the half-humans of Sequence 9. Each sequence possesses markedly different abilities, and upon their advancement, you too shall have the opportunity to master other powers. This ability must be rare on the battlefield, Fiona commented, patting Rana's shoulder. Though it is reportedly not uncommon in urban settings, being particularly suited for rapid engagements in confined spaces, unlike magic, which is susceptible to interference. The varieties of extraordinary abilities are exceedingly diverse, and the number of powers each extraordinary being can wield is limited, unlike magic, which can be standardized through learning and training, rendering it uncontrollable. Issues had already awakened from his stupor, asserting that it was not a matter of great significance. Of course. So, a thug named Giros learned of the Viscount and the lady's whereabouts through some channel and attacked you there? 3 cavalrymen. And yet they could not overcome a solitary and formal extraordinary being? The investigator, clad in black, seated before Griffith, spoke sternly. Do you expect us to believe that? The Baylan police had visited several times over the past 2 days, inquiring about the details of the assault and assuring the Count's residents of an immediate crackdown on the Cook gang. Professional police departments have been established in the kingdom's cities and most towns, replacing the city defense and security forces to combat crime. Furthermore, the royal family has instituted a central investigation bureau to tackle crimes occurring across regions and within the royal domain. The Central Investigation Bureau and police departments are well-funded. Although they do not rival the military's might, they boast considerable manpower, equipment, intelligence support, and dedicated extraordinary beings. With their involvement, Griffith found himself neither needing nor permitted to intervene in the Cook gang case. Not only was intervention unnecessary, but he would also have to endure rigorous questioning and investigation. The investigators and police, upon learning of the case, immediately suspected the 3 of them, Schottaler, believing them to have colluded with the gang. Giros's ability was distinctly characteristic. Though not particularly powerful, he could materialize extraordinary traits. Griffith stated candidly, it was quite unexpected. The investigator scrutinized him with an indescribable gaze for several seconds before saying, "You may leave. Should you have anything to report before the next inquiry, contact us through the Count's messenger. My experiences over the past 2 months have been nothing short of extraordinary." Initially, the daughter of the Elven Chancellor was attacked. In retrospect, although the assault lacked significant force, the seemingly feeble apprentice mage, Aces, managed to evade the elven prophecies and divinations, employing goblins and zombies to set traps that left Galadia and her family utterly unprepared. What benefit could Aces possibly gain from hunting Galadia? Did the one he once followed, Rudius, conspire with him? Subsequently, the private outing plans of the Count's daughter and her companions were leaked. Aside from the 6 individuals present, no one else should have been privy to the outing's details. Who could have betrayed us? I am no traitor. Could it be that Lana and Miura are the traitors? I never anticipated that the 2 of you, with your thick brows and expressive eyes. The most unreasonable aspect is why I am entangled in this at all. I am but an ordinary individual. Griffiths, with a charcoal pencil, meticulously listed the thoughts swirling in his mind on paper, striving to uncover the connections among them. Yet, these fragmented facts and clues eluded any coherent linkage, failing to explain my involvement in these events and conspiracies. Such coincidences bear the sin of a conspiracy. Griffiths felt increasingly bewildered. The missing information and obscure clues seemed to envelop him like a web, rendering escape impossible no matter the direction he chose. Wait, could it be because? No, that can't be. Is it even possible? However, it seems that this is the only explanation. A lightning bolt of realization struck Griffiths, sending a chill down his spine. 2 years after leaving the officer academy, although Griffiths continued his studies at the front lines, they could not compare to formal education. Following the attack, he spent most of his days in the Lamore family's library, preparing for his impending academic pursuits. Just as Griffiths concluded his report, a soldier knocked on the door, addressing Director Hines. captain of the flag. The deputy commander of the capital district summons you to Taysok Street in the lower city. Oh, what else did he say? The cavalry director stood up with curiosity, donning his hat and coat as he made his way outside. I found it. Griffiths felt a surge of energy. Director Hines turned to the apprentice knight, who was clad only in his regular coat, and instructed, "Go to the armory and borrow a suit of iron armor and weapons. Follow me." Upon their arrival at the scene, Taysok Street was surrounded by layers of armed personnel. Armored carriages secured the intersections, with city police lying in wait, armed with crossbows. At a distance, officers had pried open the iron cover of a sewer grate, sending someone to block it off. A city defense officer clad in yellow armor was beside a carriage, pointing at a map and directing reinforcements to various positions. Upon noticing Captain Hines and Griffiths approaching, he immediately stood at attention and saluted. "I am the regional commander, Cody. Gang members have entrenched themselves within this sewer, and we have sealed off the exits in the nearby streets. However, the duration of their confinement remains uncertain," remarked the officer in charge of the scene. "The gang has inexplicably hired a fallen mage, who has taken a newlywed baron and baroness hostage. Their families have arrived at the scene, expressing considerable dissatisfaction with our sluggish progress. The situation is exceedingly complex. Our soldiers are ambushed from all sides in the pitch-black sewer, rendered utterly incapable of retaliating. Thus, we have sought higher command, hoping for reinforcements in the form of knights." The reporting commander surveyed his surroundings, noticing 5 Shothaller adjusting their gear and weapons. If only knights or high knights were present. Commander Cody pondered, yet mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. "I observed that all present were apprentice knights from various families, who may find themselves ill-equipped to confront the fallen mage. I understand, Commander Cody, the cavalry director, Heinz Wilhelm, is already armored and ready. If these young individuals cannot contend with the rats in the sewer, it would signify their unworthiness for further training from the kingdom. Once they falter, you shall witness the knight's emergence." Griffith soon reunited with the other 4 members of his temporary squad. Leading them was a tall, striking blonde girl, adorned in exquisite silver armor that accentuated her alluring curves. Her eyes, one blue and the other red, were captivating to behold. "Greetings, I am Ophelia von Ishtar, 2nd Squad Leader of the Assault Cavalry 501st Regiment, specializing in reconnaissance, shooting, and close combat." The heterochromatic Shothaller waved her hand to one side, indicating a composed blonde man. "This is Wolfgang Mittermeier, Heavy Infantry." The other 2 were Myra and Lana, whom Griffith already recognized. They each introduced themselves in turn. Heavy Infantry, Myra. Cavalry, Lana, Blade Assault. Griffith thumped his chest plate with his right hand, addressing his temporary squad mates. "Griffith Branton, 2nd Squad Leader of the 502nd Regiment, Gun Cavalry." "Ah, we are neighbors on the eastern battlefield," Ophelia nodded. "Gun Cavalry, will you lead the way?" "No, I shall lead. Griffith will follow me," he replied. Myra clapped her shield. The previous city defense forces were ambushed by shadowy arrows. "I shall hold my ground. Then Griffith will be followed by me and Lana," Ophelia nodded. "Mittermeier, you bring up the rear. Ensure your shovel is ready. Should the sewer collapse, I hope to escape swiftly." The 5 Shothaller, fully armed, stepped into the damp, dimly lit sewer. Myra held up a rectangular infantry shield, concealing herself entirely behind it. The 2nd and 4th warriors maintained vigilance to either side, while Ophelia, armed with a powerful bow, occupied the center. Bringing up the rear, the heavily armored Mittermeier wielded a steel axe, with a spade and shovel strapped to his back. This is a standard Shothaller tactical squad. They adopt such a configuration during jungle warfare or urban combat at the kingdom's borders, capable of enduring sudden assaults and ambushes by foes that outnumber them several times until reinforcements arrive. Griffith, wielding a short firearm, stealthily trails behind Miura. In the confined spaces of the sewer, while the short firearm may be cumbersome to wield, it remains highly effective. Faint beams of light filter through the crevices or small holes above, casting reflections upon their silver armor. The Shutterals, holding 2 torches, cautiously advance in the darkness, stepping carefully. Clang! An arrow flies from the shadows towards the torch, shattering against Miura's shield. "Be cautious." As the warning leaves his lips, another arrow whizzes past Miura's helmet, narrowly missing Griffith's head. The Shutterals dart towards the direction from which the arrows originate. Ophelia draws her bowstring, releasing an arrow into the shadows. This arrow, imbued with a silvery glow, illuminates the slick walls of the sewer. Following the light, Griffith glimpses 2 terrified men loading their crossbows. The silvery radiance fades swiftly. Rana, with swiftness and precision, draws a throwing knife and sends it flying. The foremost enemy lets out a scream before collapsing to the ground, while his companion, in a panic, abandons the crossbow and flees. Ophelia looses another arrow, and a thud is heard in the darkness, followed by pained wails and splashing sounds. Griffith advances, brandishing his spear, stepping on the back of the shot enemy, offering surrender or death. The captured thug, his mouth filled with filth, cries out twice before being yanked up. "Don't kill me. I'm just a laborer," he yells, disregarding his pain. Boss Cook said if we can stall here for 3 hours, we can break through the wall and escape. "How many of you are there?" Griffith inquires. "Any armor?" "Fewer than 50. Most are busy breaking the wall." The thug replies through gritted teeth. "Boss Cook, where's chainmail?" "What else?" "Nothing, that's all." In the dim light, the thug's eyes widen as he gazes at the armored apprentice knights illuminated by the fire. The air suddenly turns heavy with silence. Griffith unsheathes a dagger from his belt and drives it upward into the thug's right hand. "Ah!" The thug immediately screams in agony. Yet the other shudderals remain unmoved, either watching him silently or vigilantly keeping their distance. "Continue," Griffith utters emotionlessly from behind his sturdy faceplate. "We have a mage. He can freeze water into spears." The thug howls. "I don't know much." "Truly. He always wears a mask, and doesn't he speak?" "Are there traps?" "A few groups with bows and spears." "What else do you know?" "Nothing. I genuinely don't know anything else." He wasn't lying," Ophelia whispers. "It seems he doesn't possess further information." "Oh, how do you know that?" Griffith cast a glance at his companion, who also wore a mask, and swiftly snapped the thug's neck. "For now, that would suffice. We shall press onward." "Hey, do you not take prisoners?" Ophelia complained. He attempted to conceal their intelligence. After eliminating this nuisance, the Shodelers continued their journey as if nothing had transpired. The sewers were not only dimly lit, but the winding paths also rendered direction indistinguishable. Chapter 26, Griffith and the Bone Ring, Part 1, Alas. A ruffian wielding a dagger sprang forth from the shadows, lunging towards Rana's waist. The dagger struck the iron armor and then slid away in an arc. Rana deftly seized the ruffian's head, snapping his neck with a crisp crack before discarding the lifeless body. "Stay back! Stay back!" shouted a diminutive thug, brandishing a worn blade while leaning against the cold wall. For corpses lay on the ground beside him, their owners equipped with crossbows and daggers, lying in ambush for the shut oral squad around a corner. However, their inferior weapons failed to even leave a scratch on the iron armor. Before the ruffians could react, the shut oral squad had dispatched most of them. "Surrender or perish." Griffith produced a length of rope and waved it at the remaining thug. Cornered, the ruffian gritted his teeth, his bright eyes glaring at Griffith in the flickering firelight. Suddenly, he raised the dagger, let out a cry, and lunged at Griffith. "Ah!" The armored squire effortlessly sidestepped, grasping the ruffian's frail arm and twisting it gently. The small figure let out a scream as he crashed heavily to the ground. Where do they find these little wretches? Myra cast a glance at the fallen thug, who appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. One can join the city-slaying package at 10. 12 or 13 is hardly young. Rana remarked while cleaning his sword on a corpse. "He's just a bit on the scrawny side." Griffith twisted the boy's hands behind his back, swiftly binding them with a tight knot before hauling him from the mud to present him before Ophelia. "Do you have any questions?" "None." "What is there to inquire about when they are of such caliber?" Ophelia tilted her head. Aside from the initial few who were relatively robust, the later groups were merely children. The ruffian's shrill cries were abruptly silenced as a powerful hand pressed against his neck, the chill of cold steel penetrating to his very marrow. The corpse on the ground, its head twisted backward, stared vacantly with hollow eyes. Tremors coursed through Griffith's hands as he observed the boy's teeth chattering uncontrollably, soon followed by the entire frail body quaking as if afflicted by malaria. "We might find this one useful," Griffith remarked, releasing the boy. "Aye," the squire replied in unison, unfazed. The shut oral squad had already ventured deep into the sewers. Based on their previous map estimates, the Cook gang had little refuge left. An immediate assault was imperative against the sorcerer. Ophelia scanned the surroundings with vigilance. It seemed she possessed keen vision even in the darkness. Their adversary was a fallen mage, one who, despite lacking systematic training, might wield unusual offensive spells. Yet their defenses were often lacking. "My dagger shall end him in an instant," Rana declared. "The space here is confined, and skirmishes will not be far apart. I shall not grant him the opportunity to chant his incantations. Annihilate the noble's lackeys." Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the darkness, followed by the chaotic sound of footsteps splashing towards them. Ah, they are upon us. Ophelia swiftly nocked an arrow and released it with the swiftness of lightning. As one figure turned the corner, the arrow pierced his eye, causing him to fall backwards to the ground. Charge! Kill! A burly man wielding a massive axe and clad in chainmail burst forth, surrounded by a throng of ruffians both large and small. Attack! Beware of the hidden mage among the crowd. Griffith raised his short firearm and pinned a thug to the ground. The armored cook has arrived. The other squire knights promptly threw daggers, hurled javelins, or loosed arrows. The ruffians, armed with a motley assortment of weapons, fell like wheat before a raging storm. Kill! The strongest and the only one in armor, Cook, bore 2 daggers embedded in him as he swung his axe toward Griffith. With both hands raised, Griffith thrust his weapon downwards towards Cook's left shoulder. The piercing tip of his weapon shattered the chainmail's defense, penetrating Cook's robust shoulder and emerging from the back. In an instant, the boisterous cries of Cook ceased. He grasped the shaft of the weapon lodged in his shoulder and, with great effort, raised his axe to strike at Myra's shield. Griffith, with remarkable agility, swiftly rotated his firearm. The intense pain and splattering of blood erupted from Cook's shoulder, causing his body to tremble, and his strike against the shield lost its strength. Myra intercepted the blow and retaliated with a forceful thrust. Cook was immediately knocked to the ground, his axe falling into the murky waters. Griffith seized the opportunity to withdraw his firearm and aimed it at Cook's gaping mouth. Ugh! Ugh! The small captive bound behind them struggled desperately and shouted, but with his hands tied and a rag stuffed in his mouth, only muffled sounds escaped. The towering Cook had already been impaled through the throat by the weapon. Did you witness him employing his powers? Rana inquired while piercing another assailant rushing towards them. No, they all shook their heads in unison. The 12 members of Cook's gang, who had attempted to counterattack, were utterly annihilated without inflicting any damage on the Shudderer squad. Remain vigilant. It is not yet over, Griffith said, tugging the tightly bound small captive forward. You shall lead the way and see if there are any survivors inside. The gagged captive was thrust to the front. Griffith, with his cold weapon blade, patted the captive's shoulder. This is your chance to live. Guide us ahead. Until that moment, the figure of the fallen mage had yet to materialize, casting a shadow of danger that heightened the vigilance of the Shudderer. Finally, on a dry platform within the sewer, they discovered 2 figures huddled together. In the dim light, Griffith and his companions could barely discern the ornate attire and trembling forms of the 2 individuals. We are the apprentice knights of the Imperial Guard, here to rescue you. Ophelia called out from behind Griffith. Baron, Baroness, is that you? Please raise your heads so we may see your faces. The trembling couple remained huddled together, and the Baron himself lifted his head, glancing at the 5 armored saviors. Yes. It is I. Ah, splendid, Ophelia sighed. Are you injured? Can you move? Our feet are frostbitten. The Baron trembled more violently. Unsure if it was from fear or excitement, it was the work of that fallen sorcerer. Keep moving. Go to the Baron's side. Griffith patted the small one's shoulder. There were no traps surrounding the couple, but their ankles were shackled to the ground by silver-white manacles, rendering them immobile. It is ice, shackles formed from ice, Ron observed. Lifting his head to speak, hand me the torches. 2 torches were handed over, and Rana and Midian carefully began to thaw the Baron's and his wife's ankles. The others stood guard nearby. Where is the fallen sorcerer? Griffith inquired. He locked us up and then left, ventured deeper, Baron Kaon replied, cradling his wife. His expression slightly easing. Earlier the gang attempted to dig an escape route, though it remains uncertain if they succeeded. They likely did not succeed. Griffith indicated toward the direction where Cook and the others had fallen. We took down their leader. Hush! Do not speak. Ophelia suddenly raised her index finger, signaling for silence. Instantly, the area fell quiet. A rustling sound emanated from the dimly lit sewer, as if something was moving toward them. Several bright torches appeared in the passage, illuminating a section of brilliant yellow armor. 2 squads of the city defense rushed toward them. Hey, you guys are late, Ophelia exclaimed triumphantly. But the big rat is still inside the hole. City Defense Sergeant Rex reporting, Commander Cody has instructed us to follow your lead. The leading city defense soldiers saluted the Shudderals. Excellent. We are in need of reinforcements. Griffith and Ophelia exchanged glances. Arranging for a few individuals to escort the Baron and his wife along with the captives out, while the remaining would accompany us to apprehend the fallen sorcerer. Just then, A fierce and wild aura crept forth from the darkness. A beast? Not entirely. It bore a mix of human scent, Ophelia remarked, somewhat astonished. It could also be some product of dark sorcery. In that darkness, two fiery red lights emerged, resembling torches, accompanied by a foul odor. What is that? A fireball. Rana scrutinized it for a moment but felt it did not resemble one. The two red lights flickered intermittently, slowly approaching the crowd. The blood-red cores resembled pupils. Rats! Ophelia suddenly shouted, drawing her bow and releasing an arrow towards the red light. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a sudden flash of crimson light darted toward the wall, only to be followed by a ferocious charge toward the soldiers. A colossal black rat, larger than a mountain bear, opened its gaping maw and swiftly severed the head of a city defense soldier. Without needing any prompting, all present wielded every weapon at their disposal, hurling them at the monstrous rodent. Rana, with the swiftness of lightning, launched a throwing knife, but upon striking the glossy fur, the blade veered off course, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The assailed giant rats surged into the throng, scattering a squad of city defenders like leaves in a tempest. Muira swung his large shield, delivering a powerful blow to the rat as it darted past him. The impact resonated through the air, causing nearby soldiers to stagger. The giant rodent was momentarily toppled, its fiery red eyes now vacant. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, Griffith advanced, thrusting his spear toward the creature's crimson gaze. A shrill cry akin to that of an ordinary mouse erupted from the giant rat as its long tail, reminiscent of a crocodile's, swept through the air. Griffith felt himself propelled backward, colliding with the frigid wall, momentarily incapacitated. Midianma let out a fierce shout, brandishing his iron shovel and driving it into one of the rat's eyes, resulting in an explosive burst of crimson. Blinded, the giant rat began to lash out wildly with its massive tail, bellowing in fury. Midianma and Rana surged forward, attempting to pin the creature to the ground. But its strength far exceeded theirs, effortlessly casting them aside. Quick-witted, Muira seized the opportunity, swinging his shield at the rat's face just as the two were thrown off. Another wave of disorienting energy radiated from the impact, leaving the robust rodent momentarily dazed. Ophelia steadied herself, drawing an arrow engraved with fiery runes from her quiver, bending her bow to shoot it into the rat's mouth. After releasing the arrow, she rolled to the ground, cradling her head. Scatter! Before anyone could react, the giant rat's mouth erupted with a deafening explosion. Sharp fangs and fleshy debris flew in all directions, and a wave of city defenders fell in a mass. We've done it. Muira, closest to the creature, miraculously was the first to rise. He glanced at his blood-soaked attire and the shattered teeth littered around him, withdrawing his sword to plunge it into the still-twitching rat. This fur is of fine quality, he mused, twisting the blade lodged in the rat's head. Hey, Griffith, are you alive? Move if you are. Before the other shodelers could even chuckle, the lifeless rat's abdomen began to convulse violently, as if a mischievous child were wriggling beneath a blanket. Muira, get back. Suddenly, the rat's belly burst open, unleashing a torrent of rats, both large and small, each with their blood-red eyes fixed upon the onlookers, charging ferociously toward them. A cacophony of screams and roars erupted, as every Shotaler still standing frantically swung their weapons against the oncoming tide of black fur. Bang! The first mouse was struck down, bursting open and releasing a cloud of white vapor. The surrounding sewage was instantly frozen into solid blocks of ice, while countless mice exploded into a mist of white frost. Oh no! Ophelia watched as a torrent of icy mist erupted, obscuring her vision through the crevices of her helmet. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, she lost consciousness. One after another, the injured were carried out of the sewer on stretchers, whether they were from the Shotaler or the city defense forces. Their garments and armor were encrusted with thick layers of blood and filth, these unclean substances frozen solid against their bodies. 5 Shotaler were injured, while 25 from the city defense forces lost 1 life and 13 were wounded. The on-site commander, Cody, reported to General Hines with a furrowed brow, expressing regret that although the Baron and his wife had been rescued, it had resulted in a disastrous skirmish for the elite Shotaler. They had suffered losses, yet remained alive. General Heinz Wilhelm, the cavalry commander, spread his hands, dismissing the irrelevant details, insisting that the city defense forces be dispatched immediately to capture the wretched mage. Not far from them, Ophelia, disheveled and limping, made her way towards a nearby water basin at the street corner. A guard from the city defense forces attempted to assist her, but she declined. How is the injury of the squire maiden? A medical officer inquired of the visibly female shot-aller. Ophelia struggled to move her arm, pointing at her frozen helmet. The medical officer frowned at the frozen filth, shook his head, and walked away. Breathing heavily, Ophelia reached the basin at the street corner, scooping a bucket of water and pouring it over herself before leaning against a wall to rest. A squad of city defense soldiers rushed past her, heading towards the recently concluded battle at the sewer entrance. Exhausted, Ophelia glanced at the soldiers as they passed, then struggled to stand and made her way towards a secluded alley. "Where are you headed?" A somewhat familiar, low voice called from behind her. Turning around, Ophelia saw Griffith, equally disheveled, standing not far behind her. She shrugged helplessly, pointing at her frozen helmet. The fallen mage hidden in the sewer had such powerful familiars and was adept in ice magic. With such strength, why did he not initially cooperate with the Cook gang? Even with his capabilities, the possibility of being spared after inflicting such casualties was slim. The regular knights and grand knights would soon confront him. Without his familiars, his fate would surely be death. If that were the case, why did he not seize the opportunity while he still had strength to take hostages and break out with the Cook gang? Ophelia paused, looking up at Griffith, who had removed his helmet. Nearby residents and city defense forces had gathered at the sewer entrance. The two stood in silent communion, their gazes locked in the desolate alley. Ophelia lowered herself, her right hand gently caressing the dented and damaged breastplate of Griffith, akin to a girl tenderly tracing the firm chest of her beloved. "This is rather inappropriate," Ophelia remarked in an unfamiliar tone. "An old cat has caught the mouse, but refrains from devouring it. Does it not fear a retaliatory bite?" A white frost visibly spread across Griffith's breastplate, as if animated by a life of its own. In an instant, Griffith seized Ophelia's wrist with lightning speed, flipping her over with a crackling motion. "Ah!" The armored sorceress, clad in iron, let out a low, anguished cry as she collapsed to the ground. Griffith reached to remove the loosened iron helm, gazing down at the pained face of the fallen sorceress. "I shall grant you 1 minute to persuade me not to snap your neck," he stated, pinning her hands above her head and pressing his knee against her chest. The appearance of the sorceress, trapped beneath him, exceeded Griffith's expectations. Her face was rather rounded, adorned with short brown hair. Though not conventionally beautiful, her features were notably well-defined, and her sparkling eyes brimmed with vitality, devoid of the venomous aura often associated with ice and dark magic. "Kill me, you noble hound," the sorceress declared boldly, meeting Griffith's gaze without fear. "You may slay me, yet countless brave souls shall rise to overthrow this chaotic world." "I have no interest in your life," Griffith replied. "Your mental fortitude is feeble. You are not a professionally trained mage. How did you manage to master both frost magic and the enchantment of the giant rat simultaneously?" He appeared to ignore her words entirely as he restrained her hands while searching beneath her armor. The sorceress turned her head away, avoiding his eyes. "This is the only valuable possession I have. If you take it, will you let me go?" "I have no interest in your life," Griffith reiterated, extracting a pale bone ring from her person and examining it with curiosity. "Now, sever the mental connection you share with this ring. Relinquish your claim to it, and provide me with the name of the one who bestowed it upon you." The bone ring seemed to emit an invisible barrier, preventing Griffith's consciousness from penetrating it. "Very well." As the words left her lips, an endless stream of whispers surged forth from the ring, enveloping Griffith's mind. The murmurs appeared to beckon something, yet no matter how intently he listened, their meaning remained elusive. A chaotic torrent of information swirled within the novice knight's head, and before he could comprehend what was transpiring, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "Bah! Hound!" The sorceress exerted herself to break free from under Griffith, delivering 2 forceful kicks to him. "My treasure." Chapter 27. Griffith and the Bone Ring, Part 2. The eyes of the fallen sorceress gleamed with fervor as she decisively drew the dagger from Griffith's waist, thrusting it forcefully towards his back. Clang! The dagger struck against the sturdy breastplate, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The sorceress paused momentarily, then swiftly raised the dagger to slash at the neck of the apprentice knight. Whack! Griffith suddenly seized the sorceress's wrist. Although he was still disoriented and weak, his strength was sufficient to restrain the equally feeble sorceress. "It seems you are not in the best of conditions either." With his body aching and numb, Griffith slowly turned around, grasping the sorceress by the throat. In front of the anxious and desperate sorceress, he gradually twisted the dagger, pressing it against her throat. "Damn it, let go. Release me, you cur." The dagger pierced the soft flesh of the sorceress's neck, a torrent of blood gushing forth from her mouth. Griffith twisted the dagger a couple of times before wearily pushing aside the lifeless body of the sorceress, gasping as he rose from the ground. In his hand lay a pale bone ring, the indistinct murmurs having vanished. A man, concealed beneath a black robe and hood, extended a pale bone ring, uttering the only discernible words, "After I depart, report your progress directly to my disciple." "Yes, Minner." This phrase seemed to emanate from the fallen sorceress. "For the sacred cause, I shall ensure her destruction at any cost." Fear gives rise to desire, desire craves power, and power breaks the shackles. We shall ultimately find freedom. Why have I acquired fragments of this woman's memories? Griffith twisted his body, feeling an unusual weakness but nothing else. According to the general principles of mysticism, there is a certain chance of absorbing remnants of memories left by former extraordinary beings when assimilating extraordinary traits. Yet, as a breaker of magic, how could I absorb the extraordinary traits of a fallen sorceress? Moreover, I do not even feel as if I have gained any extraordinary traits. What exactly is this ring? Director Hines, the enemy fallen sorceress has been eliminated. Griffith handed the cold corpse to the soldiers present, reporting to the commander of the armored cavalry. Not too disgraceful, Hines William observed as the city defense forces brought out Ophelia, stripped of her armor, from the sewer. "Caution, your habits serve you well." "Sir, the investigator has arrived." A soldier hurriedly approached Hines, saluting, as they had taken over the investigation of the captives and corpses. Not far from them, a small-time thug, previously captured during the battle, was led aside and handed over to two men clad entirely in black. "A woman?" "This is a female." The leading figure in black studied the thug momentarily before turning to the officer beside him, stating, "I do not believe this insignificant lackey knows anything. Let us see if there are other captives." His companion reached out towards the struggling thug, and upon touching her forehead, she instantly lost consciousness. "The sole survivor is a girl named Lahanna, age 12, orphaned and lacking any noteworthy experiences or valuable information. She is merely a petty thief associated with the sewer gang." The investigators clad in black arrived at Hines to succinctly report their findings. The bodies of the fallen mage and cook had been summoned for communication, yet their souls were bound by a curse and had dissipated. The investigation yielded no results. Griffith observed quietly as the agents from the Central Investigation Bureau reported to Captain Chi. "Release this little rascal immediately. Our detention center is overcrowded," the black-clad figure asserted, suddenly turning to regard the apprentice knights gathered nearby. "I am unaware of the peculiar proclivities of your Eastern Legion soldiers, but let me remind you that this is Baelon, the capital of the world, and public servants like myself will scrutinize your every move." Was this a warning? It took Griffith a few moments to comprehend the investigators' implications. Was the Bureau cautioning us against laying a hand on this girl named Lahanna? Upon returning to the Lamore estate, Griffith was intercepted by several servants who thoroughly cleaned him before he could even enter the main door. Subsequently, Mr. Ashford summoned him to the reception room. On the table lay a stack of documents, a small pouch of coins, and a tiny box. The butler gestured towards these items and then stepped aside, indicating that Griffith should collect them. Taking a seat at the table, Griffith first opened the documents, discovering a partially completed report on the Cook Gang incident on Taysok Street. The report meticulously detailed the assaults launched by the Cook Gang, led by Jaros, over the past few days, alongside limited information regarding Cook himself, the fallen mage, and their associates. Accompanying the report were pencil sketches vividly depicting the scene, the primary suspects involved, and the surrounding environment, showcasing either the artist's exceptional skill or the influence of magic. After flipping through the incident report and the sketchbook, Griffith came across a blank report form. "Young knight, in the orderly and rule-abiding realm of Baelon, it is imperative to submit a thorough and accurate report," Mr. Ashford stated in his distinctive, elegant tone. "This is an essential aspect of your duties. Should you have any inquiries regarding the writing process, feel free to ask me." Griffith, accustomed to submitting reports on battle proceedings during his time in the military, nodded in agreement and continued flipping through the pages until he found a notification regarding the performance of Griffith Brandon, apprentice knight, in this mission. It has been determined that the following rewards will be granted: 50 silver coins and 1 day of paid leave. You will also receive 1 merit point. As this mission marks your first task under Count Lamore, you are additionally awarded 1 unit of potential enhancement potion. Rewards. How swiftly they have been dispensed. Griffith's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. The sum of 50 silver coins requires no elaboration, as it equates to half a month's salary. A considerable boon for someone in his financial predicament. As for merit points, he is well acquainted with their significance. They serve as the sole criterion for non-commissioned officers and junior officers to ascend in rank. Moreover, after fulfilling a requisite period of service, surplus merit points can be exchanged for land or annuities. When he was promoted to the position of a secondary squad leader, Griffith had exhausted all his accrued merit points. To advance to the rank of a primary squad leader, he must now amass 10 merit points. While ascending to the esteemed rank of an assault squad leader necessitates an additional 20 points. Crossing the threshold to become an assault squad leader could even open the door to a future as an officer and a nobleman, allowing him to establish his own lineage. Mr. Ashford observed the apprentice knight with quiet intensity, capturing his eager gaze, and spoke, "Good sir, have you ever encountered potential enhancement potions?" Griffith immediately shook his head in response to this query. Ashford elaborated, "In the military, such potions are not required. However, they can be remarkably beneficial for swiftly augmenting extraordinary abilities. The library contains information regarding these potions, which you may explore at your leisure. For fundamental extraordinary abilities, a single unit of the potential potion suffices to elevate one rank. However, as the potency of the ability increases, so too does the resource consumption for its enhancement. I advise you to consider your usage with prudence." Griffith enjoys a day of respite each week, typically on Sundays, although he may also opt for a day off if there are no pressing duties. Today marks the 22nd of August, in the year 1443 of the Second Era. Griffith's quarters are situated in the attic of the Count's manor, a modest room scarcely larger than a public carriage compartment. A sturdy wooden bed is nestled next to a writing desk, a chair, and a small bookshelf, with a suitcase tucked beneath the bed. The morning sun streams through the window, casting a warm glow upon the sheets, enveloping the recently awakened Griffith in comfort. Rising early, the apprentice knight hastily washed his face, donned his full suit of heavy armor and weaponry, and jogged out of the dormitory on the ground floor, making his way along the broad and picturesque tree-lined avenue of the upper town for his intensified morning exercise. Today is a holiday, and Griffith has significant plans. Along the way, he encounters the similarly armed Lana and Miura. They exchange nods before continuing their respective training. "Good morning, Griffith," calls the tall and agile Ophelia. Dressed in comfortable attire, her long golden hair tied back in a ponytail that sways with her movements. "Don't ask, it no longer matters. Ask again, and I shall strike you." The immaculate streets are paved with cobblestones or square bricks, remaining pristine and refreshing regardless of the weather. Initially, Griffith adhered to the military's customary training regimen and distances, only to find his warm-up concluding prematurely. The most opulent residences of the Baylon Upper Town are perched on gentle slopes with expansive vistas. The winding thoroughfare occasionally resonates with the training sounds of fully armed apprentice knights or attendants. Yet it does not disturb the slumber of the nobles residing in the neighboring estates. The chambers of the esteemed dignitaries residing here lie deep within a tranquil garden, entirely indifferent to the clamor of their subordinates. The embassy of the Elven Kingdom is nestled in the most verdant part of the entire Baylon, amidst the towering ancient trees. The lofty spires and darting figures can be faintly discerned. At the edge of the embassy district, Griffith was halted and questioned. The guards stationed here are human soldiers. Should one disregard their obstructions and proceed recklessly, they risk being pierced by arrows from an unseen source. After a brief glance at Griffith's submitted request, the human sentinel gestured towards a small adjoining room, indicating that he should wait there. Compliantly, Griffith stepped inside, only to find the space surprisingly comfortable. The floor and furniture, crafted from an array of wood types, exhibited an aesthetic charm. On a small table beside the seating area, a delicate white porcelain teapot and a platter of pastries awaited. The apprentice knight, curious, lifted the teapot and inhaled deeply, a fragrant aroma enveloping him, invigorating his senses. Although the pastries were few, they were exquisitely crafted, offering a refreshing sweetness upon tasting. "Why have you started without me?" A familiar voice resounded from behind. Hastily, Griffith stuffed half a pastry into his mouth and, brushing his hands, greeted his elven companion whom he hadn't seen for several days. Since arriving in Baylon, Griffith had penned several letters to the elven maiden, inviting her to lunch. Today marked his only success. "If it's such a trivial gift, then I shall forego it," Galadia remarked sternly at the apprentice knight. "Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting." Galadia chuckled, her flowing black hair swaying lightly. "What treasures do you carry?" peaches and passion fruit infused with honey and floral tea. Preserved at room temperature. Just add hot water for a delightful drink while traveling, Griffith responded, his tone filled with the nervousness of a student awaiting exam results. I wish I had this back when I could only brew tea with herbs in the wild. The beautiful floral tea, contained within a crystalline vial, sparkled under the sunlight. Oh, this is quite delightful and visually appealing, the elven girl exclaimed, gently lifting the vividly colored tea, inhaling its scent, and nodding in approval. Hey, you certainly have a good palate. It seems human boys are more intriguing. Galadya cheerfully patted Griffith's shoulder twice. Our elven males, when presenting small gifts, often scavenge broken relics and regale me with historical tales for hours. Am I illiterate, or simply too idle? Oh, Griffith mused, that does sound rather interesting. Speaking of which, the population in Baelin is truly vast, Griffith remarked, opening the wooden door that led from the reception room to the outside. Shall we take a stroll? So, you and Miss Lammer coincidentally fell victim to the attack of a rogue with extraordinary abilities, Galadya stated. And this rogue targeted you because he somehow learned of the travel plans of 3 young nobles. Has the Investigation Bureau attempted to delve into the rogue's mind? It is said that extraordinary beings of a certain path possess the abilities of clairvoyance and mental intrusion, wielding the power of dreams, rendering privacy and secrets utterly transparent under their influence. However, the Bureau has not submitted any relevant circumstances or reports to the Count's estate. At least, Griffith remains unaware. Naturally, there exists such power, the enigmatic being remarked, and subsequently, due to the initial incident, you found yourself embroiled in a battle against the criminal syndicate, confronting a fallen sorceress whom you successfully vanquished along with her minions. Ah, the lead regarding the attack on Miss Lamore and her companions must have been severed, Galadya observed. The orchestrator operates with meticulous care. Do not harbor excessive expectations regarding the investigation into the minions named Gyros and Lahanna. The novice knight and the enchanting elven maiden strolled leisurely along the lengthy pier by the secluded riverbank. Galadya plucked twigs and petals from the roadside, skillfully weaving them together. Yet the fallen sorceress is a tangible entity. By tracing her life's remnants and possessions, we may yet uncover some insights. Do you possess any further clues? Indeed, Griffith removed a pale bone ring from his finger and handed it to the elven maiden, stating, I have not reported this lead to the authorities. This material, is it from a bone? It seems somewhat ominous, judging by its shape. It resembles a coiled serpent consuming its own tail. The ring's band lacks the embedded gemstone. Galadya examined the ring for a while. Its aura was obscured, and recklessly breaking the seal could prove perilous. With your magical prowess, it would be impossible to derive any conclusions. Ah, indeed, this design seems familiar. I shall investigate further. Upon finishing her statement, the elven maiden tossed the ring to the novice knight. I do not favor such a macabre aesthetic. Do exercise caution, Galadya chided softly, casting a concerned glance his way. This suggests it is an extraordinary magical artifact, linked to a formidable soul. I have merely heard whispers. Such murmurs often imply a wealth of esoteric information and knowledge, posing a significant danger to the unprepared. Chapter 28. Another possibility. As the two conversed, they traversed the tranquil shaded paths, arriving at the bustling city center. On either side of the broad avenue stood rows of exquisitely adorned shops. At the entrances, intricately illustrated signboards prominently displayed the unique characteristics of each establishment. Every few steps, there were open stalls brimming with a variety of candies, jewelry, and garments. Robust shopkeepers, clad in short jackets, busily grilled delectable food on iron plates. The sizzling sounds enticing passers-by. I had no idea such a place existed so close to the embassy. It looks delightful, exclaimed Galadya, her ears perked up. I thought you would take me far away just to have lunch. Having spent several days in Baelin, she inquired. Haven't you explored the wonderful things around here? Griffith produced a small notebook adorned with colorful paper scraps, glancing between a page depicting a map and the street ahead. Look, right there. What do you have in your hand? The curious elf leaned closer. And what are those vibrant scraps? A guidebook, he replied. Don't you consult the locals for an action plan when you arrive in a new metropolis? First, I usually have no people around me. Elves tend to be rather indifferent to life's pursuits. If I don't find something delicious today, I can simply wait a month to see if something better comes along. After all, there is plenty of time. Galadya waved her hand dismissively. Secondly, I'm quite busy. You know, it's either studying or training, and I have social obligations. When would I have time to frolic? All right, Griffith said, handing her a small red voucher. This is a discount coupon. The shopkeepers issue these to attract customers, allowing you to pay only 70 to 80% of the total. Ugh, you. Galadia crumpled the coupon and tossed it playfully at Griffith's head. They arrived at a shop, and Griffith lifted the curtain at the entrance, pulling open the wooden door adorned with a thin paper slip. Shopkeeper, we would like 2 seats. I have a reservation under the name Mr. Branton. Please have a seat. Sir, the plump proprietor beamed upon spotting Galadia, his smile blooming like a flower. Ah, esteemed Miss Elf, your arrival truly brings radiance to our humble establishment. Enough with the pleasantries. Bring out the delicious food. Galadia cheerfully seated herself, her eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Griffith quickly noted down the dishes in his notebook. The jovial shopkeeper immediately sprang into action, gathering the ingredients. The female attendant first presented a large platter of finely chopped green vegetables, drizzled with a creamy white sauce, followed by 2 ceramic bowls filled with glistening white grains. Is this rice? Have you begun to serve this as well? Galadia asked, scooping a spoonful to taste, her eyes widening in delight at the luscious flavor. This recent conflict has led the kingdom to expand into the southern provinces, Griffith remarked, taking a hearty bite of the vegetables. There flows a great river from south to north, which, after annual floods, leaves behind fertile silt. The yields of both wheat and rice in that land are remarkably high. Once maritime stability was restored, the daily influx of grain from that region steadily increased. In light of potential famine, one might find solace in moderating their potato consumption, as rice and wheat boast similar storability. Galadia's eyes widened as she fixated on the succulent steaks being grilled by the rotund proprietor, her mind wandering as she remarked on the sheer fortune of the situation. Sensing her anxious gaze, the portly owner swiftly served 2 plates of sliced roast, accompanied by a trio of vibrant powders and sauces, along with 2 slender chopsticks. Dear lady, please use these wooden sticks to grasp the meat, dip it in the brown sauce, and then sprinkle some of the fine powder before savoring, he instructed. One of the sauces was a delightful soybean paste. Galadia nodded, mimicking the shopkeeper as she deftly picked up a piece of roasted meat and brought it to her lips. Delicious, indeed, she exclaimed. It was remarkable how merely grilling beef could evoke such profound satisfaction and joy. Her elven ears perked up, urging her to savor the experience even further. Another generous piece of roasted meat disappeared into her mouth. Was this the diaphragm of the cow? Perfectly grilled. The flavors of the fat and sauce melded seamlessly with the fresh beef's texture. Galadia quickly devoured another piece, discovering the unique taste of the soybean paste when applied separately. Reminiscent of a contented cow joyfully munching on soybeans, enveloping her in the tranquil essence of rural life. Griffiths could only watch in speechless disbelief, prompting him to request 2 additional portions. Slow down. There are other varieties to try. If you fill up now, you won't have room for anything else. I won't listen, she retorted. Then perhaps some vegetables? If you solely indulge in roasted meat, you'll soon find it overwhelming. Griffiths observed the delicately featured elven girl as she continued to eat at an astonishing pace, unable to resist offering her a spoonful of rice. Here, have a bite of rice. It pairs wonderfully. More rice? Is this not an indication that I cannot afford to gorge on roast meat and must rely on grains to fill my belly? Galadia grimaced as she reluctantly accepted a spoonful, forcing herself to take a bite. Ah, what is it? Delicious, she exclaimed. Adding a spoonful of rice and vegetables to the bliss of roasted meat provided an entirely fresh sensation. Galadia's previously disdainful eyes sparkled with newfound delight. It wasn't overwhelmingly passionate, yet it felt profoundly fulfilling and secure. Was this what humans referred to as the feeling of home? Griffiths watched as Galadia shoveled roasted meat and rice into her mouth, her awareness of decorum and etiquette clearly forgotten, resembling a dockworker who had gone 3 days without sustenance. Slow down. Water. Water. The elven girl suddenly pounded the table in distress. Griffiths, startled, promptly handed her a large cup of water. Gulp. Gulp. Ugh. Galadia wiped her mouth, exclaiming, that was terrifying. I nearly choked. If you had choked to death, it would have been a horrendous tale, Griffiths sighed, covering his face. Do take care once autumn classes commence. Humph. It is merely that my throat is too constricted, which proves inconvenient. Galadia gently pinched her cheek, slightly tempering her demeanor. Griffith slowly savored the meal before him, a smile gracing his features as he observed his companion relish her food. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of Galadia eating appeared exceptionally delightful. and merely gazing at her filled his heart with unbridled joy. If only he could suspend time in that very moment. When the proprietor finally presented the dessert following their meal, Griffith mustered his courage. "Do you have some free time later? There is a splendid opera at the Palatini Theater this afternoon or evening." As he uttered these words, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He anxiously watched as the girl's hand, poised with chopsticks, came to a halt, and the world seemed to freeze in that instant. "Yes, I have heard that the opera in Baylon is not to be missed," the elven girl replied slowly. Griffith experienced a fleeting illusion. Perceiving a subtle shift in her usually expressive brows and the corners of her mouth, an air of caution and hesitation unlike her usual self. It seemed it was still not the right time. "Well," Griffith nodded with a hint of disappointment. "But wait." A spark of excitement suddenly lit up the elven girl's eyes. "In just a few days, we will be starting school. Once we arrive at Hormantwarts, there won't be so many restrictions on me." The two fell into a momentary silence. Griffith harbored another question, yet voicing it would be exceedingly awkward. Perhaps the meeting between Galadia and me in the eastern province was not mere coincidence. She had yet to elucidate what mission she was pursuing there or what item she sought, only mentioning that it would aid her in ascending to a higher echelon. After a series of coincidences, Griffith's thoughts began to crystallize. Upon reassessing these events from a different perspective, he suddenly perceived a possibility. Perhaps Galadia's appearance in Manisa village was, in itself, an endeavor to forge a connection with me? The notion of a governor's daughter, the favorite of the moon goddess. Seeking an obscure apprentice knight may seem preposterous at first glance, yet the realm of the mysterious is constituted by countless incredibilities. On August 29th, 1443 of the Second Era, Griffith, as was his custom, rose early. He donned his finely crafted chainmail over a short tunic and reached for a blue uniform hanging on the rack. Such spring and summer attire necessitated the procurement of at least 2 sets. Mr. Ashford, the steward of the Countess estate, personally oversaw the fitting and tailoring process, ensuring that no misunderstandings arose regarding the Countess' finances and standing. This was merely the spring and summer uniform. The winter attire, comprising a soft, warm woolen scarf and cloak, was fashioned from the unique highland cashmere of the Valentia Mountains, which separate the western and southern realms. Although the academy permitted students to don their private attire for dances and banquets, this exquisite uniform was equally suitable for public events. It was rumored that some graduates even wore the academy's uniform style for their weddings. However, Griffith encountered a minor dilemma. The uniform fit so snugly that he had no place to conceal his personal weapon. Without a doubt, the blade was not favored by the Academy of Magic. The uniforms designed by the institution only allowed for the inclusion of a wand and a small pouch, while the conspicuous sword could only be worn on special occasions. After contemplating for a moment, Griffith ultimately decided to tuck 2 daggers into his long boots, while 3 more were secured at the small of his back, occupying the space meant for the wand. The dawn had just begun to break. Yet there was no time for Griffith to enjoy breakfast in the dining hall today. He picked up his belongings and made his way to the living room. "Apprentice knight, are you ready?" Anna, Sonia's devoted maid, awaited him there. She presented him with several sandwiches filled with ham, fried eggs, and tomatoes, neatly wrapped in paper. Griffith immediately sensed the peculiar gazes of several male servants in the living room. A personal maid need not concern herself with the affairs of others. Remember a few things, if you will. Miss Sonia's jewelry and cosmetics are in the pink Louis Vuitton case, labeled for immediate verification upon arrival at the school to ensure nothing has been tampered with or damaged. The bookcase is a blue leather trunk, and the clothes are divided into 2 cocoa boxes. The evening gown must be custom-made locally. The experimental materials have been confiscated by the Countess, and while the Academy will claim they were accidentally lost, you must quietly inform her that I will dispatch a second set of materials via joint courier in 2 days. Miss Paraloo, the owl, its Griffith nodded repeatedly, hastily requesting, "Could you please give me a piece of paper to jot this down?" "Not a chance." The personal maid pinched Griffith's arm and urged him towards the corridor, instructing him to check the luggage in the hall with the list in 5 minutes. After a brief moment, Griffith arrived in the hall. The Academy had prepared dedicated training armor and weapons for shot oral, but even so, the luggage that Griffith and Sonia needed to transport towered to a height comparable to a person. The servants from the Countess estate continued to bring new trunks and supplies down from the upper floors. Those maids and servants who could not accompany them to school would remain at the Countess estate, with Anna, as the devoted maid, being assigned to study grammar, arithmetic, and etiquette at the church school, ensuring her future service to the Countess family. At 9 in the morning, Sonia descended the stairs accompanied by her brother, bidding farewell to the Count, the Countess, and a throng of well-wishers. The daughter of the Lamore family wore a fitted light blue dress, exquisitely crafted to accentuate her youthful silhouette. The delicate fabric and exposed shoulders raised concerns about her catching a chill, even in summer. The white, lightweight high-heeled shoes highlighted the slender straps around her delicate ankles, while her long golden hair cascaded casually down her waist, presenting the appearance of a girl set to travel to the seaside. Griffith stood quietly to the side, unable to resist comparing the Countess's beauty to that of Galatea. After another half-hour, Sonia finally finished listening to the Countess's instructions, reluctantly accepting a short shawl that did not quite match her dress, which a girl of her age would hardly use. Upon seeing that the lady was finally satisfied, the Count and Mr. Nolan, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, promptly ushered Sonia into the carriage, which then whisked them away towards the bay. Chapter 29. The swift vessel to Homenwarts. The port of Baylon is nestled in the southeastern bay of the city, where the newly conquered southern provinces export wheat and cotton, while the northern territories contribute minerals and the western realms provide livestock. Daily, an array of fish catches is unloaded at this principal port, subsequently transformed into exquisite goods destined for various locales in the bustling markets and workshops of Baylon. Griffith had previously visited this place, having witnessed the towering stacks of cargo and the throngs of travelers in the public docks. The unique emlaying of aromas allowed him to discern his location even with closed eyes. However, the esteemed institution of the mystical realm, Homenwarts, boasts its own private harbor, far removed from the congestion of merchandise and the stifling atmosphere. It is often proclaimed that all men are created equal, yet some are decidedly more equal than others. Along the neat and spacious embankment, the school had erected charming trellises draped in vines to shelter guests from the sweltering heat. Plump blue and green fruits dangled temptingly from the nearby tendrils, while a long table in the shaded area was laid out with a delightful brunch, featuring donuts, roasted spring chicken, and an assortment of juices for the taking. Many boys of humble origins and lesser nobility hurried along the red-carpeted path, their bulging luggage in tow, shouting with exuberance. Meanwhile, meticulously adorned girls leaned against the railings, allowing the sea breeze to tousle their flowing hair. The freshmen hailing from distinguished families remained under the watchful eyes of their kin, with servants arranging tables and presenting exquisite refreshments. The stewards of various households, wearing impeccable expressions, delivered visiting cards to the nearby noble families. Griffith stood erect outside the Raymore family's gazebo, observing the comings and goings of students and their attendants, occasionally reaching for his waist, only to realize that his sword was absent. "Sir, do you require assistance with your luggage?" Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a diminutive creature, barely taller than a child, standing beside him with gleaming, large eyes fixed upon him. This being possessed brown skin, a pointed face and ears, prominent front teeth, and round, sparkling eyes. S-H-I-T, a goblin. So close. How did I not notice? Griffith was drenched in cold sweat, swiftly drawing the dagger concealed within his boot while instinctively stepping back. Had it not been for the unwieldiness of the small weapon, he would have plunged the dagger into the goblin's skull, twisting it twice for good measure. Sir! The diminutive creature, terrified by the glinting dagger, tumbled to the ground. "I am Brownie 1019, not a goblin." Once his panic subsided, Griffith observed that this little being indeed bore differences from a goblin. Its skin was a lighter shade of brown, smoother and more refined, and its visage appeared soft and rounded, completely lacking the lewd and ferocious aura typically associated with goblins. "The luggage of the squire will be checked alongside Miss Raymore's belongings, relieving the school of any concern," smiled the butler Ashford as he approached, nodding towards the seated Brownie before addressing Griffith. "Quickly conceal your weapon before the others notice the commotion." "Indeed, my esteemed sir, I bid you farewell." Brownie hastily rose from the ground, doffed his hat, and bowed to Ashford and Griffiths before swiftly departing. "Have you not encountered Brownie? Well, that is my oversight." Ashford said apologetically to Griffiths, "I did not anticipate your reaction to be so intense. It appears I too possess little knowledge regarding familiars, only aware that they are creations of magic." "It seems you have acquired another avenue of study at Homenwarts," Ashford remarked with a faint smile, guiding Griffiths to the long table in the gazebo. "Mr. Brandon, in 5 minutes, the safety of the young lady will rest in your hands." "Command acknowledged, Mr. Ashford." Griffith thumped his chest, producing a dull yet faintly crisp sound. What was that noise? Nolan, the eldest son of the Lamore family, who had come to see his sister off, set down the grapes in his hand and surveyed the apprentice knight. According to school regulations, it is unacceptable even to wear them under one's clothing. Sonia, who was leaning over the armrest gazing at the harbor, turned her head. Her sweet smile directed at the apprentice knight, aware that she would incur a deduction of points if discovered. Hee, there are no what-ifs, Sir Brandon, Nolan chuckled. From here northward to the territories of Homontwarts is under the vigilant surveillance of the Imperial fleet. The coastal magical beasts and pirates were eradicated many years ago. New students of Homontwarts, please board. Other guests, kindly remain. A stir of excitement and awe erupted on the shore as a beautifully slender sailboat glided gracefully across the water, resembling a floating willow leaf, approaching the dock with elegance. It moved like a phantom, yet in utter silence. The swift sailboat, the flying leaf of Homontwarts, is tasked with safely and swiftly transporting students from the harbor of Bayer Land to the northern campus. It is said that each sail of this exquisite three-masted vessel is enchanted, allowing its form to skim across the sea like a colorful cloud. The hull of the sailboat is crafted from giant cedar wood sourced from the northern forests, sailing through the tumultuous strait as smoothly as if gliding over a mirror. This swift vessel, aside from its daily duties of transporting faculty and students, also serves to carry fresh provisions and other supplies. Departing from Bayerland's port around midday, it is said to reach the tranquil fjord of Homontwarts before sunset. Regardless of the sea breeze, all aboard, ladies and gentlemen, please bring your personal belongings. A kind and elegant middle-aged lady adjusted her glasses and beckoned to the newcomers gathered around her. As Griffith stepped onto the deck, he immediately felt a refreshing breeze. Although it was still summer, the heat was nowhere to be felt, bringing a comfort akin to that of golden autumn. Fiona, who was also starting school alongside him, ascended the deck accompanied by Lana. She skipped over to link her arm with Sonia's, chatting and laughing as they made their way to the cabin. Lana, evidently wishing not to intrude upon the girls, waved to Griffiths and settled down in a vacant spot on the deck. Griffith found a shaded corner on the deck, not far from the cabin, and began to peruse a book. His position was conveniently close to Sonia's cabin, enabling him to rush to her aid should the need arise. As Griffith settled in, the apprentice knight glanced up to see Galadia tilting her head at him, an apple in her mouth. Excited? Soon you'll become a part of the finest magical institution for humankind. I recall you claiming that you were unsuited for the study of magic. It's surprising how honest your body is. My specialization lies in military command. Griffith defended himself, and Homontwarts has commendable achievements in this field, though it pales in comparison to magic. The elven girl chuckled, her captivating eyes glimmering like precious gems, both beautiful and distant like a tranquil autumn lake. Griffith suddenly found himself lost in a mesmerizing reverie, akin to sinking slowly to the lake's bottom. Almost immediately, his mind seemed to ignite, becoming alert and vigilant, with a hint of resistance gradually emerging. Such an impression had not been present during their previous encounters. Galadia's magical sight was steadily evolving. This was a manifestation of inspiration. Griffith was progressing toward becoming an 8th-tier breaker, exhibiting formidable resistance to mental spells and illusions, instinctively triggering a defensive response. If you ask me, the elven girl remarked nonchalantly, you should abandon the unpromising path of a breaker and strive for advancement as a paladin or a demon hunter. Most apprentice knights, having entered the junior officer academy at a young age before being conscripted, would typically become breakers. The growth trajectory of this path was remarkably smooth, allowing for steady advancement to the 7th-tier extraordinary through the accumulation of combat experience. This path did not necessitate the special talents or deep familial roots required of spellcasters, nor did it depend on divine favor as paladins do. Its battlefield compatibility far surpassed that of demon hunters of the same tier. Consequently, the kingdom has consistently guided suitable youth towards systematic, large-scale cultivation and training. However, this extraordinary path harbored a fatal flaw, the absence of an advancement route beyond the 7th tier. When Griffith first embarked on the path of the breaker, he had only heard vague rumors. It wasn't until he entered the Lamore estate that he fully grasped the shortcomings of this path. The breaker was an ancient extraordinary path. Yet throughout the lengthy Second Era, no records of extraordinary beings surpassing the breaker tier existed officially. The conditions and pathways for advancement seemed to have been erased entirely. Indeed, not only humans, but even elves believed that breakers could not ascend. Griffith had held onto a sliver of hope, but it was now utterly shattered. He nodded slightly in disappointment, his gaze drifting toward the bustling strait outside the ship's railing. Galadia had not finished her thought, preparing to say something further, but suddenly fell silent after nodding at the apprentice knight, unsure how to continue the conversation. The Flying Leaf set sail from Baylon, navigating north through the busy strait before entering the tranquil sea and continuing along the coastal edge. Aboard the comfortable sailboat, the undulating waves were scarcely perceptible. The province directly governed by King Baylon is enveloped in a clockwise manner by the northern regions of Odessa, Sevastopol, and the eastern mainland, cradling this vast expanse of sea. Over the past century, the kingdom's navy has gradually eradicated nearby pirates and monsters, rendering the coastal routes exceedingly prosperous and safe. Among the accompanying shudderals, besides Griffith and Lana, there were also Ophelia and Midian Maya, apprentice knights appointed and funded by the royal court. They owed their allegiance directly to King Baylon rather than any particular lord. Nevertheless, this did not impede the camaraderie among the shudderals. Long before their arrival here, they had already forged acquaintances in various military academies and battlefields. This place serves as a demarcation between east and west. Sonia gently set down her cup of red tea, gazing out at the tranquil coastline enveloped in greenery and blossoms. Griffith, would you care for some afternoon tea? Thank you, Sonia, but I shall pass. Indulging in sweets on such a comfortable afternoon would surely lull me to sleep. Griffith replied with a smile, shaking his head. The petite round table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, and a three-tiered silver tray held an array of puddings, petite cakes, macarons, ice cream, and sandwiches. Homenworts had provided exquisite fare for the journey, and within a temperature-controlled cabinet, orange juice, rum, and ice were readily available. Look at them, Fiona, sitting across from Sonia, nudged her finger towards Lana, whose cheeks were stuffed with food. If you keep eating, you won't have room for dinner. All right, I'm done, Lana said, wiping her mouth and rising to her feet, downing a glass of orange juice to wash down her mouthful. You and Lana seem to share a wonderful bond. Have you known each other long? Sonia inquired with curiosity. Since I was 7. I have spent every summer in Chalon territory, Fiona replied, glancing at the tall apprentice knight, who had just risen. We have been good friends since childhood. The selection of shudderals is guided by the divine oracle of the goddess who governs fate and the future. Those chosen typically share a profound connection with their sovereign, often accompanied by a certain perturbation of destiny. This does not imply a romantic development, but rather an inexplicable bond that weaves through the unpredictable tapestry of life. Although elves do not select shudderals, they equally revere the prophecies of the goddess. The reason Galadia ventured into the east was also in accordance with the goddess's guidance. At the age of 9, I was abducted by nefarious individuals, Fiona continued, and held captive in a cold tomb near the estate. Sonia and Galadia, who were engaged in conversation, were taken aback by the sudden turn of the narrative, their eyes widening in astonishment as they looked at Fiona. The villains intended to bind me to a stone altar, and just as despair threatened to engulf me, Lana appeared. He was merely 10 years old then and managed to overpower an adult man, dragging him into view. Other malevolent figures pursued him, and Rana led them through the labyrinthine basement, ultimately managing to evade their grasp and liberating me from the cold stone altar. Amidst the girls' astonished exclamations, Griffith followed Rana out of the cool and comfortable cabin. I never imagined you possessed such capabilities, Griffith remarked to his tall and formidable companion. How did you ultimately escape those villains? We did not escape them, Rana shrugged. The strength of a young boy has its limits. No matter how I racked my brain, Fiona and I were eventually captured. Then, it was the guards of Count Charlong who ultimately rescued us, Rana explained. I merely bought us some time. That is still quite remarkable, Griffith sincerely praised. Not enough, Griffith, Rana replied as he approached the ship's railing, distancing himself from the carefree laughter of the girls in the cabin. To this day, I remain unaware of what those individuals intended to do with Fiona. The floors and walls there were adorned with symbols I did not recognize, reminiscent of some sort of ritual, some manner of sacrifice. The Count captured those cultists and interrogated them, but they quickly vanished, leaving the truth of the matter confined to the Count's study. I find myself experiencing strange dreams, vague and eerie, and I speculate that it may be due to Fiona's strong affinity with magic, thus drawing the attention of hidden entities. Griffith involuntarily glanced at the joyous cabin, then back at Rana. Surely not. The Charlong family has been quite renowned in recent generations. There are no peculiar rumors surrounding them. I hope that is the case, Rana smiled faintly. But, Griffith, do you know? In Hormots, anything is possible. How formidable could it truly be? Griffith lightly tapped the ship's railing. It is merely an academy. Do not underestimate the power of the mysterious. Rana's steady voice held a hint of tremor. You cannot fathom what lurks beneath the guise of humanity. As dusk approached, the scenery on either side of the flying leaf began to transform. The eastern coastline gradually receded, leaving only the boundless sea, while the vibrant landscape of the western shore slowly faded, a somber hue beginning to dominate the vast sky. Is it nearly dark? Or am I seeing things? Griffith marveled at the changing scenery along the shore. From the ship's railing, the water and land appeared to be shrouded in a faint gray mist, imparting an indescribable sense of oppression and heaviness. Neither, Galadia leaned against the railing beside him, letting the evening breeze lift her long black hair. This is the Whispering Forest, a hill tainted by darkness situated between Bayerlawn and Hormots. What forest? Dark pollution near the capital. It's hard to fathom. The elven girl pointed toward the dim forest along the shore. This forest obstructs north-south land transportation. To reach the northern Odessa region, one must traverse by sea or circumvent through the inland west. The forest is perpetually devoid of sunlight, teeming with twisted and mutated creatures lurking in the shadows, and merely lingering nearby can taint one's mind. For the first time, Griffith was struck by an inexplicable fear upon hearing of such a place. This was the very heart of the territory, not far from the capital of the human kingdom, nestled along trade routes and surrounded by thriving towns and fertile countryside. Yet, for centuries, this land had remained untouched by purification. Is it not possible to simply set it ablaze? Griffith inquired, bewildered. Attempts have been made, came the reply, yet the flames in the forest extinguish instantly, as if consumed by an insatiable darkness. A peculiar expression flickered across Galadriel's delicate features. It was said that the taint within the woods could seep into the sea, giving rise to unspeakable monstrosities. At that moment, the last rays of the setting sun vanished into the abyss, and the gray coastline was swiftly engulfed by an endless night. The joy and light of the world seemed to have fled, leaving only the cautious whisper of the waves. Why has no one mentioned this to me? Griffith's heart raced with trepidation, his body instinctively tensing. Observing her companion's anxious demeanor, Galadriel smirked mischievously, inching closer to the novice knight and gently prodding the nape of his neck with her slender fingers, murmuring softly, "Are you afraid?" Suddenly, a panicked shout pierced the stillness of the deck. "Ah!" The cry emerged abruptly from the darkness, as a sailboat glided along the eerie, ominous shoreline, shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Galadriel flinched in fright and hurriedly pressed closer to Griffith. A sailor on the deck shouted, "Straight ahead, steer clear." Chapter 30. The phantom ship on the tranquil sea steady. Hard to starboard. The nimble hull of the Flying Leaf suddenly tilted sharply to the right, the starboard side gliding perilously close to the water's surface. Those unable to maintain their footing on the deck tumbled in a cacophony of clattering and crashing, while shrieks of alarm echoed from the cabin. Griffith felt as though he might be thrown overboard, his left hand gripping the sturdy railing with all his might, while his right arm instinctively reached for a companion who had no railing to hold on to. Galadia gently pushed aside the arm of her reaching companion, moving gracefully and swiftly across the deck, her tall figure swaying like a master performer in a circus. Maintaining her balance as she observed Griffith's face collide heavily against the ship's side. The swift sailboat, homewards, was remarkably agile and expertly crafted. In the initial chaos, an invisible breeze seemed to cushion the disoriented passengers, and the vessel quickly regained its stability. After a flurry of screams and curses, the newly arrived and sailors alike surged from the cabin, checking for anyone who had fallen overboard or sustained injuries. Moments later, those unscathed gathered on the port side of the deck, gazing in the direction indicated by the sailor's lantern. A vague silhouette floated lifelessly in the darkness, less than 100 meters from the Flying Leaf, appearing both eerie and indistinct. It could be a shipwreck. Such occurrences, though rare, were not unheard of in these waters. The kindly female professor ascended to the deck, adjusting her thick glasses. "Gentlemen of the Apprentice Knights, I require a few volunteers to join the sailors in boarding that vessel to search for any passengers in need of assistance." "Yes, Madam Marion." Several teaching assistants and associate professors promptly organized themselves. "I shall go as well," Galadia unexpectedly declared. "I sense a foreboding presence." Sonia cast a searching glance towards her fellow apprentice knights. Griffith wiped away the blood from his nose and stepped forward decisively. I have engaged in boarding actions against half-orcs along the shattered coast. With me, that will suffice. Rana stated, producing a torch. The others shall remain here to provide support and enhance vigilance. The sailors adeptly lowered the lifeboat from the flying leaf. 2 brave sailors leapt aboard, followed closely by Griffith and the other 3. Light, guide the path of the travelers, rendering danger and evil powerless. Sonia retrieved her wand from her waist, clasping it in hand as she softly chanted a spell of illumination. A delicate orb of crystal brilliance materialized at the wand's tip, gently descending towards the lifeboat. Griffith quickly extended his hand, the radiant orb hovering a mere few centimeters above his palm, illuminating the surroundings with its gentle glow. Sonia leaned over the ship's rail and called out, "This is a protective spell. Should danger lurk nearby, the orb will flicker as a warning." At that moment, although the night had only just begun to settle, the surrounding darkness was unusually profound and dense. The sailors paddled, while Griffith and Rana drew daggers concealed within their boots, standing guard at the bow and stern of the lifeboat, respectively. At the outset, the sounds of the new arrivals aboard the Flying Leaf echoed with a cacophony of chatter and laughter. Yet, as the small boat distanced itself by a mere few meters, the vibrancy and noise seemed to be devoured by the encompassing darkness and silence, fading into the distance, leaving only the solitary vessel and the indistinct silhouette of the ship ahead. "Let us make a circuit," Griffith gestured towards the stern. The sailors wore expressions of tension, a palpable heaviness of uncertainty hanging in the air. Nevertheless, they complied with the request of the squire, rowing towards the towering rear of the ship. This was a medium-sized passenger vessel, evidently designed for routes between the harbor and nearby waters. The sails had vanished from the mast, and no figures were discernible on the deck. Amidst the profound night, the rear of the ship loomed like a tower, its name, Connor, inscribed in white paint. The sailors ignited torches and called out towards the deck. "Is anyone there? These riggings should be stowed on the deck. They are only lowered when departing from the ship." One sailor remarked, "But I can hardly see the lifeboats have not been lowered." "Their essay sent," Galadia remarked, twitching her nose. She could not identify the odor. Yet it was distinctly damp, cold, and somewhat foul. "Where is it emanating from? Do you think I am a dog?" The elf grumbled, "It's everywhere. Perhaps it's the smell of the mopping water." Lana agilely grasped the hanging rope and ascended, swiftly stepping onto the deck. He first surveyed the surroundings, then called down, "Come up, there's no one here." The sailors followed closely behind. Griffith also climbed up, securing the lifeboat to the ship's rail, then extended a hand towards Galadia, who was still navigating the ascent with a vigilant gaze cast towards the sea and the small boat. "What's the matter?" It seems nothing," Galadia hesitated. "I thought I saw a rope drop into the water." "Is there? Perhaps it's an illusion." The deck was desolate, void of any presence. Disheveled ropes dangled from the tall mast, with no sails in sight. The aft-deck's cockpit lay shrouded in darkness. Logically, even if the entire crew were resting, there should be a watchman on duty. "Is anyone there?" a sailor shouted. Silence continued to envelop them, the darkness observing them in its quietude. The elfin girl closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly, her long pointed ears quivering as if attuned to the whispers of the shadows. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. "I haven't detected anything. Shall we split into 2 groups?" Griffith proposed. "Galadia and I will investigate the captain's quarters and the cockpit, while Lana and these gentlemen inspect the first layer of cabins below deck, but do not venture too deep." Soon, Lana and the sailors vanished into the obscurity around the corner. Perhaps the crew escaped, Griffith mused to the elfin girl beside him. The ship bears slight damage, yet it is not severe. The crew and passengers should have had ample time to leave records or explanations before abandoning ship. The delicate orbs of light conjured by Sonia floated ahead like fireflies, illuminating the dark passages and corners without the need for Griffith's control. This 3-masted vessel was navigated from the cabins situated atop the aft deck, where large portholes lined the walls, providing scant protection from rain and direct sunlight while ensuring visibility. The evening breeze from the narrow sea whisked through the cockpit, while the light of the Flying Leaf flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the distance. A few tables and chairs were neatly arranged within the cockpit, with teacups and navigational charts secured upon them. The Connor was a scheduled sailing ship that had departed from Odessa bound for Sevastopol, carrying 30 crew members and 160 passengers. It had set sail 2 days prior, and Galadia illuminated the navigation plans beside the helm with a torch. The last entry in the log was recorded on the night of their departure. They had significantly deviated from their intended course. Griffith opened several teapots placed beside the seats. These herbal teas were intended to invigorate during nighttime navigation, yet only a small amount had been consumed, suggesting that the crew had not departed until after midnight. There were neither crew members nor further clues present. As the cockpit was a semi-open area, the rain and sea breeze rendered it unsuitable for the preservation of documents. The logbook and the captain's records could only be found in the captain's quarters below deck. The two departed from the cockpit, making their way down the staircase to the captain's cabin on the opposite side. The pervasive dampness began to thicken in the air. Griffith was astonished to discover that as one approached Sonia's small light orbs, the oppressive atmosphere was mitigated by their gentle glow, evoking a warm and soothing pleasure from deep within. "Griffith," the elfin girl suddenly whispered, "there is damage to the railing." The apprentice knight directed the light toward the wooden banister indicated by Galadia, revealing a deep gouge. It appeared to have been cleaved with an axe. Galadia bent down to inspect the mark, noting that it seemed to be the only sign of such damage. If they encountered pirates, Griffith raised the torch to survey the area. There would be ample evidence of a struggle, and the deck would not be so clean. "Did you find any blood?" "No," Galadia replied, shaking her head as she opened the door to the captain's quarters. "Look, the cabin door is undamaged. Unlike one that has faced an assault from pirates or mutated creatures, it must be possible to secure the door and hold fast." Inside the captain's quarters, there was no one present. A row of crossbows hung on the wall, indicating that their owner was a vigilant individual who had not employed them before departing. A shallow gouge marred the floor. Galadia knelt to examine the deck, noting that minor scratches and damages are commonplace on a ship. "Let us review the logbook," Griffith shrugged, retrieving a diary from the table. "Captain Connor, just Connor's log, August 27th. At 3 p.m. on August 27th, the Connor set sail from Odessa, laden with cargo and 160 passengers, bound for Sevastopol. According to the report from the port astrologer, our journey will encounter gusts and minor waves. At 7 p.m., I hosted the gentlemen and ladies of first class in the cabin. At 9 p.m., the vessel experienced a collision. I promptly led a team to inspect the lower hold and found no signs of damage. The seabed in this area is remarkably flat and secure. We may have struck a whale." At 9:45 p.m., several guests from second class complained that their dogs were missing. Such occurrences are not uncommon, and I instructed the second officer to comfort them. It is well known that these creatures risk jumping overboard while at sea. At 10:15 p.m., a report came from second class regarding a woman and child who had gone missing, prompting me to initiate a thorough search of the ship. By 10:40 p.m., my second officer and the chief mate were also unaccounted for, having last been seen preparing to search the cargo hold, where eerie sounds were reportedly emanating. Captain Jess Connor's log ends here. This diary, along with other documents, was neatly stored in the corner of the desk, suggesting that the captain felt everything was still under control even after penning his final line, or perhaps he was striving to maintain his composure. "We must swiftly notify Rana and the flyer." Galadia retrieved an emergency whistle and blew it forcefully. The shrill sound pierced the stillness of the night. Griffith noticed the lights on the flyer flickering in disarray not far off. "Shall we not conduct another inspection?" A few sailors accompanying Rana exchanged glances, perhaps suspecting that passengers might be hiding in the lower decks. Galadia nodded in agreement, casting an inquisitive look toward Griffith. "Perhaps that is true. Yet the assailants who attacked the Connor may also be concealed in the hold," Griffith replied. "Without adequate preparation, I am reluctant to venture there hastily. On the other hand, diverting too many resources here could compromise the vessel's defenses." At that moment, a small boat approached the flyer. "What has happened?" Standing aboard were Ophelia and Midamea, both on guard as they shouted, "Where are the crew and passengers?" "That cannot be. There may still be survivors in the cabin. The assailants might still be aboard." The sailors, along with Galadia and Ophelia, protested vehemently against Griffith's course of action. Rana and Midamea remained silent, their gazes scanning the shadows behind and around them for any lurking danger. "What then? Do you intend to split our limited manpower into several teams to explore the lower decks, one by one falling prey in an unfamiliar and dark environment?" Griffith shook his head, noting that we were not far from the coast of the Whispering Woods, and the attackers of the sailors and passengers could be some unknown monstrosity. On the flyer, the professor and teaching assistant were but a few. Aside from them and the apprentice knights, no one possessed experience in combating mutated creatures. Ophelia and the sailors wavered, glancing around at the thick darkness, and finally began to secure ropes to the Connor. "However, we have only inspected one layer of the cabin." Galadia bit her lip and gazed at Griffith, suggesting that the passengers might be hiding in the lower cabin, unable to call for help or injured. Perhaps. Griffith patted the elf girl's shoulder, but the reality is what it is. We must make sacrifices. The lives aboard the Leaf ship and those of the passengers on the Kono are equally significant. The bow of the Kono was soon secured with ropes. The other end of the rope was fastened to the stern of the Leaf ship, ensuring it could be towed. Yes, milady, the apprentice knights present responded in unison. We require weapons, Issues stated, as we possess only wands. We did not bring any of the weaponry from Châteauler. Several brave freshmen also stepped forward, wielding wands that seemed scarcely more useful than mere sticks. Lady Marian adjusted her glasses, her expression somber and grave. It appears necessary to permit the inclusion of essential weaponry in the checked baggage. We have some. Ophelia raised her hand and declared. What do we have? Under the gaze of the dean and the freshmen, Griffith removed his coat, revealing glimmering chainmail, daggers, and throwing knives. The other apprentice knights, like conjurers, produced daggers and short swords from their coats, boots, and hidden compartments in their luggage. The admission notice clearly stated that weapons were not permitted. Lady Marian sighed, her eyes suddenly widening. Wait, Miss Ishtar, how could you bring such dangerous items aboard? Ophelia opened the cello case, retrieving the bow tip, bowstring, and disassembling the arrow shafts and sharp tips, skillfully assembling them. The school rules do not prohibit me from carrying a bent wooden stick, griffin sinew, and iron craftsmanship. Lady Marian was momentarily speechless, only to realize that Lana was opening Fiona's bag, extracting some peculiar items from a hidden compartment. Pray, could you explain what this is? Chapter 31. Tentacles. The Kono was being towed by coarse ropes, positioned 20 meters behind the flying Leaf. Its deck was adorned with numerous oil lamps and torches, illuminating the surroundings so that those aboard the flying Leaf could see clearly. Galadia leaned against the stern of the flying Leaf, observing Griffiths as he paced back and forth in vigilance. Didn't we agree that no weapons were to be brought aboard? She remarked, feeling exposed without her weapon, akin to being unclothed. Griffiths handed her a weapon, and after inspecting the blade, she nodded and tucked it into her tall boots. Perhaps a surviving passenger is peering through the gaps, watching us, the elven maiden said with a hint of reproach in her tone. They might be calling for our help, yet we remain oblivious due to their injuries or other reasons. Such thoughts were not uncommon. When Griffiths first set foot on the battlefield, he and his comrades often entertained similar notions. Have you ever witnessed a familiar friend or loved one perish in battle or by misfortune? Griffiths inquired. No. Galadia shook her head, then, with a hint of indignation, added, Are you implying that I lack experience? Not at all. Then what are you suggesting? I ponder that without having lost someone cherished, it is challenging to fathom the regret of that moment and what follows, Griffiths replied, his tone tinged with bitterness. If it were possible, I would wish for you to avoid such an experience. The elven girl was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at Griffiths, then lowered her head in contemplation, as if she began to grasp his sentiment, nodding slightly. After a few seconds, who is she? Is it the girl named Krista? The steady sound of footsteps approached the deck, as the patrolling Lana and Miura arrived at the stern. Time for a shift. Is there anything unusual? Lana inquired, glancing at the two. Miura remained vigilant, facing the opposite direction throughout the conversation. A sailor reported sounds from the lower hold. I've sent someone to investigate, but nothing was found, Lana explained. The unassigned trainees are all gathered in the first-level cabins below deck for security. Very well. Let us take a brief rest. Griffiths nodded to his companions, and together with Galadia, they proceeded towards the cabins. Lana and Miura took their positions to continue their watch. Shall we check the lower hold? Galadia suggested. I'll use my senses to listen and perceive. The situation on the Kono is too peculiar. I feel that routine patrols may not suffice. Checking wooden tea hurt, Griffiths agreed, picking up a makeshift wooden shield from the deck as they descended to the lower levels. They first passed by the cabins where other trainees were resting. A few shot-horrel and sailors were armed with daggers and wooden sticks, standing guard with vigilance. First-year students from Hormontois, regardless of their backgrounds, rested together on the floor with the crew. The next level down housed the kitchen, dining area, and luggage storage. Due to the ongoing watch, this space was empty. Griffiths held the wooden shield aloft, occasionally glancing back to ensure that Galadia was still following closely behind him. The luminous orbs conjured by Sonia continued to radiate brightly around him, showing no signs of dimming. Below deck, the third compartment lay beneath the waterline. The sturdy planks occasionally emitted a dull creaking sound, as if under pressure. This area was divided into several chambers, primarily used for storing barrels of wine and provisions destined for Hormonts, accessible through a few hatches that led directly to the deck for loading and unloading. The oil lamps that had long been set provided ample illumination. Seemingly nothing was amiss. Griffith cautiously pushed open the doors of each chamber, sending flickering light within. Suddenly, a splash echoed beneath his feet, prompting Griffith to look down in haste. Colorless water seeped from the floor of a chamber ahead, flowing into the corridor. The elven girl trailing behind him grasped his arm tightly, leaning into him, her anxiety palpable as she exclaimed, "There's standing water here." For a sailing ship traversing the seas, leaks in the hold were not uncommon. The wood comprising the hull expands upon contact with water, creating gaps during construction. It was not surprising for a sailing vessel to take on water. If no spaces were left, the swelling planks would warp. Griffith explained nonchalantly, "When I once traveled on a naval transport ship to the east, I nearly vomited living in such damp quarters. Yet our kin sailing ships do not leak." The elf countered, shaking her head. "Although our vessels are more beautiful and exquisite, they too are crafted from wood. Is it not due to the magical or special materials that your ships possess a sealing effect?" Griffith pondered. The flying leaf of Hormonts was imbued with spells of swiftness and stability, rendering it a colossal enchanted artifact. One would expect a similar effect. Thus, why did it still leak? A chill ran down Griffith's spine. He turned his gaze toward the leaking compartment, gripping his dagger and shield as he approached, gently pushing open the cabin door. The door emitted an unsettling creak, and the narrow crack allowed a soft glow to illuminate the modest space. The light danced upon the puddles on the floor. Griffith peered inside, but found no immediate danger within his line of sight. However, the protective orb of light suddenly dimmed, as if veiled by a sheer curtain. The novice knight quickly glanced upward. The low deck offered no concealment for an adversary. If anything were to lurk within the compartment, the only place it could hide was the narrow space behind the door. Griffith turned to the elf standing aside, nodded at her, and then forcefully charged the door. It collided with an unseen object, producing no sound. Simultaneously, the floating orbs in the cabin began to dissolve, their glow tainted by green and black shadows, rapidly disintegrating. Galadia's pointed ears perked up. She clearly observed that the door Griffith had thrust open did not sit flush against the wall. Something was concealed behind it, a being capable of cloaking its presence and corrupting the protective spell. Griffith simultaneously recognized the predicament he was in. He raised his blade and thrust it fiercely towards the hatch. The dagger pierced through the wooden door, eliciting an odd sensation. Before Griffith could fully comprehend the nature of this feeling, an immense force surged from behind the door, slamming it into his face. The young knight was taken aback by the magnitude of power unleashed in such a confined space, and the overwhelming blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Just then, Galadriel, standing nearby, let out a piercing scream and seized Griffith, dragging him towards the staircase in a frantic escape. Dazed and disoriented, Griffith was engulfed by the cacophony of whips slicing through the air, accompanied by the sounds of violent impacts and shattering. The familiar viscous liquid filled his mouth, and he recognized it as the blood flowing from his forehead and nose. Galadriel, drawing from an unknown reserve of strength, whisked her bewildered companion around the corner of the staircase, leaving Griffith with only a blurred vision of the scene. Countless thick shadows burst through the wooden doors of various cabins, writhing like tentacles or worms, thrashing wildly in the narrow corridor. Stricken with terror, Griffith struggled to comprehend the monstrosities before him. Indistinct whispers roared in his mind, a tumult of fear, dread, and confusion overwhelming his ability to think. Were it not for Galadriel's grip, Griffith would have found it arduous even to move. The ship, the Flying Leaf, descended into chaos, filled with the panicked cries of its occupants. The guards stationed throughout were simultaneously besieged. "Griffith, hold on." A gentle yet frightened voice rang in his ears. Moments later, two distinct liquids were poured into his mouth. Coughing, Griffith regained consciousness to find Sonia gazing at him with concern, his head resting on the girl's lap. "What has happened to me?" He wondered as he sprang upright like a coiled spring. "What is going on?" "You fainted," Sonia replied, her face pale. "The Flying Leaf is under attack by monsters, and the professor has just sealed the hatch." Around them, Galadriel and several other guards stood armed at both ends of the hatchway. Several boys trembled, wielding wands and makeshift weapons, staring intently at the wooden door. The twin boys encountered in the old bookstore were also aboard, clinging to each other as they screamed in unison. What on earth is that? How did it even appear? They're breaking in. We're doomed. The clamor rose and fell, a chorus of chaos. Lana, where's Lana? Ms. Marion, we need backup. Expressions of sheer terror painted the faces of everyone present, with several newcomers collapsing to the floor, drooling from the corners of their mouths. Having lost consciousness just as Griffith had. Calm, calm, commanded Ms. Marion, the dignified headmistress, her wand raised. We have sealed the door. It cannot enter. The professors of Hormontworth and the royal fleet would soon arrive. Upon hearing Lady Marion's words, the noisy cabin fell into a brief hush. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of screams and curses erupted from the deck above, followed by the thunderous sound of heavy objects crashing against the deck, as if a giant were vigorously beating the deck of the Flying Leaf like a drum. Shortly thereafter, the doors at either end of the cabin were pounded upon. The newly arrived students, who had just begun to regain their composure, erupted into screams once more. Griffith seized a torch, ready to charge towards the doors. At that instant, he felt a slight tug at his waist and turned quickly to see Sonia, eyes wide with terror, pointing at a wall, her voice trembling as she uttered, There, there. Griffith swiftly glanced in the direction she indicated and instantly understood why the door of the conner bore no signs of damage. A minuscule gap remained in the already sealed porthole, and something twisted and grayish, resembling the tentacles of a mollusk, began to ooze through the opening, rapidly expanding and swelling. A collective gasp arose from several students who witnessed the horrifying spectacle, and a few fainted, before Griffith and the others could rush over to destroy the creature. More tentacles writhed through the doors, portholes, ceiling, and floor seams, emerging as if sprouting from the very wood, twisting and entangling within the cabin. One tentacle slowly approached the petrified Fiona, swaying before her, as though it were scrutinizing her. Although she was typically adventurous and bold, the worry for Rana's safety rendered Fiona trembling like a morning alarm clock. Beside her, the new student Fisher prodded the repulsive tentacle with his wand, causing it to retract immediately. He let out a twisted smile of terror. However, before he could finish his words, the swollen, gray tentacle lunged forward, splitting its slick outer skin open like a flower, revealing layers of jagged teeth and a gaping maw, exuding the stench of decay. Fisher, struck with fear, fell to the ground as the toothy mouth lunged at Fiona like a venomous snake on the hunt. Griffith dashed forward, yanked Fiona away, and faced the gaping maw, thrusting the ignited torch into it. The tentacle writhed violently, its 6 petal-like limbs flailing as if in a fit. With a resounding explosion, the tentacle burst apart, showering Griffith with a spray of viscous slime and bone fragments. Counterattack! Griffith shouted, rallying from the chaos and dizziness, raising his axe high. Victory to Balon. Hurrah! The apprentice knights, nearly petrified by the scene before them, instinctively roared in unison. Though few in number, their battle cry resonated with the force of 100 soldiers. Ms. Marion, fortified by a spell to fend off the onslaught of tentacles, along with her teaching assistant and several intrepid freshmen, experienced a sudden jolt of awareness as the magical energy coalescing around her wand dissipated in an instant. However, those freshmen who had refrained from casting spells felt an invigorating surge of courage. The vibrant essence of life surged within the confined space, and the tentacles, unfurling like grotesque appendages, collided with an invisible barrier, retreating in disarray. Galadriel perceived a familiar scene unfolding and promptly set aside her ineffective wand. The aspiring knights swiftly converged around Griffith, brandishing their weapons and striking at the writhing tentacles. Ms. Marion, please provide cover as we follow behind, Griffith commanded, having severed one of the tentacles, turning to the somewhat bewildered professor. Everyone, keep up. Although safety on the deck was not guaranteed, it was certainly preferable to remaining in the cabin, ensnared by tentacles on all sides. Bolstered by their battle cries, nearly 100 students rushed toward the upper deck. Countless swollen, twisted, ash-gray tentacles had ensnared the Flying Leaf. They writhed frantically in every crevice, some gaping open with repulsive maw, greedily seeking sustenance. Chapter 32. The erasure of records. The situation on the deck mirrored the chaos within. Enormous tentacles, some thicker than the columns before the Senate chamber, had latched onto the ship's sides, beginning to shake the leaf wing violently. Rana and Miura, along with several companions, were on the deck fending off the onslaught of the tentacles. Each of them bore injuries, with one sailor having lost an arm, his pale severed limb being tugged at by the writhing appendages. The first-year students of Hormontworth had gathered on the deck of the Leafwing, their numbers limited as the Shatteral guards stood helplessly outside, watching the myriad of tentacles slowly rise from both the deck and the water's edge. What now? Suddenly, for colossal tentacles surged up from beneath the waves, seizing the ship's hull and tossing it about like a mere toy. The students clung desperately to anything they could grasp, their collective cries piercing the air. It was too large. We're going to die. Give me the torch, Griffith shouted as he sheathed his dagger and grabbed a blazing torch. I'll go first. Griffith. Don't, Sonia cried, clinging tightly to the mast, her eyes wide with alarm as she watched her squire leap over the tumbling debris, charging toward the thickest tentacle. This scene felt eerily familiar. Was he seeking death? Galadia was certain she had witnessed such a scenario before. The Leafwing was tilting perilously, for tentacles gripping its sides, attempting to overturn it. In an instant, Griffith reached the raised edge of the ship, seizing a sharp piece of wood and thrusting it towards one of the tentacles clawing at the deck. Hiss. The tentacle emitted an indescribable scream. Immediately, the thick appendage split apart, revealing a maw bristling with countless sharp teeth. Curved and pale, these fangs resembled barbs, layered upon the tentacle's interior, festooned with remnants of flesh and tattered garments. Red-brown skulls were lodged between the teeth, their hollow eye sockets staring vacantly into the world outside. All on the deck were paralyzed by the horrific, hellish sight, their souls fleeing in terror. Fiona fainted into Rana's arms, while many first-years clutched their chests, succumbing to waves of nausea. Foolish monster. It's caught. Griffith's heart surged with triumph as he propelled himself off the ship's edge. The burning torch in his hand felt weighty, akin to a javelin, as he hurled it towards the dark maw. The ashen tentacle swallowed the incoming torch whole, its gaping mouth snapping shut. With a resounding explosion, the shockwave and sharp shards of teeth swept through the air like a tempest. Griffith barely had time to shield himself with his arms before he was hurled away like a rag doll, splashing into the sea. Stunned by the explosive force, the first year stood frozen for a few seconds. Miss Galadia, please help me look after Fiona, Rana implored as he entrusted his lordship to the most formidable girl he could find, not waiting for the elf to protest as he brandished his torch and axe, charging toward another gaping tentacle. Balon, victory! Boom! Another tempestuous explosion roared forth, sending Rana flying as well, crashing into the sea with a splash. Hurrah! The Shotelers, still standing on the deck, erupted into a fervent roar, brandishing torches as they lunged towards the nearby tentacles. Before they could strike, the tentacles entwined around the vessel fled hastily, resembling frogs pursued by snakes plunging into the depths of the sea. With a resounding crash, the flying leaf, elevated beyond 30 degrees, struck the water's surface once more. An ominous presence that had occupied their minds swiftly retreated. Griffiths and Lana, save them, Galadia urgently exclaimed, leading the charge into the ocean. Several hours later, the flying leaf arrived at its destination, escorted by a swiftly approaching three-masted warship. Lady Marian, her face etched with fatigue, descended from the vessel alongside the new students, where several professors, armed with wands, scrolls, and enchanted trinkets, awaited them. Dressed in noble elegance, Lady Marian gracefully approached the dock steps, gazing at the disheveled newcomers from Balon. Welcome, young ladies and gentlemen, to Homenwarts. Perhaps I should deliver my usual address, but let us spare this precious time for you to attend to your appearances. The changing rooms on the dock have been prepared with grooming supplies and fresh attire. You shall have 30 minutes. After this interval, you will be guided to the welcoming banquet and, in accordance with the traditions of our school, assigned to one of the 4 houses, joining your predecessors. The houses are Minerva, Hera, Roland, and Trajan. Each name embodies knowledge, harmony, courage, and creativity. Now that you have arrived, the house will be your home. Your exemplary conduct shall bring honor to your house, while any misconduct will tarnish its reputation. At the end of each term, your house points will significantly influence your overall grades. Furthermore, Shotelers, you shall elect a first-year co-commander outside of the house. I trust you have already selected a candidate. After delivering her remarks, the weary Professor Marian nodded to the new students before retreating to the prepared lounge. The newcomers, having embarked on their first journey away from Balon and faced with an encounter with sea monsters, exchanged silent glances before heading toward the makeshift washroom on the other side. Griffiths, propelled by the explosion, bore wounds and embedded shards throughout his body. The timely arrival of reinforcements from Homenwarts effectively treated their injuries. Sonia applied a thick layer of ointment, wrapping bandages around him repeatedly. At that moment, Griffiths had lost consciousness and was unaware of how the girl had managed to attend to him. Lana, who had been thrown back by the blast, drew upon Griffiths' experience, executing evasive maneuvers and defensive actions after casting her torch, resulting in far lighter injuries. While most others emerged relatively unscathed, the chaos had left them in disarray, many covered in an unknown substance and debris. The 30 minutes provided only allowed them a brief washing of their faces and a change into pristine uniforms before the staff arrived to prompt them to gather at the stone steps of the dock. Apart from them, over 800 new students from various regions have also arrived at Hormont's, bustling at the small dock, inquiring about this and that. Griffith stood not far from Sonia, leaning against a cool stone wall, silently observing his classmates with vigilance. Beside him, Galadia and Sonia were greeting new friends, exchanging pleasantries on behalf of their respective families. Hormont's is not only a prestigious institution but also a derivative of the intimate circles within the Baelon community. Even after escaping the clutches of a sea monster, once one steps onto this stage, one must maintain elegance and decorum. Fear and panic are deemed impolite. Griffith's keen gaze swept across the young figures. A few shot aller nearby were engaged in similar scrutiny. Were these recent attacks isolated incidents or part of an orchestrated conspiracy? What were the odds of a colossal sea monster randomly appearing in these waters and attacking the flying leaf? The probability seems akin to that of a minor sergeant becoming the chief citizen of the Senate. Upon regaining consciousness after the battle, Griffith's first thought was to ascertain that this assault had a hidden mastermind, with the target likely being one of the newcomers aboard. But who could it be? His gaze flitted to Fiona. This girl had once been abducted as a sacrifice to the malevolent deity, and the remnants of those cultists might very well seek her again. Yet, could the sea monster's near consumption of her please the dark god? The same reasoning applied to Sonia and several other noble scions. They held significant value on the political stage of Baelon, but only while they remained alive. The assault by the sea monster last night was lethal. What benefit could there be in devouring 16 or 17-year-old youths? Even for a sacrifice, there must be a process. Then what of Galadia? Could this be a continuation of prior attacks? Was some force still pursuing her? No, that couldn't be right. Would Canaan's governor simply stand by as his daughter faced peril? Griffith's gaze shifted to the elven girl's silhouette. She was conversing with her new friends about the previous sea monster, discussing it as if it were merely a theatrical performance, her melodious tone both elegant and charming. As if the monster had not come to devour them all. Griffith was momentarily lost in thought, feeling an overwhelming jealousy towards those noble classmates who could converse with her due to social conventions. The apprentice knight tapped his head in frustration. The elven girl harbored many secrets unknown to him, and the distance between them felt as vast as the stones on the ground and the stars in the night sky. Galadia seemed to sense something, turning her head and meeting the apprentice knight's gaze, smiling and tilting her head in curiosity. What was he to say? Griffith felt as if he was missing some critical piece of information. Have you not noticed who among us is missing? Who? What connection does it have with the sea monster? A chill ran down Griffith's spine. The answer lingered just beyond his lips, yet he could not articulate it. Damnatio memoriae. Galadriel softly uttered the two words, like two icy blades piercing Griffith's heart, leaving him in a state of bewildered trepidation. Do you comprehend their meaning? The elf raised her head slightly, leaning against the right shoulder of the apprentice knight. The sea monster did not merely appear by chance. The scions of noble families were well aware of this. Its target was not me or anyone else, but rather the most extraordinary individual among this year's newcomers. As for who had orchestrated the appearance of the sea monster, both professors and students had a general understanding, and the prominent figures of Baelon were also in the know. Yet, no one would delve into the matter, nor would anyone dare to utter the true name of the instigator. Do you know why? Why? Griffith almost blurted out. Damnatio memoriae. The elven girl whispered once more, as if invoking a foreboding darkness. His creation must be annihilated, his true name must remain unspoken, titles stripped away, legislation abolished. To the chaotic and malevolent dark sovereign, a decree of obliteration shall be rendered. Chapter 33. Aaron Lunderus Baerlon is governed jointly by a king and a senate. As the power of sorcerers has burgeoned over centuries, the Arcane Council, composed solely of wizards, has begun to share authority with the king and the elders. Damnatio memoriae is a system of impeachment enacted by the full assembly of the Arcane Council against the supreme beings of the mystic realm. Those subjected to this punishment endure the following decrees. 1. All creations of the convicted supreme must be destroyed. 2. Their name must be erased from all records and inscriptions, and they shall not be celebrated. 3. They are stripped of the right to bear the title of guardian. 4. All legislation enacted during their reign is to be nullified. Even with Griffith's rudimentary understanding of mysticism, the mention of the erasure punishment sends shivers down his spine. Only the most nefarious and terrifying of fallen beings could be condemned to such a fate after death, akin to the ancient and dreadful legacy of the Decimation Edict. Even when the physical form is obliterated, the corrupted and fallen essence lingers in the realm beyond mortal reach. To utter their true name or invoke their works may invite this dreadful gaze, with inevitable madness or death as the outcome. Thus, people often refer to that individual indirectly. The most recent instance of the erasure punishment occurred 15 years prior, a time when most of the present youths had yet to be born. Griffith suddenly recalls what Rana had mentioned to him in the bookstore, that a boy had somehow escaped the clutches of that entity and directly obliterated its corporeal form. One of the new arrivals, Aaron. Did he not embark on the leaf ship with us? Where could he be? Is Aaron the target? Griffith has only just realized that this boy did not join the others in departing Bayer Lawn. What a stark contrast in treatment, he mused, as Galadia twirled a strand of her hair. The academy seems to have been well prepared, discreetly arranging for his escort through alternate routes. I can hear the sound of hooves. In the darkness of the dock, the outline of a carriage faintly emerges. The driver, a figure of considerable height, appears disproportionate beside the petite carriage. Shadows flicker nearby, hinting at the presence of guards. Soon, a boy descends from the carriage, beckoning to the driver before quietly and silently approaching the laughter-filled throng of new arrivals. The driver cracks his whip, vanishing into the darkness. The boy walks slowly into the illuminated crowd. His striking golden hair and vivid crimson eyes are unforgettable, while his porcelain-like skin appears even more delicate in the dim light. Aaron possesses an almost enchanting aura, even as he stands silently. He draws the attention of those around him, making it impossible to overlook his presence. However, as he steps forth from the shadows, each stride seems to gnaw away at the light and joy, like an ancient beast of prey. As he gradually enters the gathering, the lively chatter and playful banter among the newcomers fades into an eerie silence. Offspring of powerful families regard him with a mixture of apprehension and complexity etched upon their faces. The students surrounding the noble newcomer suddenly fell silent, their chatter ceasing as they turned to observe the approaching boy, though unaware of the cause. At that moment, Lady Marianne reappeared before them, as if she had timed her entrance with precision. With a smile, she gently clapped her hands to capture the attention of the hushed crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet commences. Please follow me along this staircase to the banquet hall. Joyful melodies began to resonate, as attendants raised brilliant crystal chandeliers on either side of the stone steps, illuminating the path ahead. An emotionless laughter unexpectedly erupted within the crowd, though the source remained unknown. It was at least enough to lift the spirits of the freshmen gathered at the dark quay, who followed the professor upward. The ascending throng was guided to wait outside a grand and opulent hall. Is the rumor true? Is the chosen one, Aaron, among us? Asked Fisher d'Ajoux, the eldest son of the Ajoux family, with an air of arrogance as he stepped forward, looking down upon the newcomers on the steps. I am the heir of the ancient and powerful Ajoux lineage. Someone of our remarkable caliber ought to befriend you. This brazen act incited anger among the aristocrats and their followers present. Griffith noticed several members of the Shotthorl casting disdainful or contemptuous glances toward the steps. However, the nobility had their own set of rules. In such moments, wit was preferred over physical confrontation. Ah, dear Fisher, chuckled Viscount Issues, you need not concern yourself. Truly, even if you don't step onto the stairs, we shall still see you. Fisher, standing at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, was instantly filled with indignation. His fists clenched and teeth gritted. Yet, as Fisher himself had stated, they were indeed fortunate to stand alongside the chosen one, Aaron. The slender yet graceful Issues turned to gaze at Aaron's position. The freshmen surrounding Aaron seemed to recede like the tide, leaving him at the center of attention. However, 2 newcomers, a male and a female, remained close to him, awkwardly lingering. Perhaps they were friends, or perhaps they found themselves unable to retreat in time. His crimson eyes were devoid of emotion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the scene before him, like a crowned monarch amidst his subservient courtiers. Nearby, the professors and staff were disinclined to interrupt the students' conversation, instead counting heads before leading them to a terrace before the hall. Eldridge has, Trajan, announced the mentor representing the Trajan Academy, gesturing toward the long table behind him. Please take your seats there. Griffith noted that Eldritch has appeared to be a rather diminutive boy. He promptly approached the mentor who had called his name and obediently made his way toward the hall. As he walked, his hands were pressed against the seams of his trousers, fingers long and nimble, yet his demeanor was one of great restraint. Elahad Aiden, Hira. A mentor announced a name. A low murmur of applause rippled through the crowd as Iraha, whose name had been called, endeavored to suppress a smile. Swiftly making her way to the long table, the boy, tall and strikingly handsome, exuded a radiant charm. What could be the distinction? Griffith wondered with curiosity. Nanda Green, Roland. The young men entering Roland Academy were robust, their sun-kissed skin contrasting sharply with the pale residents of the city of Bayer Lawn, which Griffith had recently begun to know. Is there a particular significance to this grouping? Griffith quietly inquired of Galadia beside him. Guess. The elven girl raised her delicate brows. Issues von Woolsorp, Minerva. The four mentors rapidly called out names. Fiona de Challen, Minerva. Sonia de Lamore, Minerva. Griffith stood alone, observing as two blonde girls merrily made their way to their seats. Those who had traveled on the Leaf Flyer, bearing the names De and Vaughn, were predominantly members of Minerva. Galadia had also been summoned early, taking a central position at the long table. So this is how the grouping is determined. Those who entered this academy were all young individuals possessing extraordinary traits, whether strong or weak. Yet, even among the extraordinary, distinctions existed. The Academy of Minerva was a bastion of knowledge for the offspring of noble or mage families with ancestral legacies. Children from affluent families and the upper class joined the harmonious symbol of Hira. It appeared that the robust young men belonged to Roland. The rest of the individuals varied greatly. Turrigan was indeed a significant figure. Griffith approached Rana, who was similarly left behind. What does Turrigan signify? Creation? Literally. The tall and somewhat intimidating Rana was surprisingly erudite and shut-oral. Momentarily taken aback, he glanced at Griffith in confusion. So you are inquiring about that. They are the producers. The production and adjustment of magical items, enchanted materials, and potions require mental energy. The students of Turrigan are the cornerstones of this society. Where shall we go then? Griffith surveyed the thinning crowd. Roland? Impossible, Rana shrugged. We are certainly going to. Griffith Brandon, Minerva. As the Academy mentor announced the name reflected on the crystal, the new students remaining in place gazed silently at Griffith, while those already seated in Minerva cast welcoming glances in his direction. Galadia patted the space beside her. The boys and girls clustered around her, and Sonia instinctively left a vacant spot for Griffith, no one attempting to encroach upon it. While everyone awaited the sorting results, Brownie, bustling between the long tables, was already busy preparing the feast. The long table was adorned with pristine white linens, shimmering silverware, and candle holders, while exquisite porcelain gleamed like the first snow of winter, utterly enchanting. The appetizers served at the long table in the kitchens of Minerva consisted of fragrant slices of ham, ice plant, and salad, accompanied by a small bottle of effervescent purple aperitif for each guest. Some eager freshmen had devoured their portions during the sorting ceremony. Brownie promptly brought them sashimi of tuna and deep-sea scallops. Griffith noticed among the utensils at hand a pair of familiar chopsticks, smooth and warm to the touch, possessing a comfort reminiscent of jade rather than wood. In a small white porcelain dish, soy sauce imported from the distant south was sprinkled with wasabi, emanating a mysterious and enticing aroma. Sonia sat across from him, her delicate fingers adeptly picking up a slice of sashimi from the ice and bringing it to her lips. The other freshmen of Minerva seemed equally accustomed to such dining utensils and cuisine, savoring their meals quietly with a hint of approval. This seemed excessively lavish. A sense of unease settled in Griffith's heart. Such extravagant dining made him ponder the extent of the tuition fees covered by the Raymore family. At that moment, however, a raucous noise erupted from a nearby long table. Despite the immediate intervention of waitstaff to restore order, joyous and surprised exclamations continued to rise and fall. Turning his head, Griffith discovered that the commotion was coming from students of the other three houses. On their dining table, golden fried chicken pieces were piled like little mountains in large platters. Several boys were gleefully grasping chunks of chicken in both hands, devouring them with gusto. To his astonishment, Griffith noted that the tables of these houses lacked fresh sashimi and refined utensils. Brownie had not leisurely separated appetizers from main courses, but instead rolled in a cart brimming with fried chicken, roasted corn, scones, generous sausages, buttered bread, and cakes for casual helpings. It looked quite appealing. I would like some of that, Griffith instinctively thought. Sir Knight in training. You must be pondering how to supply these fellows during wartime, Issues, seated not far away, inquired amicably. I would wager that 3 soldiers could not match the appetite of just one of them. I have been remiss. Griffith's heart skipped a beat. Had Issues not broached the subject, he would likely have been met with Fisher's derision. Chapter 34. Galabanon, labor camp. Once everyone had taken their seats, Headmaster Thiberian of Homenvorts offered a few courteous remarks. The venerable elder, with his snow-white hair, appeared rather unwell, as if he might doze off at any moment. Yet, whenever Griffith gazed at this erudite figure, he sensed an invisible force disrupting his perception, as though the headmaster were simultaneously present and absent. Soon after, one of the professors seated at the head of the hall rose and gestured to a servant beside him. Before long, a box was brought to the center of the hall. The talent assessment was about to commence, with each house proceeding in order. The professor opened the wooden chest and retrieved a somewhat worn pointed wizard's hat. It has begun, Galadia said with a hint of excitement. Griffith, are you curious? Curious? Curious about what? I know nothing, so what could I be curious about? Sonia, equally animated, whispered, this is the artifact left by the guardian Minerva. It possesses the magical ability to peer into the mind and soul, revealing the traits and potential of every extraordinary individual. Yes, it is the very thing that can quantify my strength, agility, and perception, Griffith mused, recalling the crystal lenses at the Count's estate. The first student from Minerva Academy, listed at the top of the roster, donned the tattered hat. The wide brim nearly enveloped his head, rendering him an awkward and comical sight. Suddenly, a slit opened along the brim, writhing like a mouth, while the 2 holes on the hat resembled eyes surveying the surroundings. Another fried chicken, the wizard's hat grumbled. Remember to wipe your hands clean before you come up, you little brats, lest you tarnish my smooth surface. The hat was alive. Griffith seemed to hear an odd thumping sound, faintly emanating from the depths of his own mind. Common sense and reason fractured in that instant, chaos crashing against his brain, akin to the unbearable encounter with a mythical creature long ago. Fortunately, after enduring numerous trials, his resilient willpower withstood this shock, and after a brief spell of dizziness, clarity returned. The freshman wearing the hat was startled, nearly leaping from his seat. A nearby professor firmly placed a hand on his shoulder and addressed the hat. Please proceed. Esteemed talent hat, I hope to conclude this swiftly. I have a thesis awaiting submission. Very well, the talent hat mumbled, closing its eyes for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Ah, splendid. It is decided. Minerva. The professor raised his wand and struck the sorting hat, declaring, talent assessment. All right. The hat's tip sagged under the impact. This, is a commendable talent. See, spell enhancement. Spell enhancement. An additional boost of no more than 15 to spell potency and duration, with incantation and effect times extended by 3 to 10 seconds. A chorus of exclamations erupted in the banquet hall. For those freshmen who had never before understood their own talents, this assessment provided a vivid display of their strengths and weaknesses. One by one, the new students of Minerva stepped forward to undergo their assessments. When it was Sonia's turn, the expression on the talent hat shifted dramatically. Ah, how remarkable. Beautiful maiden, you possess the rare dual talents of insight and mirror. Instantly, the crystal displayed Sonia's talent introduction. Insight. The caster has a certain probability of discerning the arcane, unraveling the mysteries and origins of the world. This talent can further develop. Mirror. The caster exhibits a high resistance to negative mental effects such as charm, confusion, and fear, and possesses a chance during spellcasting to gain benefits such as rapid incantation, dual casting, or guaranteed success. Amidst gasps of astonishment, the headmaster Tiberian and several seasoned professors seated at the front opened their eyes, regarding Sonia with cautious yet intrigued expressions. Sonia is truly remarkable, Galadia whispered to Griffith. Currently, Headmaster Tiberian possesses the talent of insight, which signifies that Sonia's ascension to a higher echelon will be expedited. Soon after, Galadia approached to take her turn. The elf delicately pinched the edge of the hat, scrunched her fingers in distaste, and reluctantly placed it upon her head. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence. It was not uncommon for elves to study at Homenworts, yet Galadia was the sole representative of her kind in this cohort. Boys from various houses gazed at her in awe. Her graceful figure, cascading black hair, and vibrant, clear eyes emanated an irresistible aura of mystery and allure. They found it difficult even to lift their gazes in her presence. Whispers had already revealed that Galadia was the daughter of the governor of the Elven Kingdom. Her formidable and extraordinary talents were blessings bestowed upon her by the goddess who governs the starry skies and the silvery moon, marking her as exceptional from the very beginning. What would her talent be? Griffith pondered with curiosity. Ah, it is you. The talent hat quivered at its tip. Your presence is even more awe-inspiring than that of your esteemed father. I am afraid I cannot overstep. The hat was evidently intimidated. As the testing at Minerva drew to a close, it was finally Griffith's turn to don the talent hat. Based on the experiences of the previous few students, he surmised that his talent would likely pertain to enhancing defense or offense. Strange, very strange, the talent hat appeared to be in a state of confusion. Am I losing my wits? I cannot be mistaken. You are one of those dreadful rascals, but that cannot be. Your talent is this. However, the issue lies in the fact that Griffith cannot cast spells at all. The path of the disruptor rarely exhibits extraordinary abilities that can be actively invoked. Those who have been steeped in the bloodlust of battle through prolonged training and combat, even with ample knowledge and spirit, find their magical constructs muddled by the chaotic aura of bloodlust. This explains why learned and powerful wizards tend to avoid the battlefield and carnage, leaving the dirty work to the military. The freshmen from other academies have begun to stir, even if they are unfamiliar with Griffith. They find him to be quite an amusing oddity. Hey, genius! Truly a testament to Minerva's prowess. You've effortlessly acquired a talent we could scarcely dream of. Griffith, with an unfazed demeanor, removed the talent hat and made his way to his seat. He was not particularly bothered by the ruckus, unable to comprehend what all the commotion was about. I don't even know you. Don't take it too seriously. The enhancement of talent is merely the icing on the cake. Moreover, once your abilities advance, the cooldown period for sacred relics or seals might also be influenced by your talent, which is quite splendid. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. Aaron approached the talent hat. It was him. Everyone held their breath, fixated on this striking, serene boy. The moment he donned the talent hat, even Principal Tiberian adjusted his posture. Aaron, the boy who had triumphed over that infamous individual, the sole survivor of a family that endured a lethal dark magic assault. He appeared as beautiful as a porcelain doll, destined to stand apart. What talent would he possess? Just as curiosity piqued among the onlookers, the talent hat erupted with a heart-wrenching scream. Gillibanning, labor camp. The disoriented talent hat was promptly taken away for recalibration, and the talent assessment would resume shortly. The sumptuous banquet seemed endless. As the evening progressed, Minerva's dishes became increasingly exquisite and rare, prompting some students from other academies to voice their discontent. Griffith finished the food before him, but found himself unable to join in the conversation. He struggled to comprehend the topics discussed by the girls, and the references used by the boys left him baffled, as if he were listening to a foreign language. Perhaps after dinner, I shall take a stroll. Griffith gathered some roasted lamb and fruit wine, neatly packed them into his pocket. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. It was a peculiar piece of flesh, resplendent in a vivid crimson hue, as smooth as gel, emitting an indescribable, potent allure. Perhaps it had adhered to him when he was blasted into the sea during the tentacled monster's assault on the leaf flyer. Yet, judging by its appearance and texture, one could hardly imagine it originated from the grayish exterior of a massive tentacle reeking of decay. Gazing at this piece of red flesh, Griffith felt an overwhelming desire to consume it. Fortunately, caution and reason held him back. His knowledge of the arcane informed him that this was a vital essence, a substance possessed only by extraordinarily powerful life forms. The dilemma remained. How should he handle this item? Homenwarts is situated to the southwest of the Tranquil Sea, and the leaf flyer navigated through a series of small islands before reaching the steep cliffs below. Griffith gazed towards the disembarkation point, where, in the darkness, he could vaguely discern the winding stone steps ascending from the base of the cliffs. The disembarkation site lay to the southeast of Homenwarts Castle, with the undulating cliffs rising slightly to the north, where a corridor connected the library, dormitories, and classrooms, overlooking the azure waters below. To the west, specifically in the northwest of the castle, a stream flows from a valley, where the school authorities have constructed a footbridge leading to a nearby town. Between the city walls and the cliffs lies a vast expanse of open land. Should any foes emerge from the Whispering Forest, they could maneuver around the walls towards the more level terrain. This location is also a focal point for Griffith's inspections. During his eastern campaigns, this habit frequently aided him in discerning the enemy's intentions or identifying gaps in their encirclement. It is also the reason he maintains the practice of patrolling unfamiliar territories each night before retiring. To the south of Homenwerts stretches an expansive expanse of deep green whispering forest. Although a road traverses it, leading directly to the foot of Bayon City. The ancient magical energies that have collected in the forest for reasons unknown have rendered it perilous. During the banquet, the professors repeatedly admonished that restless spirits wander there. Accompanied by bizarre and grotesque mutated creatures, those seeking oblivion are advised to venture into its depths. Griffith ascended a tower to survey the southern aspect of the castle, where a continuous wall stretches forth, complemented by a towering gate as an entrance. Beyond the city gate, a gentle slope descends immediately, extending to the edge of the whispering forest. Cliffs, fjords, and torrents encircle Homenwerts on three sides, while the only accessible southern entrance is obstructed by the vast forest. Between the forest and the city walls lies a steep incline. Should any enemy attempt an assault from the south, they would find themselves divided by the forest before confronting the formidable city walls, all while being exposed to defenders perched upon the advantageous heights. This is a fortress meticulously chosen, but what is it intended to protect? Homenwerts lies far from major thoroughfares and is not a strategic stronghold on land. Frankly, it would be quite a challenge to entice an army to assault this place. Griffith gently rapped his knuckles against the black monoliths that comprise the city walls. These rare stones are remarkably resilient. Homenwerts has utilized an abundance of these colossal stones to construct an impregnable bastion, signifying the presence of something of utmost importance that necessitates protection. Argos Vos. Argos. Nah. Suddenly, amidst the silence, a repetitive and indistinct whisper emerged. The voice was distorted and hoarse, filled with indescribable chaotic sounds. Griffith's heart raced as he cautiously sought the source of the voice. The monotonous murmur gradually receded, replaced by a clearer voice. "Good evening, young man." A vague apparition materialized in Griffith's consciousness, articulating human words. "Why are you not in bed at this late hour? Are you in search of power? Or perhaps in pursuit of love?" Griffith instantly drew the short sword concealed in his boot. Who goes there? Chapter 35. My precious. Is this the spirit of a magical artifact? Griffith instinctively desired to remove the ring and cast it aside. He had encountered sentient magical items before and had even attempted to clandestinely procure a few. Yet, this was his first experience engaging in dialogue with a spirit. "Do not be alarmed," the ethereal figure articulated. "Minos is both honest and formidable. Should you provide rare and potent materials, Minos will exchange invaluable knowledge and the precious secrets hidden within this castle, known as Hormots. After all, Minos has resided here longer than your headmaster. Is it you who bestowed Camilla with magical power and a familiar?" Indeed, the spirit of Minos proudly raised its head. "If you can gather the requisite materials, Minos shall present you with an offer you cannot refuse. What do you desire?" "The essence of moonlight, fresh marrow mushrooms, and the juice of mandrake, to start." The spirit of Minos swiftly replied. "You may acquire these in the alchemy course at Hormots. A mere touch, immersing Minos within them, will suffice. In return, Minos can share intelligence from the castle and the forest, clandestine knowledge, or potion recipes, valuable insights not found within textbooks and seldom disclosed by the professors." "Wait a moment." Minos fell silent. Griffith sensed a scrutinizing gaze assessing him, creating an uncomfortable sensation. "Do you possess, how shall I phrase it, a bone ring?" Minos seemed to ponder. "Could you provide Minos with the essence of life, the source material?" Griffith nodded. "Please, go on." "Sounds promising." Griffith gently tapped his weapon. "You may proceed." Of course. This serves as a down payment." The ethereal figure of Minos appeared to rub its hands together in excitement. "Minos is aware that you are an apprentice knight. The form of your life energy dictates that, although you possess mental power, you struggle to harness magical force, rendering you a muggle." "Muggle? What does that term mean?" "It's the first time I've heard it." Griffith expressed his curiosity about the unique terminology employed by Minos. "Sounds intriguing." Griffith nodded with interest. "How can I provide you with the essence of flesh and blood?" Griffith retrieved a gelatinous mass of flesh remnants left by the tentacles from his pocket, carefully pressing it against the ring. The white bone ring immediately emanated a soft blue glow, enveloping the two masses of flesh. Griffith scarcely observed the process of digestion, as the essence had vanished without a trace. Moments later, a cacophony of chaotic murmurs flooded Griffith's mind. In a daze, he acquired a fragment of knowledge. Frost runes. Such runes can coalesce mental energy, forming a tangible manifestation of frost magic. The user can cast spells by invoking the stored runes. The number of spirit energy runes that can be retained is limited, not exceeding 9. The holder may condense new runes through their mental energy to replenish expended ones. Frost Armor Technique, First Level. A layer of ice congeals upon clothing, armor, and weaponry, enhancing defensive capabilities while inflicting frost damage upon adversaries, thereby diminishing their mobility and attack speed, or bestowing weapons with the enchantment of freezing effects. The casting cooldown is 15 seconds. Frigid Blizzard Icy Constructs, First Tier. Instantly conjures an expansive freeze across the earth, generating a freezing effect and frost damage within a radius of 5 meters, or after a period of concentration, solidifying a specified shape of ice. The casting cooldown is also 15 seconds. To condense a single rune requires 15 seconds, with spells of the same attribute sharing a communal cooldown of 15 seconds. In a fleeting whisper, Griffiths discovered that by concentrating his consciousness upon the bone ring, he could crystallize a frost rune. Simultaneously, he effortlessly mastered 2 frost spells. The overjoyed apprentice knight, nearly oblivious to his surroundings, eagerly experimented. A shimmering layer of icy blue light immediately adorned the surfaces of his garments and weapons, allowing him to mold it into solid ice for defense or to envelop his sword blade with frigid vapors. Griffiths was overwhelmed with exhilaration as he deftly twirled his wrist, instantly forming a cold, sharp ice spear in his grasp, while frost spread and flourished on the rocks beneath his feet according to his will. Frost could be shaped under the influence of spells. What a formidable power! As the 2 frost runes were consumed, Griffiths swiftly summoned his otherwise dormant mental energy to forge new runes. Soon, he unleashed the chilling spell effect once more, even more swiftly than the seasoned mages within the ranks of the army. To his astonishment, Griffiths realized that his talent for focus indeed influenced both the cooldown time of his skills and the duration required to generate runes, rendering them faster and more agile. My talent is truly of use. Suddenly, with the sequential emergence of runes and spells, Griffiths felt as though he had been struck heavily on the head with a wooden club, a violent headache nearly overwhelming him. Stop! Minos urgently intervened. With your current mental capacity, you can accommodate no more than 3 runes at a time. You must rest for 6 hours after each condensation to recover your energy. You can enhance your mental prowess through training and the consumption of potions designed to boost it. Furthermore, should you discover substances containing primal essence, you could augment the variety, tier, potency, and duration of your rune spells. A dispeller cannot cast spells through the path of a spellcaster. To transcend the chasm of the extraordinary path, aside from the rare dual attribute extraordinary beings, the only means lies in the reliance on costly and rare sacred artifacts and seals. Now, as an extraordinary dispeller, Griffiths astonishingly possesses access to the powers of a spellcaster. Though this power remains imperfect and fraught with limitations, a gateway has already begun to open. This is the reason Camilla became a fallen mage. No wonder she fervently guards this weapon. It belongs to me, my sacred artifact, my treasure. Should such a remarkable treasure be found again, it must be presented to Minos, the bone ring addressed Minos, who currently lacks the power to provide runes and knowledge of other attributes. However, you may wish to explore beneath the obsidian city walls, where a modest hut can be discovered just below the slope. There resides the Ranger Krog, a descendant of giants. Observing Griffith's gaze shift towards the base of the wall, the spirit continued. He is an official employee of this institution, yet he is considered brutish and uncouth, shunned by the esteemed mages. If you foster a good rapport with him, numerous opportunities to enter the Whispering Forest will arise, allowing you to gather precious materials and invaluable knowledge. As you are aware, students are generally forbidden from venturing there. I shall contemplate this, Griffith said, gesturing towards the grand hall at the castle center. Are there any familiar faces here? The appearance of this bone ring remains unknown, and Minos's essence is undetectable. To them, it is merely an ornament. Is it not common for you soldiers to adorn yourselves with bone, ears, and noses? Minos dismissed Griffith's concerns, expressing a distaste for engaging with those self-important mages. Regrettably, the conversation is drawing to a close. Minos requires slumber. After bidding farewell, Minos's will vanish as swiftly as a wisp of smoke scattered by a fierce wind. Griffith hesitated momentarily before making his way toward the base of the wall. The robust obsidian structure had suffered considerable erosion over the years, and even without entering through the main gate, Griffith easily discovered a gap. The institution merely prohibits our entry into the Whispering Forest. There was no mention of barring access to this place. Griffith mused that Krog, as an employee of the institution, should pose no significant danger. and thus began his search down the slope. Soon, he stumbled upon a colossal thatched hut. The foundation and walls were constructed from massive stones, topped with a thick layer of straw. At the entrance lay a vast pumpkin patch, brimming with pumpkins several times the size of Griffith's head. Outside the patch stood a wooden sign bearing the crude inscription, "Krog's Hut." "Who's out there? Don't disturb me, you little rascal." Before Griffith could assess the surroundings, a thunderous voice erupted in the stillness of the night. To think Krog's senses were so keen, he detected me from over 20 paces away. Griffith was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "I am Griffith Brandon, a first-year shot owler, a squire. I possess some rum and roasted venison, Mr. Krog. Should you have an interest?" Before Griffith could finish his sentence, the wooden door of the hut swung open with a resounding crack, and a figure nearly 3 meters tall thundered forward. "Rum? Give me some." "Oh no, I meant, do come in, young first year." Emerging from the humble abode, Krog donned a coarse leather jacket, his limbs remarkably robust. Wielding a bloodied axe in hand, his crimson eyes and grotesque visage bore an uncanny resemblance to a mountain bear poised to devour. Even Griffith was momentarily taken aback. An overwhelming aura of intimidation accompanied Krog, as if he could crush anyone in his path in an instant. Never had Griffith felt such trepidation, not even in the face of a cavalry charge. "I don't have much. We must conserve our drink," Griffith insisted, striving to maintain his composure as he gestured with his wine pouch towards the giant. "Of course, rum is best savored in small sips." Krog approached Griffith, lowering his head to regard the squire, and said, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I am preparing dinner, but that infernal spider has been quite a struggle, and it even pricked me a couple of times. I completely understand. It is indeed unsettling to miss a meal." With the reverence of presenting a gift, Griffith offered the wine pouch and roasted meat to Krog, who, under the cheerful guidance of the cottage's owner, led them inside. "I sincerely apologize for the simplicity of my dwelling," Krog remarked as he scraped his shoes on the doormat before stepping inside. Swiftly, he retrieved cups and cutlery from the cupboard, preparing the food and drink. Surprisingly, the modest cottage was remarkably tidy. The smooth brown floorboards were nearly devoid of mud, and simple furniture held an orderly array of daily necessities. On the dining table lay half a pumpkin, while a large black spider writhed on the cutting board beside it. This fearsome creature possessed 8 black appendages and a pair of massive pincers, roughly the size of a small dog, its gaping maw opening and closing ominously. 2 axes were embedded in its body, green ichor intermittently splattering from its wounds, staining the cutting board. Evidently, Krog had not been invited to the earlier feast. Given the simplicity of his living conditions and the scarcity of drink, it was no wonder he had reacted so strongly. Griffith took a seat. Assessing the meager provisions that might serve as hospitality, he waved his hand and said, "I do not partake in alcohol. Do you have any pumpkin?" With a quick gulp, the giant complied, exhaling a sigh as the aroma of alcohol and delight filled the air. "And how does it taste?" Griffith inquired. "Taste? Well, it's beyond words." Krog carefully sipped again. "The headmaster fears I may cause a ruckus if I indulge too much. I can only have a little each month, not even a full cup." Griffith observed the giant closely, reassured that he did not appear prone to drunken antics, and took a cautious bite of Krog's cooked pumpkin. "Ah, it has no flavor whatsoever," the squire remarked as he chewed the bland pumpkin. Watching Krog sip his rum with care, he nudged the paper-wrapped venison towards him. Krog immediately extracted the deer meat from the package and began to chew. Noticing the squire's expression soften, "Mr. Krog, are you the sole ranger beneath the city walls?" "Indeed." "Good heavens. Be cautious, my friend, for its flesh has been tainted by malevolent sorcery. Consuming it raw is not only detrimental to one's health but may also lead to madness. It necessitates meticulous preparation to eliminate its toxicity before it can be ingested." Kroger remarked, "It is quite time-consuming, but should you find yourself with leisure in the future, I would invite you to savor the flesh of the spider from the forest. This forest possesses, well, rather peculiar powers that induce mutations in the animals," Kroger continued, his tongue slightly tangled from the drinks he had indulged in. "Within the woods dwell bloodthirsty monsters, and prolonged exposure to them can drive a person to insanity. The reason for this eludes me. Indeed, it is a most intriguing place." As Griffith listened to Kroger's account, he gazed out at the quiet, dark forest. A chilling breeze rustled through the black treetops, carrying with it ominous and strange sounds that had never reached Griffith's ears before. The novice knight took a moment to center himself and, to his astonishment, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the obscured darkness, it seemed that something was lurking, watching over Homenvorts. Chapter 36. An Introduction to the Magic of Lord's Basilico. The listener Griffith, gazing at the enormous pumpkin he could scarcely hold, pondered for a moment. Do you know if there are any vineyards nearby? In the distant, resource-scarce east, Griffith endured 2 years of hardship. As the front lines relentlessly advanced eastward, the roads grew increasingly treacherous, and supplies dwindled day by day. Although the pay for cavalry was marginally higher than that of ordinary legionnaires, it was hardly substantial. In the high-priced war zone, it was commonplace to find oneself unable to afford even basic necessities like toothbrushes and changes of clothing. Cradling Krog's massive pumpkin, Griffith stealthily approached a vineyard. With a clean dagger, he carved a hole in the center of the pumpkin, extracting the soft innards while leaving the lid intact, thereby fashioning 2 pumpkin containers. The summer sea breeze wafted through the low-hanging vines, carrying the alluring aroma of clusters of glistening purple fruits. Griffith selected several of the ripest bunches, popping a berry into his mouth from each cluster. Though he had already violated curfew regulations, Griffith nonchalantly trotted to a nearby well, his pumpkin brimming with grapes. There, he rinsed the fruits in the cool well water and laid them out on a ventilated stone slab to dry. He crushed the berries one by one, mixing them into the pumpkin, and finally secured the lid, placing it in a cool, shaded spot. After allowing it to ferment for over 20 days and filtering out the grape residue, he would be rewarded with an enticingly rich red liquid, wine. Unlike traditional brewing methods, the wine crafted within Krog's pumpkin would undoubtedly possess a more robust and sweet flavor. In the East, home brewing was a serious offense. However, in that remote and perilous region, such transgressions went largely unchecked, as the military police were overwhelmed. The cavalryman's homemade wine was placed within large pumpkins, brazenly displayed on the marching carts, masquerading as lunch. During times of scarcity, a cup of sweet wine could soothe frayed nerves and help soldiers, recently emerged from bloody battles, regain their composure, preventing them from succumbing to the madness witnessed on the battlefield. Such exquisite libations, if stored in small leather pouches, could serve as valuable currency for bartering various goods. Griffith licked his lips in anticipation. He resolved to seize opportunities every few days to brew and stash away some wine. Once it was ready, he planned to exchange it with Krog for rare plants and minerals found at the edges of the dreaming forest, or to trade for money and information among his peers. During dinner, he had noted that although Hormont's meal was delightful, the beverages offered were merely light, sparkling wine and rum. Those classmates who had developed a taste for fine wine in Bayerlawn would find it impossible to procure it on campus, and any alcohol purchased in the nearby town would be difficult to smuggle past inspections. With a meager salary of over 100 silver coins monthly, supplemented by allowances, it was hardly sufficient to cover expenses. The thought of his scant wages and school expenditures brought Griffith to a state of anxiety. Now, however, he had discovered a new avenue for financial gain. After finishing with the pumpkin and grapes, Griffith quietly slipped back to his dormitory, ready to dream of industrious wealth. Suddenly, he noticed 3 figures seated on a sofa around the corner, not far away. Among them was the haughty Fisher, accompanied by 2 freshmen from other academies. This place was teeming with sorcerers, yet one would soon realize that the lineage among wizards cannot be generalized. Some are inherently noble. Indeed, they are sorcerers. Only the unworldly commoners refer to themselves as wizards. Fisher tore open a small pouch and retrieved a chocolate shaped like a frog. The cocoa fruits and delicacies brought from the elves had evidently begun to gain popularity in the realm of humans. His companions nodded eagerly, their eyes fixated on the treats. Perhaps I should not intrude upon their revelry, Griffith mused, preparing to bypass the area. Just then, a figure emerged from the dim corridor. He moved lightly, yet his stature and demeanor exuded an extraordinary elegance, an impeccable nobility. Aaron, the trio of Fisher exclaimed in unison upon recognizing the silhouette. Aaron, Griffith swiftly retreated into the shadows. The golden-haired, crimson-eyed boy had maintained a reserved and graceful smile during the banquet, refraining from conversing with his peers, merely sipping his drink and quietly listening to their discourse. When the sorting hat had gone awry while testing him, it had caused a minor commotion, which the professors merely dismissed with a gentle shake of their heads. However, the restrained aura he once possessed dissipated in the present moment as he crossed his arms and gazed down upon Fisher and his companions, his red eyes glinting with an enthralling intensity. Hand over your chocolate frog. The smile vanished from Fisher's face. It was evident he had intended to befriend this renowned figure. Oh dear, really now, youthful exuberance is hardly commendable. My family is. Fisher's words were abruptly stifled. A hand seized his incisor, wrenching it forcefully. The tooth fell away with a sickening sound, and blood gushed forth from young Master Fisher's mouth. Ah! The two freshmen standing nearby emitted terrified shrieks befitting young boys. Griffith was taken aback. This seemingly tranquil and elegant boy bore an entirely different mask in private. Do not dawdle, Aaron commanded. Bring it here. His tone was akin to that of a servant presenting fine wine and caviar to first-class guests, laced with an awe-inspiring authority reminiscent of a sovereign punishing a vassal. Even his reprimands imbued with an irresistible, inimitable cadence. Fisher clutched his mouth, wide-eyed, trembling in fear. It's you. Aaron Linderus, you defeated that person. You are the boy who survived the ordeal. One boy exclaimed, belatedly realizing, and turned to flee. Fisher de Agu had entirely forgotten his earlier attempt to befriend Aaron before the banquet, now kneeling alongside his friends, blood, snot, and tears staining the ground as they reverently placed the chocolate frog and other snacks at Aaron's feet. The de Agu family, perhaps still of some use. Aaron cast his gaze downward. I am a sorcerer destined to rule the world. Encountering me here is your fortune. As long as you submit to me, Fisher de Aguil, I promise you shall possess power beyond your wildest dreams. Yes, yes, my lord Aaron. Fisher, clutching his bleeding mouth, crawled at Aaron's feet with a tremor of fear in his voice. Is it truly possible? Griffith was no stranger to the scene before him. Yet such spectacles were typically reserved for the might-driven armies and chaotic slums. In such realms, the demarcation of hierarchy and strength was paramount. It was unexpected that Bayerland and Homenwerts adhered to this code, even among the young aristocrats of high society. The establishment of their own order commenced from the very first day of acquaintance. The following morning, Griffith, cradling a hefty tome, ambled restlessly in the hall beneath the dormitory. His emotions in turmoil. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the stained glass windows, the elegantly adorned elf descended gracefully from the upper floor. Hey, did you sneak off to revel last night? Galadia arched her delicate brows. You carry a sweet fragrance. Why was I not included? This marked Griffith's inaugural morning at Homenwerts. 2 years prior, he had departed from the Junior Officer Academy, summoned to the East. One fateful day, he escaped the horrors of the Eastern battlefield, where the corridors and chambers now exuded a comforting coolness and a subtle aroma. After enduring 2 years of bloody conflict, Griffith found the act of once more holding a textbook to be peculiar, as though he were not clutching a syllabus on magical theory, but rather wielding a shield facing his foes. Galadia tilted her head, casting a glance at the poised yet reserved Griffith. You wear the academy uniform rather well, though it feels somewhat unconventional. Nevertheless, it suits you. Really? Griffith's eyes sparkled with delight. This morning, he had sensed something amiss upon rising, but donning his chainmail beneath his uniform had alleviated his discomfort considerably. The aspiring knight, as he spoke, thumped his chest, producing a dull thud. You. Galadia pursed her lips. You wouldn't happen to be carrying a short sword and daggers, would you? A short sword and 2 daggers, Griffith indicated towards his waist and boots, somewhat regretful. Alas, carrying more would draw attention. Homenwerts strictly forbade the Tolerans from bringing weapons to their studies, having reiterated this rule during last evening's banquet. Wands were the only permitted instruments. If one lacked a wand or the ability to wield it, one was to feign the presence of a wand at their waist. This regulation stemmed partly from the fact that most weapons could adversely affect the use of magic to varying degrees, and partly because this institution represented the kingdom's premier academy of advanced magic, where the bearing of arms was both unsafe and undignified. Truly undignified, Galadia remarked, drawing forth her wand crafted from the core of a wind-sharp oak to tap lightly against the aspiring knight's head. Your stubbornness will surely lead to failure in spellcraft. Spellcraft is merely my audit course. It does not contribute to my credits and bears no impact on graduation, Griffith replied cheerfully. I've discovered that only introduction to magic and basic studies in dark magic are mandatory this semester, both of which are theoretical courses. As long as one refrains from casting spells, there are no issues whatsoever, regardless of whether you are a noble or a commoner, an apprentice wizard or a squire. All young individuals entering Hogwarts must diligently partake in this course. The classroom is arranged in a long, sloping staircase, with the 150 first-year students of Minerva Academy seated densely before the podium. Each row consists of curved long tables, with a passageway between every 3 seats. The lively classroom resembles a bustling morning market, As the clock strikes 8, a professor draped in a black robe appears at the classroom door, his piercing gaze sweeping across the students. His dark hair cascades neatly to his shoulders, and his dignified countenance is pale and stern, reminiscent of a vampire who has feasted on garlic. Had it not been for his expressionless face and the signs of age that reveal neglect of his appearance, he could still be considered handsome. I am Lord Basilico the Listener, and in this classroom, I demand absolute order. Chapter 37. An Introduction to the Magic of Lord Basilico. The Listener, Part 2. Sonia, adorned in a beautiful, form-fitting school dress, sat before Griffith. Her golden tresses were elegantly styled into a bun at the nape of her neck. From the perspective of the novice knight, her fair neck and delicate earlobes were merely a foot away. A mere tilt of his head would reveal the girl's slender waist, which could almost be grasped by a single hand. "Is my hair properly styled?" Sonia inquired softly, a hint of unease evident in her voice, addressing Galadriel, who sat beside her. "I'll fix it for you shortly," replied the elf with long, straight black hair. Glancing at Sonia, "Would you like to borrow a hairpin?" Sonia responded in a whisper, gently brushing aside the stray strands that fell by her ear. The girls occupied the first few rows of the grand classroom, while their professors mostly sat in the last 2 rows, close to their wards. The boys, hailing from both noble and common backgrounds, occupied the rear, many of whom found solace in the belief that the professor would not see them through the throng of heads, contentedly engaged in their own endeavors. Prior to the establishment of formal magical education, nobles were accustomed to teaching their offspring to become mages at home. Professor Lord Basilico, the Listener, with his dark hair and steady tone, expounded upon the unrefined education that perpetuated family secrets and the art of self-destruction, lightning, pointing, whipping. The final few terms constituted a spell. Lords bypassed much of the incantation and directly unleashed a silver, serpent-like arc of electricity toward the students. Crack! The eldest son of a baron was instantly propelled backward, the trinket he had carelessly placed on the long table reduced to a charred heap. Several noble boys nearby were left with soot-streaked faces. Griffith heard Sonia gasp in surprise. The previously bustling amphitheater fell silent, all present sitting up straight in an instant. Lords observed his handiwork with a touch of derision, gesturing for 2 brownie sprites to approach. The diminutive serval creatures struggled to lift the baron's son, carrying him away. I am aware that many of you possess a superficial understanding of magic. Deeming the introductory course trivial, Lords' cutting gaze swept across the students, eventually resting on Sonia. Ignorance begets audacity. Tell me, Miss Sonia de Lamore, how many in your family over the past generations have succumbed to madness or even death due to uncontrolled magic? Why are you asking me? Sonia replied, startled, her gaze lifting in surprise. The high mage's words seemed imbued with an irresistible allure, and as he uttered the terms madness and death, his wand exuded a terrifying power. Sonia felt as though she were ensnared by an invisible dread, her entire being enveloped in a chilling fear. Ordinary words seldom triggered magic. A complete spell requires the burning of mental energy as its driving force, while simultaneously employing the entirety of the incantation to shape the energy form, which is then activated through specific commands. However, seasoned mages often craft their own mantras, bypassing portions of the chant, summoning the essence of magic with mere fragments of words. Griffiths observed the girl's shoulders trembling slightly, her complexion as pale as frost, as a somber presence enveloped her form. This is dire. Griffiths immediately rose and swiftly moved to Sonia's side. Galadriel, seated nearby, was equally shaken by the inexplicable force. Although not the direct target of Lords, she too found herself ensnared in confusion and disarray. At that moment, a fervent and warm energy manifested beside them. Sonia appeared as though she had been pulled from the icy depths, regaining her composure. She tilted her head upward, discovering Griffith's resolute figure standing before her, like a mountain shielding her from the encroaching dread. Griffiths had assumed a combat stance, slightly bending his knees, poised for imminent action, the fury and vitality surging within him, radiating with heated breaths and piercing gazes. Shudderer. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Fiona, who had just been doodling rabbits in her notebook, was now alarmed, eager to inquire about the unfolding events, yet too fearful to utter a word. Rana, Midamea, and several others from Shudderer clenched their fists, overwhelmed by the sudden, fearsome aura emanating from the dread sorcerer, causing their bodies to tense in response. Tell me, apprentice knight, Who compelled you to rise from your seat? Lords inquired in a gravelly voice. 5 years prior, Counselor Fanes de Lamore met an untimely demise after encountering a hidden entity during an experiment. 15 years ago, Count Labys de Lamore and Viscount Ruguris de Lamore fell while confronting a malevolent being. Griffiths recounted the tragic fates of several ancestors from the Lamore lineage. Records preserved in the Countess' library. His tone bore no sorrow, instead resonating with the exaltation and solemnity befitting tales of heroism. Sonia gazed up at Griffiths in astonishment. Having regained her composure from the initial shock, she, along with several other students, stared blankly at Griffiths. After Griffiths concluded his recounting of the fifth fallen ancestor of the Lamore family in reverse chronological order, he paused. The topic had veered off course, allowing the apprentice knight to return to a normal standing position, regarding Professor Lords with eyes devoid of hostility. The presence of magical energy manifests through the magical network and constructs, as Professor Lords continued his lecture. Through the conduit of inspiration, even if a being itself cannot wield a spell, it may still perceive the existence of magical energy through listening, observing, touching, or meditating. Caution is advised in the use of listening, observing, touching, or meditating. The introduction to magic extended until the noon hour, during which the esteemed Grandmaster granted only a few brief respites. Ultimately, this stern Grandmaster assigned a reading task of 3 books, requiring the students to submit reports before Thursday's class. As he was about to leave, his icy gaze swept over Sonia, as if attempting to penetrate her very thoughts, causing her to shudder. "Hurry up and eat," Galadia urged, swiftly patting Sonia on the shoulder and tidying her loose strands of hair. "I have classes this afternoon on light magic and divination theory, followed by potions in the evening." "Me too." Sonia turned to her apprentice knight, Griffith. "What about you?" "My classes consist of infantry command and standard encampment. Unfortunately, we cannot attend together," Griffith replied. "I plan to dedicate my evening to self-study." "Many of the classes for Chatorl are not aligned with ours," Fiona cheerfully interjected, linking her arm with Sonia's. "I hope the afternoon professor is somewhat amiable. This morning has utterly exhausted me." Holmanworth's offered a buffet-style lunch, where students from various grades congregated in the hall, retrieving bread, ham, roasted chicken, yogurt, vegetable salad, and pudding from nearby tables. The atmosphere buzzed with liveliness akin to a spring market. Remarkably, these delectable dishes came without an additional charge. Griffith filled his plate to the brim and made his way to the long table. Sonia and Galadia, along with other girls, had claimed a substantial area, leaving no room for the apprentice knights. "This is the girls' time. You can sit over there." All right, Griffith marveled, surprised by the expressive eyes of the elf. The setting bore no difference from the lavish sofas of the Bayerlawn ball and banquet. The most radiant girls formed a small circle, flanked closely by several daughters of noble and wizarding families, with commoners encircling them. Sonia maintained an elegant dining etiquette, occasionally pausing to share a few words with the girls on the periphery to alleviate any awkwardness. Griffith observed from the side, recognizing neither the necessity nor the opportunity to join in. Several families from Chatorl were seated nearby, each enjoying their meals, still yet to form a circle, evidently relishing the food before them. "Apprentice knight," a somewhat familiar voice called from behind. Griffith turned to find a man in a Holmanworth's faculty robe gazing at him from a short distance, his demeanor warm and kind. Professor Valonos. It was he who had led the support during the assault by the stationed wizard Rudias in the eastern province alongside Griffith and Galadia. "Professor Valonos? Haha, I am merely an associate professor. It has been a while. Care to join me for a meal? I heard you survived after standing up to dry ice lords." "Does the associate professor dine with students?" Griffith promptly nodded and took a seat beside him. "Have you enrolled in the alchemy and potions course?" the amiable associate professor inquired. "After witnessing Rudias's frenzied research, I imagine you cannot forget the scene you encountered that day." "No, Professor," Griffith replied honestly. "I already have a full schedule on Mondays, and I must reserve time for reading and assignments." "Ah, that simply won't do. I shall promptly add you to the list of students," declared Valonos, munching on roasted potatoes. "As a practitioner of the arcane arts, one must not overlook the significance of alchemy and potion making. Heed my words, they are sound. The audacity of creating monsters through the intricate crossbreeding of orcs, elves, and goblins has transcended all boundaries. Yet, the strength of the orc is indeed formidable. The potions that heal the body and restore mental fortitude are truly remarkable. I find myself intrigued, filled with curiosity. However, I am utterly pressed for time. Just as Griffith was about to decline, the alchemical tome he had been carrying for the past few days suddenly began to radiate warmth. Upon his astonished touch, a surge of peculiar information flooded his mind. The notes within revealed records pertaining to potion making, eagerly awaiting his perusal. My specialization lies in the nurturing of magical life forms, Valono stated candidly to Griffith. Many of the familiars you encounter within this academy, from the smallest owl and bat to the larger brownie and rock golem, fall under my daily care and cultivation. Brownies are cultivated as well. Griffith involuntarily turned his gaze toward the brownie sprite diligently delivering freshly prepared meals from the hall. Indeed, quite so, Valonos remarked, following Griffith's line of sight, having naturally discerned his point of interest. You are welcome to visit the second potion research lab. It is located on the second basement level of the Northwest Tower, serving as our hatching ground. Thank you, esteemed associate professor. I am genuinely interested. Griffith nodded in acknowledgement. I had always thought they reproduced naturally. Brownies lack a female counterpart and possess neither the desire nor the capability for mating. Valonos continued, taking another spoonful of chickpeas. Creatures devoid of reproductive urges tend to be more docile, exhibiting stable emotions, making them excellent magical assistants. However, why seek me? Griffith inquired. I am a shot owler, and my magical capabilities are constrained by my lineage. What are you pondering? Your studies in the realm of spells may be affected, but alchemy is fundamentally different, Valonos smiled. What alchemy demands is knowledge, fervor, meticulousness, unwavering determination, and skilled hands. It bears little correlation to innate magical talent. For years, the eminent archmages, renowned for their prowess in spellcraft, have devoted scant attention to alchemy, hindering its advancement. I have long sought the inclusion of shot owler in this noble and promising field of alchemy, the associate professor continued. The professor's focus lies in theoretical research, while the practical potion making is entrusted to me and the students. Alas, as you know, we struggle to maintain the requisite annual production of potential potions. Alchemy requires newcomers like you, who possess agile minds and steadfast wills. You see, we receive a modest stipend, and every year, there are always surplus potions we concoct, the disposal of which the professor neglects. That does sound rather appealing, Griffith mused, aware of the immense utility of magical potions in healing and enhancement. Yet the exorbitant prices rendered them nearly unattainable. Since such an opportunity presents itself, why not seize the chance? Thank you, Professor Valonos, Griffith nodded. Very well. I shall add you to the list. Prepare for the evening's alchemy class, and after it concludes, come find me in the second laboratory. Valonos said cheerfully, trust me. This endeavor will provide you with countless, unexpected benefits for your studies. Moreover, I shall introduce you to His Excellency Solorian. Do heed his advice when the academic term commences. Chapter 38. The Call of the Ancient Gods, Part 1. It was difficult to refuse Valonos's words at this point. Alchemy was merely a convenient term. The full name of this course was somewhat lengthy: the theory and practice of magical material identification, refinement, and potion brewing. This title held little significance. If one truly wished to elucidate the course content, it would suffice to present the syllabus. Thus, both professors and students preferred to refer to it as alchemy or potionology. Although the majority of foundational work in alchemy was performed by ordinary individuals, the formal mages exhibited scant interest in the intricate affairs of alchemy. Nonetheless, in terms of academic significance, it was a discipline that could be likened to the study of magical configurations. The advanced alchemy course at Homenwarts was overseen by His Excellency Solorian, one of the kingdom's most formidable and sagacious wizards. This meticulous scholar need not concern himself with the instruction of introductory courses. However, his formidable presence loomed over the entire academy, holding a stature comparable to that of Principal Tiberian in the hearts of the students. This unadorned notebook was nearly blank save for an initial inscription. Even infusing it with mental energy yielded no feedback. Yet, it was this very notebook that began to emit a faint warmth during Griffith's conversation with Valonos at noon, subtly suggesting to him that content was materializing within its pages. Details of materials and concoction for the secondary slowing potion, formulas for the secondary healing potion and its alternatives, laboratory details for the brewing of secondary strength and agility enhancement potions. Griffith's heart stirred with anticipation as a premonition surged within him, prompting him to swiftly open his textbook. Upon comparison, he discerned that the effects of the potions recorded in the notebook were inferior to those in the textbook. However, the preparation process in the notebook was remarkably succinct, with many materials notably omitted. Intriguing. Griffith temporarily set aside his textbook, awaiting an opportunity after class to verify the information. Griffith, you've come too. Sonia's melodious voice rang out from ahead. As the apprentice knight looked up, he noticed several girls, clutching their textbooks, just settling into their seats. Oh no, what is wrong with you? The elf's face was as pale as parchment. Is there any way I can avoid class? I'm ill. That is hardly a valid excuse. The school doctors can remedy you in mere minutes. At the very least, they can ensure you attend class, Sonia remarked nonchalantly. Is it really that dreadful? At that moment, Griffith noticed Volonos entering the classroom. Yay! Galadia softly cheered. Welcome, gentlemen and ladies, to the alchemy classroom, the associate professor announced, extending his arms towards the newcomers. Alchemy is a rigorous and noble discipline, no less significant than spellcasting. To demonstrate this, Volonos continued, making his way to a table laden with flasks and test tubes, from which he extracted a small vial containing a crystalline liquid, the secondary strength potion. This marvelous little elixir can significantly enhance a being's strength. Just one small vial, and a frail beggar could, in a matter of days, possess muscles and physique comparable to that of a robust man. Ah, Mr. Bolong, please refrain from gazing at me with such eagerness. I have yet to finish my statement. The students present, known as the Shuderaller, possess secondary abilities without the aid of potions. They have achieved this through rigorous training, disciplined diets, and a modicum of innate talent. The associate professor gestured towards Griffith, who was engrossed in his book. Potions may facilitate rapid transformation, yet the act of consuming them is fraught with peril. The likelihood of failure surpasses that of success. Should the endeavor unfortunate fail, the unleashed power may ultimately rend asunder both flesh and will. Ah, Miss Sonia, it appears you have an inquiry. Yes, instructor. Sonia has evidently been contemplating this matter for some time, inquiring whether the aspirant knights, upon passing their evaluations to ascend to higher ranks, are bestowed with more potent potions. According to your theory, does the evaluation not also serve to ascertain their physical capacity to endure such enhancements, in addition to verifying their merits? Indeed, Volonos nodded. The curriculum on intermediate potions is scheduled for the next semester. By then, some aspirant knights should have successfully passed their assessments. If they still require potions to augment their capabilities, we shall demonstrate the process of how they acquire newfound strength. This sentiment makes us feel akin to lab rats. Griffith cast a glance at the small lab rats confined on the shelf, unable to suppress a comparison of himself to them. The newly appointed students, summoned by name, stared blankly at the associate professor. Is this not our first day of class? Should we not be entirely in the dark? Clobius, hailing from a baronial lineage, awkwardly rose from his still-warm seat. The classification of dust crystals, includes burning, freezing. That is not the correct classification, Volonos interjected, waving his hand. It appears you have not prepared, deducting 2 points for the midterm examination. And the rest of you? Volonos' gaze swept across the classroom, landing on Griffith. The aspirant knight's face drained of color, cold sweat trickling down his neck. He too was oblivious to the answer, more anxious than Clobius, who had already lost points. Hormontworth conducts assessments 4 times a year, and their results will directly affect promotions, recommendations, and graduation placements. Not to mention the humiliation. Please, no? My introduction to magic has already cost me 5 points, and this is merely the first day. At that moment, Sonia raised her hand. Ah, Miss Lawmore, perhaps you could enlighten us. Volonos nodded approvingly. The classification includes 6 attributes that can be preserved under normal conditions: fire, ice, thunder, air, light, and darkness, along with the 2 rare attributes of time and gravity, Sonia explained, regarding the dust crystals. Speaking of which, the alchemy course is rather intriguing. Griffith discovered several effects applicable in combat. However, due to the cost of materials, these fascinating alchemical results are challenging to implement widely in practical scenarios. Brandon, aspirant knight, Volonos declared as he concluded the class, please follow me. Griffith obediently trailed the associate professor to the nearby mage tower. Volonos gestured toward a spacious study, stating, by chance, His Excellency Solorian is inside today. Please, do enter. Solorian? Why is he waiting for me? Griffith was taken aback and hurriedly nodded before knocking on the door. Come in. A memorable and authoritative voice resonated. Upon entering the study, Griffith found the high-ranking archmage, donned in a white robe, busily engaged with some flasks. Not even glancing in his direction. Griffith Branton, Squire, he declared, standing rigidly, I respectfully request your guidance, esteemed Lord Solorian. What is your understanding of alchemy? Have you participated in any alchemical experiments? Solorian looked at Griffith as one might regard a newly delivered laboratory mouse. Vilonos has informed me that you are a determined and promising young man. Could I possibly decline? Griffith immediately shook his head. His Excellency Solorian was a distinguished scholar, one of the few supreme mages of the age. Griffith felt that even the elder's silent gaze, framed by his snowy beard, radiated wisdom and an irresistible gravitas. According to Galadia, he had once instructed elves on the theories of arcana and potions, perceiving students of lesser intellect and knowledge as one might view a colony of ants. Very well, as a token of my appreciation for your time, the Supreme Mage extracted a notebook filled with dense text. Young man, this contains a list of all the research my assistants and students are undertaking. In addition to your duties as an assistant in the daily alchemical courses, you may choose a subject that interests you. It should suffice to guide you towards your future path. This was somewhat unexpected. His Excellency Solorian did not dismiss Griffith lightly due to his humble status as a mere squire, but rather engaged him with courtesy, intending to offer him a measure of recompense. I can join a research topic. Griffith was truly astonished and immediately began to peruse the contents. Soon, however, he was left dumbfounded. While he did not consider himself exceptionally talented, he believed he was no fool either, yet the contents of this notebook. Griffith found the topics densely packed with concepts related to mana temperature control and extension, precision container processing and engineering, mana conduction and material applications, along with other esoteric subjects, the very terms of which he could scarcely comprehend. Although each topic was accompanied by a description, he still found himself utterly bewildered. This was somewhat awkward. Let alone making a choice. As a first-year student, he couldn't even grasp the meaning of these entries. Griffith quickly flipped through the notebook in search of any familiar vocabulary. At that moment, he stumbled upon an intriguing item. On the last page of the record, there was a study titled The Call of the Old Gods. And apart from the title, no specific description was provided. The term Old Gods was somewhat familiar to Griffith. There were rumors that they once ruled the world, their power now having been transferred to the 12 new deities. Some remote provinces still harbored their devotees, who would offer sacrifices and worship with reverence. However, Griffith had never encountered such entities, which seemed more like ancient gimmicks designed to attract attention. Thus, when he observed their appearance in a research project managed by such a distinguished professor, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. His curiosity instantly piqued. Moreover, I could empathize with this sentiment, as I could at least grasp the subject matter. Professor, I find myself quite intrigued by this, Griffith remarked, gesturing toward the page titled The Call of the Ancient Ones. Indeed, this field is virtually uncharted. Even I have scarcely scratched the surface before retreating. Are you truly certain? Lord Solorian's expression grew complex. Although his aged and solemn visage made it difficult to discern his emotions, Griffith was convinced that he was not at ease. This matter must be extraordinary. Yes, the apprentice knight replied with unwavering certainty. Well, to be candid, young man, you exhibit considerable bravery. Allow Vilonos to guide you to Pepalanchi. He is one of my assistants and, to my knowledge, the sole individual at Homenwatz engaged in this research. He will enlighten you, provided he is able to do so. Chapter 39, The Call of the Ancient Gods, Part 2. After departing from the laboratory of Solorian, Griffith discovered the quarters of Pepalanchi behind a collection of oddly colored test tubes and flasks. A peculiar and nauseating stench permeated the air, almost causing him to regurgitate the bacon and eggs he had consumed that morning. Nonetheless, an overwhelming curiosity compelled him to endure the tumult within his stomach and venture into Pepalanchi's chamber. As he navigated through the cluttered array of containers, his eyes were suddenly drawn to an extraordinarily large mirror before him. However, calling it a mirror was somewhat misleading, as Griffith could not see his reflection in its polished surface. Amidst a dazzling display of shimmering light, a racing speed wagon thundered towards him, its rumbling wheels seemingly poised to crush him beneath their weight. A racing wagon! How could this be? Griffith exclaimed in shock, instinctively darting to the side. Moments later, he realized that the speed wagon had not barreled over him. Rather, it continued to race within the confines of the mirror. Was this wagon somehow ensnared within the mirror? Griffith felt a portion of his sanity dissipate, his body trembling as fear and helplessness engulfed him in the face of this incomprehensible spectacle. Had a guest arrived? From behind the clutter emerged a disheveled scholar. Griffith wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and scrutinized Mr. Pepalanchi before him. The man was middle-aged, with graying black hair, several fingers missing, and a noticeable defect in his left leg. Yet, within his profound eyes lay extraordinary experiences and wisdom. To be frank, Griffith's initial impression of him was not favorable. He had not yet recovered from his shock when he was met with the foul odor emanating from Pepelanki, which was scarcely better than the vomit of a drunken man. "Oh, poor young man. I see this is your first encounter with the transfiguring mirror. Do not be afraid. Whatever you see cannot escape this mirror. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the miracles created by ancient gods. I understand your purpose for being here. But if you possess only this level of courage, I advise you to abandon your mad aspirations. We are far too insignificant in the presence of such great beings. It feels so real, as if it were truly happening." Griffith continued to marvel at the racing wagon within the mirror, a magnificent creation. "What is this?" Pepelanki revealed an enigmatic smile. In a complete transfiguring mirror, one could extract any object they behold, provided it is not a living being. Could I truly extract a racing wagon from within? Griffith's astonishment deepened. "What? A racing wagon? Huh. You are quite amusing, young man. Why is it that you see a speed wagon?" Pepelanki refrained from dissuading him further and instead beckoned Griffith to follow him deeper into the laboratory. Pepelanki unveiled to him a collection he had amassed over the years, an assortment of exceedingly peculiar fragments. These metals, capable of incessant proliferation and coalescing into various forms, appeared merely as small iron boxes on the outside, yet could contain tons of debris from which nothing could be extracted. All of this transcended the boundaries of magic. Griffith found himself in a state of utter confusion. He could scarcely fathom where these bizarre items had originated, but I would swear that they had no rightful place in this world. My knowledge, though not extensive, has granted me some insight. Yet these artifacts elude any comprehension I possess. Were these creations born of ancient deities? If so, why did they fall, and why do the new gods dominate this realm? What then, of all that I once revered? Pepelanki must be mad to display such curiosities as a collection within the school. As Griffith's mind tumbled through chaos, he eventually found some semblance of calm and collapsed wearily into a chair. Pepelanki did not offer the guest tea or coffee. Instead, he squatted in a dim corner like an old farmer, recounting his tale to the apprentice knight. "I was born in the city-state of Anak on this eastern continent. You must have heard of it. I am aware. It is said to have been the most formidable human city-state in the East for nearly a century. Yet, it vanished mysteriously, becoming an eternal enigma. It is rumored that its magical prowess far surpassed that of other cities. Had it endured to this day, it might have stood as one of the foes to the kingdom of Balon. Indeed, we were once the mightiest city-state in the East. Under the guidance of our great regent, we devoted ourselves to the advancement of magic and military strength. No creature, be it orc, troll, or dwarf, could rival us. I recall distinctly that summer of 1425 when a band of elves invaded our territory and slaughtered our soldiers, regardless of their motives. Such actions were a mockery of our illustrious city-state. Thus, our war with the elves commenced. At this juncture, Pepelanki's voice rose slightly, as if the glory of the city-state's past bestowed upon him a measure of pride. In my opinion, elves are truly foolish beings. They possess such remarkable physiques and exquisite weaponry, yet are utterly inept in warfare. Our hundreds of soldiers swiftly overran their encampment, defeating and capturing them. I distinctly remember killing 7 prisoners, and, incidentally, the taste of an elven woman is beyond your imagination. Griffith felt a wave of revulsion and disdain swell within him as he grasped the implications of Pepelanki's words. Suddenly, the tone of Pepelanki's voice diminished once more. However, I underestimated one particular elf. She ensnared me with her dreadful charm. After we conquered the elven camp, guided by an elven woman, I stumbled upon a tome titled The Dead Sea Scrolls in her study. It was this very book that unveiled to me the existence of the ancient gods. The Dead Sea Scrolls? The title struck Griffith as reminiscent of the outlandish horror novels one might encounter at a street stall, with a name as bizarre as its content. Griffith found it incomprehensible that educated individuals would believe in the contents of a book that resembled mere entertainment fiction. What, then, did this book actually convey? Through ancient relics, the melodies of elves awaken the elder gods. What does this phrase signify? Is it some sort of incantation or an outline of a ritual? What are these ancient relics? Pepelanki's words possessed a peculiar enchantment, compelling one to listen further and delve deeper. Do not rush, child. Your eagerness is palpable. Allow me to narrate at a measured pace, for we have ample time. According to the Book of the Dead, this is a ritual to summon the elder gods. Among the elves, There once existed a fervent sect that worshipped these ancient deities, gathering at twilight under a multitude of stars at an ancient altar, ultimately succeeding in invoking the elder gods. Is this true? Then why has there been no record of such events? If indeed some elves accomplished this extraordinary feat, it is improbable that no one has known of it for countless years. You speak of records. Such a notion is impossible. For those elves who successfully performed the ritual simply vanished. Are you suggesting they were slain? Slain? No. The elder gods do not engage in the actions of base creatures. When I say vanished, I mean in the truest sense of the word. They left not even a trace of their bodies. They simply disappeared. No one knows where they went. Pepe Lanch began emitting an odd, whimsical laughter, as if he were concealing something within his mouth. A chill coursed down Griffith's spine, not solely due to the bizarre and chilling nature of the tale, but also because Pepe Lanch's demeanor had grown increasingly erratic since broaching the subject of the elder gods. His lips and limbs twitched incessantly, his gaze exhibited madness, and an unsettling, eerie smile accompanied his words. I have told you, I believe the contents of this book. Therefore, I care not where that group of elves ultimately went. I only know that if elves can summon the elder gods, then humans, who are even more intelligent and wise, can likewise achieve this. And I, am a paragon among scholars. Thus I too shall surely complete this ritual. It will be the greatest feat in history. Griffith realized that Pepe Lanch was not merely a disheveled intellectual. His current behavior bordered on madness. Were they to cross paths under different circumstances, Griffith would scarcely wish to meet his gaze. At this moment, Griffith felt an urge to depart. After all, no one desires to share a room with a lunatic. Yet, curiosity compelled him to remain. This is impossible. According to what you just stated from the Dead Sea Scrolls, only the songs of elves can summon humans. How then do you intend to perform the ritual? As I previously mentioned, we clashed with the elves and captured a few prisoners. Could it be, indeed, along with a few like-minded scholars, including Valonos, the very individual who conceived the idea of introducing you? I clandestinely liberated the imprisoned sprites to facilitate the summoning ritual. We transported those sprites to an ancient altar. By the way, you are yet unfamiliar with the ancient ruins, are you? They lie concealed within the dark, decaying forest. Remnants of a time long forgotten. No one knows how many years have passed since they were established. It is said that by delving into the heart of the ruins, one can touch the essence of the world. There, one can encounter many peculiar creations. Let us return to our discourse. Those sprites were quite unruly, consistently struggling and refusing to cooperate with us. Only the female sprite was in a fervent frenzy, uttering incantations in a language we did not comprehend. Consequently, we bound them to the stone pillars of the altar. It took considerable effort. However, this way, they were rendered immobile, forced to sing for us. Griffith felt a chill run down his spine, reaffirming the unsettling truth that the scholar before him was indeed a madman. Galadaya, aside from her pointed ears, bore little distinction from a human girl. Even in the far eastern lands, only a scant few arrogant and cruel elf hunters would clash with the Eastern Legion. And even then, it was merely a contest among warriors, where the victor would grant the vanquished a swift end, sparing them from undue suffering. Yet, Pepe Lanchi was utilizing sprites for a living sacrifice, and Valonos was complicit. This was an affront to Griffith's moral compass, a crime that evoked profound dread and revulsion from the depths of his being. Wait a moment, what does Valonos intend to do? At that juncture, Pepe Lanchi's tale interrupted Griffith's musings. However, the ritual was not proceeding as anticipated. Alas, several days passed without any sign of the ancient deity's arrival. The perilous ruins were fraught with danger, and our party suffered losses to mutated monsters, resulting in the death of several members, including 2 of the sacrificial sprites, leaving only the female sprite still singing. Finally, Pepe Lanchi's excitement surged once more. He could no longer remain seated to tell his tale. On the evening of the 7th day, a turning point occurred. I shall never forget that day. The earth trembled, a sacred aura filled the air, and even the sky dimmed. The ancient deity had descended. You mean to say, you finally beheld the ancient deity? Alas, no. But did you not claim that the ancient deity appeared? Child, there are countless phenomena in this world that defy logic, and the ancient deity is among the most extraordinary of these. Indeed, on that day, the ancient deity did manifest. Yet the night was too profound for me to discern its form. Everything was shrouded in darkness. An eerie and ominous sensation enveloped me. Furthermore, was immense, far beyond the capacity to be fully observed, even in daylight. How immense! Greater than all creatures that have ever existed in history. Greater than any being witnessed by humankind. So immense that it seemed as though the ancient deities did not merely create the world, but rather, that the deities themselves were a world unto themselves. At that moment, I was truly astounded, standing still in a daze, devoid of any thought to move. Chapter 40. The Call of the Ancient God, Part 3. Griffith strained to fathom the enormity of what Pepelank had witnessed. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not conjure an image of the ancient god's true magnitude, nor could he envision the grandeur of such a sight. What astonished me even more lay ahead. Suddenly, with a sinister giggle, Pepelank exclaimed, "Guess what?" The ancient god emitted a beam of light that shone directly upon the elven maiden. Light, you mean? Akin to the sacred glow of a prayer? In Griffith's limited understanding, the radiance of the divine should resemble the solemn and hallowed light found in the Cathedral of Holy Light. Hey, lad, that is an utterly disrespectful comparison, likening the miracle wrought by the ancient god to mere fireflies. I must tell you, that brilliance was hotter than magma and more dazzling than the sun. It was beyond the capacity of any living being to produce. Moreover, with that light, I beheld a scene that shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. However, every time Pepelank teased the story, Griffiths never doubted that what followed would be even more astonishing. And then, Pepelank appeared increasingly exhilarated, pacing around the room and murmuring, "I saw transparent vessels, resembling cocoons. Elves, trolls, and other indistinct creatures were ensnared within. They were trapped in these translucent cocoons, densely suspended in the air. Suddenly, flames ignited within the cocoons, undulating like rippling waters." Surely you have read Alagai's Divine Comedy, which depicts the scenes of purgatory, flames that do not exist in this world, devouring all. The beings within the cocoons writhed, contorted, and lamented. I assure you, no term other than purgatory could better encapsulate that scene. I heard the anguished groans rising and falling like a tide. I beheld their forms dissolve into smoke. Griffith stammered, "They are dead?" "No, not dead. They became ethereal, transparent, like reflections yet to dissipate in water, still moaning amidst the flames. They ascended." I recall the expression of that elven maiden within the cocoon. It is somewhat indecent to say, but I must admit, I felt a twinge of envy for them. Insanity! This man must be deranged. How could he utter such frivolous words while describing such a horrific spectacle? Might this lunatic conspire against me? Griffiths shuddered, experiencing a peculiar and chaotic fear that even the confrontation with a behemoth had never evoked in him. What happened next? Then, wailing and sobbing like a child, Pepelank began to cry. He oscillated between laughter and tears. The ancient god took the elves away and then departed. What does this mean? The ancient god only took the elves, ignoring you? Oh, how right you are, how right you are. The ancient god paid me no heed. They have no interest in humanity whatsoever. Pepelank's cries grew louder, reminiscent of an infant deprived of its pacifier. Then you. I certainly will not resign myself to this fate. I have relinquished all concerns, whether in life or death. I have exerted every ounce of strength in my being, fervently racing forward. At long last, I have ascended to the tendrils of the ancient deity, though uncertain of its correctness. Let us refer to the portions of the ancient god that extend towards the earth as tendrils. I have finally made contact with the ancient deity. What fills me with even greater exhilaration is that the ancient god has finally acknowledged my presence, pausing in its vastness. I am both elated and terrified, uncertain of what might unfold next. Suddenly, an enormous wall descends upon me, perhaps a transparent barrier, I cannot discern. I plummet from the ancient god's form, succumbing to unconsciousness. When I awaken, it is already the following day. Several of my fingers and my left leg have vanished. The wounds are smooth, devoid of any burns or distortions, resembling the perfection of a laboratory dissection diagram. Yet, this shattered form serves as a stark reminder that all that transpired yesterday was indeed real, not a mere dream. Pepelank seems to retain some vestige of conscience. Upon hearing this, Griffith let out a sigh of relief. However, do not presume that I would simply concede. Since that moment until now, I have never ceased my pursuit of the ancient deity. The deeper my understanding of the ancient god, the more enraptured I become. Behold, everything within this laboratory is the fruit of my research. Which of these marvels can be dismissed? Even the esteemed Lord Solorian cannot refute my claims. Suddenly, Pepelank lunges forward. seizing Griffith's shoulders and shaking him fervently, exclaiming, "We must transcend the confines of human existence, Griffith." Pepalanki gasps for breath, saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth. He gazes intently at Griffith, his eyes brimming with madness. "I shall embark upon a new subject. I vow never again to contemplate anything pertaining to the ancient deity. Otherwise, one day, I shall become a madman like Pepalanki. I can no longer associate myself with the topic of the ancient god." Griffith, at the edge of the pool, rubs his face vigorously, repeatedly murmuring to himself in panic, oblivious to the fact that his nails have pierced his skin, leaving streaks of blood. After becoming the experimental assistant for the alchemy course, Griffith gained numerous opportunities to engage with magical materials. The majority of the laboratory's work involves preparing materials for the Academy's advanced potion experiments, including the separation and formulation of substances, as well as nurturing and selecting magical creatures for experimentation. This task occupies 2 hours each session, 3 times a week. Be cautious of the slime from that ooze creature. It is quite difficult to wash off if it adheres to your hands, Valonos cautioned softly. Furthermore, a group of hired hands has arrived from Ranger Croc. For the coming week, you need not come to the laboratory, but rather accompany him to gather materials from the fringes of the Whispering Woods, thorny touch, living root grass, tree frogs, twisting vines, and living tree guardians. Here is the list. Simply state that it is my request. Griffith nodded, carefully collecting the ooze creature's slippery residue and sealing it meticulously within a flask. This material is a remnant of a failed experiment, a neglected resource. Yet it serves as a primary ingredient for the deceleration potion documented in the potion formulation notes acquired from the station mage of Rudiath. Seizing the opportunity while Associate Professor Valonos was momentarily distracted, Griffith meticulously combined the viscous substance with black humus, the hard shell of crystal shellfish, and other materials in precise proportions. These unsightly components coalesced into a singular mass of verdant matter. After an initial blending, the adhesive properties of the slime creature were significantly enhanced by the auxiliary materials. As Griffith perused his notes, he took great interest in adding several samples of magical creature's blood as catalysts. "This was precisely what I sought," he nodded inwardly. On the eastern battlefield, the Shodelers were particularly fond of employing various potions to aid their combat endeavors. However, due to the exorbitant costs of production, transportation, and storage, only a select few elite individuals received limited allocations for special missions. The deceleration potion, derived from laboratory scraps, was contained within small crystal vials, which Griffith kept in his personal satchel. During private tests, Griffith believed that this potion could slow any organism within its radius to 1/3 of their normal speed for a duration of up to 15 seconds. Its simplicity in production, low cost, and evident efficacy were remarkable, though it bore one significant flaw. The deceleration effect was indiscriminate, affecting both friend and foe alike. In addition to the deceleration potion, Griffith concocted a few secondary healing potions and auxiliary materials in accordance with his notes. Having completed his tasks and personal projects for the day, he tidied the preparation station and prepared to depart. As he turned past the shelves, he noticed Valonos sitting idly in a chair, gazing at the moon outside the window. He smiled at the lunar glow, like a child earnestly looking up at the sky, his face adorned with an expression of pure and innocent joy. Griffith was uncertain what delightful occurrence had befallen Valonos, but such moments of happiness surely deserved to remain undisturbed. He quietly slipped out of the laboratory, gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 41. The delight of hot pot lamb is beyond words. On October 16, 1443, during the Second Era, Griffith leaned against a tall pillar at the corner, his gaze sweeping over the silhouettes of passers-by, and whispered, "Is it ready?" "Yes, yes. The goods are authentic." The boys gathered around him collectively sighed in relief. Just as they were about to disperse, Geladia leaped down from the high handrail, grabbing the sleeve of the apprentice knight, her expression one of triumphant capture. "What are you up to? I sense something amiss." The academic demands of Homenworts were both intense and burdensome. Even changing classrooms required a brisk pace. A group huddled together appeared quite suspicious. "Nothing. It's just your imagination," the twin boys shouted from the side, swiftly shoving something into Griffith's hand before darting away. "You must be up to no good." The elf's ears perked up. "Tell me, are you going to treat me to something delicious?" Geladia's delicate brows arched. "No, I can't wait that long. We must go today. I'm about to burst." "Nice." Griffith reached into his pocket. Homenworts often required the procurement of study materials and textbooks, which were prohibitively expensive. Even second-hand books commanded several silver coins. Beyond a few communal dining halls, there were restaurants and cafes that the girls adored, all necessitating additional expenditures, adding to the cost for experimental potions and supplementary materials. It felt just like being in the Legion. Griffith lamented that his money flowed away like water, with his monthly stipend failing to suffice. Without extra rewards for tasks, Griffith's salary dwindled to a mere 26 silver coins and 12 copper. The others, like Shot Aller, faced similar financial straits. However, he chuckled to himself. But I have other means. With the cash the twins had just pressed into his hand, Griffith still had an additional 200 silver coins. These funds were earned from selling homemade wine. Even after setting aside some for operational reserves, he could comfortably afford a few meals and gifts. As he jingled the coins, Griffith perked up and declared, "All right." Just after uttering this, a fleeting sense of disorientation washed over him, mere inches from his right hand. Geladia looked at him with a peculiar expression, a blend of tension, concern, and anticipation, tinged with a hint of relief and satisfaction, as if she had been waiting an eternity for something to finally unfold. "You are certainly hiding something from me," the elf murmured. Exiting through the western gate of Homenworths, crossing the grassy cliffs and the stone bridge suspended above the rushing waters, one would arrive at Baltimore town. This quaint settlement was established on a gentle slope by the serene seaside, beneath sturdy and cold black boulders, with scarcely a smooth stretch of beach. It was the institution's property, where most professors and employees had settled with their families. Each year, hundreds of visiting scholars converge from around the globe. For those who prefer not to reside in dormitories, they may rent a charming house in town, complete with a living room, bedroom, study, and 2 bathrooms. To cater to the needs of the college, the scholars, their families, and their attendants, an entire street has been developed, lined with shops, bookstores, restaurants, barbershops, and public baths. To provide accommodation for those working on the street, the town extends onto a gentle slope towards the sea, where a hospital, school, cobblestone roads, and a dock have been constructed. With such splendid public facilities, nearby freight ship owners have slightly adjusted their routes, establishing a trade association, warehouses, and a cartage company that stretch further westward in the town. Thus, it has transformed into what it is today. Even after the lights of Hogwarts have dimmed, the castle's windows and towers still reveal the town's brilliant lights, resembling a meandering galaxy across the horizon. Along the long street that connects the east and west of the town, one can casually push open the door of a pub or restaurant to find Hogwarts professors and students mingling, freed from the constraints of school regulations. As long as one dons a wide-brimmed hood, no one is the wiser about their activities. "How about that one?" Griffith inquired, stepping cautiously along the edge of the sidewalk, gesturing towards an elegant little restaurant ahead. Galadriel had been nudging him persistently. They had initially been walking on the broad and even sidewalk, yet the elf's path seemed anything but straight, nearly pushing him off the pavement. "Isn't the sidewalk quite spacious?" Griffith glanced at his companion in confusion. "No, this one." The girl suddenly tugged his arm, pulling him into a narrow alleyway, where she flung open a small wooden door and called out to the proprietor. 2 servings of hot lamb, some greens, sweet garlic, and sauce. And butterbeer. Coming right up. Hot pot lamb. The shopkeeper swiftly chopped the lamb, gesturing towards the space in front of him with his cleaver. "Hurry up. I'm so hungry I could faint." Galadriel pressed the apprentice knight down at a small table and quickly returned with 2 bowls of peeled garlic. "This is sweet garlic," she explained, skillfully peeling it. "You actually eat this?" Griffith exclaimed in astonishment. These garlic cloves would leave a strong taste in one's mouth, reputed to repel vampires. The attendant briskly brought over a uniquely shaped copper pot, igniting charcoal beneath it. The pot was filled with water, floating several red dates, goji berries, mushrooms, scallions, and cilantro. "This pot is quite impressive," Griffith began, unsure how to express his admiration. "This is called hot pot lamb, popular in my hometown and the Sevastopol region," the elf remarked, delicately picking up some pickled cucumbers and peanuts with her slender chopsticks. "It will surely become a global sensation." "Elf cuisine?" No. "It was invented by your kin, the remarkable Roland Knight, the one from the ballads." The girl shook her head, her face beaming with anticipation as she watched the butcher at work. "Roland Knight invented this too. Truly multifaceted," Griffith thought, filled with admiration. "He even created a spiced hot pot. I can't handle the heat, but many people adore it." Galadia received the freshly cut lamb and swiftly tossed it into the copper pot. It was no wonder that he had remained inconspicuous in recent years. preoccupied solely with thoughts of what to eat each day. The attendant presented the two of them with a peculiar dipping sauce, elegantly served in small dishes, exuding an enticing aroma. Quick, the lamb will lose its tenderness. The elf, quick as lightning, picked up a few slices of meat, dipped them in the sauce, and was about to raise them to her lips when suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she halted abruptly. What's wrong? Well, I'm not sure if it's cooked, the girl stammered, extending her chopsticks toward Griffith's mouth. You should try a bite first. Sure, no problem. It's just a matter of whether it's cooked, right? I even eat raw meat. Griffith swallowed a piece of the lamb that was right by his lips. The indescribable freshness, coupled with the slightly hot lamb, sent his hungry stomach into a frenzy, the delicate texture being neither greasy nor heavy, possessing an irresistible allure. It felt as though once he took the first bite, he would never be able to part from it. It's unbelievably delicious. For this piece of lamb, I might as well forego my friends. Is it good? The elf gazed at the apprentice knight with a beaming smile, her face radiating happiness as if she were the one savoring the dish. Indescribably delightful. The apprentice knight, while chewing, picked up another slice, confirming it was perfectly cooked. Really? Indeed, Griffith replied without overthinking, offering his own slice of lamb dipped in sauce toward the elf's mouth. You should give it a try. For a fleeting moment, Galatea raised her eyebrows, leaning back slightly, her smiling face now adorned with a hint of surprise and hesitation. She parted her lips, brushed her cascading hair aside, and gently took a bite, emitting an almost imperceptible hum of satisfaction. Griffith felt as though his very bones were melting. This seemed somewhat amiss. The two fell into silence for a moment, instinctively leaning back and sitting up straight, returning to their respective enjoyment of the lamb. What have you been busy with lately? Galatea finally managed to utter after a prolonged pause, her gaze fixed on the lamb in the pot. Valonos has appointed me as an assistant for the alchemy course. I've learned quite a bit about potions and even concocted some for myself. Griffith reported on his work progress. And, do you know about the grapes from the southern garden? I picked some during the school's opening and fermented them into wine in a pumpkin. It was quite successful. I'll let you taste it sometime. Although he couldn't quite pinpoint why, Griffith sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere as he recounted his achievements. Hey, how did you acquire such a skill? Galatea took a sip of her butterbeer. Have you been selling private wine to everyone? How much have you earned? Not much, around 200 silver. Oh, then you are treating for this meal. The elf's face brightened with a cheerful smile. Just for that, your after-class time must be completely occupied. Indeed, Griffith lamented slightly. I had originally intended to investigate the relationship between Aces and the Bylon Cook gang, as well as the origins of those magical creatures. But I've been delayed due to lack of time. Fortunately, the matter of wine will not consume more of my time, granting me some leisure. You still remember to order another beer, the girl complained with discontent. Do you not regret wasting such precious time? A faint blush had already graced her cheeks. The effects of the butterbeer indeed potent. Ah, you mean this? The elf suddenly perked up, her gaze softening considerably. A gift imbued with thoughtfulness suffices. The inebriated elf leaned gently against his arm, swaying slightly as they moved forward. The autumn night seemed to be fermenting with a delightful essence. Perhaps this is an opportune moment. Griffith pondered. The enigma of why Galatea ventured near the village of Manisa and encountered him there lingered in his mind. A question he had long yearned to elucidate, but never found the moment to ask. There is something that has occupied my thoughts for quite some time. Griffith softly inclined his head, leaning closer to the elf's ear. The tipsy elf seemed to momentarily pause, her slightly dazed eyes glancing at the apprentice knight before hastily averting her gaze. It is as follows. Griffith began to carefully choose his words. My head feels so heavy. Galatea suddenly tugged at her hood, lowering her head and hastening her steps toward the stone bridge. What is the matter? I have yet to utter a word. Griffith quickened his pace, surveying the surroundings. Not far from the shopping street, a group of first-year students from Homenwarts gathered outside the pub, chatting and laughing. The two discreetly maneuvered around the crowd, evading their attention. They almost caught sight of us. Griffith realized suddenly, if his classmates were to observe him alone with Galatea, it would indeed be somewhat awkward. Amidst the boisterous laughter of his peers, Griffith spotted Aaron. Since that fateful night, he had not witnessed any peculiar behavior from him. Aaron, with impeccable grace, quietly sipped his drink in a corner of the crowd. The jubilant freshman seemed to be paving the way for him, resembling a merry entourage. Griffith found himself observing Aaron for a moment, when suddenly, he noticed someone pass by Aaron, seemingly slipping something clandestine into his possession. The figure wore a tightly fitted hood, and before Griffith could scrutinize further, the golden-haired, red-eyed youth had shifted his gaze, casting an irresistible, profound look toward Griffith outside the pub. The apprentice knight's heart raced unexpectedly. He hastily averted his eyes from Aaron, guiding the elf to veer away. Chapter 42. The Cage in the Woods. Part 1. The elusive fragrance, the wondrous sensation, and something else. It seems I missed something last night. What was it? Never mind. Today I must seek out Krog for the materials required for my potion class. During the lunch break, Griffiths knocked on the wooden door of the cabin. Look who has arrived. Come in, my little friend, boomed the towering Krog, immediately inviting him inside. Krog, do try this wine. Griffiths offered as a token of their meeting. Professor Valonos has provided a list of ingredients that I need to gather for my potions course within a week. Oh, you're in search of these items? You can find some at the edge of the Whispering Woods, but venturing there would be against school regulations. If accompanied by a professor or under your guidance, it surely wouldn't violate the rules, would it? Griffiths mused silently, awaiting the ranger to finish his thoughts. Krog took a hearty sip of wine and continued, Fear not, young one, I shall collect the materials. These magical plants yearn for the fading light of dusk, making it the ideal time to seek them out. If you would be so kind, could you oversee these workers during my absence? I've recently hired a few lads who can be quite troublesome if left unattended. Our task is merely to supervise them and ensure their safety. The ringleader among the lads, named Root, is quite clever. For their protection, the school permits them to carry certain weapons, so we must prevent them from harming one another or straying onto campus grounds. Griffiths understood this well. The burdensome administrative tasks at Homenwarts demanded considerable manpower, with professors and officials wielding their own budgets and hiring authority to employ favored outsiders for their service. Naturally, these newcomers required stringent oversight to ensure they did not offend the esteemed students. Furthermore, some tasks bore inherent dangers, such as uncontrolled magical devices or attacks from mischievous creatures lurking in the woods. Stepping outside the hut, Griffiths approached the nearby farm, observing the workers from a distance. Though Krog was not favored by the esteemed wizards, he wielded considerable authority within his domain, and his hired hands were notably agile and robust. They tended to the pumpkin patch, eradicated pests from the trees, and manicured the lawns. Upon noticing Griffiths, adorned in his shimmering Homenwarts emblem, most of the workers averted their gaze and resumed their tasks, though a few occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction. In the ensuing week, Griffiths made it a point to visit Krog's cabin punctually each evening before dinner. The towering ranger diligently procured a myriad of herbs and materials, not only fulfilling the course requirements, but also allowing Griffiths to indulge in some personal study. When not engaged in tasks, Griffiths found ample opportunity to review the day's lessons, leading a rather leisurely existence. Griffiths promptly rose, inquiring, Is there anything I should be particularly mindful of? The forest ranger scratched his head and glanced at the small dwelling where the hired workers resided. There was nothing of concern. As long as those ordinary folk did not wander into the Whispering Woods, they were quite mischievous. However, given your capabilities, subduing them should pose no challenge. With that remark, Krog seemed to have unburdened himself, nodding and departing before Griffith could respond. Very well, just a few hours should pose no issue. In recent days, to assist the ranger stationed at the edge of the Whispering Woods, Griffith had requested from the academy a small shield, a sword, a battle axe, and a heavy throwing spear to combat large creatures. He surveyed his neatly arranged bed and the spears stacked in the corner, nodding in satisfaction before propping his feet on the wooden table to continue reading. As the autumn sun dipped lower in the sky, the light soon faded. Griffith leisurely flipped through the pages of his book, but after a while, feeling parched, he leapt from his chair to fetch a ladle of water from the barrel. Through the narrow window of the small cabin, he beheld the meticulously tended pumpkin patch and the longhouse where the hired workers lived. It appeared tranquil and harmonious, much like a pastoral painting. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. In an instant, Griffith donned his armor, seized his sword and spear, and dashed outside. The 9 adult male workers resided not far away in the longhouse. Griffith had often seen them harvesting carrots, potatoes, and pumpkins for their evening meals, and afterward, they would gather in small groups to play cards by the farm's edge. Yet tonight, an unusual silence enveloped the area. The workers seemed to have vanished alongside the ranger. At the forest's edge, the ranger had erected a sturdy, waist-high wall. Along its inner side lay a path that had been deliberately cleared, the soft earth stripped bare of wild grass. Should anything cross here, it would surely leave tracks in the soil. Indeed, A series of disordered footprints marred the ground on the inner side of the wall. From the impressions and the damp mud clinging to the wall, it was evident that the workers had recently scaled it to enter the woods. Inside the workers' cabin, he had observed them wielding weapons such as broadswords, crossbows, and massive axes. They were not mere benign townsfolk. Perhaps they had come seeking employment, biding their time for an opportunity to venture into the forest. What were their intentions? Griffith adjusted his weapons and leaped over the low wall. The workers' footprints were clear and unambiguous. They showed no intent to conceal their movements, hastening toward a specific destination. Following the trail, Griffith did not venture far before discovering suspicious signs near a damp depression. Although this was the edge of the Whispering Woods, the sun was nearing its descent, and the towering, dense, dark canopies above obscured the light, rendering the surroundings barely visible. Suddenly, a massive fallen trunk obstructed the path. Near this thick timber, a peculiar species of tall thorns grew in an orderly manner, extending from the path traversed by the workers into the woods on either side. Griffiths examined the thorns and was astonished to discover that these plants had been deliberately cultivated into a thick, 3-meter-high circular ring, encircling the depression ahead. Could this be the work of Kroger? He used his dagger to slice through the thorns and was taken aback by the remarkable resilience of the plant, which proved exceedingly difficult to sever. The thorns were as hard and elongated as iron spikes. Attempting to traverse them without tools could very well cost one their life. This was a prison. Much like the fencing of a sheep pen on a farm, this thicket of thorns was designed to confine some manner of creature. The sole entrance was marked by the massive log on the path trodden by the laborers. Upon inspecting the fallen tree once more, Griffiths noted the fresh axe marks, and the foliage on the trunk showed no signs of withering, indicating it had been recently felled to serve as a makeshift bridge. Within the thorny prison, there must be some hidden creature being kept, and the laborers might have sought to steal it. Intriguing. Griffith stepped onto the log and swiftly leapt over the thorns, making his way into the interior woods. Not far ahead, a sizable pond came into view. The water held vague glimpses of dark, monstrous fish, revealing terrifying, pale teeth towards Griffiths on the shore. Sawtooth fish. Griffiths instantly recognized the species lurking in the pond, involuntarily shuddering. These grotesque fish inhabit the swamps of the east, feeding on all living things. They reproduce at an alarming rate, launching coordinated attacks in hordes numbering in the hundreds. There had been instances in the Eastern Legion where heavily armored soldiers inadvertently fell into their marshy lairs, only to be retrieved moments later as mere heaps of bones adorned with scraps of metal. Griffiths stepped back a couple of paces, surveying the pond's conditions. Noting that its diameter was a mere 100 meters or so, a secluded waterhole within the forest, the sawtooth fish were both greedy and vicious. Their flesh was thick and foul-smelling, a staple for even more ferocious monsters of the marsh. Given their voracious appetite and rapid reproduction, they could not possibly survive long in such a confined space. They must have been kept here by someone. As for the purpose of raising these ferocious fish, it was likely to feed some even more dreadful creature. Could it be? Griffiths could surmise what manner of monster its owner might be. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the woods. The roar was fierce and wrathful, imbued with an ancient, terrifying primordial essence, startling even the monstrous fish in the pond into a frenzy. Griffiths felt a jolt of fear, momentarily thrown into disarray by the roar. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat nearby, and he quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. That was the roar of a mountain beast. This exceptionally robust and ferocious creature dwelled among the high mountains in the southeast of the Tranquil Sea, rumored to be a hybrid descendant of the behemoth, a member of the world's most powerful beings. Towering over 4 meters, these creatures possess skin as resilient as steel and an awe-inspiring strength, capable of uprooting ancient trees as weapons. They exhibit near immunity to blunt force, with only crossbows and heavy-throwing spears proving effective against their formidable bodies. The mountain beasts, despite their somewhat diminished intellect, resemble a moving mountain of flesh. To underestimate them would be a grave mistake. They possess an agility and explosive power that belies their massive size, allowing them to swiftly seize and tear apart any foe that dares to attack. In comparison, the goblin giants are a mere inferior subspecies, hardly worth mentioning. The heart-wrenching roars of the mountain beasts during hunts instill an instinctive fear in smaller creatures, causing temporary disorientation and a chance of flight due to sheer terror, followed by a significant delay in movement lasting no less than 10 seconds. This ability enables the monster to prey upon the perilous sawfish with ease. With their astounding might, mountain beasts can shatter hard rock or uproot massive trees to wield as weapons, hurling or swinging them with devastating force. Their attacks generate shockwaves, rendering human armor ineffective. Being struck results in internal injuries and hemorrhaging. Though not naturally adept at ranged assaults, mountain beasts can accurately hurl stones and trees in rapid succession, inflicting widespread splatter damage. Some have even been trained to wield other forms of supernatural abilities, surpassing even Griffith's knowledge. With their formidable physique and these three remarkable abilities, mountain beasts rise above most monsters and beasts, embodying a legendary existence. In a close-quarters confrontation, even the most renowned knights and mages must reconsider their chances of survival against such a creature. As the monstrous roar subsided, it was swiftly followed by a cacophony of human screams, accompanied by tremors reminiscent of an earthquake. These were the hired hands. Griffith found himself perplexed. The environment clearly bore the hallmarks of a powerful individual capable of manipulating the mountain beasts, designed specifically for the short-term rearing of such creatures. How, then, did these outsiders uncover the secrets of the mountain beast, and what audacity propelled them to challenge this fearsome entity? The chilling screams from the woods intensified. Hastily, Griffith smeared the wet mud from the pond onto his body, removed his throwing spear from his back, and stealthily advanced towards the source of the commotion. Beneath a large tree not far from the pond, he first discovered a hired hand, impaled by shattered wood and metal fragments, discernibly parts of a heavy crossbow. The left side of the man's body resembled a crushed peach, flesh and blood mangled together. The crossbow, when aimed correctly from an appropriate distance, could inflict damage upon the eyes and other vulnerable points of the mountain beast. Clearly, the hired hands had set an ambush for this purpose, and it seemed they had initially succeeded. Yet, the marksman had not escaped the beast's wrath. Griffith scanned his surroundings and noticed a nearby boulder stained with traces of blood and flesh, likely used by the mountain beast to attack the shooter. The day had drawn to a close. The moonlight casts its glow upon the clearing at the edge of the whispering woods, as if it were a silent spectator to the tragedy unfolding within the forest. Chapter 43, The Cage in the Forest, Part 2. As Griffith ventured deeper, he stumbled upon a collapsed pit and two lifeless bodies. Scattered around the pit were deliberately gathered logs and branches, yet the earth within the pit had completely caved in. It appeared that the hired hands had meticulously devised their plan. They had first excavated a massive trap, concealed it, and then lured the mountain beast into their snare. Once the creature fell into the pit, they launched their attack from above, but then an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The mountain beast, with immense strength, clawed through the soil of the pit, causing a collapse that allowed it to escape, resulting in the demise of several hired hands. Griffith paused to contemplate the current situation. The fact that the mountain beast had fallen into the trap and retaliated against its assailants indicated that the initial assault by the hired men had indeed been successful, likely blinding one of its eyes. The remaining men had not been instantly slain. Instead, they continued to engage in combat with the beast while retreating. Such bravery was commendable. Griffith couldn't help but admire them. For ordinary individuals to face a mountain beast, not merely to fight, but to avoid panic and flee, was no small feat. Moreover, they had already suffered a loss of at least a third of their ranks, yet continued to fight fiercely. For a moment, Griffith felt a pang of trepidation. Both the mountain beast and these hired men were fearsome, and it would be unwise for him to intervene recklessly. With this thought in mind, Griffith prepared to flee. However, before he could make his move, a tremendous explosion erupted from the nearby woods, followed by a deafening roar that surged in his direction. Three blood-soaked hired hands burst from the thicket, fleeing in desperation towards Griffith. At the forefront was the leader, Root, wielding a massive sword. The two men beside him clutched axes and machetes, their faces etched with terror. Upon spotting Griffith, Root cried out, "My lord, save us!" The mountain beast. No sooner had he spoken than the trees behind them were mercilessly torn apart, a thick trunk crashing down upon the last of the fleeing men, who was instantly obliterated into a spray of blood and gore. Amidst the carnage, a mountain beast charged forth from the dense forest with earth-shattering ferocity. Towering nearly 4 meters high, its robust form resembled a city wall, its gray-brown skin tough and wrinkled. An arrow shaft protruded from its right eye, and its knees and neck bore several gushing wounds. Griffith hefted his throwing spear and launched it with all his might towards the beast's right knee. The sound of the spear slicing through the air was deafening, as it struck the creature's knee with lightning speed. The giant howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. Such power in my attack! Griffith marveled, astonished that he could fell a mountain beast with a single strike. But he quickly realized that the beast had been engaged in combat with the hired men for some time, and thus bore numerous wounds. The hired hands had likely targeted its knees and eyes, and the accumulation of injuries, combined with Griffith's powerful blow, had ultimately shattered the beast's right leg. Root and his companions, witnessing the mountain beast's downfall, were overtaken by ecstasy. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the creature erupted in a frenzied roar. It furiously pounded the ground, howling in anguish and rage, its hands uprooting stones from the earth to hurl at the hired hands. Root swiftly dodged aside. Yet his companion lacked both the agility and fortune, struck squarely on the forehead by a stone, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The crippled mountain beast clawed its way through the dirt, latching onto the hired worker's thigh and viciously biting down. Good heavens! Griffith sprang into action, brandishing a throwing spear and lunging towards the beast's flank, aiming a shot at the exposed abdomen. Thud! The spear embedded deep within the creature's belly, lodged firmly in its muscular mass. My goodness, this monster possesses extraordinary strength, Root shouted to Griffiths. We have attacked for quite some time and have found it exceedingly difficult to inflict a fatal wound. Griffiths cast a bloodied glance at Root and inquired, How many remain alive? Only us, Root replied with a shaky head. We tracked this creature, fearing it would assault the academy, but we never anticipated its horrifying ferocity. Did you blind its eyes? Yes, Exum managed to blind the beast's right eye, but was immediately met with retaliation. In mere moments, the mountain creature had devoured the majority of the hired worker's body, patting its belly and turning to scrutinize the two men with its beady eyes. Nevertheless, the mountain beast remained exceedingly perilous. Griffiths assessed his armor against the creature's fist, as large as a millstone, and was acutely aware that he could not withstand a single blow. The two promptly retreated in the direction they had come, preparing to traverse the thorns for escape. Remarkably, the mountain beast pursued them, propelling itself forward with its hands and remaining leg. Arrows and short spears protruded from its body, its eyes heavily injured. Yet the remaining eye gleamed with a ferocious light, instilling a deep sense of dread. Although Griffiths had never slain a mountain beast, he had battled giant wild bears alongside his comrades. Those ferocious creatures, when mortally wounded, would stuff their intestines back in with grass and relentlessly pursue their hunters. Griffiths considered himself quite ruthless, having committed many misdeeds in the East. However, the audacity to continue fighting rather than retreat after sustaining severe injuries was a cause for concern. The two raced toward the thorns, and the fallen log they had intended to use as a bridge loomed ahead. Just as Griffiths was about to step onto the log, a sudden pain shot through his leg, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. He saw Root wielding a two-handed sword, slicing through his leg, cutting into the greave and wounding his calf. He harbored the intention of slaying Griffiths right there, and immediately thrust his sword toward Griffiths' waist. Griffiths' heart sank, and he rolled aside just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Root pursued relentlessly, swinging his sword at Griffiths' head. The mountain beast, noticing its prey had halted, revealed a menacing grin and accelerated its pursuit. Griffiths drew his sword, parrying Root's blow, while catching his breath and questioning. It seems you have a compelling reason to kill this mountain beast, but why must you attack me? Root remained silent, turning to dash toward the tree trunk ensnared in thorns. A horrifying roar echoed, as Griffith found himself ensnared within the mountain beast's formidable influence. With that heart-wrenching bellow, a wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering his body stiff. As the beast struck, it raised the colossal log above its head, preparing to smash it down upon the apprentice knight. Farewell, my friend, Ruth waved as he ran. I shall avenge you soon. Underestimating me would be a grave mistake. Griffith opened his palm, pressing downwards. Freeze under my might. Frigid Nova. Boom. The beast's mighty blow crashed into the ground, sending a spray of earth soaring several meters high. Though it missed its intended target, its massive limbs were encased in a layer of frozen ice, staring in disbelief. Griffith, without a moment's hesitation, charged up the trunk despite his injuries, seizing Ruth by the shoulder and hurling him downwards. No, Ruth screamed, but before he could rise, a gigantic hand descended upon him, slamming him into the earth, causing him to spout a mouthful of black blood. The mountain beast grinned maliciously as it raised its fist, aiming to deliver a crushing blow to Ruth. One punch was enough to shatter his eye socket, blood bursting forth in a gruesome display of red, black, and purple, reminiscent of a dye house. Subsequently, it seized Ruth's legs, tearing him apart with the ease of pulling apart a roasted chicken. Griffith was poised to act. The trunk beneath him was too heavy for him to destroy or lift alone. Furthermore, the beast had noticed this escape route, and it was uncertain whether it might mimic his actions, uprooting several large trees as a bridge to freedom. If it managed to escape the forest and ran rampant through Hormont's depths at night, it would pose a dire threat. As the mountain beast prepared to rend Ruth's body, Griffith took 2 steps back, sprinting along the trunk and leaping at its end. Just as the beast was focused on its prey, it suddenly heard a rush of wind. It looked up just in time to see Griffith soaring past, thrusting a spear toward the beast's right ear. At this angle, the beast's right eye had already been blinded, and its right leg lay shattered, leaving it unable to react in time. Thud. Griffith used the momentum from his jump to spin in midair, driving the sharp spear into the unguarded right ear of the beast. The sensation was akin to piercing through the heart of a tree, a jarring feeling that traveled along the spear's shaft as it penetrated the brain. The massive mountain beast froze momentarily, releasing its grip on Ruth. Its remaining fierce left eye rolled back, exposing the white, its drooling maw agape. It had been severely wounded. Griffith landed, ready to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a colossal and bizarre shadow of a wild bull appeared behind the mountain beast. An aura of death enveloped its form as it charged menacingly toward the beast. Griffith recoiled in shock, retreating hastily. As the bull's shadow collided with the mountain beast, an apparition resembling its very soul emerged, shattering under the force of the impact. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the ferocious mountain creature stood rigidly, as if it had lost its very soul and transformed into a mere rock. After approximately a minute, it slowly toppled to one side with a thunderous crash, sending a spray of earth into the air. It seemed to have been vanquished. Griffith unsheathed his sword, cautiously maneuvering around to the creature's head, and aimed a decisive strike at its neck. However, this blow not only failed to sever the creature's head, but nearly dislodged the sword from his grasp. The strike merely tore through the thick skin of its neck without inflicting any significant harm. Such formidable strength, given the creature's vitality and extraordinary power. Even a squad of Toller would hesitate to confront it head-on. Yet, Root and a few hired hands not only discovered the monster's lair hidden near the academy, but also successfully lured it into a trap and injured it. Had it not been for their earlier skirmish, Griffith would have had no choice but to flee in terror before the creature. Root's body lay discarded nearby, almost torn in two, a testament to his lost life. But why was he so determined to slay the mountain beast here, even at the cost of attempting to murder Griffith? The information currently available indicates that these hired hands were trying to win the favor of Krog in hopes of becoming official employees of Homenwarts. However, the selection criteria for Homenwarts are notoriously stringent. Mere farm labor would undoubtedly fall short of securing their passage. From Homenwarts' perspective, capable temporary workers who vanquish the creature would merely be rewarded with monetary compensation and official status. Griffith surmised that if their motives were solely financial, these hired hands would not risk their lives in a desperate struggle against the beast. They could simply report their findings to the academy and receive a substantial reward. Their attempts to gain additional merit by slaying the creature, including Root's last-ditch effort to eliminate Griffith to prevent him from seeking help, suggested an ambition to claim sole credit for the creature's demise. After all, personally slaying the beast and merely discovering it are not on the same level. The academy would likely bestow official status upon him for such an achievement. Yet, was the identity of an official employee worth such peril? What was their true intention in entering Homenwarts? Several fragmented clues resembled a jigsaw puzzle, lacking the critical information to connect them. Griffith approached Root's lifeless form, preparing to examine the remains. The man, recently torn apart by the mountain creature, lay face down in the mud, his limbs twisted grotesquely. A profoundly ominous sensation lingered in Griffith's heart, urging him to flee from this place. Why did he attempt to kill me, his would-be savior? The first rationale was clear. He wished to prevent me from escaping to summon aid, obstructing his chance to eliminate the beast. But, with his strength, how could he possibly hope to defeat such a creature? How could he dare confront it alone? Griffith hesitantly reached out toward Root's body, a troubling thought suddenly surging within him. Could it be that Root possessed some hidden trump card? Something that must remain undisclosed and could only be employed in the absence of witnesses. Suddenly, a startling sound broke the silence, causing Griffith to jump in surprise. Though he had endured the trials of countless battles, the scene before him was astonishing, transcending the bounds of reason. The torn body of Root twisted, its back moving as if it were the front of a living man, limbs extending and curling with unsettling naturalness. His legs ensnared Griffith's knees while his arms gripped Griffith's hands and armor from behind. Simultaneously, an even more horrifying spectacle unfolded in the terrified eyes of Griffith. The scarf wrapped around Root's head began to writhe, revealing the contours of a human face, which then erupted into a ghastly, mocking laughter directed at Griffith. This scene, both maddening and terrifying, was beyond anything Griffith had ever encountered, even in his most absurd nightmares. His mind descended into chaos, and fear swiftly overpowered his will. Leaving him utterly paralyzed, Griffith began to struggle frantically, having lost all semblance of reason, consumed solely by the desire to escape this monstrous grip. Root's corpse clung to Griffith like a suffocating shroud, making any hope of liberation futile. As Griffith writhed and fought, the scarf from Root's head fell away, exposing a grotesque and contorted human visage upon what should have been a smooth scalp. The horrific wound, resembling eyes, a nose, and a mouth, seemed to gaze at Griffith, oozing a foul discharge. Suddenly, it appeared as if the mouth split open, revealing sharp fangs that lunged towards the neck of the aspiring knight. In a moment of sheer terror, Griffith summoned an unusual strength, pushing against the creature while brandishing a dagger, stabbing frantically at the abomination. At last, he managed to cast the creature aside. Yet, as it hit the ground, it scuttled like an insect, propelling itself towards Griffith once more. With a scream of despair, Griffith rolled away, seizing his fallen sword, ready to fight to the death. Suddenly, a chilling, raspy scream erupted beside him, a sound so inhuman it sent shivers down his spine. As the creature lunged at Griffith, it missed, crashing headlong into the nearby thicket of black thorns. The sharp spikes pierced its flesh, and the surrounding thorns seemed to come alive, ensnaring the creature in a relentless grip. Root's body erupted in a spray of blood, akin to a crushed orange. The thorns multiplied, ultimately enveloping Root in a cocoon-like mass. The grotesque visage on the back of his head howled at Griffith, spewing forth blood and fragments of internal organs. Its form diminished gradually as the thorns drained its lifeblood, turning from black to a sanguine hue before finally loosening their hold. Root's body transformed into a tattered skin adorned with two faces, fluttering like a wretched banner in the wind. Griffith gazed in horror at the monstrous heap on the ground, then glanced at the surrounding blood-red thorns and the flayed skin dangling from them, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Chapter 44, The Cage in the Forest, Part 3, Good evening, my friend, a sudden voice echoed, startling Griffith once more. Minos sends his regards. The essence of life exuded by the mountain beast proved beneficial for Minos. May I approach a little closer? Ah, it's you. You nearly frightened me to death. Griffith nodded and stepped a few paces toward the carcass of the beast. A wave of ethereal energy surged forth, as if something were being absorbed into the bone ring. Excellent. This peculiar essence has rejuvenated Minos significantly. I hope it will prove advantageous to you in the near future, Minos declared after a brief moment of absorption. However, your vital signs and mental state exhibit abnormalities. I recommend you prioritize rest and healing. Before that, however, you might want to search the corpse and lair of the mountain beast, Minos suggested. What might be there? Griffith inquired. This creature was smuggled from elsewhere. Its lair should be relatively new. Minos explained, these beings have a penchant for collecting powerful objects to fashion into grotesque adornments for ease of transport. It's possible that something has been concealed nearby. It wouldn't hurt to investigate. Griffith steadied his mind and began to gather his weapons for the search. There were no remnants near loot. He dared not touch the horrifying dual-faced skin and simply picked up the greatsword in his hands. Does this monster possess essence? Griffith asked, puzzled. 9 ordinary individuals? Perhaps 8 ordinary souls and 1 monster? It was almost beyond belief for Griffith. If that's the case, we must leave their remains for the authorities to conduct a necromantic inquiry and uncover any clues. The lair of the mountain beast was not difficult to find. Along the way, Griffith stumbled upon several shattered corpses of laborers. Yet, no matter how he counted, he could not tally 9. It was likely they had been crushed or devoured during the battle. Scattered excrement from the mountain beast lay near a pit, while the pit itself appeared relatively tidy. After searching for a while, Griffith uncovered only some hay and stones. There, dig in the soil at the back right, Minos advised. Following the guidance, Griffith indeed discovered a small, smooth black horn beneath a stone. As his fingers brushed against it, a faint blue luminescence enveloped the horn. This is a horn from the legendary creature, the bull of the marshes, residing deep within the swamps. A most valuable piece, Minos elucidated. This mountain beast once dwelled near the Great Marsh in the east and obtained this trophy after a fierce battle with a powerful bull of sequence 6. What purpose does it serve? Griffith mused, toying with the black horn as he made his way out. Minos replied, the bull is an exceedingly perilous creature. Even beings of far greater rank, such as behemoths and dragons, regard it with trepidation due to its extraordinary might. They are favored by the Grim Reaper. And through the extraordinary properties amassed within its horn, one can harness the power of death, possessing a certain probability of delivering a fatal blow known as the Eye of Death. You can activate this item through your mental prowess, and the formidable strength of the mountain beast will surge into your being, causing your next attack to inflict double the damage. The terrifying presence of the mountain creature will leave weaker beings with nowhere to hide, bestowing upon your subsequent strike an unerring effect. Such an extraordinary item, which enhances both accuracy and offense, is undeniably formidable. Griffith could not help but exclaim, is there a cost? Initially, there was. The ferocity and resentment of the barbaric bull lingered incessantly upon this fragment, awaiting the moment of the bearer's weakness to enact its malevolent retribution. However, its desires have been fulfilled, rendering that dreadful power intangible, while its negative effects have ceased to be effective. After utilizing the might of the mountain beast, the power within the horn requires an hour to reassemble, preventing consecutive use. Griffith, exhilarated, carefully secured this artifact, a veritable holy relic, and hurried towards the exit. The joy of his acquisition alleviated some of his physical and mental fatigue. Lightening his steps, just as he was about to leave the thorny cage, Minos suddenly interjected, you have forgotten something important. What is it? Weren't you concocting a slowing potion? Quickly gather some mucus from the mountain beast. It is a rare ingredient, so dig a bit deeper. Griffith made his way to the bathroom to cleanse himself of the chaos of battle. Following a long-awaited conflict, he felt an inexplicable sense of refreshment, as if he had liberated a suppressed part of his essence. If someone were to challenge him now, he would eagerly engage in another fight. Next spring, Griffith was set to initiate his assault on Sequence 8, aiming to become a fully fledged extraordinary being. The rigorous training he had undergone since childhood and the battles he had faced had enriched his path as a spellbreaker. After today's skirmish, he felt an irresistible desire to advance, as if he could almost touch the threshold of ascension. He dried himself, shook out his hair, and donned a light garment before exiting the bathroom. The magical ingredients he lacked should be within reach, allowing him to brew several potions in the coming days. As he stepped out, Griffith spotted Galadriel leaning against a pillar in the corridor, her head tilted as she gazed at the luminous moon in the night sky. She wore a fitted, pale green dress, the hem revealing her long, smooth legs, while her dark hair danced gently in the evening breeze. The silver moonlight cascaded upon her delicate profile, reminiscent of the enchanting moment when they first met. Ah, you are out, the elf noted, turning her head slightly upon hearing his footsteps. Did you know you nearly perished? That was a mountain beast. Griffith chuckled and shook his head, approaching her. Am I not impressive? The two exchanged glances, the quiet allowing them to hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Galadriel's gaze slowly traced Griffith's nose, lips, and lingered upon his exposed chest. In that fleeting moment, Griffith suddenly realized that he was close enough to the elf to embrace her slender waist. His lips positioned perfectly for a kiss. Jaladiah lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and took a half step back. Why do you take so long in the bath? I've been standing here for quite some time, and a few individuals have come to utter some rather unpleasant remarks. Is someone bothering you? Griffith inquired earnestly. Just a bit. But it's nothing to worry about. Jaladiah lightly treaded towards the dormitory. These aimless noble scions are merely pursuing sensory pleasures. To them, approaching me is but a fragment of their journey through the diverse tapestry of humanoid experiences. The thought alone makes me uneasy. I must find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Diverse humanoid races, and such an experience exists. Griffith had never considered such pursuits. Among the female humanoids, there were trolls, orcs, giants, centaurs, and merfolk. Some trolls even had decent appearances. Orcs were passable, but the rest, it was all rather provocative. Hey, don't let your mind wander. Jaladiah reached out and pinched Griffith's back firmly. By the way, what are you up to in the Whispering Woods? Gathering some materials for potions. Griffith winced, baring his teeth. You know, that potion manuscript revealed some formulas I can master. Quite promising, really. Oh, that. Jaladiah gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Although you are not a spellcaster, your resilience and willpower are high, yet your inspiration is relatively low. making it difficult for you to perceive or hear hidden entities. However, constantly dealing with such perilous matters will eventually leave its mark on you. It is merely a matter of time. And what then? Which two will it be? Chapter 45. Winter Camping, Part 1. The crimson leaves have already fallen from the trees, while white snowflakes dance gracefully in the air. As he stepped outside, his two roommates turned over in their beds, effortlessly sinking back into slumber. There remained an hour and a half before the average student would rise. The Shooterals were to conduct their early morning practice before breakfast. At this hour, the sky was just beginning to brighten, the sun yet to rise, and the tranquil campus remained shrouded in silence and dim light. Griffiths swiftly traversed the serene corridor, instinctively casting a glance at the girls' dormitory. Galadia often rose early for her morning exercises, yet her whereabouts remained a mystery. Sonia, who was accustomed to nocturnal reading, was surely still asleep. Clad in full gear, Lana and Mia descended from another building, the three of them exchanging silent nods as they hurried towards the northern cliff. Professor Eric from the Military Command Department was already impeccably dressed, embodying the vigor of his decades-long military career. He stood upright on the grassy edge of the cliff, observing the similarly silent Shooterals as they swiftly assembled in formation. "How does this man manage to rise so early every day?" whispered Ophelia, a trainee knight, to her comrades. Beside her, the robust and agile Mia had just secured her helmet atop her golden locks. Every morning, Griffiths adhered to the military custom of joining the other Shooterals for their dawn exercises. They commenced with a fully armed 10-kilometer march through the hills and valleys surrounding Hormendwartsburg. Except for the upperclassmen on missions, the remaining 70 or so Shooterals formed a neat line, swiftly navigating the rugged cliffside path into a valley. The scouts within their ranks, like shadows, quickly distanced themselves from the formation, spreading out to maintain vigilance. Enemy scout teams appeared along the ridge at 3 o'clock. Shortly after the training formation set off, Professor Eric relayed information about the simulated enemy based on the terrain. Griffiths promptly followed a senior classmate toward the ridge to provide reinforcements. The main contingent faced a long-range attack, and Professor Eric kept the others engaged, adding moments later that the incoming fire was from a catapult rather than a hail of arrows. The Shooterals, who had just raised their shields, scattered like a flurry of rabbits, seeking refuge in ditches and puddles. Splash! Griffiths found himself stepping into a pit filled with muddy water, the icy muck causing him to shudder. Behind him, the strikingly beautiful Ophelia von Ischüttel, a trainee knight, leaped over a low wall, following in the swift wake of Mia. Lana and Muya closely followed, several pairs of iron boots clattering as they ascended the mud-caked human ladder. The third-year student leading this small contingent gritted his teeth, charging toward the high ground against the biting coastal wind. Griffiths, along with a few others, was drenched in mud, struggling to keep pace through the rocky terrain, alternating between deep and shallow steps. The tempestuous Configuration 9, designated surface liquid, evaporated. Lady Marianne stood a few steps away, brandishing her wand as she cast two familiar incantations. The tempestuous Configuration 30, designated surface sludge, began to peel away. The grimy, besmirched Shooterals stood at the entrance of the dining hall, watching the clock strike 8. The icy traces of water swiftly dried and solidified upon their armor and garments, followed by large clumps of mud that cascaded down, accumulating at their feet. Professor Eric, had your students arrived a tad later, they would have had the opportunity to undertake a training regimen called Hunger Endurance. Lady Marianne cast a solemn and serious glance at the military command professor, whose boots were caked in mud. "Noted, my lady," Eric replied, comfortably seating himself on a nearby chair, summoning a brownie to polish his boots. "I shall endeavor to try this subject another day." "That rascal." The pristine Ophelia swiftly stowed away her armor and weaponry in a nearby corner, donned the long robe neatly folded by the brownie, and dashed into the dining hall. Griffith and the others followed closely behind, surging into the hall like a swarm. Students from the 4 academies gathered around the dining table, conversing about last night's assignments while savoring their breakfast of milk cereal, buttered bread, bacon, and yogurt. "Good morning, Griffith." Sonia greeted the squire with a smile, her beauty surpassing the morning light Griffith had glimpsed amid the mud at the cliff's edge. "Good morning, Sonia." Griffith swiftly took the seat reserved for him beside Sonia, nodding toward the elf, who lay sprawled on the table. "Good morning, Galadia." The elf buried her head in her arms, moving her pointed ears slightly in acknowledgement. "You have less than 15 minutes to eat," Sonia remarked, setting down her yogurt. her eyes twinkling as she watched the squire hastily grab a large piece of bread, soaking it in milk before devouring it. Chew slowly. Elegance must prevail at all times. For that is the nightly way of the Lamore family. Indeed, with a chunk of bread already consumed, Griffith elegantly forked 6 pieces of bacon, savoring them in 3 refined bites. At the adjacent table, Rana took the plate prepared by Fiona, inserting a baguette stuffed with sausage, bacon, and vegetables vertically into his mouth, rapidly working his upper and lower jaws as if sawing wood. Ha! Sonia giggled, covering her mouth. Rana's eating antics were endlessly amusing. Griffith, do not attempt that. Griffith reluctantly set aside the bread laden with an abundance of bacon and sausages, tearing it into pieces to eat thoughtfully. Any news? Rana mumbled, his cheeks stuffed like a hamster. Do not speak while eating, Fiona chided him, then picked up the freshly delivered morning paper. Let me see. The Grand Triumph is taking place in Baylon. Hey, you all missed it. A collective sigh escaped all the Shoterals at the long table. Ophelia, from a distance, rapped the table and inquired, what about the bonuses? What became of the rewards following our grand victory? Has anyone received them? Why have I not received a single coin? Fiona continued to read. The Ministry of Justice has postponed the lawsuits against residents of the eastern provinces evading conscription, allowing eligible young individuals to apply for citizenship. The latest statistics reveal that following the Grand Triumph, government support stands at 20, while the populace's warlike sentiment has decreased by 50. The available manpower is at 100. And long live the sagacious Senate. Here, the Parliament is formulating the guidelines for bonus distribution. Bonuses for local legions and auxiliary troops will be dispersed by the Treasury to various lords, coordinated locally, while bonuses for the regular legions will continue to be distributed uniformly by the central authority. A collective sigh of relief echoed across the long table. Most of the Shoterals, including Griffiths, could now directly collect their bonuses from their liege lords. Fiona flipped through other pages and continued. Trade volume along the Baylon and southern provinces routes has surged by 1,500 over the past 3 months, with significant fluctuations in food and commodity futures. The Arcane Council and the Senate are currently deliberating over the latest trade and tariff legislation. The BI 50 index has risen by 59.17 compared to the preceding 30 trading days. Sonia, shall we invest a bit of our private funds? There was no immediate instinctive reaction. Griffiths strained to listen for a moment, unable to conceive of any implications beyond the bonus policy. Look, the messenger has arrived. A flock of elegant ravens and owls deftly navigated through the hall skylight, circling gracefully above the dining table. Fiona, engrossed in her reading, paused. Come here, Palyaloo. Sonia extended her fair hands toward one of the birds. The summoned plump creature ignored her, fluttering down onto the fruit platter nearby and pecking at the nuts within. You haven't changed a bit, Sonia sighed, scratching the little creature's head while extracting a small package from its grasp. At the moment the girl opened the package, Griffiths noticed it contained a small, vividly red vial. The pure crimson was more exquisite than the hues of roses, lava, or flames, igniting a fervor within the heart of the novice knight, even at a mere glance. What is this? Galadia seemed to sense something, lifting her head to inquire. A potion? Indeed, a potion, along with a letter addressed to Griffiths from our family, pinned by Soren. Sonia replied while sifting through the small package. You two actually correspond. Who is Soren? Fiona asked. My father's secretary, Armand Soren, a novice monk. Sonia pondered before articulating in a way her friend could comprehend, the one with beautiful, melancholic eyes. Pale and serious. I recall him. Fiona exclaimed, tapping the table. He's quite handsome. This place is far from Baylon. I requested Mr. Soren to assist me in investigating certain matters, Griffiths responded. I wonder if there has been any progress on the investigation concerning the Isis and Cook gangs. He carefully tucked the letter into his inner pocket, intending to review it later. Sonia nodded gently, lifting the vibrant crimson vial with her delicate fingers to examine it in the light. This was a meticulously prepared potion for the new recruit of the Paladin pathway, an upgrade to Sequence 8. I had intended to simply send the ingredients over, while enhancing both physical and mental capabilities. The potion also bestows several extraordinary abilities upon the user. It was prepared for Griffith. However, the decision to consume it rests solely with you. Her soft words drew the attention of everyone nearby. This potion, valued at over 2,000 silver coins, was indeed a costly elixir. Sequence 8 represents the minimum requirement for ascending to the knightly class, potentially marking the culmination of many individuals' lifelong endeavors. requiring years of relentless effort to reach that threshold. Yet, for Griffith, merely consuming it would facilitate his ascension, altering everything. He was destined to become a noble and a knight, a fate unlike that of most. Curious, envious, and greedy gazes drifted from the long table nearby, settling upon the small package and Griffith's face. Sonia extended the potion towards Griffith, its ruby sheen instantly captivating his gaze. The liquid, more translucent than blood, seemed to embody life itself, whispering softly to the heart of the aspiring knight. Fiona, seated not far away, examined the diminutive potion with keen interest, patting Lana's shoulder beside her, remarking, "The paths of the Spellbreaker, Paladin, and Demon Hunter are quite fascinating. All in Sequence 9 are classified as new recruits, allowing for diverse growth directions during the promotion process. While each path has its strengths and weaknesses, it is generally believed that the Paladin is the most optimal choice for those aspiring to command an army, balancing combat and defense, and possessing the ability to pray to deities for blessings, excelling in group battles." Lana, however, was not entirely convinced by this assertion. "Both Griffith and I have already demonstrated our talents as spellbreakers. In my opinion, piercing through the enemy head-on is the true essence of a man's battle. The Paladin's path, straddling the line between warrior and spellcaster, is for the faint-hearted." Fiona, hailing from a lineage of paladins, seized Lana's face, tugging it earnestly from side to side. "Say that again. I dare you." Sonia smiled lightly, explaining to Griffith, "This potion comes from a fallen knight, Aldenova, a Sequence 8-foot proxy. Like most advanced potions, it carries fragments of the memories and knowledge of its predecessor. When you consume this potion, you may hear the voice of Night Owl. Knight Aldenova possessed the ability to pray to the holy light and receive blessings. Inheriting some of his powers and wisdom will transform you into a paladin, which is why I hesitated to hand it to you. The theoretical understanding of the inheritance of extraordinary traits is still incomplete." With a sweet smile, the golden-haired girl carefully tucked the small package into her pocket. "This potion is somewhat special. I intend to prepare it for you, but there is no rush to consume it just yet." The brilliant luster was concealed within its wrapping, the elusive aura dissipating into nothingness. Griffith seemed to perceive the surrounding air filled with sighs of regret and envy. Galadia rubbed her sleepy eyes, pondered for a moment, and remarked, "The unique abilities acquired during the advancement process vary greatly in quantity, type, and intensity from person to person. At times, even those with exceptional talent may unexpectedly gain peculiar extraordinary abilities due to ill fortune. In contrast, the enhancements provided by meticulously identified potions are more predictable, offering a safer and more reliable alternative." A few days ago, the dean informed us that the first-year students would soon embark on this semester's advisory journey to the outskirts of the Whispering Woods. Sonia suddenly recalled an important matter. "It is said that this place is an excellent venue for the study of alchemy and countermeasures against dark magic. However, I have recently felt an unsettling premonition of impending events, prompting me to prepare this potion as a precautionary measure." Chapter 46, Winter Camping, Part 2. I recall that on the very first day of school, we were warned to cherish our lives by keeping our distance from that place. The admonition was reiterated numerous times. Griffith contemplated this. His thoughts were entangled with many other matters. Over a month had passed since the mountain creature in the forest, and there had been no follow-up. The school had confiscated the extraordinary attributes derived from the creature for investigation, and the promised rewards never materialized. Whether there would be any conclusive findings was of little consequence, as it seemed likely to be shrouded in mystery like previous incidents. However, the extraordinary attributes of the creature were undeniably precious. Taking such significant risks should yield commensurate rewards. I must assert my claim over the extraordinary attributes. "That seems excessive," commented Galadia, shaking her head. The discussions at the long table persisted. The school had arranged our meals and accommodations, and high-ranking professors would lead us on our camping expedition outside the forest. The monsters lurking at the forest's edge lacked the audacity to approach us. "Monsters at the forest's edge?" Fiona interjected, her curiosity tinged with concern. "Will the formidable creatures from deeper within not venture out? If so, I would have more specimens to collect." A chillingly indifferent tone suddenly emanated from behind, startling everyone. Professor Lords had arrived unnoticed. His gaze swept over the students still engaged in their breakfast, and he stated, with a constant and cold demeanor, "What? Did you all not comprehend? We depart at 9 o'clock for the winter reconnaissance trip, commencing today." Snowflakes cascaded gracefully onto Griffith's shoulder armor. The early morning flurries had transformed into a heavy snowfall. Today had unexpectedly turned into the day for the first-year reconnaissance trip. The freshmen, having just entered a few months prior, donned thick cloaks and wrapped themselves in warm woolen scarves, forming a long line behind the professors as they proceeded toward the Whispering Woods. The 4 colleges set off in sequence, each with distinct destinations. Minerva College's first stop was an abandoned castle located 40 miles from the academy. Brownie sprites hurriedly guided carts laden with luggage and provisions, crunching through the soft white snow at the rear of the procession. The 20 Chatorel, exclusive to Minerva, donned their recently removed heavy armor, brandishing long spears and polearms as they swiftly spread out along the path. Disperse, from a vigilant line along the route, Professor Eric, who would not be participating in this camping trip, nonetheless shouted at the armored youths. Griffith, Ophelia, do not dawdle. Why has the scout not yet been dispatched? Why are the skirmishers so close to the main body? Oh dear, I did not expect to be reprimanded just as we were about to depart, Ophelia remarked as she approached Griffith, watching the student procession pass by slowly not far ahead. The young lords and ladies are moving at quite a sluggish pace. How bold of the school to send untrained individuals to march 40 miles through this heavy snow. I will lead the scouts forward, the girl with golden hair tied in a ponytail said, pointing at the map before Griffith. We shall rendezvous at the watchtower. That is where we will set up camp for the night. Departing from Hormont's and traveling westward along the northern edge of the Whispering Forest, one encounters an abandoned fortress approximately 40 miles away. During the war a century ago, the lords of the north endeavored to traverse the Whispering Forest to launch a surprise assault on Baelon. In pursuit of this objective, they constructed a formidable stronghold atop a high ground using massive stones, garrisoned by over 200 soldiers. They not only monitored the movements of Hormont's, but also compelled the nearby villagers to fell trees to clear paths. None have seen those soldiers or villagers since. The arduous journey lasted an entire day, devoid of the comfort of carts, and even in the event of frostbite or injury, one would be treated and compelled to continue. The winter sun sank early, adding a chill to already cold hands and feet. Griffith checked the route and direction, confirming they had not strayed, and stowed the map before descending from the elevated roadside, racing towards the front of the group. Indeed, why should we engage in such endeavors given our status? Lord Badon mumbled in agreement, asserting that even if we were to lead troops into battle in the future, we must uphold the dignity of our nobility, mustn't we? Wouldn't we be splendid? Another member of Fisher-S faction, Winston, appeared exuberant, proclaiming that he would invite Ophelia to his tent that night. Mind your words, fool. Before Lord Badon could echo his sentiments, Fisher admonished sharply, reminding him that she was not within his reach and to conduct himself properly until Lord Aaron had spoken. The exhausting journey persisted throughout the day, and the heavy snow that blanketed the sky seemed poised to transform into a blizzard. Fortunately, as evening approached, the newcomers could finally glimpse the imposing silhouette of the castle ahead. Will we stay there tonight? Sonia lifted her plush hood, gazing at the ruins beneath the dim sky, her heart racing with excitement. This castle is maintained by the school every year and serves as the first stop for winter camping. Fiona nestled closely beside Sonia, embracing her arm, yet expressed unease. Just hold on a bit longer. Galadia shook her head, removing her ear cap to stow it in her pack. Once Brownie lit the campfire and spread out blankets for dinner, you will all be cheering. Halt! The voice of Professor Valonos, leading the group, cut through the howling northern wind. Faculty and Brownie, set up the camp. We shall rest here for the night. I have not yet dismissed everyone. The first-year students, having journeyed all day, stifled their cheers, peering curiously at the ancient castle perched atop the colossal boulder ahead. This fortress was built upon a naturally formed, pale gray giant rock, rising several meters above the ground. The builders excavated a wide, spiraling passage along the edge of the rock, and at the summit, they erected double-layered walls and towers from gray stone. Time-S erosion has crumbled the stone walls of the giant rock and most of the structure, bringing forth seeds and soil from plants. From the base of the boulder, one can see trees and shrubs growing upon the rock, not yet completely obscured by the accumulating snow. The brownies deftly urged the cart along the spiraling pathway as they ascended. Before they could set up camp, both the professor and the students sought refuge beneath a nearby grand tree, finding a dry patch of ground to rest upon. Although they were spared the burden of carrying their belongings, traversing the terrain on foot for an entire day was an experience many students had never encountered. Sonia, throughout the journey, consumed several energy supplements, each time requiring immense willpower to rise after a respite. Griffiths, treading upon the snow, trotted towards the resting group. Like his fellow instructors, Griffiths was in a state of readiness during this camping expedition. Consequently, the dynamics between him and Sonia transformed into that of a commanding officer and their subordinate. For this reason, despite the exhaustion that weighed heavily upon the young lady from the Raymore family, Griffiths could not carry her along the path. Miss Sonia, esteemed gentlemen and ladies, the reconnaissance has been completed and no signs of danger have been detected. Here is the arrangement for tonight's camp and the vigilance protocol. Griffiths thumped his chest and greeted the pale-faced boys and girls beside him, dutifully reporting the routine matters as mandated by the regulations, and earnestly presented the map he had sketched. Just as Griffiths bore obligations towards the Raymore family, the scions of noble lineage must also respond to the summons of their sovereign or a duke to the battlefield when the need arises. For the aristocratic students of Hormats, the probability of receiving such a summons in their third or fourth year was significant, compelling them to lead vassals and soldiers into combat or undertake perilous missions. It is within this context that Hormats conducts camping or field instruction each semester, led by seasoned professors or associate professors, simulating the march and encampment of wartime, even assessing students through courses and credits. Naturally, no simulation could replicate the presence of a battalion of infantry, and the institution has long mandated that all participants traverse the distance on foot to ensure a genuine experience. The staff travels are not mere excursions. They represent the most formidable course at Hormats. Chapter 47, Winter Camping Part 3, Sonia, her face as pale as the winter landscape, attempted to rise and take the report from Griffith's hands. However, her slender ankles ached and tingled, and as she stood, she nearly collapsed back to the ground. Nearby, the gazes of Valonos and several on-duty associate professors shifted towards her instantly. The authority over the Minerva winter camp did not reside with the professors or associate professors. It lay with issues in the frontline committee composed of Sonia and Fiona. In principle, the final decision-making rested upon these three, after consulting the opinions of all present. Should any of the trio be unable to make a decision, a substitute would be chosen from the alternate committee members. Quick-witted Galadia swiftly seized the map and report from Griffith, handing them to Sonia. I propose we all review the report together. The soldiers will have more time to prepare before nightfall. Sonia, I suggest you read the proposal aloud, and we shall vote on each item here. Aye. The collective response rang out, whether willingly or not, as they gathered closer. Although only 20 armed soldiers from the Shitterel were participating in the camp, the remaining attendees were not merely heads of their respective families or their proxies. The system and credits had been devised in such a manner that, in this scenario, Sonia and the noble gentlemen and ladies present assumed the roles of commanders during wartime. The associate professors, led by Valonos, observed closely from a distance, ready to deduct points for any missteps. Our camping plan for today is as follows. A biting wind swept through the foreboding woods, slicing through their collars like a knife. Holding the report, Sonia found it difficult to breathe, her fingers nearly numb with cold. A quarter of an hour later, the first-year students concluded the briefing and hurried into the camp of the watchtower, brushing the snow from their clothes and handing their outer garments to Brawny, donning the warm indoor attire instead. During this time, diligent Brawny and the janitors had cleared a patch of land amidst the ruins of the watchtower, erecting warm tents and beginning preparations for dinner. Some Shitterel soldiers commenced setting up sentry posts, constructing walls and gates of wood at the entrance. The associate professors vanished from sight, beginning to arrange the perimeter's defensive formations. The biting cold wind was kept at bay by the remnants of walls and trees, while a thick carpet of frost covered the ground. Elegant tents were pitched behind the sturdy battlements, and blazing braziers lined the pathways. This makeshift campsite was indeed warm and comfortable. The kitchen thoughtfully delivered steaming coffee and milk, allowing everyone to grab a cup to cradle in their hands as they made their way to the cozy lounge. Griffith excused himself and left the tent, opting not to partake in the formal dinner. He quickly consumed the bacon, eggs, and vegetable sandwich he had procured from the kitchen, washed it down with a few gulps of hot water, and nonchalantly departed the warm camp to patrol the edge of the watchtower before everyone began their studies. Sir, do you require maintenance for your weapons and armor? A Brawny approached Griffith and inquired. There is no need for assistance. I shall manage on my own. The novice knight waved it away. Marching can be set aside, for this encampment is remarkably comfortable. Is it not somewhat complacent to delegate even the maintenance of weapons? This thought stirred a sense of anxiety and agitation within Griffith, although his time away from the battlefield has not been prolonged. The ease and comfort of this existence have rendered him somewhat rusty. His recent evaluation of the battle with the mountain troll could only be deemed unsatisfactory. However, this notion was merely his own contemplation, as others found the situation entirely normal. Even Larna, the cavalryman, had donned a warm robe and was being tutored by Fiona. This way of life was 1,000 times more pleasant than that within the army. Brownie, who had just prepared dinner, arranged everyone's weapons and armor neatly before commencing their cleaning and maintenance. The Shodelers largely welcomed this. With exams approaching, their training time had been significantly curtailed. According to the professors, those who could not keep up with even the foundational courses, their heads filled with muscle rather than knowledge, had no right to remain at the esteemed Homenwarts. The Shodelers entered Homenwarts as non-commissioned officers to pursue their studies, and when they departed the academy years later, they would acquire the status of junior officers, marching alongside their lords, commanding, and participating in balls and banquets. For them, many duties during their officer training were not deemed essential for their future roles. This assertion holds truth. The distinction between non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers is significant. Griffith circled the massive rock, observing that while the area lacked defensive personnel, the terrain was perilously steep. The cliffs below had been fortified with the Academy's detection arrays and small reconnaissance imps, leaving no opportunity for external monsters or beasts to approach silently. After all, this was camping, not open combat. Griffith sighed softly. Since arriving at Homenwarts, although he had retained the habit of nightly patrols, the tranquil darkness here offered little beyond the fragrant blossoms and the soothing sea breeze. If only the presence of the elven maiden could enhance the experience. "Good evening, Griffith," Sonia greeted cheerfully as she emerged from the warm tent, having regained her vigor, addressing the Shotaler who had just entered. "Are you prepared for your examinations?" "Aside from the magical courses, I face no issues," Griffith replied with a resigned shrug, clanking heavily in his armor as he approached his seat. "At last. You have your wish, do you not?" Jaladia teased him as he entered the tent in his heavy gear. Sonia nodded in satisfaction. "Let me see how much you have absorbed in your magical studies." Despite the howling cold winds outside, the interior remained as warm as the common room of Homenwarts. This makeshift library was adjacent to ancient walls and an endless starry sky, far removed from the noise of the kitchen and the professor's tents, tranquil and comfortable. The group quietly turned the pages of their books, resembling their time at Homenwarts. "I have nearly given up," Griffith admitted as he stepped forward. "The introduction to magic cannot be practiced, and thus, some theories remain stubbornly elusive. With this time at my disposal, I am confident that I can attain all military command disciplines." Sonia's assertions hold merit, and it is indeed a considerable loss if one's performance in the introductory magic and spell-related courses is subpar, as it would impede the opportunity to enroll in advanced alchemical potions. Seated beside Griffith, Galadia leisurely turned the pages of her spellbook, highlighting a critical point that was impossible for Griffith to overlook. Dazed and overwhelmed, Griffith flipped through the hefty volume on Introduction to Magic, while Galadia and Sonia, having left their seats, moved to the sheltered terrace, quietly conversing over the refreshments that had been served. "Sir, would you care for a cup of coffee?" Griffith abruptly lifted his gaze to find a brownie sprite, wide-eyed and earnest, staring at him. In its tiny hands, it held a cup of coffee and a small piece of cake, its innocent eyes sparkling with a mix of trepidation and sincerity as it regarded the armored apprentice knight. "Thank you," Griffith replied, accepting the refreshments, devouring the petite cake in a single bite before sipping the bitter coffee. How bitter, he mused, yearning for honey or milk, yet apprehensive of the drowsiness they might induce. The brownie sprite, clutching the tray to its chest, hesitated, gazing up at the significantly taller knight. "What troubles you?" Griffith inquired kindly, noticing the brownie still standing beside him. "Well, you see, esteemed knight," the brownie stammered, nervously fidgeting with the plate in its hands. "I heard that when studying advanced magic, suitable breaks can facilitate quicker comprehension." "Oh, have you dabbled in magic as well?" Griffith chuckled. "Isn't that forbidden for your kind? If it pertains to serving our masters, it is permissible for us to learn," the brownie replied. "Indeed. You make a valid point. It is unwise for me to persist in this state." Griffith nodded at the almost identical brownie sprites, rising to greet Sonia and the others on the terrace before stepping outside the tent for a breath of fresh air. The cold night breeze howled through the desolate, crumbling city walls. Stretching leisurely, Griffith strolled down the earlier patrol route, occasionally checking the brush and soil at the cliff's edge for any signs. After a while, he recalled that he had yet to peruse the correspondence from Soren. Hastily retrieving the envelope, he found a sheltered corner to delve into its contents. A situation report from the Earl's residence. 1. Regarding the investigation into Aces, the records concerning the whereabouts of wizard apprentice Aces after departing from the garrison in Rudius remain incomplete. Officials have failed to uncover his affiliations with the secret organization linked to the Cook Gang. However, one fact is certain. Aces had traveled by ship to the town of Baltimore near Homenwarts, where Port Authority records indicate he lingered for a week. 2. Concerning the investigation into Giros of the Cook Gang. The Cook Gang is an ordinary underground syndicate operating on Taysok Street, and searches have revealed no prior involvement in activities associated with mysterious forces. The captured Jellos, designated as Monster in Sequence 9 of the Monster Path, possesses extraordinary traits that he acquired naturally from birth. Although he cooperated fully during the investigation, the Bureau resorted to the use of truth serums and dream manipulation, resulting in his mental deterioration. Repeated inquiries have confirmed that Jellos received a substantial advance payment from the Cook Gang prior to the incident, yet he failed to specify the destination or the recipient of the kidnapped individuals. The individual who made the advance payment claimed he would return, leaving no verifiable information for identity confirmation. Regarding the investigation records of Rudius, prior to the incident, he exhibited no suspicious behavior, seemingly residing in the dilapidated Mage Tower solely for his research. However, upon examining documents and research notes, the Bureau discovered a discrepancy. Rudius lacked foundational data for the adjustment and study of strong orcs. Despite repeatedly forcing captive orcs, elves, and goblins to breed and hastily gestate offspring, the processes and data were not systematically recorded, compared, or stored, rendering them hardly experimental, merely imprisonment and breeding. His research was amateurish, yet surprisingly yielded a mature strong orc. The aforementioned details were communicated to the Count's residence by the Bureau and other departments. Furthermore, I have uncovered that the Bureau is clandestinely monitoring former Cook Gang member Lahanna. As a Squire Knight, had I been in Homenwarts, I would have ensured that Miss Sonia remained within my sight. Exercise utmost caution. Almond Soren, Squire Monk. This implies that those responsible for the creation of the goblins and the living corpses likely hail from Homenwarts. Indeed, even the designer of the strong orc breeding methods may originate from there. After all, Rudius himself lacks research capabilities. Griffith felt a jolt of realization, his entire being tensed. Valonos. He is responsible for the cultivation and training of familiars, and he happened to be nearby during Rudius's assault. He invited me to assist with alchemical work. How deliberate. At this very moment, he is in the camp of the Watchtower. Is it he? Chapter 48. Winter Camping, Part 4. Wait a moment. There is no direct evidence indicating that he is manipulating Isis and Rudius. I need to ponder this more carefully, to see if I have overlooked anything. Griffith rose to his feet, pacing along the castle's edge to soothe his taut nerves and clarify his thoughts. As he contemplated the matter, he deftly parted the underbrush, searching for any signs of foreign presence. Such actions had been repeated countless times over the past few years, from several camps along the eastern front to beneath the walls of Homenwarts, where the soil was softer and the stone walls threatened to collapse. He was acutely aware of every detail, though most of the time yielded nothing for Griffith. A lack of findings was the greatest discovery of all. Focus, focus. Why am I so easily distracted now? The snow from the Whispering Forest to the Watchtower was remarkably even, revealing no traces of creatures traversing its surface under the moonlight. Griffith glanced at the route he had taken during the day, now indistinguishable due to the fresh snowfall. He inhaled the crisp night air, noting a peculiar scent, somewhat familiar. Indeed, he had surveyed the terrain at dusk, aware that below lay a slope of shrubs and grass. As was his habit, he used the scabbard of his sword to brush aside the vines at his feet, peering down the slope. The soft earth bore a multitude of small footprints, sequentially ascending from the lower slope, even trampling several bushes in their wake. Griffith's mind went blank. He had considered such a scenario before. The nocturnal patrols were conducted based on certain hypotheses. Yet, when confronted with the dense cluster of footprints before him, he found it hard to believe that such a sight could exist here, in the very heart of the civilized world. Footprints of a horde of goblins. They evidently exhibited meticulous organization, having somehow evaded the vigilance of the wards below, ascending from a concealed path along the cliff edge, utilizing the cover of the underbrush to leap into view. How did they bypass the outer sentinels and the summoned creatures unnoticed? A tremor ran through Griffith, his mind momentarily blank. He noticed that beneath the stone wall where he stood, the earth had been deeply dented, indicating that the enemy had climbed from his position. Alert! I must raise the alarm. Galadia, Sonia, and the others are completely unguarded, scattered among the tents. The professors are engaged in their own affairs on the other side of the great rock fortress. Excuse me, sir, is there something we can assist you with? A voice called from around a corner, prompting Griffith to whirl around with lightning speed. A dozen small brownie sprites, draped in cloaks, were laboriously pushing a cart as they rounded the corner towards him. These diminutive, obedient beings were responsible for tending to the estate and flower fields near the castle. And today, they were tasked with carrying luggage, food, accommodation, and various chores for the camping trip. What are you doing here? Griffith queried, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, alert. Your identification number? 2887, sir. The brownie, clad in the brown labor attire of Homeworth, gazed up at Griffith, speaking with clarity and fluency. Behind it, another brownie struggled to push a cart, silently trailing behind, perhaps due to the cold. The brownies were wrapped in thick cloaks and scarves as they quietly approached the apprentice knight. Something felt amiss. Griffith, faced with these diminutive creatures, found himself breaking into a cold sweat, his mind sluggish in its processing. Wait, Griffith pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword and halted. Leave the goods where they are. I must conduct an inspection. The leading brownie replied nonchalantly, make your move. Before the words had fully left its mouth, a dozen brownies ripped off their cloaks that concealed their faces, drawing gleaming daggers from their bosoms, revealing their grotesque visages as they lunged at Griffith. Their bodies were covered in dark green, wrinkled skin, with crooked yellow-black fangs protruding from their mouths, and their bulging eyes glimmered with greed and madness. Goblins! Griffith swiftly unsheathed his sword, cleaving one in two, then reached out to seize another, snapping its neck, and attempted to grasp the whistle hanging from his neck. The whistle stubbornly lodged itself in the crevice of his cold iron armor, refusing to budge. Damn it! Griffith's cold sweat streamed down as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Enemy attack. Almost simultaneously, 4 or 5 goblins had silently surrounded him from both sides, thrusting their blades towards his kidneys and knees. Several others wielding swords had circled behind him, blocking his path to the inner castle. Their positioning had a certain order, yet when they struck, it was as if they were a meticulously wound clockwork. Such proficient coordination. How could goblins possess such elite soldiers? Griffith was astounded, hastily retreating, yet still sustaining several stabs to his waist and legs. The apprentice knight pivoted and leapt towards the slope of the underbrush, rolling into the thicket and tumbling down the incline. He escaped swiftly. A lone brownie watched as Griffith's towering figure vanished among the vines, nonchalantly waving its hand. Charge! Target those noble maidens. Do not linger. No spoils of war permitted. The voiceless goblins emitted a cacophony of cackles and immediately surged forward. At that moment, a large group of goblins also poured out from around the corner, their bodies smeared with a thick layer of grease, brandishing blades and short guns in pursuit. Squad leader, take a team and eliminate that human warrior, commanded brownie number 2887, blocking a burly goblin. He has been wounded. He won't get far. The robust goblin emitted a series of strange shrieks, leaping into the vineyard with a short sword in hand. 11 goblins followed closely, chasing after the direction Griffith had fled. It hurt. Thankfully, he wore double armor. Griffith's heavy armor absorbed the recent attacks, safeguarding his kidneys and thighs. However, he was unarmed with a short gun or shield, and bore only 2 daggers. Griffith had grown rather complacent. Had he been patrolling the eastern battlefield, he would undoubtedly have been fully armed. However, the brief interlude of peace had lulled him into a state of relaxation, and now, during his night patrol at Hormont's, he carried merely a long sword and a few daggers. While the institutional regulations certainly imposed some restrictions, had Griffith been inclined, he could have devised a means to carry additional weaponry. Suddenly, a goblin sprang forth from the underbrush, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Griffith. The novice knight swiftly retaliated, thrusting his sword and exploiting his reach to vanquish the goblin before it could strike. At that moment, 2 more goblins appeared, flanking him. A familiar routine ensued. Griffith cleaved the head of the goblin on his right, then raised his left hand to parry a downward strike from the goblin on his left, subsequently twisting its arm and casting it to the ground, where he crushed it underfoot. The 4th, 5th, and 6th foes arrived in quick succession. Griffith seized the short blade discarded by a fallen goblin and hurled it at the enemy in the center before lunging at the foremost goblin with his sword. The 6th goblin, bereft of its companion's support, hesitated momentarily, and Griffith seized the opportunity to cleave its head from its shoulders, sending both its head and spear flying. Having dispatched 6 adversaries, Griffith pondered how many more remained. He casually picked up 2 short knives and a spear from the ground and continued his sprint toward the next skirmish. Meanwhile, Sonia closed her thick tome, massaging her forehead, and inquired of Galadia, who was gazing out the window. "Did you hear that sound?" The elf, perplexed, peered into the inky night sky beyond the tent before turning to the golden-haired girl. "Sonia, have you ever heard the call of a brownie?" Fiona, seated at the opposite end of the long table, smiled mischievously. "Should we try pinching one to see?" Rana, quick as lightning, seized the brownie from room 1412. Addressing the ladies present, "What kind of call would you like to hear?" "Hey, don't bully it. I was just joking." Fiona gently patted Rana on the head. "Where did Griffith say he was heading?" Sonia remarked, feeling an inexplicable lack of humor. "I recall him mentioning that tonight's patrol would be along the outer low walls." "Indeed," Galadia replied, removing her long coat from the rack. "I will step outside to take a look." "You all," before she could finish her sentence, a frantic voice pierced through the tent, the owner vaguely reminiscent of a familiar faculty member, though the name escaped her. "A mountain troll. A mountain troll has entered. Help." Sonia sprang to her feet, momentarily at a loss, clutching her textbook before hastily setting it aside to retrieve her wand. Galadia leapt up as if her tail had been stepped on, spinning around in a panic, only to discover that she was unarmed save for her wand. The others erupted into chaos, shrieking and scattering in every direction. Many unfortunate souls stumbled over tables and debris. Within the tent, the assembled students, including Rana, were only lightly armed and armored. They quickly drew their swords from beneath their robes, gripping them tightly. "We must leave this place and head to the professor's tent." Sonia swiftly contemplated and proposed her idea. The lower-grade students gathered in the library immediately brandished their wands and rushed out of the tent in a frenzy. Although the architecture of Watchtower was in ruins, it remained a formidable rock fortress. A path meandered through the garden between the tent and the main keep where the professors resided. Along this path, several marble arches were erected at intervals, adorned with snow-laden vines and desiccated wood that climbed their heights, creating a serene walkway. "Hurry, follow this way." Rana observed his surroundings with keen eyes, noting the horrifying silhouette of the mountain troll, which had yet to arrive in this vicinity. Clad in only a layer of chainmail and armed solely with a sword, Rana felt certain that a direct confrontation with the burly troll would spell his doom. His only recourse was to hasten towards the main keep for sanctuary. Galadia distanced herself from the panicked crowd, grasping the vines on a stone pillar and nimbly leaping upwards, alighting gracefully atop the curved arch. It was eerily silent. Galadia scanned the tranquil garden with confusion. Since the initial alarm had sounded, no further disturbances had occurred, nor could she discern the source of the warning. Had the alarm's originator fled to another location? If so, the silence was unnerving, as though only they had heard the cry for help. Was it a prank? Galadia calmed her thoughts, scrutinizing the garden through which they traversed. Suddenly, she spotted a throng of child-sized figures leaping into the flower beds, surging towards the fleeing crowd heading for the main keep from all directions. Sonia heard Galadia's shout and hurriedly halted, glancing around. Yet, the dense foliage obscured her view, rendering any potential danger invisible. Only the elven girl atop the tall stone pillar frantically waved her arms, calling out to them. The hurried crowd was oblivious to the warning. Sonia was nearly knocked aside by a frantic boy fleeing, almost tumbling into the flower bed. She struggled to rise, but the tangled vines and shrubs ensnared her splendid robe, and it took considerable effort to extricate herself. Just as she was about to dash towards Galadia, a hand suddenly grasped her slender shoulder. Turning, she found a gnarled, elongated hand firmly gripping her robe. Emerging from behind the vines was a grotesque visage with pointed ears, scrutinizing her with malicious intent. "Ah!" Sonia, caught off guard, gasped in terror, desperately attempting to break free. At that moment, several green hands reached out from the vines, seizing her beautiful golden hair and robe. Unfold Frost. Unfold Frost Configuration 6. Shape, Spines. Overlay, Cast. Sonia chanted hurriedly, nearly biting her tongue, but managed to complete the incantation amidst the chaos. A shard of ice coalesced at the tip of her wand and, with a swift whoosh, pierced a goblin's throat. Had she succeeded? Before Sonia could revel in her triumph, several more goblins had pinned her to the ground. Unfold Frost Configuration 6. One goblin snatched her wand, snapping it forcefully. The connection between the spirit and the wand was abruptly severed, and the sudden mental shock caused Sonia to nearly lose consciousness. The goblin seized her arms and legs, gradually pulling her into the dense thicket of vines. Chapter 49. The Griffith combat group Rana unexpectedly collided with 5 or 6 goblins. Startled, he swiftly wielded his sword, dispatching 3 of them in an instant. However, more foes surged forth from behind, seizing Fiona's waist-length hair and dragging her deeper into the garden. In a desperate bid, Rana drew a dagger and plunged it into one goblin's eye socket, then seized an axe to rescue Fiona. Yet, as he turned, a heavy blow struck the back of his head. Blinking in disorientation, he fell to the ground. Before he could rise, several sharp blades pierced his body. The other Shothorl fought back with frenzied determination, but soon fell to the relentless onslaught from all directions. Not far away, Sonia's delicate face was marred by numerous cuts from the surrounding bushes, but the goblin holding her paid no heed, relentlessly dragging her deeper into the thicket despite her kicks and struggles. Suddenly, Sonia felt the grip on her loosen, followed by the sound of rustling foliage. A hand grasped her shoulder, helping her rise from the underbrush. "Quick, follow me." Galadia, having acquired 2 crude short knives from an unknown source, grasped Sonia's hand and urged her to flee outward. "What about everyone else?" Sonia questioned. "There is no one else." Galadia swiftly incapacitated 2 attacking goblins, revealing that the earlier alarm from the mountain monster was merely a trap to lure them out. The others had either been captured or surrounded. The path to the main fortress was riddled with ambushes. "We must escape outward." "Understood," Sonia replied hastily. "We'll evade along the outer city walls. It's less likely to be ambushed there, and we can regroup with Griffith as quickly as possible." If he is still alive, Galadia thought grimly, clenching her teeth. That fool was likely the first to encounter the attack. In a shadowy corner, Subject 2887, a brownie, observed the goblins besieging a small group of remaining newcomers. His distinct eyes shimmered with wisdom and restraint, far from the demeanor of a lowly familiar. The apprentice knights protecting them were clad only in partial chainmail, and several had already succumbed in the assault. 2 goblins, dressed as shamans, stood silently beside him, like statues. Under his control, a throng of goblins had captured several fleeing newcomers from the library, notably refraining from immediate violence against the girls. "Shaman, take a team of warriors to intercept those 2 fleeing prey," Subject 2887 commanded upon spotting Galadia and her companions, dispatching pursuers while instructing the others to retreat with the captured victims. However, resistance remained. One goblin shaman protested, "The warriors will soon subdue them." In the heart of the garden, Minerva's newcomers, after sustaining a sudden blow, scattered into several small circles, employing a variety of spells in their defense. Under the guidance of 1 or 2 core leaders, they transformed the nearby ground into slick or muddy terrain, unleashed fireballs to scorch their foes, or animated vines to assault the goblins, astonishingly managing to thwart the overwhelming numbers of goblins arrayed against them. Time is of the essence. Humanity's retaliation is imminent. 2887 shook his head, asserting that a bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush. Suddenly, Sonia stumbled over her flowing robe and fell with a thud onto the cold, unforgiving rocks. Behind them, a band of goblins was hot on their trail. Galadia swiftly shed her academic cloak, bending down to grasp the hem of her long skirt and tearing it apart, revealing her legs clad in white stockings. There was no escape. If she were alone, Galadia could easily evade her pursuers. However, Sonia was panting heavily, struggling to keep up. "Galadia, you must flee." Sonia gasped, shedding her cumbersome academic robe and grasping a stone resolutely, casting a determined glance at the abyss below. "I will not allow them to capture me." Having completed her preparations, Galadia drew 2 short blades she had seized and nimbly leaped onto the city walls. Cackling, the lead shaman immediately noticed the elf's movement and pursued her without delay. "Trees, heed my call. Vines, respond to my voice. I designate the foes before me as enemies of nature." Galadia leaped towards the inner side of the wall. Below her, the lush trees spread their canopies to embrace her, while thick vines, like serpents, lunged at the goblins. 4 or 5 goblins were instantly ensnared, while the remaining goblins surged down the crumbling walls, rushing toward the descending elf. Galadia soon spotted a distinctly cloaked goblin emerging from the shadows, flanking a bare-chested goblin on either side. What sets this one apart? Galadia kicked one goblin away, then deftly parried the cloaked goblin's dagger with her short blade, swiftly plunging the other blade into its throat. The wounded goblin spat forth a foul, bloody froth at the elf. Galadia quickly sidestepped. Suddenly, another cloaked goblin materialized behind the first, its identical garb momentarily causing her to doubt her senses. The second cloaked goblin drew its bow, releasing an arrow that flew toward the elf at close range. Unable to evade in time, Galadia felt the arrow pierce her shoulder, and in a desperate moment, she hurled her short blade at the archer goblin, knocking it from the air. The searing pain in her shoulder intensified, magnified by her keen sensitivity. Before she could process the goblin's coordination, a third cloaked goblin emerged from behind the fallen comrade. No, it cannot be. How many are there? Galadia was taken aback, her weapons depleted, leaving her at a loss on how to defend herself. The third cloaked goblin swung a wooden club, striking her shoulder with force. Her arm dislocated, and she cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Her acute perception amplified the pain. Galadia, in great distress, instinctively raised her hands to shield herself. The goblin, devoid of any sense of mercy, wielded the wooden club with brutal intent, aiming to strike her down. The wooden staff struck Galadia's hand on the first blow, subsequently landing on her beautiful forehead, causing blood to spatter. Several goblins rushed forward, hurling sticks and stones at her indiscriminately. Galadia, battered by the relentless assault, collapsed to the ground, her body bruised and bloodied. Through her blurred vision, she saw the goblins, once ensnared by vines, had freed themselves and were now closing in from all directions. Help me. Galadia desperately struggled to rise from the ground, but her hands felt feeble, and her mouth was filled with a bitter taste. Images of the tragic fates of women she had witnessed in the goblin lair and the sorcerer's tower haunted her mind. Someone, save me. The goblin, wielding a wooden club, grinned wickedly as it regarded its prey. The slender, beautiful elf lay helplessly on the ground, her skirt flowing in a manner that was alluring yet tragic. The goblin instinctively reached out toward the enticing sight. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the darkness. The sound of bones snapping. One goblin on the outskirts crumpled to the ground, its neck twisted. Before its companions could react, a tall figure darted past them. Two flashing blades severed two heads from their bodies. Griffith emerged from the shadows, charging towards the goblin with the club. At that moment, a crackling sound filled the air, and an arc of electricity shot towards the squire. Having just repelled the enemy, Griffith unwittingly took the brunt of the attack, sending both of his weapons flying. Caw! The goblin shaman pressed its hand against a staff made of withered wood, continuing to chant towards the squire. The remaining goblin warriors surged forward from all directions. Electric magic? Such rare spellcasting abilities among goblins? Griffith was scorched by the electricity, his body charred, burns covering his limbs. In haste, he threw a dagger at the enemy, then seized a charging goblin and snapped its neck. Though Readerl possessed commendable magical resistance, Griffith found himself unable to disrupt the enemy's spellcasting alone, nor could he completely evade harm. If he allowed the goblin shaman to unleash another lightning strike, he risked being incapacitated. Griffith swung the goblin he had captured like a makeshift club, knocking down two enemies that lunged at him. All the while, he focused intently on the shaman's mouth, watching as lightning gathered upon the staff. There would be no time once the lightning took form. Gulp! The shaman cried out, watching helplessly as a body collided with its staff, followed by a burst of electricity that consumed it. Crack! A brilliant flash startled all creatures present. When the light faded, the goblin shaman lay on the ground, smoking. The injured but still alive shaman struggled to push the body off itself, yearning for freedom. Just then, a heavy foot pressed down upon its chest. Do you speak the tongue of humans? Griffith inquired of the shaman, who was clinging to life. Having just vanquished all the goblins present, he sought answers amidst the myriad of uncertainties surrounding the knight's ambush. Foolish, lackey. The shaman articulated human words with clarity, expressing a fierce inquiry. Who sent you? Who is your commander? Griffith pressed down forcefully, contorting the shaman's already charred face further. To this. What did you say? Griffith slightly eased his grip, eager to discern the shaman's utterance. Rebel against this illusory world. The clear declaration reverberated like thunder, causing Griffith to leap as if caught in a hunter's trap. The goblin shaman, with all its strength, tore off a string of beads from its waist, and fierce flames swiftly engulfed both it and the goblin warrior's corpse, transforming them into a blazing fireball. The goblin shaman immolated itself? Such a thing exists? The fully armed Ophelia raised an eyebrow. Beside her, all the first-year shodelers were equipped for battle. Although they had arrived promptly to provide aid and had rescued numerous individuals, 7 girls, including Sonia, who was hiding behind the city walls, had still been abducted. Rana and several other shodelers, tasked with fending off the goblins, lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Galadia had also sustained significant wounds. Griffith received the shield and throwing spear handed to him by Midian Maya, the fury in his eyes nearly erupting. They cannot flee with the captives. We shall don our armor and pursue them immediately. The leading vice Professor Valonos had assumed command of the scene and organized the treatment of the wounded, casting a silent glance at the neatly lined up 16 first-year shodelers. The number of professors is woefully inadequate. This handful of personnel suffices only for bolstering defense. The pursuit rests solely upon your shoulders. I have notified the school. Professors Lords and Ranger Krog will arrive shortly to assist you. Remember the content of your dark magic defense course. The dangers of Whispering Forest extend beyond the enemies before you. Strong support from the school will soon arrive, but these are goblins. And every second counts in our current predicament. Understood, Griffith nodded, turning to address the shodelers. We set off now. I demand command. If anyone has objections, please voice them now. The group regarded Griffith with unwavering conviction. Thus far, no one had displayed the resolute bravery that he had shown when confronting the tentacled sea monster. Nor had anyone matched his recent triumph over what was likely a rank 7 mountain beast. Onward, Griffith proclaimed, directing his gaze towards the dark forest. Determined to ensure these miscreants pay dearly for their folly, the goblins fled into the dense woodlands, lacking carts for transporting captives and without a smooth passage. They could only bear their burdens through the rocky terrain and among the trees. The entire contingent of shodelers abandoned their plate armor for a swift march, donning only chainmail or leather armor, yet equipped with a shield and 3 armor-piercing throwing spears. They ignited torches, crossed ravines, navigated through rubble and thickets, and pursued the disordered tracks left by the goblins deeper into Whispering Forest. Among them was a brownie, Ophelia, with her striking 2-toned eyes, hastening alongside Griffith, periodically checking her map to mark positions for the reinforcements trailing behind. Indeed, unlike an ordinary brownie, Griffith remarked, its role may extend beyond that of a mere trader leading the way. Judging by its demeanor and discourse, it could very well be the orchestrator of this assault. A brownie? What significance could there be in such actions? The rearguard Myra inquired. Why indeed? Griffith pondered internally. Without motive, there can be no crime. After a brisk march of less than half an hour, Griffith suddenly raised his hand, prompting the entire contingent to halt immediately. The fully armed Shothauer silently fanned out to the sides, swiftly taking up combat positions. Each individual strained to control their breathing, concealed within the ranks, awaiting the signal. The nimble Ophelia leaped to the treetops, scouting ahead. Ordinarily, such tasks would be best suited for Galadia, yet she, like Rana, was unable to engage in battle. Following Ophelia's indicated direction, Griffith cautiously advanced. Ahead on the darkened path, goblins were gathering on a flat meadow, with captured girls behind them. Goblins clad in armor? For ogres? How could there be 4? Clearly, some within the ranks were familiar with goblin behavior, exclaiming in astonishment. They neither scattered nor fled in haste. Midian Maya began checking everyone's equipment. There was no time to delve into the reasons now. We shall inquire further once we approach. Let us execute the plan. Griffith nodded to the group and stepped forth from the woods. The others swiftly commenced their actions as arranged. On the flat expanse of black grass, the goblins were lined up in a manner that starkly contrasted with their chaotic nature. Spearmen at the front, swordsmen and shield-bearers behind, flanked by skirmishers wielding slings, bows, and a motley assortment of weapons. Several tattered flags, fashioned from rags, bones, and wooden sticks, were raised within the ranks, accompanied by drummers beating war drums. Amidst the throng of diminutive creatures stood 4 towering, muscular figures, resembling rocky outcrops upon the ocean's surface. These were the goblin ogres that Griffith had previously encountered. Hundreds of goblins formed a dense formation, nearly filling the clearing in the woods. Captured girls, including Sonia, hung their heads in silence, bound beneath a large tree. Several goblins roamed nearby to prevent their escape. I am Griffith Branton, 2nd Squad Leader, Griffith proclaimed loudly, addressing the goblin commander. State your demands. The goblin ranks parted slowly, creating a pathway through the center, and a creature emerged, roughly the same height as them, but with brown skin and a more amiable countenance. Brownie 2887. The brownie that led the assault against Griffith beneath the city walls. This brownie approached the fully armored Griffith unarmed, standing between the two factions, calmly observing the squire knights beneath the shade of the trees. 6 or 7 armored goblins stood by his side as guards. Griffith glanced around before sheathing his sword and advancing towards the brownie with shield in hand. I am Gosra, a brownie of number 2887, nodding towards humanity. Once a humble laborer in the gardens of Homenworts. Griffith curiously scrutinized the diminutive creature before him. Gosra, state your demands, and then safely entrust the girls to us. Very well, Gosra replied with deliberate slowness. I require 10 arcane crystals from the treasury of Homenworts, 200 pounds of mithril, 20 ounces of fine gold, 400 rations of refined provisions sufficient for 15 days, and a vessel, the Flying Leaf, operated solely by 15 brownies. I shall ensure the captive's safety and dignified treatment, returning them to you once aboard. Griffith nodded, glancing around. Utterly absurd. This brownie named Gosra must harbor ulterior motives. Why else would it risk so much for mere arcane crystals and a ship that could never escape the pursuit of the Balon fleet? Do you concur? Gosra inquired, gazing at the towering human. Indeed, a most reasonable price, Griffith replied, yet I too have my conditions. Speak. Immediately return the captives, and you yourself must join my side. Griffith knelt partially, meeting Gosra's gaze as an equal. You shall receive a notarized covenant from the god of contracts. Homenworts will overlook your transgressions and grant you freedom and treatment befitting a wizard. You will possess your own brownie servant, a private chamber, a study, research equipment, and an allowance, becoming the first brownie wizard of Homenworts or living a life akin to that of a wizard. Gosra tilted its head. Is your promise binding, second lieutenant? Considering the fate of the 7 noble young ladies, it certainly is, Griffith affirmed, nodding. I assure you, you shall receive a written guarantee. And what of my brethren? Brethren? Griffith queried, glancing at the goblins behind Gosra, choosing not to dwell on the brownie-esque phrasing, for typically, they would face annihilation. However, if you wish, you may allow them to depart. This dreaming forest would likely accommodate their residents. The goblins have shed your blood, and you still believe Homenworts will spare them? The goblin guards remained expressionless, unlike their sordid kin, seemingly indifferent, their cold, composed gazes fixed upon the humans mere steps away. You and I seem to differ in expectations. Gosra nodded. I had assumed you would mock the brownies for lacking names, and after tempting me, suggest the immediate extermination of my kin. Arrogant humans do not negotiate with us. Your thoughts do not align with the customary practices of your kind, which surprises me. Griffith raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. If you are not a masterful deceiver, Gosra continued, then perhaps, in your heart, you regard us as beings equal to yourselves. Thus, Griffith awaited the brownie-esque decision with a hint of curiosity. I wish to confer with my compatriots. Gorsla stepped back a few paces, positioning himself amidst his goblin guards. Please wait, apprentice knight. We shall respond shortly. Griffith narrowed his eyes slightly, transforming into a silent rock. A chilling wind swept between the two hostile factions, and an eerie atmosphere brewed over the desolate grassland. Suddenly, a series of bowstrings twanged from behind the goblin ranks. 4 of the goblins guarding the girls were instantly struck down. Ophelia leapt forth, accompanied by 3 lightly armored shot-aller. The goblin horde immediately stirred in disarray. Some contemplated fleeing, while others remained rooted in uncertainty. Griffith, half kneeling, suddenly opened his eyes, his sword-like brows gleaming with brilliance. He transitioned from stillness to action. Kicking the ground with his kneeling legs, his right hand, poised above his sword sheath, became a blur. A flash of arcane sword light sliced through the air, accompanied by an ear-piercing rending sound, as the atmosphere wailed in agony. Upon hearing the twang of the bowstrings, Gorsla rolled towards the formation. Simultaneously, several heads of his guards flew from their bodies, blood spraying forth. Before the armored goblin guards could react, Griffith had already plunged into their midst, tearing them apart. Attack! Break through the center. The shot-aller in the woods, fully equipped, formed a phalanx and charged fiercely at the goblin horde. They trampled the earth, producing a thunderous sound akin to a rolling tide, yet remained eerily silent. The goblin shaman raised a tattered banner adorned with bones, while 3 massive goblin brutes at the front brandished enormous tree trunks, as over 300 goblins advanced, thumping their chests and howling towards the humans. In the dimness, a dozen glimmering lights suddenly erupted. A series of dull explosions resonated from the corpulent body of the lead goblin brute. In an instant, a second wave of icy brilliance descended like falling stars, impaling the strongest of the goblins, rendering them akin to hedgehogs. Chapter 50. Central breakthrough blocked them. Gorsla shouted as he deftly concealed himself behind a wall of heavily armed guards, directing his voice towards the rear of the formation. A horde of goblins had already lunged at Ophelia and her companions. The trio of Shotaler accompanying her were assault scouts, equipped not in iron armor, but in finely crafted leather armor that could withstand the goblins' feeble weaponry. Ophelia skillfully evaded a dagger aimed at her, swiftly slicing through the enemy's throat with her sword. The goblins fell without uttering a sound, their lifeblood spilling forth. While engaged in battle, she deftly used her blade to sever the ropes binding the girl's hands. This quartet maneuvered with precision, controlling the distance in their skirmish, continuously hurling throwing knives and shooting arrows to fell the goblins behind them, leaving only a few to eliminate in close quarters. However, their room for maneuver was not limitless. Once the captives were freed from their restraints, the assault scouts produced prepared wands and vitality potions, thrusting them into the girl's hands. The moment Sonia broke free from her bindings, she seized the wand handed to her by a Shotaler and brandished it towards the front. Her movements were decisive, her incantation rapid and precise, indicating that she had contemplated her defiance during her captivity. A vast arc of freezing ice materialized before the four Shotaler, a chilling mist swirling ominously above the solid surface. Sonia's spell surprisingly bore the enhanced effect of dual casting. Goblins stepping onto the icy expanse either slipped and fell or suffered severe frostbite. Use control spells, Sonia declared, reeling from the effort as she leaned against a tree trunk, calling out to the girls who were now breaking free from their bonds. A short distance away, Griffith was engaged in a brutal melee with 11 armored Shotaler, slaughtering goblins in their wake. Block them, a shaman bellowed, seizing a tattered banner and leading the charge towards the Shotaler. The onrushing goblins formed a grotesque barricade of flesh, supporting their fallen comrades in a desperate attempt to hold the line. The squire knights, clad in half armor with iron gauntlets and greaves, helmets adorning their heads, bore massive shields and drove into the dense mass of goblins at an obtuse angle. The relentless assaults from all sides were akin to a torrential summer downpour. Break through them. The front line of Shotaler raised their shields in unison, crashing into the goblins, who fell like dominoes, some even flying backward from the impact. As the initial collision subsided, the second line of Shotaler surged forward, cleaving into the fractured goblin ranks. The exquisite sword of Hamanvatsk effortlessly pierced through the goblin's armor, unleashing a storm of severed limbs and blood. Do not retreat, the goblin shaman shouted in a tongue incomprehensible to humans, commanding that those in the rear replace the fallen. Amidst the chaotic drumbeats of war, the goblins surged forth, their eyes ablaze with madness, akin to frenzied rats. They pressed on relentlessly, filling the gap left by their torn ranks. The Shotaler momentarily halted, but only for an instant. Suddenly, they erupted once more with thunderous force, their impenetrable shield wall crashing forward. Bang! A multitude of goblins was once again sent flying, crashing into their own ranks. The remaining goblins, driven by frenzy, lunged towards the advancing shield wall. Before they could regroup, another wave of shimmering blades surged forth from the ranks of the Shotaler. They resembled iron teeth plowing through shattered flesh and blood. The oncoming goblins were swiftly engulfed, torn apart in swathes by the relentless assault of steel. The warriors would soon vanquish the women. Just 2 minutes more. A goblin shaman among the defenders addressed Gorsla, who had retreated to the side, proclaiming that their numbers far exceeded those of the attackers. Impossible, Gorsla shook his head. Within a minute, humans will trample over our corpses. The warriors continue their advance. The guard, follow me. Wait. The goblin shaman could not intervene in time as a throng of goblins surged from their positions, racing towards Ophelia and her companions. Led by a colossal goblin, Griffith, serving as the vanguard, caught sight through the slits of his helmet that many goblins had abandoned their defensive stance, charging towards the great tree where Ophelia and her group had retreated. Oh dear, this is dire. Ophelia, now backed against the massive trunk of the tree, braced for the onslaught. Thankfully, Fiona and several others, also ensnared, managed to cast a spell to conjure mud with their less-than-ideal wands, significantly slowing the goblins' advance. For the moment, the goblins could only hurl stones and arrows in a frenzied barrage. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as a thick tree branch flew through the air, striking a battling Shotaler. She immediately spat blood and was sent sprawling. The giant goblin hurled massive timber towards them. At such a close range, its aim was almost infallible. The startled scouts quickly unleashed a volley of arrows at the giant, but their projectiles merely thudded against its tough hide, causing it to shudder slightly. Another strike was imminent. Sonia watched as the giant, undeterred by the arrows, snapped a tree trunk, stripping it of branches and leaves. Surrounded by a throng of goblins hurling dintstones, they were all crammed into a narrow space, where a single blow from the tree would surely spell disaster. "Cover me," Ophelia exclaimed, removing her helmet and shaking her cascading golden ponytail. The remaining two Shataler immediately discarded their bows, raising small round shields to deflect the hail of stones. The giant goblin, having noticed Ophelia, relished the chance to eliminate 3 armored humans in one blow. It gestured menacingly, lifting the massive timber with a sinister grin. Ophelia's left eye, a sparkling red gem, suddenly radiated an even more dazzling brilliance, casting an enchanting glow. She locked her gaze onto the giant's eyes, unfazed by the impending threat of the lethal timber in its grasp. A stone struck her forehead, causing her to stumble slightly. Yet, she quickly regained her footing, her blood-red pupils swirling with an abyss that seemed ready to devour the world. As Griffith was on the verge of breaching the goblin front line, a sudden constriction enveloped his entire being, an immense sense of crisis emanating from ahead. He lifted his gaze, only to be met by the suffocating crimson light in Ophelia's eyes, prompting an almost instinctual reaction to attack. The magical eye, akin to that of Galadriel. The goblin behemoth remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. To it, the human woman in the distance was merely a figure with strikingly red eyes. The goblin giant stretched its arms, preparing to hurl a massive log forward. Ophelia's gaze seemed to penetrate the very soul, directing a stare amidst the rain of stones and wooden debris towards the giant. "Your target shall be lost, your will consumed by madness." Suddenly, the goblin giant trembled. Its simple throw disrupted, the heavy log failing to be launched from its intended position. In the next moment, the clumsy giant erupted into a frenzy, bellowing as it seized the tree trunk and swept it mercilessly across its own kin. The goblin warriors clustered around the behemoth were struck by the log, larger than their own bodies, transforming them into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood amidst the cacophony of splintering bones and explosive impacts. Erasing the throng of goblins that had only moments before been engaged in a wild battle cry, Ophelia's body weakened, collapsing as bright red blood streamed from her left eye socket, clearly indicating the toll that last strike had taken on her. An extraordinary being? No. This was a devotee of the dark god, as Gorsla, who had taken refuge with a shaman at a distance, shrugged and remarked, "Look, the power of humanity remains formidable, while we still languish in weakness." This was an assault team composed entirely of elite human officers, once their numbers reached a certain magnitude, in face-to-face conventional combat. Even a 20-fold numerical advantage accompanied by giants would crumble like paper. "Leader, we must flee. The warriors can no longer withstand." The goblin shaman anxiously observed the blood-soaked battlefield, where the line was being decimated by Shatorl. "We have failed." The goblin giant stared perplexedly at the massive log in its hands. The uneven trunk was smeared with blood and gore, pale bones embedded within the bark, continuously dripping a repulsive pus. The warriors that had once flanked it were now entirely absent. Though bewildered by the turn of events, the giant resolved not to torment itself further. The mud and frozen spells unleashed by the human woman were gradually dissipating, and the goblin giant raised the log once more, bellowing, "Annihilate the human dogs." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a spear pierced through its thick right flank, the sharp tip emerging from its back, glistening with blood. Ugh! The goblin giant instinctively turned its head, only to witness a haze of blood and severed limbs, as several ironclad humans shattered the goblin's defenses, unleashing a torrent of silvery flashes its way. Thud, thud! A series of bizarre sounds echoed as 4 spears penetrated the giant's arms, neck, and knees. The giant immediately felt its strength and blood surging outward, instinctively reaching to cover its wounds, only to find its palm drenched in crimson within the blink of an eye. In less than a minute, 12 stalwart warriors pierced through the goblin defenses, leaving a gruesome scene of dismembered flesh in their wake. Griffith, having just hurled a throwing spear, swung his sword and felled a fleeing goblin, the monstrous creature collapsing slowly to the ground. Yet, the goblin giant, kneeling, maintained eye level with him. Griffith, wary of underestimating the foe, aimed a sword thrust at the giant. As the creature attempted to struggle, its throat was swiftly severed, blood gushing forth. Despite this, It remained alive, clutching its neck and emitting a guttural roar. Maya and several other warriors followed suit, brandishing their swords at the giant. Mula cleaved half of its face away, causing the beast to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Too slow, too slow. Ophelia lamented weakly, pressing a cloth against her bleeding eyes, leaning against a tree as she complained to Griffith. The warriors had broken through the center, slaughtering most of the goblins and penetrating their formation in less than a minute. Although time was short, they had nearly allowed the goblins to breach Ophelia and the others' defenses. Had it not been for Ophelia's mysterious powers invoked at a critical moment, most of the girls would not have survived. In that brief interval, one warrior had been grievously injured by a massive tree trunk, and despite urgent treatment, remained unconscious. Moreover, several girls had been struck by stones and arrows, weeping in pain. "Tend to the wounded, and we shall leave at once," Griffith urged, hastily assessing the gravely injured warrior, though she was still alive. The rudimentary healing spells and potions available barely sustained her life. Many were injured and utterly exhausted. Mula, along with a few others, raised their shields around them, gasping for breath as she suggested, "Let us rest a moment before we proceed." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their fatigue after a rapid march followed by immediate combat. "No, we cannot linger here," Griffith exclaimed. "Look around you. Is this a place to remain?" The pale moonlight cast a faint glow upon the grassy forest floor, littered with shattered bodies. Entrails hung from the underbrush, and the stench of blood dripped from the foliage. Swarms of insects emerged from the earth, reveling in the carnage. Sonia, who had been fiercely resisting until now, cast a glance at the blood-soaked ground and quickly turned away, covering her mouth. Despite their exhaustion, the dire circumstances instilled a sense of urgency within them. Mula and the others swiftly fashioned a makeshift stretcher from branches, vines, clothing, and shields to carry the injured warrior. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the darkness, unmistakably the dying cry of a goblin deserter. This was soon followed by a shrill and terrifying wail that none had ever heard before. The new recruits of Hominvorts quickened their pace without needing to be urged, fleeing along the path they had come. Griffith led the way, navigating through the woods and piles of stones, guided by the markers they had left behind. The anguished cries of goblins occasionally echoed from the depths of the distant forest. Initially interspersed with furious growls, these wails soon became engulfed in despair and agony, gradually fading into silence. The pallid moon cast its gaze upon the fleeing group from an unattainable height. The once vibrant thicket, which sporadically emitted strange calls, had inexplicably descended into a profound silence, as if something unseen lurked in the shadows, watching them. Ophelia, her face smeared with blood, drew near to Griffith and whispered softly in his ear, "We have been pursued." Chapter 51. The Edge of Despair. "How many?" Griffith inquired hastily. "4 in front, 3 behind. If the enemy launches an attack and they are not adversaries we can handle, you must continue to flee. I will cover the rear," Griffith decisively proclaimed. "Ophelia, you shall lead. Regardless of what occurs, ensure everyone heads towards the watchtower. Each step you take brings you closer to safety. You cannot hold them off alone for long." Maya immediately countered, "I will stay with you." "No, that would only burden another person." Griffith shook his head. "Moreover, it is easier for me to withdraw alone. If you perish immediately, you will not serve as a deterrent." Maya and Mura argued in unison. Covering the rear is not a death sentence. A chilling howl echoed through the darkness, and shadowy figures began to materialize to the right of the group, darting forward with alarming speed. Magic wolves. Ophelia's face drained of color, whether from blood loss or sheer terror. "It's a pack of wolves." Before the squad could react, for towering monstrosities burst forth from the shadows. Their forms were as large as bears, adorned with wolf-like elongated snouts and pointed ears, with serrated fangs dripping with blood and flesh. They traversed the rugged terrain with ease, charging directly towards the human contingent. These creatures were not the extraordinary beings described in textbooks, yet their mutated strength and inherent physical advantages far surpassed those of humans. "Prepare for battle," Griffith shouted. "Ready the throwing spears." There was no time to divide the forces at the rear. He and the Shudderals swiftly concentrated on the right flank, forming 2 rows to shield the girls and the injured behind them, raising their throwing spears in unison. "Fire!" Griffith aimed at a massive shadow leaping through the darkness and hurled the silver spear with all his might, like a shooting star. The heavy armor-piercing spear whistled through the air, unleashing a cloud of deathly mist. The 2 foremost magic wolves were struck multiple times, collapsing amidst a cloud of dust. The 3 remaining wolves swiftly filled the gaps, the the pack advancing in a straight line. They were about to charge. "It's over. We have no caltrop guns. Face them." The Shudderals formed a line, standing shoulder to shoulder, raising their shields against the approaching beasts. "Shudderals, our honor and loyalty." Griffith bellowed their battle cry. Yet a series of blood-curdling screams erupted around him. The charge of the magic wolves was formidable. Countless Shudderals, once gallantly charging towards the foe, were met with a head-on collision that shattered their shield wall in an instant, sending several individuals flying. The ranks of the apprentice knights were instantly thrown into disarray. Nearly a third already fallen to the ground. Sonia and the girls huddled close to the earth, watching in horror as the enormous black shadows ravaged around them. With the anguished roars and screams of the Shudderals ringing in their ears, a brief melee erupted in the woods as Griffith clashed with a magic wolf, wielding his sword and shield. The enemy's strength far exceeded Griffith's, and even fully armed, the apprentice knight felt he was no match for this terrifying beast. The formation had descended into chaos, and the long swords were utterly ineffective against the formidable pelts of the dire wolves. Shudderer was being forced to retreat under relentless assault. Griffith lamented inwardly, if it were not for the need to protect the girls behind him. Shudderer would not have instinctively arranged themselves into a dense formation to confront the enemy. Splitting into smaller groups of 3 to engage in guerrilla tactics would have been the most prudent strategy. At the very least, part of the group should have dispersed. A well-aimed armor-piercing throwing spear could indeed inflict significant damage upon these beasts. However, the ambush had been sudden, leaving everyone, particularly Griffith, caught off guard. Instinctively bracing for battle in a tight formation, only to be met with a fierce charge from the wolves. After enduring a brutal onslaught, although the remaining fighters held their ground, the struggle had devolved into a desperate resistance. The pack of wolves darted in and out, easily breaching Shudderer's lines, exchanging brief skirmishes before racing away. Though they did not capture any prisoners, they emerged from the fray nearly unscathed. Astonishingly, the dire wolves refrained from engaging in close combat, instead opting to distance themselves for a renewed assault. Such overwhelming advantages should not necessitate a second charge. Where could they have learned such tactics? How shameless. What to do? Griffith anxiously scanned the surroundings and noticed a narrow path enveloped by low hills and rocks to the northeast. That direction might lead them out of the whispering forest. Certainly a better option than remaining stationary. Everyone, retreat to the narrow path in the northeast and secure a position, Griffith shouted. Yet, chaos reigned on the battlefield. Midiamea was hurriedly attending to the fallen Ophelia, while Muira and several others desperately gathered the bent shields. The cohesion of Griffith's fighting group had been utterly shattered. Everyone, retreat. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Sonia's clear voice suddenly rang out, I will freeze these monsters' movements. Everyone run towards the narrow path in the northeast. No one responded. Those who had endured the charge were in a state of panic, while the unperturbed were preparing for a final stand. By my authority as the frontline officer, I command everyone to take the wounded and retreat towards the narrow path in the northeast. I will hold the rear. Sonia's usually gentle voice had taken on a stern tone, a decisive command from Sonia de l'Amour. In truth, frontline officers lacked the authority to issue commands. Collective decision-making was required. However, in that moment, no one cared about such protocol. Those capable of fighting hoisted the injured onto their backs and sprinted toward the narrow woodland passage not far away. The dire wolves howled, having realized that the human formation had collapsed, and immediately pursued. Sonia stepped back to the entrance of the narrow path, closed her eyes, and began to concentrate as she waved her wand to chant. Unfold Frost Configuration 6, Shaping, Spikes. Unfold Storm Configuration 2, Convergence, Eruption. The latter of the consecutively cast spells would almost certainly fail due to the cooldown rules. Perhaps even both might fail. Yet, Sonia continued to chant fervently. Although I am powerless against high-level frost spells, overlapping incantations can simulate a similar effect. I am confident that my chant will carry the dual casting effect. If failure is imminent, then so be it. What is there left to hesitate about? Goddess of Fortune, bestow upon me your favor. Suddenly, Sonia's bright eyes opened, radiating a dazzling particle-like brilliance. I am the enigmatic and elegant sorceress, tremble before my majesty. Her wand shimmered with flowing light, casting twin magic spells, imitation, and blizzard. The darkened forest echoed with the sound of shattering and tearing, as the howling northern winds swirled up the ice shards that blighted the sky, wreaking havoc from Sonia's position. Her gamble on magic had succeeded magnificently. The foremost 2 wolves of the charging pack were instantly ensnared by the ice shards, as if pierced by 3,000 blades. Their fur torn and bones shattered, flung far from the heart of the icy tempest amidst their anguished howls. Their fellow creatures halted in horror. This was a blizzard that could only be conjured by an advanced mage, though the means by which Sonia achieved it remained a mystery. She could not move during this period, as she had to continually channel her mental energy to sustain the fearsome storm, and the countdown to her imminent collapse was ticking away by the second. The fierce winds and ice crystals raged around Sonia. Soon, her incantation grew increasingly frantic and feeble, as if she might faint at any moment. Talent and effort could not alter the disadvantage of her rank, until she ascended to the 8th tier of scholar. Her mental fortitude was insufficient to sustain prolonged incantation or multiple consecutive spells. The remaining time she had to fight was measured in seconds. Just hold on a little longer. Sonia desperately struggled to maintain her consciousness, yet her mind began to blur. In these final moments, she thought of her family, though she missed them dearly. Her immediate concern was that if she ceased to guide the spell, the enchantment restraining the magical wolves would come to an end. Before losing consciousness, Sonia hoped to allow everyone to escape as far as possible. As for what would follow, it mattered little to her. The final spell of her life had succeeded splendidly. Suddenly, a firm hand clapped down on Sonia's shoulder, causing the frail girl to stagger perilously close to the ground. The spell abruptly ceased, and Sonia found herself pushed against a large tree, a broad figure shielding her from harm. Griffith? Almost there. Everyone has fled, and how far they go is their concern. Griffith stood before her, sword and shield in hand, contemplating how to ensure their survival together. How did you get here? Why were you not harmed by the storm? I was right behind you. Griffith pointed to a patch of dry earth. Your storm's center remained unaffected. Ah, I hadn't noticed. Sonia sighed, rubbing her forehead with a hint of reproach, and said, Did I not mention this? Ah, never mind. We cannot hold off the onslaught of the demonic wolves for long. While they may not be extraordinary beings, their sheer physical strength and madness have already overwhelmed humanity. She gently bit her lip, wanting to say something yet unsure where to begin. Before them, 3 towering and terrifying demonic wolves approached after their chant concluded. Their movements were lithe and agile, and despite their corruption, they retained a trace of elegance and pride befitting apex predators. My mental strength is waning, Sonia thought, struggling to remain conscious. Even consuming another vitality potion would be futile, as she had just imbibed one, and it needed time to take effect. I knew Griffith's demeanor was calm as he sheltered behind me. I would fulfill my mission until the final moment. However, hiding was futile. Griffith might endure a little longer, but once the demonic wolves charged, I knew I could only count down my last moments. Yet, since he was here, 2 final choices remained. Was this all a twist of fate? Sonia breathed softly, as if having made a resolution. She moved closer to the aspiring knight, resting her hand upon his arm. Griffith. The moment of decision has arrived. Her golden hair was tousled by the wind, cascading over her shoulders, and her cerulean eyes, though veiled by fatigue, reflected no hint of retreat. Griffith felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu in this moment. The demonic wolves surged forward. The final battle was at hand. Griffith's eyes widened as he turned anxiously ahead, eager to witness his own demise, to see which beast would claim his life. Suddenly, he heard a clear and melodious voice from behind him, piercing through to his very soul. O God of contracts and notaries, guardian of order, witness of the eternal balance. He seemed to hear Sonia's voice without the need for ears. Griffith Brandon, from this moment forth, your sword shall be joined with mine. Your fate intertwined with my own. May this sacred pact link our souls. This was a covenant attended by divine scrutiny, impervious to mortal interference. Simultaneously, Griffith received knowledge unknown to him. When the distance between him and Sonia was within 5 kilometers, either of them could survive fatal wounds as long as the other remained alive. The covenant would create a shield of utmost priority to protect the injured's life from harm, and the recipient would gradually recover. Furthermore, through certain physical contact, either party could actively draw upon the other's spiritual energy to replenish themselves or provide energy to the other. This was an exceedingly rare and powerful high-level contract. Simple to establish, yet formidable in its strength. However, it could only be completed through profound trust between the parties and a plea to the god of contracts. Under his watchful gaze, the pale golden shield that had protected them dissipated. Griffith stepped forward with his sword drawn. Though his strength had not increased, his fighting spirit surged fervently. He stood once more beneath the banner of the eagle, undaunted, with a clarity of mind he had never before experienced. Sonia had ceased her extraction of his psychic energy, maintaining only the bare minimum. Yet even so, she could wield the adornments at her disposal. This battle would not unfold with the same sense of helplessness as before. "Griffith, my knight." The girl bent down to tear her fitted gown, binding it at her waist. "Fight with unreserved fervor and abandon. Reveal to me, and to this world, your true strength." Chapter 52. Arrival of reinforcements as the radiance of the contract faded. The demonic wolves launched another fierce assault. The physical prowess of both sides was undeniably disparate. Griffith reached into his small pouch, seizing the vial of potential elixir, a remnant of his battles in the sewers, and consumed it in one swift motion. A surge of strength coursed through him. In a moment of clarity, Griffith realized that one of his 2 frost spells could be elevated a tier by this elixir. "I shall enhance either frost nova or ice structure now." In the depths of his consciousness, Griffith perceived that one of his spells had indeed been augmented. The area of effect for frost nova expanded significantly, inflicting more severe frostbite, while ice structure now boasted an extended duration, allowing for greater manipulation. This enigmatic spell, imbued with an aura of chilling mystery, interacted with the unseen elements in the air. The approaching demonic wolves were suddenly beset by a wave of freezing energy, rendering them immobile. Frost nova. The icy tendrils ensnared the advancing wolves, immobilizing these creatures with relentless efficacy. Although they still swung their razor-sharp claws wildly, they found themselves unable to break free. However, the freezing effect would not endure for long. Griffith hastily produced a vial of secondary slowing potion, primarily derived from mountain troll mucus, and hurled it towards the wolves at the rear. The small bottle shattered upon the unforgiving ice, and the last of the wolves immediately succumbed to a halved speed. In comparison to human physiques, the demonic wolves were overwhelmingly powerful. Dismantling their coordinated efforts was paramount. Griffith lunged forward, aiming a thrust at the throat of the foremost wolf. His refined longsword sliced through the wolf's thick fur, but the tremendous recoil nearly disarmed him. The blade became lodged in the robust flesh. Proving ineffective against such a formidable defender, a piercing spear would be requisite. At that moment, the attacked wolf freed itself from the freezing state, howling in fury, its massive paw descending towards Griffith's head like an iron shovel. Griffith focused his thoughts towards his bone ring, summoning the frost runes that had long been crystallized within. 3 chilling ice spears materialized in the air, their frigid temperature amplifying the spell's efficacy. Griffith now wielded 3 ice shards that rivaled the might of armor-piercing projectiles. With a deft flick of his wrist, he hurled one spear towards the roaring wolf with all his might. Behold the triple throw of the Eagle Banner soldier. The corrupted forest echoed with the visceral sound of a piercing shot as the rushing wolf was caught off guard and collided headlong into the attack. With a sickening thud, the silver ice spear plunged into the wolf's gaping maw, emerging from its nape along with a cascade of blood. The creature momentarily halted, its body rendered motionless before it could even register the pain. Griffith swiftly unleashed a second ice spear at point-blank range. This strike penetrated the thick hide, crashing into bone with a dull thud, toppling the wolf to the ground. Although the ice spear shattered upon impact, the third spear had already taken form. Griffith grasped it, but in a rapid, instinctive motion, he spun around, disregarding the recently wounded wolf that lay within his immediate vicinity. He aimed at the wolf demon positioned centrally. This formidable mutated creature had already broken free from its restraints, and, in the brief moment of Griffith's attack, darted towards Sonia behind him. Griffith's piercing gaze immediately locked onto it, and a black horn pendant hanging around his neck began to shimmer with a faint azure glow. An apparition of a roaring mountain troll materialized behind him, nearly merging with his form. This extraordinary artifact, born from the horn of a swamp bull, fused with the power of the mountain troll, bestowed upon him an overwhelming surge of rage and strength as Griffith linked his mental energy to it, promising that his next strike would inflict double the damage. The wolf demon was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the human before it could emanate such a terrifying aura. As it attempted to evade, it found its agile limbs inexplicably mired in a sluggish state. The fearsome presence of the mountain troll rendered weaker beings unable to find refuge, ensuring that Griffith's next attack would be unerring. Let your body remember this blow, corrupted beast. With all his might, Griffith hurled his attack, the force of the wind parting the swirling snow, a spiraling trail of sound trailing behind. The strike pierced the wolf demon's right cheek, exiting through the left, tearing and distorting its menacing head, sending its entire body sprawling and scattering bits of flesh and dark blood across the gray snow. After this throw, Griffith felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if his very essence had been drained. Yet, a more intense bloodlust loomed over him. The third wolf demon, frozen and slowed, had broken free and appeared behind Griffith. The novice knight instinctively sought to evade, but his legs felt leaden, and he gasped for breath, nearly unable to move. Was his body stiffened due to excessive exertion? He had to endure this blow. Griffith crossed his arms defensively in front of him, bracing to meet the impending strike. Suddenly, a tall figure surged in front of him, interposing between him and the wolf demon. The creature leaped, lunging towards the human below. Sonia's wand whirled rapidly, forming a sharp eye spike that shot towards the wolf's head. In the midair, where there was no leverage, evading this strike seemed nearly impossible for the massive beast. Yet, astonishingly, it swiftly contracted, curling its limbs into a tight ball, resembling a black furred orb as it spun in the air, narrowly avoiding the trajectory of the spell. The ice spike pierced the wolf demon's shoulder, erupting into a gaping wound, though it did not prove fatal. Sonia had expended her spell, entering a cooldown period of 15 seconds during which she could not cast again. Ice armor. Griffith hastily attempted to cast a protective spell on Sonia. However, a translucent ice wall materialized before the wolf demon first. A brooch adorned with a green gem on Sonia's cloak flickered rapidly, sustaining the ice wall, evidently solidifying a hastily conjured spell to withstand a crucial attack. The wolf demon's claws struck the ice wall with a chilling crack. Yet the barrier quickly began to crumble. Sonia retrieved a small pouch from her waist and hurled it towards the corrupted creature before her, simultaneously pointing her shimmering wand at the pouch. With a resounding bang, the pouch erupted into a cloud of pink smoke, scattering crystal fragments in all directions. Griffith keenly detected a blend of aromas wafting through the air. When a spellcaster is in the midst of a casting cooldown, enchanted items, scrolls, and potions serve as essential fillers during this vacuum. Relying solely on one's own incantations is insufficient. After suffering a significant setback against a goblin, Sonia gained newfound insights into her abilities and possessions, devising a strategy to utilize accessories and small objects to bridge the gaps left by her casting cooldown. In the tranquil expanse of the snow-covered ground, the icy spearhead began to dissolve immediately after piercing through the magical wolf, mingling with the dripping blood. Griffith swiftly delivered another strike to the wolf's eye socket, nonchalantly wiping away the blood. The remaining two magical wolves appeared to be startled. Despite their grotesque mutations, they recognized that the human had evidently employed magic, and one cloaked in metal should not possess such capabilities. Since the onset of the attack, 5 of their pack had perished, and a standoff was no longer tenable. Though these mutated creatures were frenzied, they were not foolish. Griffith contemplated the frost runes inscribed on the minus bone ring, assessing the status of his remaining weapons and the enemies. The recently expended runes were beginning to coalesce anew. Yet the situation remained dire. However, the magical wolves showed no signs of retreat. They distanced themselves from one another, adopting a surrounding posture as they advanced. Were the magical wolves unwilling to withdraw? Did they believe they must hunt us down to acquire extraordinary traits? Griffith gritted his teeth, realizing that the prospect of fortune was now slim. Griffith, may I request a bit more? Sonia swayed unsteadily against Griffith's back. Simultaneously, he felt waves of dizziness wash over him. The side effects of his diminishing mental energy were becoming evident. So that was it. Proximity and a clear intent allowed for mutual replenishment, a remarkably efficient form of collaboration. No wonder such a pact required divine witnesses. At this rate, they could drain each other completely. This must remain undisclosed to Galadia. Griffith found himself in a daze as he pondered this, noticing his unusual demeanor. Sonia hastily halted. I may be unable to cast any more spells, but the necklace still has one solidified defensive enchantment available. Nothing more. Understood, Griffith replied, tightening his grip on his sword as he called out to the magical wolves. What's the matter? Aren't you coming at us? Your fallen kin would weep for you. The wolves seemed to comprehend, releasing furious roars. They leapt with all their might, akin to stones hurled from a catapult, charging towards him. Suddenly, a pale green streak of light cut through the air, ensnaring the limbs of the foremost magical wolf before it could reach Griffith's face. The streak continued its momentum, racing towards the wolves behind. Simultaneously, Griffith was astounded to observe a patch of blackthorn sprouting from the damp earth and snow, rapidly spreading along the trajectory of the light. As the streak dissipated, the two magical wolves were securely ensnared by the burgeoning thicket of thorns. Griffith had not anticipated such a turn of events. In haste, he swung his sword. The blade struck the resilient fur, parting it only slightly, inflicting minimal damage. The magical wolf roared in fury, thrashing desperately in an attempt to escape its thorny confinement. Its claws, powerful enough to rend iron armor, grazed the shoulder of the apprentice knight, immediately tearing away a fragment of shattered iron rings. Griffith retaliated, aiming his long sword at the beast once more. But it was once again thwarted by the tenacious pelt, leaving behind only a shallow smear of blood, a soft and ethereal presence, reminiscent of the wind whispering through the forest, approached with a grace that belied her elegant black hair. Had it not been for her teasing remarks, Griffith might not have sensed her arrival at all. She had donned the attire of a ranger, crowned with a silver diadem. Her gleaming breastplate adorned with intricate gems and crystals that shimmered brilliantly on her gauntlets and greaves. The elf deftly drew a golden bow, resembling a phoenix in flight, from her back and nocked an arrow, drawing the string taut. In an instant, the feathered arrow transformed into a dazzling silver streak, trailing a long tail and swirling through the air, piercing the throat of the magical wolf and exploding in a shower of flesh and blood at its nape. The silver light continued its relentless trajectory, striking the brain of another bound magical wolf, obliterating it in a cascade of gore. Dazzled by the sudden brilliance in the darkness, Griffith found himself momentarily disoriented. When the light finally dissipated, two headless corpses of robust magical wolves lay sprawled on the ground. Galadriel stood proudly amidst the swirling blood mist, her long hair billowing in the tempest, a portrait of lethal elegance. "Galadriel, what brings you here?" Griffith inquired. "Fortuitously, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, would you have found a way out?" The elf's visage bore no trace of her earlier injuries as she handed a potion to Sonia, her tone earnest. "Do not underestimate me. Despite my previous misfortunes, I possess considerable prowess when properly equipped. I simply had not demonstrated it until now." "I wholeheartedly believe that," Griffith affirmed. Standing aside, Sonia rubbed her forehead, waiting for their exchange to conclude before asking, "Galadriel, where are the others? Has support from the professors arrived?" No sooner had she spoken than a bolt of lightning flickered in the distant forest, followed by a thunderous roar and violent tremors of the earth. A cacophony of unprecedented, eerie shrieks echoed in succession. Professor Lords had indeed arrived and joined forces with others, yet he too encountered exceedingly peculiar monsters. Those with heightened sensitivity are often susceptible to such occurrences. The other reinforcements, hurrying to arrive, were equally scattered. Galadriel gestured, "Follow me, and I will recount the events of the recent battle." Thus, it remained uncertain what exactly the brownie was scheming, as Galadriel nimbly navigated through the dark forest. She murmured softly, having listened to Griffith's brief account, "The scent of blood from a skirmish can draw creatures from 100 miles around. Engaging in direct combat with mere goblins and well-equipped shodelers, or battling the beasts of the forest, is tantamount to suicide. The brownie, designated 2887, must be acutely aware of this. Perhaps luring us in was its intention. The longer one lingers in the forest of whispers, the more one unwittingly loses their sanity. At first, the signs may be subtle and difficult to discern. Gradually, however, one may experience a sense of vertigo and hear peculiar sounds. These are the manifestations of the madness tainting the forest. As the pollution intensifies, one may find oneself laughing uncontrollably, devoid of awareness and unable to rein in such impulses. Emotions may fluctuate inexplicably between exuberance and despair, prompting utterances that are typically foreign to one's character. After being subjected to the profound distortions of this corruption, numerous previously unseen monstrosities will take form and assail you, leading ultimately to madness and demise. Chapter 53. The proxy. The footsteps of the elf were light and nimble, her movements flowing with the elegance of a dance, though she spoke of terrifying matters. Her calm tone did not instill fear in Griffith and Sonia. Under her guidance, the trio navigated through the twisted, desolate trees, fleeing towards the watchtower. The snow beneath their feet creaked and groaned, while eerie and mournful cries echoed from the depths of the woods. These bizarre sounds sometimes resembled the hoot of an owl, other times the unearthly roar of a beast never before encountered. The creatures clashed violently amongst themselves, saturating the dreadful forest with the stench of putrid blood. Sonia closely trailed Griffith, her eyes darting around the encroaching darkness as she exclaimed, "I feel as though I have seen something. Did you notice?" The elf turned her gaze towards her, as if lamenting the loss of her sanity. The trio moved beneath the pale moonlight, and after a while, Sonia inquired once more. I believe I hear something. Do you hear it? I have heard it this time. It appears we are being tracked, Galadriel replied, slowing her pace. A small party such as ours is bound to attract predators. Hold on. Reinforcements are not far off. They formed a defensive stance, backs pressed together. Where? I see nothing. Griffith remarked, feeling as though every shadow concealed danger, yet unable to discern any clear threat. There are many, yet I cannot ascertain what they are. Galadriel knocked an arrow to her bowstring. Griffith brandished a salvaged, half-damaged shield, remaining on high alert. He sensed a chilling atmosphere permeating the air, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic whispers swirling in his mind. It felt as though countless breaths surrounded them, each feeble yet profoundly malevolent, as if many voices spoke, each laced with malice. Gradually, some of the tumultuous breaths coalesced, forming a humanoid shape in the darkness, advancing towards Griffith and his companions. Good evening, beautiful maidens. A melodious baritone greeted amiably. I am not addressing you. Could you kindly move aside? The figure emerged from the shadows, a striking man clad in a well-tailored evening suit. His skin was pale, devoid of color, and his handsome features would surely captivate at a ball in Beallen. His polished high boots trod upon the moss and snow as if traversing the red carpet of a grand affair. I am Baron Ansem, a noble of the bloodline, progeny of Ithanam, the dark being bowed with the poise of an aristocrat. Who would have thought such delicate maidens would grace this remote locale? One of you is an elf. Oh, a pure maiden of the upper echelons? How rare. Galadriel blushed deeply, gritting her teeth as she shot an arrow in retaliation. Futile. Baron Ansem effortlessly evaded the lethal arrow, as if the elf's powerful bow were merely a playful jest before him. Griffith's expression darkened instantly. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the formidable might of his adversary. The Baron of the Bloodline was not merely a title, but a designation of the extraordinary path of blood magic, ranking as Sequence 7. This shadowy creature may have dwelled within the Whispering Woods for an eternity, growing ever more deranged and powerful. Your Excellency the Baron, Sonia said, gripping her wand with determination. I am Sonia de Lamour, the eldest daughter of Count de Lamour. I implore you to allow a safe passage through this domain. Why? The dark entity inquired. In gratitude for your noble deed. My family shall offer recompense. Sonia contemplated. Potions, treasures, or perhaps fresh blood. I pledge to fulfill this promise in the name of the eldest daughter of the de Lamour family. A tribute from a countess lineage. That certainly sounds enticing. The dark creature paused, mulling over her words. I desire all that you propose. Suddenly, the dark being's demeanor shifted, and he spoke gravely, however. I must decline. The foremost delight of Baron Ansem is to deny those who presume they can escape their fate. Baron Ansem raised his chin, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he observed their hopeful expressions plummet into despair. Oh, how exhilarating this is! Griffith, Sonia exclaimed, seizing the hand of the squire and thrusting a small vial into his grip. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to wait any longer. Understood. Leave it to me, Griffith replied, uncorking the vial and downing the crimson potion in one swift motion. Before Baron Ansem's maniacal laughter could subside, a tempest surged forth. His form became elusive, every corner of the air steeped in a sanguine aura of murderous intent. Galadriel unleashed a barrage of relentless arrows toward the dark creature, almost tracking his every step. Simultaneously, Griffith positioned himself as a barrier, raising his shield to strike at the flickering Baron Ansem. The bloodline Baron moved with astonishing agility, weaving through the dense rain of arrows, yet he recklessly charged toward Griffith. With a resounding crash, the shield collided with the Baron's shoulder, shattering upon impact. Griffith was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. The Baron's arm emitted a disconcerting crack, yet he appeared undeterred as he reached out toward Sonia. Sonia was already chanting swiftly, her wand radiating a sphere of pure, holy light that floated and twirled, illuminating the darkness. Remarkably, the agile and powerful Baron recoiled 2 steps from this brilliance, his skin and hair marked by severe burn scars. Galadriel knocked 3 feathered arrows to her bowstring, aiming at the temporarily halted bloodline Baron, and unleashed a trio of projectiles. The icy shafts, though not aimed at his heart or vital spots, pierced through the Baron's garments, pinning him against the sturdy trunk of a tree. Griffith sprang to his feet, feeling as though his entire being was ablaze. An endless tide of bloodlust surged from his heart, compelling him to unleash his fury. He had just ingested the Sequence 8 Ascension Potion. The mysterious power inherited from the Vicar Aldenova churned within him like molten lava. Meanwhile, he discovered that he could perceive his surroundings with greater clarity through listening, observing, touching, or meditating. He was swiftly transcending his current level, and his awareness of combat had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Griffith sensed a holistic augmentation of his strength, agility, perception, and mental fortitude, while his already well-trained body experienced a slight improvement. Amidst a cacophony of information, he also acquired some nebulous knowledge. 2 entirely new extraordinary abilities, inherited from the Knights of Eldenova, were now at his disposal. The first was Holy Strike. Upon expending a certain amount of mental energy to activate this ability, Griffith would infuse his next 2 attacks with divine damage. The second was Reckoning. The enhancement of his physical capabilities granted him a significant probability of triggering a high-priority stun effect after enduring a heavy blow from an enemy, rendering him impervious to being knocked back for a brief period. Simultaneously, he would lock the Attacker S movement, delivering no less than 2 unavoidable and powerful counterattacks. Bound by the limits of the human body, Reckoning would not manifest repeatedly within a short time frame. However, he was rapidly transforming from a spellbreaker into a paladin. And merely seconds later, both Galadia and Sonia, alongside him, sensed a momentous truth. Griffith had ascended to the rank of an 8th Order Executor. What exhilarating power! This was the quintessence of higher extraordinary strength. Power surged within him. Griffith nearly mastered this novel extraordinary ability instantaneously upon consumption. This indicated the depth of his accumulation and a remarkable affinity with the Knights of Eldenova, as the elixirs provided by the Lamor family had indeed been meticulously selected and crafted. Simultaneously, his mental energy, which could previously accommodate 3 runes, had expanded, allowing him to feel capable of storing 6. Like a roaring flame, Griffith charged forth, toppling the Blood-Clan Baron and cleaving down with his sword. Galadia, entangled in battle with the Blood Clan, was suddenly obstructed in her line of fire, glancing curiously at her companion before looking at Sonia. I provided him with the potion for ascending to an 8th Order Executor, Sonia remarked, casting a glance at Galadia, who was staring intently at her. The Baron of the Blood Clan typically possessed strength above the 7th rank, equivalent to that of a Grand Knight or High-Tier Ranger. Without Griffith's cooperation, we would not be able to defeat him. I could see, within the bounds describable by data, his stamina at 13, strength at 19, agility at 16, perception at 13, and mental fortitude at 15. The effects of his ascension were glaringly apparent. The Elven Maiden scrutinized Griffith, reciting his attribute levels for reference, yet it was insufficient. That individual was evidently not an ordinary Blood Clan Baron, but rather a fugitive, one who had betrayed the laws of the Blood Clan. Sonia, can you ascend to Erudite now? I'm afraid not. The blonde girl shook her head. I have not undergone the extensive training and battles that Griffith has. I am utterly unprepared. As the two conversed, Griffith, who had been embroiled in battle since his youth, had already reached a fervent climax of determination. Upon realizing the Bloodline Baron possessed an extraordinary ability to evade, Galadia ceased her direct aim to shield her companions and instead concentrated on obstructing his movements. Griffith unsheathed his trusty long sword along with a single-handed axe he had scavenged, lunging fiercely at the Bloodline Baron, who was preoccupied with dodging arrows. The opulent cloak of Baron Ansem was shredded into tatters, revealing a corpse-like, ashen body that starkly contrasted with his handsome visage. With one mighty swing, Griffith cleaved into the Bloodline Baron's chest, the sensation reminiscent of splitting decayed timber, accompanied by a nauseating stench of rot. He immediately sensed something was amiss and hastily glanced towards the position of the two girls. Another Baron Ansem had appeared behind them. Watch your back. Griffith's warning was interrupted as Galadia seized Sonia, transforming into a fleeting shadow to dodge aside. Not bad. The new Baron Ansem chuckled with a hint of regret, lightly clapping his hands. I expected to face an 8th sequence and 2 9th sequences, yet here I am, upgraded before even engaging in battle. Human, do you possess some hidden prowess? Or have you fortuitously broken through? This is one of the bloodline curses, a puppet created through my psychic energy, completely under my control, randomly acquiring a portion of my abilities and identical in appearance to me. It can even withstand some attacks, Baron Ansem elaborated earnestly. Even among the bloodline, those who master this ability are exceedingly rare. Surprising, isn't it? Quite impressive. With a proud flourish, the Bloodline Baron presented his capabilities and then raised his chin. surveying the others. Lord Baron, I merely inquire. Galadia glanced at the silent Griffith and Sonia, unable to restrain herself from asking, how long have you resided here? Do you often find yourself without conversation? The bloodline Baron gradually dissipated into the air, his figure vanishing into the darkness. Prepare to embrace the shadows. The formidable Baron Ansem is insurmountable. I shall soon rend your throats and drain your blood drop by drop. Ha 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 hee hee hee. In an instant, Griffith sensed the looming peril. He swiftly harnessed the extraordinary ability he had just acquired, channeling his psychic energy throughout his entire being. In this state, his next two attacks would possess divine damage attributes. More crucially, any severe blows he sustained during this period would trigger a tempestuous counterattack. Perhaps to savor the spoils more fully, Baron Ansem selected Griffith as his first target. The clash between the two erupted in the darkness. The Baron suddenly emerged from the shadows, brandishing claws sharper than daggers, lunging towards Griffith's lower back. I descend from the shadows. The claws pierced through his cloak and chainmail, embedding deeply into Griffith's flesh. Warm blood gushed forth instantly. Griffith. The two girls were startled by the sudden assault. Galadia quickly drew two silver long knives and rushed forward. The metallic scent of blood in the air thrilled him immensely. In accordance with the standard mode of combat among the blood kin, after a successful strike, Baron Ansem swiftly concealed himself once more, launching repeated assaults to drain his prey until they succumbed to exhaustion. However, his claws remained ensnared, unable to withdraw. Griffith, with sinews of flesh tightening like iron pincers, had seized the Baron's talon and had already turned, bearing down like a mountain. Before the Baron could utter a cry of alarm, Griffith's lightning-fast onslaught descended upon him. The long sword cleaved through the Baron's left shoulder, triggering the sacred light's divine retribution, which incinerated the flesh and blood of that shoulder into a charred ruin. The battle axe swept from his waist, slicing open the Baron's abdomen and exposing the decayed entrails to the air. The holy light then erupted amidst the blood kin's innards. This was retribution, a quadruple strike of divine illumination. With a resounding clash, the blade and golden radiance momentarily banished the darkness, leaving Baron Ansem grievously wounded, his flesh splattering as he fled into a tempest. Chapter 54. The Unforeseen Path. Part 1. After enduring a series of blows, Griffith staggered back, trembling, and collapsed to the ground. The exertion from wielding his newly acquired powers had taken a significant toll on his body. Sonia hurried over to support the kneeling apprentice knight, frantically retrieving a healing potion to administer to him. The severe injury at his waist rendered Griffith speechless with pain. His earlier counterattack had relied solely on the surge of power from his recent ascension. A mere mortal would have undoubtedly lost their fighting spirit after such a strike. He did not retreat far. Galadia remained vigilant beside them. Despite having endured a brutal flurry of 4 strikes, this bloodline being still possessed extraordinary capabilities. What astonishing resilience! He must have brushed against the threshold of Sequence 6. The fiery healing potion flowed into Griffith's mouth, alleviating some of the excruciating pain. Although he could not rise, the wound at his waist was rapidly staunching and healing under the potion's influence. Go ahead without me. I will. Hold him off. Griffith eventually managed to speak. Though bloodlines are rare, I have encountered them in the East. That recent assault could severely wound them. I can sense Baron Ansem's frenzied aura lurking nearby. He has undergone a transformation. In losing some of his orthodox abilities, he may have gained an unpredictable vitality. Do not dwell on that. Galadia firmly dismissed the apprentice knight's suggestion. The disparity in our strengths is too great. Without my protection, you cannot delay him for long. You cannot invoke that ability again in such a short span. We must confront him together or stall. As long as the professors arrive, we shall prevail. But we cannot wait for him to attack us, Sonia interjected thoughtfully. Griffith is gravely injured. If he were to strike again as he did before, we would not withstand it. You are right. Then let us take the initiative, Galadia declared. My intuition should lead me to his whereabouts. Silence now. I must listen and scout his essence. Wait, this is the Whispering Forest. Your intuition may lead you to far worse things, Sonia warned. Grasping a small knife and taking a few steps forward, she turned to Galadia. The dangers of the Whispering Forest stem from mental pollution, which is why the creatures here have become chaotic and mad. I have a more expedient and safe method. Ouch, that hurts, the golden-haired girl exclaimed, slicing her palm with the knife, crystalline droplets of blood rolling down the blade. Sonia, what are you doing? Griffith gasped in shock. In this forest, the scent of blood would mark Sonia as a target for predators. The pollution of the whispering forest had amplified Baron Ansom's vitality, but also eroded his sanity. While bloodlines are calm and cunning hunters, the pollution, which augmented his life force, would also unleash primal bloodlust that surpassed reason. Sonia was using her own blood to lure him forth from the shadows. Be ready. A swirling tempest of darkness erupted from the depths of the forest, accompanied by frenzied cries. Blood. Ah, the pure blood of a maiden. Where does it drip? Where does it fall? Let me have a taste. Griffith could perceive the chaotic ripples of psychic energy swirling in the tempest without even concentrating, as the bloodkin was evidently teetering on the brink of frenzy. Galadia, honing in on the trajectory of the whirlwind, began to chant, gathering silvery luminescence upon her arrow, which coalesced into a dazzling radiance. Dark creature, I beseech the blessings of the star goddess upon you. The pure silver light erupted forth, causing the darkness in the forest to recede like an ebbing tide. Griffith charged forward, wielding his weapons. The silver light struck the tempest before him, scattering it into a mass of shattered black mist. What? You call this a blessing? Baron Ansom shrieked as he fell to the ground. Yet, he sprang up immediately, disregarding the silver light that was tearing through his flesh. Flailing wildly as he lunged at Sonia, utterly forgetting about evasion and defense. The elven arrows struck him repeatedly, each blow forcing him back a step or two. Indeed, he had succumbed to madness. Griffith struggled to rise, hurling a vial of lesser-slowing potion at the feet of the Baron, now adorned with the porcupine's quills. As a cloud of yellow smoke billowed forth, the Baron's frenzied charge became a comically slow motion. Griffith raised his sword axe, bringing it down upon the bloodkin as if chopping meat. The sensation of impact was still dry, yet it lacked the feeling of cleaving wood or earth. The bloodkin Baron had evidently been drawn by the scent of blood, manifesting in the fray. Sonia, serving as bait, was also startled by the Baron's reckless charge. But under the relentless effects of the potion and Galadia's continuous repulsion, Ansom's speed was drastically curtailed, and he was on the brink of demise from his assault. However, as foul blood splattered about, Griffith noticed a flicker of clarity in the Baron's eyes, which were otherwise filled with chaos and madness. Griffith, get back! Galadia managed to shout. The Baron, whose vitality had plummeted, seemed to suddenly shake off his frenzy, halting his charge in an instant and striking Griffith's wrist with a swift motion. A tremendous force radiated from his wrist, accompanied by the sound of cracking bone. Griffith's longsword flew from his grasp, and a sharp pain shot through his wrist shortly thereafter. What immense power! Such a casual blow shattered my bone. Griffith barely had time to be astonished before he swung his axe with his left hand at the bloodkin. A faint golden light gathered upon the blade, transforming the divine power into an even sharper edge. The axe blade cleaved through the Baron's shoulder, releasing a spray of putrid bodily fluid, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. Not bad. Baron Ansom sidestepped, having the leisure to nod slightly in acknowledgement. His enchanting voice laced with amusement. The blessings of the elves and your strength are quite effective against me. However, today I must thank you, even though you come with malicious intent. Galadia relinquished her longbow, drawing forth her silvery longsword, appearing like a whirlwind behind the corrupted Baron. Aiming for the nape of his neck. Griffith, quick, dodge. It's futile. Baron Ansom pointed towards the apprentice knight, intending to showcase the power of the bloodline of night. Transform with me into a tempest. Blood curse. Bloodbat storm. A swarm of black bats erupted from Baron Ansom's body, seizing the unsuspecting Griffith and dragging him into the depths of darkness. Galadia swiftly sliced through several bats, yet could not prevent Griffith from being engulfed by the remaining swarm. Vanishing into the endless night. Gasping, Griffith struggled to support himself, dizzy and disoriented as he rose from the ground. His bones trembled, his fingers and toes numb. A bitter taste filled his mouth, and his stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. The bloodline Baron who had just fought him had vanished, leaving only the thick darkness around him, mingled with unsettling whispers that sent shivers down his spine. Dizziness overwhelmed him as the whispers grew closer, his vision beginning to blur into a sickly brown hue. Griffith barely recalled being lifted by the bats that surged from the Baron's body and soaring deep into the forest. Now, his sword and axe were lost, leaving him with only 2 daggers. Drawing a dagger, Griffith fumbled through his small pack. The tightly bound pouches of potions remained at his side, but his provisions and water flask were nowhere to be found. This was dire. He had no idea where he had been taken. Such an extraordinary sensation. Baron Ansom's voice echoed nearby. Griffith quickly turned towards the sound, finding the bloodline Baron sprawled beneath a nearby tree, his left arm severed, and a gaping wound in his abdomen. "Did you know?" the Baron croaked. "After lingering in this forest for so long, I could scarcely invoke most of the bloodline's spells. After enduring a few blows from you, cough cough, I bled a little, and my mind has regained some of its former clarity, along with a measure of power." With that, the Baron rose and approached Griffith step by step. "I must replenish my nutrients, an appetizer, before indulging in those two maidens. Do you think I should drink their blood first or indulge in them directly?" "Oh, that sounds rather vulgar." But Griffith swiftly uncorked a vial of lesser healing potion and poured it into his mouth, hoping to mend his broken arm. However, after the initial searing sensation, he felt no sign of the anticipated healing effect. "Ha, a waste, isn't it, human?" Baron Ansem laughed heartily. "The power of potions has its limits. Consuming similar potions within their cooldown period is futile." Panic surged through Griffith as he remembered his untreated injuries at his waist and the fracture in his right wrist. With a desperate thrust of his left-hand dagger, he lunged at the bloodline Baron. Yet before the dagger could pierce Baron Ansem, a crimson light flashed from Griffith's left wrist. His wrist, along with the dagger, flew away, blood barely having the chance to spray forth. Griffith winced in agony, stumbling back 2 steps. Even on the eastern battlefield, he had never encountered a situation where his wrist was severed. Suddenly, he heard a muffled thud, as if something had been torn asunder. A searing pain radiated from his chest, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The Baroness' right hand pierced through his torso, emerging from his back. Useless, 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 useless. Useless, 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 useless. Baron Ansem, at times lucid and at times deranged, began to mutter incoherently. Chapter 55, An Unforeseen Path. Part 2. The bloodline Baron pinned Griffith to the ground, mounting him and grasping his throat, assessing where to feast. I can hardly wait." Baron Ansem bared his fangs, lunging towards the apprentice knight's throat. A sharp pain pierced through him, and the world seemed to fall silent. Am I to perish? No. It's a fatal wound. The bond with Sonia's soul was ineffective. It appeared there was a considerable distance between them. Griffith's consciousness began to wane, as he could barely sense his blood flowing away with his dwindling vitality. Soon, he would be nothing more than a withered, desiccated corpse. "Hey, young soldier. Could you wash up and come find me? It is my fault. I shouldn't trouble a soldier attending his first ball. Do you dance? Hey, you certainly understand." Indeed, human boys are rather intriguing. In the haze of Griffith's fading awareness, the cheerful words of Galadia lingered, her nimble, graceful footsteps and slender silhouette flashing through his mind. Oh, right. What did she mean by saying that human boys are more interesting? Has she had a boyfriend? How curious. I must ask her. As if driven by this thought, Griffith's body began to struggle. Baron Ansem, like a beast, was feeding upon Griffith, his throat siphoning blood, which required some time. The vampire Baron, having not tasted pure blood in ages, remained oblivious to the unarmed human slowly raising his severed left arm, the bleeding end pointing towards his head. The blood at the severed wrist rapidly froze, transforming into a sharp icicle. What? The bloodline Baron, sensing danger too late, had no time to raise his head before the ice shard pierced his temple, twisting within. Simultaneously, Griffith's broken right hand pressed down forcefully upon him. What is this? Pain. So hard. So rough. The Baron shrieked, using his monstrous strength to break free. However, a gaping hole now marred his skull, through which brain matter and blood gushed forth. He had just escaped when he collapsed to the ground, beginning to convulse. Where are Galadia and the others now? Are they safe? A familiar voice echoed, filled with resentment. Would you like to attempt to absorb this bloodline's essence, starting with the feeding? Minos will try to assist you in purifying it, allowing you to survive. Is this the will of the bone ring, Minos? Griffith, on the brink of death, clung to this glimmer of hope. Rolling over to bite into the corpse of the bloodline Baron, consuming flesh and blood from the gaping wound in its belly. Your desire to survive is remarkably strong. Typically, one would hesitate to negotiate terms, wouldn't they? For instance, Minos, what is the price? Minos teased in a peculiar tone. Very well, consume it, and struggle like a rat swallowed whole by a serpent, excreting in disarray. Beneath the darkened woods, one figure lay upon another, first producing eerie swallowing sounds, followed by the savage sounds of tearing flesh. Uncertain of the passage of time, Griffith stood in the glade, his limbs restored, surveying the healed remnants of his body and the chest that had recently been pierced. Minos remarked, "The good news is that you have retained some of the formidable self-healing traits of the bloodkin. Your capacity for recovery rivals that of a troll. The bad news is that you have consumed a dark entity, and your sanity is plummeting like a precipice. The once mighty, chaotic, and malevolent Blood Baron had been reduced to a pile of decaying remains, gradually dissipating in the cold night wind, leaving Griffith unable to discern which parts he had ingested, perhaps the soft wound on the abdomen. I cannot fathom such power within you, Griffith said in awe. What is your true identity? Minos remained composed, stating, I am Minos, a collector of source material, aiding bearers in their evolution towards higher forms of life. You are now partially infected by the extraordinary traits of dark beings, and the extraordinary characteristics of the agent have also lingered within you. You may acquire some abilities, but you will also gradually develop unknown appetites and madness. Everything remains to be observed. If you wish to retain your sanity, refrain from further blood consumption. Most of your original extraordinary traits were shattered in the recent ordeal. The Holy Light Strike is no longer at your disposal, an inconsequential ability, irrelevant. The traits of the Breaker have now taken precedence. Considering all factors, you possess the physical condition of a Sequence 8 Breaker, yet have not attained the corresponding extraordinary abilities. As you grow, your path of advancement will still lead you toward the Breaker route. Minos had gathered the rare source material of the Bloodkin and acquired knowledge of blood spells. However, he had yet to master the intricacies of blood runes, thus rendering you temporarily unable to utilize blood magic. Henceforth, you must always remember the fact that you have been tainted and corrupted by darkness. This infection will drive you toward the abyss of madness, prompting actions akin to those of the one you just consumed, uttering similar madness. Should you completely lose your sanity, you will transform into an irredeemable monster, facing death in both a corporeal and societal sense. Expedite your exploration for an escape. The longer you linger in this forest, the more your madness will accumulate. Your once sound reason has suffered greatly due to the consumption of the aberrant creature. Act swiftly before you succumb to madness. After uttering his final words, Minos fell into silence, unresponsive to Griffith's calls. I have many more questions, such as why I did not receive fragments of Baron Anselm's memory, which are invaluable. Moreover, the Baron's sequence should not be low. How could his traits have been obliterated alongside those of the agent? Griffith pondered anxiously as he grasped a broken branch, swiftly carving a sharp point at one end with his dagger to fashion a weapon. Now, he had significantly enhanced his self-healing, strength, agility, and mental fortitude. In addition to mastering 2 spells from Baron Anselm's repertoire, transforming into a swarm of black bats and conjuring blood puppets, Griffith endeavored to craft a puppet for his purposes. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony erupted within his brain, roaring like a tempest and nearly shattering his consciousness. The blood magic, like other spells, met with failure. It appeared that to wield these 2 incantations, he must first condense the requisite runes through Minos. Griffith attempted again to invoke the divine strike he had acquired upon advancing, but it proved unattainable. The essence of divine strike lay in prayer, beseeching the gaze of the holy light to bestow strength. The altered Griffith was no longer a quintessential paladin, and thus could not expect divine favor or attention. However, the innate instincts of combat and his physical prowess remained intact. More importantly, Griffith, who should have perished, had miraculously survived and transformed into a rather ineffectual barrier breaker, which he deemed a fortunate outcome. The corpse of the Blood Baron had completely withered away, vanishing into the biting wind. A black short sword materialized upon the Baron. Muddy ground. This was a magical weapon, its blade measuring no more than 10 inches, with both blade and hilt as dark and deep as obsidian. Its balance and structure were impeccably crafted, allowing for astonishing agility in the wrist. Throughout the entire confrontation, the Baron had refrained from utilizing this weapon. Perhaps his own might was sufficient to overwhelm Griffith and his companions. Alternatively, it could be that this weapon held a special significance for him, its sentimental value surpassing its utility as a weapon. Intrigued, Griffith took the short sword in hand and, drawing upon the knowledge gleaned from tomes, infused his mental energy into it, establishing a connection with the magical weapon. Soon, new knowledge unfurled within his mind, a corrupted feather blade. This cursed dagger emanated an aura of decay, inflicting severe and lingering shadow damage upon striking its target, with the effect manifesting only once every half hour. This was not the form the feather blade was meant to embody. Perhaps one could find someone to purify it. The blade, once silver, now bore no trace of its original radiance. Griffith handled the cursed weapon with caution, discovering an elegant inscription in Elvish script at the top of the hilt. It was indeed a creation of the elves. Having studied some Elvish, Griffith could discern its meaning. May the starlight forever guard my knight Roland. This weapon had been gifted to Knight Roland by an elf, only to eventually find its way into the hands of Baron Ansem. Was this the same Knight Roland from the ballads? Griffith felt a surge of excitement. This legendary hero's exploits were etched across the continent, and the adventures he shared with his companions were sung in ballads, serving as the aspiration of every aspiring knight in their childhood dreams. If it were indeed he, then the elf who bestowed this feather blade upon Roland was likely the very same who had adventured alongside him, known in the tales as Tidwisey, a legendary ranger from Canaan. Surely, Galadriel must know her. Elated at having uncovered a clue, Griffith secured the corrupted feather blade to his belt and turned to the ground, seeking a suitably shaped and sized stick. With his dagger, he carved it into a wooden spear. As he engaged in these tasks, he hummed an unfamiliar tune, as if his spirits were unburdened and the situation was remarkably favorable. Now, he needed to find his way out. Where had he come from, he wondered. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. The apprentice knight swiftly raised his wooden spear, directing it towards the source of the noise. A diminutive figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a warm black coat and adorned with a gentleman's bowler hat. "Brownie 2887, Gosler," it exclaimed, crawling out from the dark underbrush. It glanced at the apprentice knight in the distance, smiled, brushed off the dirt from its attire, and bowed while removing its hat. "Good evening, Chatorl,"